Took me down, had me feeling alone. So long, darling. Right here and now, we can try this again. If you're in, I'm in, darling. I finally see what I need to be free. Far from what I was led to, but no holding back, I've made up my mind. Seeing what's next, I'm not sure what I'll find. Holding the key firmly in my hands. I'm looking forward, I know where I stand. And this is it, I've nothing to lose. Now is the right time, I'm making my move. I wanna hide now. You can't bring me down. I wanna hide now. You can't bring me down. Holding the key firmly in my hands. I'm looking forward, I know where I stand. And this is it, I've nothing to lose. Now is the
Happy Saturday to you guys. Welcome into the Rocket League Championship Series. It is time for the group stage. We're down to 16 teams. I'm Scott Cole, joined by James Bod and my man, Findable Carpet. And I'll tell you what, guys. Wait, hold on. This just said, A-Money will not be playing for chemistry.
Yeah, no, don't worry, guys. Nobody panic in chat. What he's referring to is now chemistry is selfless. So they just got picked up by a sponsor. Yes, no. Everybody at the disc was like, what? So yes, no, they are picked up by Selfless now. So anytime you guys see Selfless, that is actually chemistry. They just got picked up. So don't panic.
All right. So the qualifiers are over. We're moving into the group stage. What was the team that was the biggest surprise you guys getting into these final 16?
Honestly, it was chemistry, right? But
Yeah.
now
Selfless.
Yeah. So Selfless, these guys, for those of you who are watching, it was actually Lawler and Leafex who were casting that, which was awesome. But they had a really tough series versus Vision. And they ended up getting those last, 2 goals in the last minute of the game to get into the group stage. So they were, it was an unlikely story for them to get in. I mean, A-Money is very good. Matt says those guys are great. But even Gibbs was predicting that it was going to be Vision, and that's who I had as well. So I'm glad to see them make it, though. Very excited.
With a team like Chemistry, when they make it into something like this, they have to be careful because they had to fight really hard for this, which means it's not exactly going to be an easy run for them. You know, they may have made it this far, but they need to make sure they keep that power going. They can't let back like, oh, we made it to group stages. You know, we're okay at least for a little bit. Like, you're not. Like, you with the teams you're up against, and especially since you fought so hard just to make it this far, I really hope that they make sure to keep that edge going.
Absolutely.
Well, in case you've been in a cave last weekend and you missed it, let me remind you what these guys are playing for. $75,000. This is the biggest Rocket League tournament by far. The number of players is crazy. 20,000. Even in Europe, we almost got up to 9,000, and they're coming strong. That breaks down to these team numbers. Over 6,000 teams, almost 3,500 in North America, 26 and change in EU. And let me tell you, this is going to be an interesting way here. It's no longer qualifier. It's group stage, 3 versus 3, 18 round robin here in North America, and each win is worth 1 point. And guys, It's not a best of 5. You're playing all 5 games. Every game is important. How does that factor in?
Yes, absolutely. Every game is important. We saw it in the RLC Pro League. If you remember Orange Creamsicle, they ended up missing the playoffs by 1 game, and that was the team that Gambit was on with Edwin and Quinn. And those guys, it came down to 1 single game. And we're in the same exact situation here, where every game matters. It is 5 series. So even that 4-1, just picking up that 1 game against an iBuyPower Cosmic or a Kings of Urban is so important, because the top 4 teams from this group stage, they're the ones going into the online final.
A lot of teams are used to a best of. So a lot of times you can lose that first game and be like, oh, no, it's cool. Like, honestly, let's pick it up from here and let's really make it work. The problem with that, like you said, is let's say iBuyPower kind of relaxes a little bit too much on a team that's not so strong. They allow them to get 1 or 2 wins. Now that team's going to be ahead, and then let's say iBuyPower 5-0s Genesis, someone that's going to be a really big battle for them. Now a team that shouldn't really technically be ahead of Genesis as far as predictions go would be. So every single game can make a huge difference.
And every game not only matters, but the arena selection matters. They're going to start off on DFH Stadium, but then it can get wonky from there. And Lord help me if they pick Wasteland. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, so for those of you who are newer into Rocket League, there's really just very few non-standard maps. So you see Beckwith, Manfield, Urban, Utopia, those maps are all standard shaped maps. They all are shaped the same, so the bounces are the same. The one wild card in there is Wasteland. And we've seen that the arena can come into play. iBuyPower in the RLC Pro League, they were undefeated on Wasteland. So some teams do play better on that non-standard map than others, and it's gonna be interesting to see which teams try to have that be a factor, because if nobody picks it, they don't have to play it. But when somebody picks it, emotions will flare.
The good part about Wasteland is it really pushes people to the test of breaking their muscle memory. I know I have a huge problem on that map, because I'm super stubborn. I refuse to break the memory I have of the DFH Stadium shape. So all of a sudden, when you round off those walls differently, the corner bounces are not the same. The ground is all rounded off. I'm a mess. My win rate at that map is probably 5%, just because my brain refuses.
Normally your win
Yes.
percentage anyway. Sorry,
James.
buddy. I'm sorry.
No. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But so if someone like iBuyPower who performs well, mostly because especially these veterans are kind of used to altered maps from the old game, whereas a lot of these people that have only played Rocket League, we're not used to having to alter our mentalities. We're used to the same map for the last 8-9 months. So it could definitely play a factor depending on if a team really wants to throw a curveball and put Wasteland in there.
We have a full slate of games here this afternoon, and we're going to show them to you right now. First match is Vex versus Genesis. Second is Orbit will be taking on Mocket Esports. Cosmic will be taking on Selfless, who used to be Chemistry. Match number 4 will be Onslaught against Kings of Urban. And match number 5 will have Orbit taking on Vex Gaming. And then the big battle of the afternoon, Cosmic will take on Onslaught in our final match. Several other matches that we will not broadcast, but we'll try to bring you guys up to date on the results of those and how the standings keep going there. You can see those in there, that those are going to be some battles. I especially like to see a little bit Mocket and Cosmic a little bit later on. But let's transition here. We can talk about this first game. These guys, in Vex Gaming, Genesis, they got some powerful rosters.
Yes, they certainly do. J-Raw is kind of the leader of Vex. He's the older one on the team, leading 2 of the younger players in Turtle and Garrett, but those guys so mechanically talented. And then on the other side, you've got Genesis, who has those players who've just been around the scene for so long, and even Pluto, who is a veteran of the old game. These guys are used to performing on the highest stage, at this level. So we're gonna have to see which one of them shows up, because this is the biggest stage that anyone has ever played on up to this point.
Easily. And as you said, Genesis has experience with the competitive scene. All 3 of those players were on really high-end teams for a very long time. They've all been competing since the beginning. And J-Raw and Turtle, where they kind of thrive is they've been together since the beginning almost. I mean, those guys, J-Raw and Turtle alone have been on a team for, I don't even really want to give it a guess, maybe 6+ months. I remember I met them pretty early on in the competitive scene, and they've been looking for a third for a while, and they finally solidified with Garrett, who's been performing phenomenally. I mean, this past week, they just dominated.
Yeah, they were Garrett, formerly a part of Foremost, who was another top 10 team. So once those guys got together, they've been unstoppable. And it was kind of crazy because J-Raw, he actually ran the RGN tournaments back when Rocket League first came out. So to see him go from running those tournaments to becoming a player, and now he is playing on the biggest stage. It's a cool story.
It really is. It really is. And you look at Genesis, with they were kind of like I don't want to say a ragtag team, but they kind of conglomerated from a bunch of teams together that were all performing really well. I mean, Orange Creamsicle, Untethered, Kings of Urban. I mean, all these teams, everyone knows these names. They no longer exist in their original forms, and like monster players from each team kind of made this, kind of like God by Power made their like all-star team. This is kind of like that secondary all-star team. You got to watch out for those guys.
Well, we talked about it. Here's the official roster for game number 1. Vex Gaming going to be running J-Ra, Turtle, Garrett G, and on the other side, Genesis will be running Pluto, Quinn. I love how Quinn loves to distribute the ball, and then Moses will be coming up on the back end. Vex is coming in hot, guys. I mean, really hot. Finished second in the Royale.
Yes.
Even though Genesis is ranked 4, Vex has got to be one to look out here.
Yes, Vex, these guys, they must have been reading what Gibbs wrote about them and gotten just enraged. Like, I saw J-Raw actually commented on a couple of them. But yeah, Gibbs tore them apart on Reddit, and he was like, and essentially called them out for being a tier 3 team. And then they come out in Rocket Royale, and they make it all the way to the finals where they played Kings of Urban, actually taking that first series off of Kings of Urban before falling in the second. So these guys are coming in hot. And again, just proving that they belong here on the biggest stage.
Of course, and I actually spoke to Turtle just the other day, and one of his things that they battle with is consistency from time to time. They want to make sure that they perform to their utmost power, and that's a lot of things they work on in practice, is they work on their strong rotations, because when you're going against these powerhouse teams, one off rotation is probably going to result in a goal. These guys can put the ball on net from anywhere.
Yeah, but then they're going to have to contest against Pluto, who is, ever since he was with Untethered back in the day, just known for the amount of saves that he can get.
Oh, yeah.
He is so good in the net, playing defense, keeping balls out of the goal. So they're going to have to get around him if they hope to take that one.
Yeah.
Well, you've heard it from our guys here. Let's hear it from the actual players. Joining us right now from Vex and Genesis is no other than Pluto and J-Ra. What's going on, guys?
Hello.
First, we start with you, J-Ra. I mean, I love goal scorers, but defense wins games. So what's your defensive mentality when you're sitting back there while Turtle and Garrett's going crazy?
We just want to really make sure our rotation game is good and be able to keep up with the ball and these guys. I know Genesis is really good. We've had a lot of close series with them, so we just want to keep up.
Pluto, who's better at defense, yourself or J-Ra?
That's a tough question. Probably me.
Well, they see that's what I like to hear. So, you guys expecting a close game here, or J-Ra? Are you guys going to blow them out?
Nah, it's gonna be easy blowout.
Easy blowout. Wow, Pluto, what do you think of that?
I'm gonna have to agree.
You're agreeing that it's going to be an
It's gonna be a good series.
easy blowout for you guys. J-Ra, you got any shout-outs before we get this game going?
I want to give a big shout out to Vex and all our sponsors, pretty much, and everybody that supports us.
Nice, J-Ra. What about you, Pluto? Any final words?
I'm gonna have to give a shout out to Cloudfield. He's doing a lot of work behind the scenes, and also with the crew.
See, that's some respect right there. Guys, best of luck between these two competitors. Thanks for joining us, J-Ra and Pluto. Guys, you heard it from our guys right here. What do you guys think?
So,
there's some confidence there.
Yeah, no, J-Raw, he's a guy who just is beaming with confidence. Pluto, he's just the nicest guy. You heard there, he thanked Cloud Fuel when he had an opportunity. So Pluto, just so freaking nice. So, but again, those guys, this is going to be a close one. They haven't played against each other for a couple weeks, but Pluto, I had an opportunity to talk with him. He feels confident going in, but they are certainly, he said, we are not underestimating them because of that performance that they had just recently. So, and again, Garrett, he said for Vex, they need to close it out. So two of these teams going head to head, it's going to be a close match. I don't think it's going to be a blowout, as they were saying.
I don't think it's going to be a blowout in either direction.
What's the predictions, guys?
I know Vex is really hot, but I'm just going to have to give it to Genesis because those guys are veterans. They've been here. They've played on the biggest stage. Rocket Royale is huge. That is the biggest weekly tournament. But this right here is really going to test the nerves of every player involved.
I think with the fire underneath them, Vex for sure can bring it to them. I want to say that it's at least going to go into Game 5 and even 2-2. Just just for fun, I'm going to give it to Vex on 3-2 on this
Ooh,
one.
I like it. A split decision
Yeah.
up on the desk. We're going to head over down to DFH Stadium. That's where our broadcast team is hanging out, and we're going to Wave and Lawler. Guys, take it away.
Thanks, Scott. I'm Wave Punk, joined here by my good friend Lawler. And Lawler, what a game, what a match we have to start off the group stages.
Yeah, I don't think these guys could have started off any better, especially with Vex coming in hot. I mean, these guys at the desk were talking about how, you know, they got trashed pretty hard by Gibbs on Reddit. So for them to come out and show up, I mean, I've been watching Garrett and J-Rob both play in VVV where I got my start and kind of work their way up. And we've always had kind of an eye on Garrett being like, okay, this guy's something special. Like, he's going to come in and play his, you know, lights out. So
yeah, they've been hot for a while. Garrett was so good in the qualifiers. His accuracy was on point. I'm really looking to see him make some plays. He's going to give Pluto a hard time in net.
You know, gosh, between these guys, I mean, you're talking Pluto. The big thing I'm scared about and the thing that Pluto needs to be careful of is he's notorious for going up the backboard and clearing it out.
Right.
If those clears are not big enough, they have some very good aerial play capabilities that can be punished very quickly against Genesis.
No, it sets up some good, sets up counter plays really well. Those backboard clears, but it's a very high risk, high reward sort of situation where if you don't get the clear correctly, you're really setting yourself up in a bad situation. So, but yeah, who's the player you're looking to step up on Genesis for this matchup?
Genesis, Pluto. Pluto's definitely their standout player. If he has a good game, I think they have a really good chance. Who do you feel like is going to be the standout on Vex?
For Vex, I think I'm still going to go with Garrett on this one. Like, he's been shooting. We've been talking all day about how they shoot, how they pass well, and like how they can really set each other up well. And then Garrett's their dunk man, and his accuracy is on point. And if he's not going to leave any room for errors on defense for Genesis, they're really going to have to be stepping that one up. What's your map prediction? How do you think the maps are going to go out?
You know, that's the thing. Like, the new map aspect with being able to bring in Wasteland can play such a huge role in these games. I mean, everybody gets so comfortable with these maps and what they're used to that the fact that they're able to go into stuff like this and they're able to make a change up. If they notice they're getting stopped, it's like, why not throw a kink in the road and see what we can do?
Right. Yeah, I feel like, oh man, I think I could see Vex taking this one. I think I'm gonna call Vex on this one. My boy Garrett's been on fire right now. I'm gonna look to see what they can do. I think it'll be close, but I think Vex is gonna take this one 3 games.
Yeah, I mean that's the biggest thing too. Is I mean when you look at these two teams, Vex is coming in hot, and this is gonna be a big test for them. Genesis is ranked in the top 4. I mean they have the ability to prove themselves here. So let's get into it. It looks like these teams are ready to go. We're ready to go. Let's kick it off early and fast here.
We have Genesis in the orange, Vex Gaming in the blue. Vex, the kickoff's going to be quite neutral there. Turtle going up on the wall. Quinn be able to push it over into blue territory. No one really set up on defense right now for Genesis. Turtle's going to try and push this one out. Or it's Vex Gaming's in the blue, yes. So J-Rob pushing that one up on the wall. Nice touch there. That ball's crossing in front of the goal. Moses able to clear it into the corner. Quinn Lobdell gets demoed by Turtle. Ball's very high up on the wall right now. J-Rob riding that one around. Interesting choice of offensive pressure at the moment right now coming out from Vex.
Yeah, they're taking a slow approach to this one, but the aggression is definitely there. These guys doing whatever they can to put some balls on net, but shots like that, follow-up like that is going to be perfect.
Oh, and Pluto's able to put one in. 426. Got Genesis on the board first.
Yeah, real easy touch here. Turtle not getting the clear that he wants, and Pluto able to chip that one over. Garrett, good attempt trying to get it, but those crossbar shots really hard to predict.
4:26 left to go. First point on the board for Genesis, but you know that Vex Gaming is not out of this at all. Neutral kickoff can happen again. Garrett G setting that one up for Turtle, who's up in the air. Moses able to get to it first, though. Clear it out to the side. Pluto's able to push this one up, and Quinn's going to follow on the counter play. J-Rod getting it off the wall. That ball's lofted to midfield. Moses takes a shot, but it goes just wide.
Yeah, shots like that. I mean, it's a good attempt, but they need to put those on net. Need to give themselves some spacing in the score. I mean, those small mistakes later on are going to get paid heavily.
Garrett G now on the counter offensive, trying to cross this one up there. It's going to move over to the other side. He and J-Rob both up on the wall. J-Rob comes off the wall, sets that one up well. But anyone can come up from the backfield. There's Garrett G. Shots on net.
Oh,
J-Rob's able to tap. Woohoo!
Man, talk about a good follow-up. We were talking about how strong the aerial play is between J-Rob. Look at that pass. Sets it up perfectly, and Garrett, first one to get to it. Nobody even near him. Easily shot it.
Well done there. Tie game. 3:55 left to go. That was quite the setup off the wall there from J-Rod. Garrett didn't even have to touch that one. Moses going to go for it on kickoff there. That ball's lofted up. Quinn's got an opportunity, but Turtle's able to shut it down, send it on to net. Pluto puts it up onto the wall. J-Rod kind of tries to go for the aerial, then bails on it. Garrett can put that off the backboard. Turtle going to keep it set up. That ball's lofted very well again. Quinn's able to get to it first, though, and clear it out.
Man, you can already see Pluto ready to follow that up. He's already inching up on that wall, just waiting for the chance to use that backboard stuff we seem so comfortable with.
Those balls lofted well. Garrett coming from the backfield, tries to get up and into it. So they're not going to be able to touch that one there. Pluto's going to be able to push this one out. Well carried there. That ball is lofted well, but Garrett going to be able to come up from the backfield, push it up and away. Ball's still sitting very much in front of the blue goal right now. Turtle can be able to get ball control now and push this one out. He's just got to win the 1v1 with Moses. Tries to carry it over the top, but Quinn reads it well and pushes it into the corner.
Man, I really like that out of Vex. You saw how quick and ready he was to play and slow down.
Look at this carry from Pluto.
Oh, what a save.
J-Rock getting up in the way. Clutch offensive motions, forcing amazing defensive stops. This is the sort of defensive play we were talking about before.
Yeah, like you see that, like defense is going to be a huge factor between these two teams. I'm glad to see that we saw a little bit of banter between the two guys before, kind of setting the pace. I mean, defense does win, but offensive pressure is what really wins.
Moses trying to carry this one back out, trying to get this, but he's playing on his back heels. Not the best move there. Pluto able to push that one up. Garrett G reads it well. That ball's on net. If Turtle can get up and into this one, not going to quite get the touch he wants, though. Oh, dear, and some whiffing coming out from both sides there. See the ball kind of reset at midfield.
Yeah, Moses and these guys, I mean, look at them slowing down the pace. Oh, small mechanical touches like that, if they're not careful, can be punished very quickly.
There's Quinn trying to set that one up on the backboard. Goes a little wide, though. Moses is out of rotation. Pluto coming up from the backfield. Gets nice interference. Kills that ball's momentum. But now sitting in midfield. Kind of anyone's shot right now. Turtle gets to it first. Puts it over to the orange corner. Moses is back on defense. He goes up for that Spider-Man clear. Be able to push it off the wall here. J-Rod reads it so well, though. Sets it up off the backboard. Garrett G can't get the final touch, though. Moses with the counterplay. Pushing it out there. Turtle going to be able to get up and into that one. Nice clear there from Turtle, though. Buying his teammates time to rotate onto defense. J-Rod going up for this. We'll see what he can push out here. 1:56 left to go. Still tie game.
Man, look at the rotations out of this Vex team. They are following up the passes so well. This is what we expected to see out of them coming in hot. If they can keep this consistent, they have a really good shot of placing.
J-Rod trying to push this one out. 144. That shot's on net. Garrett's able to get up and into it. Push it over into the corner. Buys teammates time to rotate. Turtle is now back on defense for Vex. Pluto pushing it up on the wall. Quinn goes up for the re-angle there, but is going to whiff on that one. Ball still sitting in the blue corner. Moses takes a shot. Pluto with the re-angle, but it doesn't quite get the touch he wants. He's got the ball crossing again. Turtle, what a heads-up play, getting that ball out of the way.
Turtle, what a beautiful pass there. He took the time to let the ball settle on his guard, flicked it out very well, but this ball in front of the net, they need to be careful.
Well done. Turtle, man, coming up clutch right now on defense for Vex Gaming. That ball was on target. So Pluto's able to get it out of the way, though. A lot of really great defensive setups here. That was some amazing pressure we saw from Genesis, but still no points were able to be capitalized. Oh, and there's J-Raw with the read, the dunk. They take the lead with 1:05 left to go.
Man, way to cast a curse that. Saying there's no points coming out, and then instantly after, just getting another one sunk in. J-Rod, good read.
So brilliant. Pushing that one in. 1:05, 2 points on the side of Vex Gaming right now. They have a 1-margin lead. See what happens here on kickoff, the mutual kickoff. Moses is going to get most of that one. Quinn going to try and carry this one up into the corner. Set this one up for Moses. He gets demoed, though. Final minute of the game. Pluto trying to set this one up. What does Genesis need to do to come back into this?
Show a little bit more pressure. You can tell they're getting beat by the ball, especially in the air. They're doing a good job, Genesis, trying to control it, but small touches like that, it just seems to be like they're getting outplayed by Vex.
See what happens. 42 seconds left. Still 1 point in favor of Vex Gaming, and they are pressing the offensive right now. Turtle with an opportunity. Oh, and a great interference from Pluto, keeping that one out. Moses now with a counterplay opportunity. The goal is open if they can just press this one up and hard right now. 30 seconds remaining. They need to score in this moment if they can get the equalizer. There's Turtle with a counterplay, pushing it all the way back into orange. They had a great opportunity there to score, but they just couldn't capitalize.
No, that's the thing. Those shots going down the field, it seems to be a possession thing too. Oh no, big clear. That could be. Is that trouble? No way.
No, Quinn's gonna be able to put it in and tie it up with 13 seconds.
Wow, these games are hype. I am so glad these guys are coming out and playing the way that we expect them to. This is when it matters the most.
J-Rod there, the critical kind of whiff on that ball, was not able to get the clear he needed, leaving Quinn alone with the ball and the goal. 13 seconds, anyone's game. This can still end in regulation, but we might have overtime. Moses going to try and finish it right now, setting that ball up and around the wall. Garrett G reads it well, pushing it out. Final countdown happening here. Pluto with a shot onto net. Moses can't get it. J-Rod able to get in the way of that one. Final countdown. If this ball touches the ground, we have overtime, and they're going to force it.
Man, overtime game when we couldn't ask for anything better.
Such evenly matched teams right now. Pluto and Turtle going on kickoff, very neutral. Quinn's going to get the final touch, push it over into blue. So we have the countdown moving up now. Moses with a shot onto the upper 90, and there goes game one.
Man, Moses, beautiful placement on that shot. Could not have played that any better. Look at the patience. He's kind of surveying the field, goes up for a good aerial, hitting that top corner, and just, how do you defend against that?
Yeah. That was amazing stuff from them. Man, such an even game, just like we were talking about right off the bat. These two teams very evenly matched. A little bit more shots coming out from the Genesis squad here, but really, really even stuff all the way around.
Yeah, I mean, between these guys, that's kind of thing. So debating on how this is actually going to play out, you see these teams, they are going to probably stick to the same match. It looks like they're going actually with Beckwith Park, so nothing too crazy out just yet. If I can find it. There we go. So, but yeah, with these two teams, I mean, that's the thing. With how well they played between them, I don't foresee us going to a wasteland. I mean, unless there's a huge blowout and they just want to change some pace, probably not. But, I mean, that's the thing with the two teams. If they can keep this consistency, we're going to have a pretty dang crazy series.
Yeah, man, they really interesting stuff coming out from both teams here. J-Rock kind of the top player right now on the Vex squad, coming out with a very, very strong saves. Turtle there only has one save to his name, but he was the clutch player in goal in that really strong offensive we saw from Genesis about at the mid-game. Was able to keep that ball out. That ball was rolling straight towards goal. He's right here next to it. It's so easy to not kill the forward momentum enough to where it doesn't go in. And yeah, he was able to push it off to the side. Really, really impressive stuff. Yeah, there was a couple very, very close goals coming out where they had the opportunity on Genesis to sneak some in and they just didn't. Yep. So, I mean, you look at those are the things that if they want to get back into this, they got to make sure they sink those in. Right. We will get game number 2 underway here. Still have Genesis in the orange, Vex Gaming in the blue. Moses Turtle going on kickoff. Turtle gets most of that one, sending it over into the orange half. Garrett going to put it off the wall right off the top. Pluto able to get a nice touch on it, keep it from crossing. Now the ball going to be falling back onto blue. Pluto coming up to try and get the redangle there. Doesn't get the touch off the wall he wants. Garrett G's able to get it. Moses coming from the backfield. Great read there. This ball is lofted very heavily in the air right now. Turtle with the tearaway opportunity. He might be able to put this one in. He does. Man, big clears. I'm glad to see that they're taking advantage of this. I mean, you look at that. Pluto's going up trying to play that back in mid, but generally Pluto's the one that's in the back to save that on defense. So there's things that I'm glad he's trying to take things into his own hands and give themselves an opportunity, but some things are very uncharacteristic, and that might have caught his team off guard. That was such a strong pass from J-Raw off the wall, and Turtle with a strong follow-up. They have a 1-0 lead right now within the first minute of the game. Pluto whiffing on the Spider-Man clear there. Garrett G going to try and push this one out now. Moses going to keep that ball on the blue side. J-Raw back passes to Garrett. Going to play it off the wall. You know there's going to be pressure. There's Quinn coming up from the backfield. Ball's lofted well. Moses whiffs. Pluto whiffs as well. A lot of whiffing coming out from Genesis right now. They had an opportunity at that goal, but they're going to miss it. They're still pressing the opportunity, though, right now. Ball's going to be going off the backboard. Turtle goes up for the long clear. He'll get that one down, but Quinn had read it very well. Now Turtle's going to be able to push this one back over to orange. Yeah, Turtle, that's a big thing I want to point out with Turtle. He's been playing very, very defensive, but he slows down the pace when he's on offense, and it's such good for momentum shift. He allows his team to rotate through, and it's giving them such a huge advantage here to where they are controlling most of the possession of this game. Turtle with a setup there. Garrett's going to go for it, but he's going to go a little high. J-Raw with an opportunity. Not going to be able to capitalize on that one as Moses gets onto that touch first. Turtle with a great kill, able to push that ball back into the orange corner. This ball's still sitting light, but Quinn and Pluto able to get the final touch on that one. Garrett tries to win the 2v1, but it's not going to be successful. Quinn going to still push this one up, gets bullied by Garrett G, and that leaves it to Turtle. Midfield, setting that one up. It's going to be just off the crossbar. Pluto able to push it over into the corner. Great touch there from Pluto, clearing that moment. Yeah, you saw those guys actually were in back fighting for the boost there for a little bit, so a little bit miscue on communication there. But I'm glad they were able to regain and not have it be a problem. They actually, with those two guys back, were able to play that out pretty well. 3:15, still 1 point on the side of Vex Gaming. Quinn going to try and push this one out. This ball sitting very much dangerously in the orange half. That ball sitting right in midfield. J-Raw with a shot and a great block from Moses, but man, that was a sloppy clear. Yeah, they got to be careful. They need to push these out with a big power on these clears. Even shots like this, I mean, if they keep centering it back like that, you're going to have players like Turtle who are waiting for that opportunity to score. And this is just such a siege coming out from Vex Gaming right now. They're taking shot after shot on net. Garrett keeping that pressure up, passing up to J-Raw, who kills the ball. Had an opportunity there. Garrett decided to bail on it and fall back. And now we see the ball moving back onto the blue side. Garrett with another great clear, though. Pluto able to pick that one up, push it over into the corner. J-Raw going to pass it up to Garrett. We'll see if Garrett can pass it back out. There it goes to midfield. Oh, but Turtle wasn't quite there. No, he was not, and that's the issue. These guys, they're looking so strong on offense. Every once in a while, you do need to take a breather. Yeah. But it doesn't seem to be the case. Garrett flying through like that, those are the things that need to be contested. I'm glad Pluto's up there trying to do so, giving themselves the opportunity to keep this a one-goal game. Oh, there's some whiffing helmet out there. Turtle going to be able to clear that one out. Garrett G hanging back in goal for Vex right now. Turtle going to be able to push this one off into the far corner. Moses coming out from goal. Going to challenge this one on the wall. Going to win that one. Oh, no. Turtle wins the 1v1. Making it cross there. Pluto with a counterplay. Garrett G, though, hanging back on defense, able to keep this pressure up. Just such strong pressure. I'm surprised we haven't seen more capitalization yet. No, and that's the thing. I mean, there was a couple of mistakes. I mean, J-Raw was sitting in the middle, ready, poised up to take that shot, and he actually fell backflip in the middle of the field. They lost all pressure, but luckily for them, this rotation game between these guys, they're filling in very well. I don't think if they keep this up, they're going to be taken lightly. Yeah, Genesis, though, they have had some amazing mid-range. They've been winning the 1v1s. They've been able to get the clears at midfield. 130, this is a great opportunity to score, and there goes Moses tying up the game.
Man, Moses high flying on that one, just waiting for the opportunity. Look how far back he is, has the ability to survey the entire play, and just reading it better than everybody else. Garrett just barely underneath that one, but those touches are very tough to get to.
Finally able to capitalize on a counterplay. Tie game with 131 left to play. Moses and Garrett G, very neutral kickoff. Garrett G's going to follow this one up, take the midfield boost, trying to push this one up. Quinn Lobdell, not quite sure what to do there. Turtle's able to take it from him. Both Garrett and Turtle, though, currently in the corner. That ball's going to cross. Pluto able to get the touch, and now Garrett has fallen back. Good defensive movement there. Ball's still very much up on the orange side right now. Garrett going to try and bully that one. The ball is just like crossing from side to side in midfield right now. No team really getting an advantage. Turtle going to try and pass this one back up and away. He's going to go for the vector block. Pluto's able to bully it through him, though. Garrett going to pass it off the wall there. Great touch. Final minute of the game, still tied up.
Man, I hope this goes to yet another overtime between these two teams, but if touches like that, oh my gosh, so close on net. But yeah, that's the thing. These guys are putting in the pressure. They have the ability to take a chip here, but the defense and the rotations coming out from this Vex team are showing so
there's
strong.
A setup from Quinn, but J-Rock can't get up and into it. Oh dear.
Man, that's rough. I mean, I hope that's not what's going to be the defining goal, but that's the thing. I mean, these teams are showing that small mistakes are going to be the story here, to where it's not really a matter of anybody doing one thing bad. It's just a slip up that causes a rotation difference, or not a big clear that causes that breakaway goal. I mean, that's the only thing we've really seen so far.
Yeah, and the accuracy from Genesis there right at the end. They had like 3 or 4 shots just straight on net in this final minute. You saw Vex Gaming cracking under the pressure. Here they come again. Quinn bouncing it off, and Pluto's able to dunk it away. Oh my goodness.
Man, these guys are showing off so well for the camera. I mean, look at this. Pluto flying off with the back. Oh my gosh, how do you stop that rotation? I mean, these guys, you can only jump so many times.
Yeah. The ball had so much lateral momentum, he just kills it and says, hey, I was just going to sit here in front of the goal. Pluto, it's all yours, man. 3-1, just a second ago, we had a 1-0 lead inside of Vex Gaming, and now Genesis is looking like they're going to take away game 2 here. Go up 2 games in the series. Quinn able to push this one back up. Garrett G hanging back on defense, falls all the way back. Lets Turtle take it. 22 seconds left. Ball sent in midfield. Garrett has an opportunity. Very much an open net right now. If Pluto's just, kind of whiffs on that one. Ball going to still sit in midfield. Oh dear, Moses has an opportunity right now. They go for the kind of the full offensive play, and they're going to punish.
Man, Moses, good touch here. Okay, let's break this down. So he's going to get a breakaway here. Garrett misses that touch and has a soft touch to himself, but before that ball even hits the ground, he takes another one. If he didn't do that, Turtle would have been able to knock that one out. Very good play by Moses.
Yeah, and we saw Vex really going for the full offensive, the 3-0 offensive, just trying to put all their cards on the table. Didn't work out for him. Genesis is able to punish. This is probably going to be game 2 finishing up. What does Vex need to change if they want to start taking games off of Genesis?
To be completely honest, I don't think they need to change too much. They're doing the right thing. They're beating them in the air. They're showing good decisions. The problem is, and I think what's really going to do, is the fact that it's not a matter of them making mistakes or doing the wrong thing. It's more so a matter of the fact that Moses and the rest of these guys, they just played really strong that game.
Yeah.
Like, they came up and showed why they are a top 4 team. I hope to see Vex doesn't tilt from that. Like, they need to keep this pressure that they've had strong.
Yeah, we saw so much offensive aggression coming out from Vex Gaming in that matchup. We'll see if they're able to carry that over into game number 3. We'll be staying on Beckwith. This time it's going to be rainy and sunny. What a weird weather condition.
Hey man, it's gorgeous. I'd go play in that.
I don't know whether I'm supposed to feel like good or like wet and it's just like humid. We'll see what happens here. Moses could go on kickoff. Turtle, very neutral kickoffs that we've had all series from both these teams. Garrett trying to touch that one, going to kind of whiff. J-Rod with a nice kind of backwards aerial there to put it up into the corner. Turtle's going to go for the 1v1 interference. Pluto can't get the touch he wants. Kind of some derpy touches coming out from both sides right off the bat here.
Man, the beautiful of touches like that is they're very hard to read. And you saw Pluto, he actually beat 2 defenders on that with those derpy touches per se. So glad to see what these guys are doing. I mean, all the cool stuff with that is these guys are playing very, very well. And the pop and the misconception of where the ball is going, these guys get so used to reading each other for so long, to the fact that they're able to take touches like that and they're not able to, I guess, counteract them per se.
Yeah. 4:19. This is the latest we've seen a goal come out from either side. That was a great shot from Quinn, but Turtle able to block that one. Moses with the setup again. Quinn going to try and get up into that one. Didn't get the touch. Pluto there with a last-minute stop there, keeping that offensive going. He's going to try and cross this one for Quinn. Colbin goal. Oh, but Quinn couldn't get the touch.
Man, J-Raw showing some save. He's giving some Scott some love. You know, he pointed that out in their chat earlier about how defense is going to be such a huge role. And that seems to be the story, is these guys are showing a lot of good defense. and then capitalizing on the small mistakes that they're given.
Man, Pluto winning the 1v1 in midfield, able to push that one back up, but no follow-up is going to mean that the ball's going to move its way back onto Orange. Garrett with a setup off the wall. Turtle goes for the shot, but it's going to go just wide. Quinn going to pick up ball control, try to push this one out. J-Rod going to take it from him, being able to cross. Pluto back in goal. Great win there from J-Rod. Oh, and an own goal coming out from Genesis.
Oh my God, Moses, I don't think expected that touch. I mean, you look at this, Pluto plays it in, and J-Rod showing some aerial mechanics, getting in the way and dunking that back down.
Yeah,
Man, how do you read that?
J-Rod coming out strong there. Such a great read to keep that pressure up. Moses did not expect it and then was in the wrong place at the wrong time. 1-0 on the side of Vex Gaming. 3:34 left to go, and they're striking again here. Turtle setting that one up. Here comes J-Rod. Oh, and they can't quite get the touch. A little bit of confusion there. J-Rod and Garrett G both going up for that one, and now they kind of have a counterplay opportunity. Pluto just has to beat Turtle. Moses setting that one off to the side. Great clear, though, from Garrett. Going to be able to relieve that pressure. Turtle with an opportunity. Going to set this one up. He's got to carry. His ball's open in front of the net, but Pluto able to get the touch and push it off to the side.
Man, I like that Genesis recognizing that the rotation was going to get there before Pluto had a shot. He plays it off as a pass, gives them a unique angle to shoot it in. It's just good defense coming out yet again from Vex.
Pluto and Moses currently on the offensive. Garrett's going to win that 1v1. Moses able to pick it up, pass it over to Quinn. Ball's going to fall over into the blue corner. J-Rod going to try and clear this one off the wall. Great touch there. He's going to keep following this one. Turtle's right behind him for backup. J-Rod going to try and push this one up. Right now, if you can bully Pluto, they might have another opportunity. There he goes, just driving circles around Pluto. Moses not going to be fooled, though. Pushing this one out. He's got another opportunity. Tootle coming up from the back. Oh, Turtle has an opportunity off the back wall. But he'll get up and into this. There goes Garrett. He's going to shoot. Oh, it goes off the crossbar. Anybody else here? No. Moses is able to get the counterplay and push it back over into blue.
Man, J-Rod just being a nuisance everywhere on this field. He's blocking shots. He's getting in the way. Sometimes that's better than, anything consistent. Sometimes there is more importance to just throwing your body in the way. Oh, my gosh.
Dear. Man, this is Genesis has just been getting punished by some kind of sloppy play.
Yeah, big clears seem to be trouble, and that's the thing. I mean, Quinn had a very good read on that. Garrett positioned the car in a very unique angle that played to the right of him. That's stuff that, you do the right things, and sometimes you just got outplayed. It happens.
Yeah, well, there's the lack of any sort of defensive presence going to mean that no one's back to clear that roller. 2-0 on the side of Vex Gaming. Right here as we've crossed halftime. Demo going out from Moses, trying to relieve some defensive presence. That ball is set up really well. If Moses can get up and into it, Moses is all the way back. Oh, but Quinn, what was that?
Defensive mistake on Garrett there. Watch how long he sits and watches this ball up there. Rotate around and go for that. You see J-Rod, you can tell he's starting to run out of boost and just feathers down. Like, poor guy.
Well done by Quinn. Such a heads-up play, knowing exactly where he needed to put that ball. They are finally on the board. Only a 1-point lead coming out from Vex right now. We hit 2:08. That ball is lofted very much in front of the wall goal. Here comes Turtle. Oh, but Turtle gonna whiff on that aerial. That's punished them a couple times this series.
Man, I'm glad these guys aren't afraid on Vex to play it backwards either. You saw J-Rod pass it off perfectly to Garrett there. You can tell they're able to do that because their communication seems to be on point.
Yeah, Turtle able to get the clear there. Win that 1v1. He was the only person left back in goal, keeping his team in the lead right now. 1:46 left to go. He's trying to get the re-angle there. That ball's lofted up. Oh, but Garrett went up a little too early. Not going to get that touch. Quinn leaves that ball lofted, though. There goes J-Rod trying to shoot it. That ball is sitting there. Turtle could not get the final touch. Really good rotations. Solid offensive rotations. Pluto with a great save there, keeping them from extending this lead. Just like I said, there's so much offensive rotations. They've been so strong, but they just have not been able to shoot on target.
Yeah, that's the thing. I just hope they can keep this up. I mean, both teams are playing very, very well. There seems to be some small mistakes coming out from Genesis that they're able to capitalize with these big clears, but that's the thing. Other than those big clears, Vex really hasn't put...
Oh, Pluto gonna dunk it over the entire team to tie it up.
But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Small mistakes here and there, but Genesis, the reason why they're able to stick inside of this is because of plays like that. They're reading the rotations very well. They're coming in and striking with a vengeance. And that's what you need to see out of a dominant team. They need to take it into their own hands.
1 minute to go. Tie game. This is anyone's game at this point. Genesis has been able to capitalize both games. We'll see if they can keep that streak going. A nice setup there. Oh, J-Rod is going to capitalize on that one. Push it over into Orange. Again, though, shot not quite on target right as we cross into the final minute.
Yeah, good recognition from Garrett there. He recognized that he did not have the opportunity to get up and make a play on that ball. Backs up, repositions, and puts another shot back in. Has a chance here.
Backboard. Here goes J-Rod. Oh,
you gotta make those.
Come on, man.
Man, they do not get easier than that. And I say that jokingly because obviously aerials are not easy, as some of us do know. But that's the thing. I mean, at this level, you have to make those shots. I mean, with this amount of time left, those going in can totally give you the advantage here. They just have to be able to. Oh my goodness! What a shot from J-Rod!
In mind, finally after shot after shot after shot, they finally put one in, taking the lead back at 30 seconds.
Man, those passes, you can tell Quinn just getting lost there. Did not expect that to get pinched back in. And J-Rod still, he hit the post there. It wasn't even the cleanest touch, but very hard to defend.
30 seconds left. 1 point, slim margin of victory right now for Vex. If they can just hold on, they will take this game number 3 and get on the board in the series. Zera going for the mind game. All they really need to do is kind of keep this ball killed. If they can just keep it from going, oh, there's a tearaway, but Pluto with a perfect rotation, getting himself a savior medal, keeping that goal out. 15 seconds left. This is do or die time for Genesis. They need to be moving this ball up and in. There they go. Turtle able to clear it back, though. Final countdown happening. Moses back on defense. He needs to get the tearaway, the counter play. If he can just set this one up, Garrett G. Great offensive pressure coming out here from Vex. And if this ball touches, this will be the game going inside of Vex. If Turtle's going to try and kill it, there it goes.
Good touch by Turtle there at the end. It's one of those things that you have the victory. Don't waste any time with it. Just knock it down and give yourselves the win. I mean, that's the thing with these guys and the way that they've been playing. Man, when they were talking on the desk about 2-2, like, yeah, they were kidding. Like, this is going to come down to the end. I mean, these games are phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and the offensive pressure coming out from Vex was amazing. They kept the ball so much open in the orange half of the field, and it was kind of sad to watch that they couldn't capitalize, but they finally at the end able to put that one in. That's all that mattered, and they were able to take that game 3. We'll be getting into game 4 here. Back with Midnight. Who's a player on Genesis that you want to see playing a little bit better here in this game number 4?
You need to see Quinn step it up. I mean, there's been some small mistakes here and there. He's showing some hesitation, but that's the thing. He's known for setting up passes, and I've yet to see him show that consistently. And that's going to be the big story for both these teams. Is consistency is going to allow them to play throughout the rest of this game and the rest of these matches that we see.
Moses trying to drive this one up into the blue. Quinn Lobdell there for the second touch. Able to set up off the backboard. We'll see what they can do. Garrett didn't get a very good clear. He's able to get a second touch, though, and clear that one away. Pluto going to try and push this one back up and out. Moses coming from the backfield, able to put it off the backboard. Garrett G and Turtle both on defense right now. Turtle going to clear this one out. Wins the 1v1 with Quinn. He's got kind of a tearaway opportunity, but Pluto coming up from the backfield, able to push that one back up and in right now. 4:23 left to play, still scoreless game. A little bit slower. These teams have started to figure each other out.
Yeah, you can tell that as these matches go by, and that's the big thing too, is I mean, teams need to learn how to adapt, and they seem to be doing that pretty well. Is look how well that Genesis is now playing against this team. I mean, you see the possession switch and how much longer they're able to keep it on the Vex side of the map.
Turtle going to drive this one up on the wall. The ball's crossing, and Garrett's able to dunk it in. Right here, 4 minutes, they strike first.
Man, look at Turtle bring this one up. So he shows, and that's the big thing I got to commend Turtle on, is he takes his time with the ball up there, but he smashes that one into that top left angle, and it pinches perfectly back down to the front of the net. Very, very tough to defend.
Amazing angle there. Very hard, like you said, very hard to defend, very hard to predict in any way. 1 point on the side of Vex Gaming. They are looking to try and tie this series up. That ball sitting right in front of goal. Garrett able to clear it away. Turtle kind of not sure what he's supposed to do there. Ends up being a nice wall. Moses coming from the backfield, bouncing it off the back wall, tries to go for the zigzag. A little bit of a tearaway opportunity right now for Vex. If Quinn cannot get into this one, he does though. Turtle going to bully him out of the way, trying to buy his teammates time to rotate up. Turtle and Garrett very much far up on the orange side. Here comes J-Rod, gonna get the nice angle, but just couldn't get any speed on it. Pluto's able to block that one away.
Man, the only reason that was even oh my gosh, Garrett
off the post.
Man, that whole setup was happening because of Quinn. I mean, we talked about how he needs to step it up. He makes a very poor touch, and it kicks it back up, allowing them to rotate that back in, and Garrett just waiting patiently for another shot on goal. 2-0 with a minute 30 left, or a minute 30 gone, my apologies.
Minute 30 gone, 3:32 left to go in this game. See the ball back on the orange side. This ball spent a lot of time over on the Genesis side. Pluto going to try and set this one up. Turtle going to read it well. Quinn Lobdell going to pass that one straight down the middle. Garrett's going to have to rotate over from boost. He does and is able to clear that one back up. This ball flying all the way onto the other side of the field. Turtle going to set that one up. Garrett going to try, and Garrett was trying to go for an aerial, and then he realized he didn't really have an angle and kind of bailed on it.
You know, and sometimes that's okay. I mean, if you recognize that you don't have the ability to make a touch, why throw your car into the fray when you're not going to get anything for it?
Yep. No, this is kind of a tearaway opportunity, but Pluto able to get up into that one, push it over into the corner, buy his teammates time to rotate fully onto defense, and he's going to try the counter play, push this one up. Quinn Lobdell very much in an awkward position there, pushing that one out. Moses with a nice shot. Garrett G able to push it back out. Great clear there from Garrett, keeping that one from going in. Right here as we're approaching halftime. We still have yet to see Genesis on the board. Pluto's trying to change that right now. Can't get it in there, though. We're still scoreless on the side of Genesis.
Yeah, they need to step it up real quick here. I mean, obviously there's still a lot of time left in this game, and we saw this has actually been pretty consistent. They go down by a little bit, and then they come back and strike with two.
They come back in the second half, J-Rod going to try and push this one up. This has been a nice, decent offensive here. Moses with an opportunity to capitalize, and he gets it around Turtle.
Did we just call that? I think we just called that.
I think we did, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I wonder what it's going to be to where they need to realize what's happening and if it's just more of a mind game thing or what's going on to where they're able to make those plays. that's something that if they can start doing that from the start, they've got a pretty good chance to get into this.
Absolutely, man. Just such a strong 1v1 there from Moses, setting that one up and then getting it around Turtle. Turtle had a nice read, but Moses was able to counterplay it, get it out and away. They're trying to threaten again. Pluto going to bounce this one around the corner. Garrett G coming out from goal, pushing it back over onto the orange. 2:11 left to go. Still 1 point favoring Vex. Garrett takes a shot, but Moses is able to clear that one out. This is a nice, strong offensive again coming out from Vex. Their offensives have been strong all series. There's another great shot. Pluto with the block. Man, Pluto has been star defensive player, just like we were talking about in pregame. And here's a tearaway opportunity. Quinn Lobdell, that one's on goal, but Garrett able to rotate back into goal and keep it out.
Man, I like Pluto with the attempt there. He recognized he wasn't going to be able to get to it, but now they need to hustle back. He tried to throw his body in the way to see if he can dunk that one. Just didn't work out, but when things like that don't work out, you need to make sure you have somebody back to play some defense. Otherwise, you're going to see some big clears. Oh my gosh, that ball.
My goodness, Garrett able to get up into that one. Well done. J-Rod now trying to create a counterplay. Most players up on the blue half. Ball going to be able to push back up by Moses. Quinn Lobdell setting that one up nicely. Here comes Pluto. Oh, but Turtle able to get the first touch, keep that one away. Garrett with the tearaway, trying to beat Quinn here. Able to take the shot on net, and it goes in.
Nice shot coming out from Garrett. Beautiful placement. Same thing that we saw earlier, that ball being the first one to it. Beats over Quinn. Quinn trying to get to it, and he actually rotates the wrong way. Needs to take the sharp angle on that one to make sure there's something in the way of that shot.
Yeah. Excellent stuff coming out from Garrett G there. That accuracy coming out on point. 3-1 favoring Vex Gaming as we are approaching the final minute. Ball is over on the blue half. J-Rock comes up from the backfield, able to clear that one. Mosel the shot on net, but Garrett G with the block. Well done there by Garrett.
Good reaction coming out from Garrett, recognizing that ball is going to get up high. And that's the thing, some of these guys are utilizing something that I am terrible at. When they jump again immediately after while boosting to give them a little bit higher angle.
Oh, Garrett making everyone look silly. Look at that.
Man, I'm glad we mentioned this guy out, and I'm glad to see him evolve as a player. He's just getting better and better, and stuff like this is absolutely why. Those are the things that you need to practice mechanically. Training mode does pay off.
Yeah, that pass from J-Rod too. Man, great team play coming out from Vex. Really showing up strong here in game number 4. 3 points are needed to be made up on Genesis in the final minute if they want to even force overtime. Garrett gonna put another one in. Holy cow, this is starting to turn into a blowout.
That's good though. I mean, you want these guys to, carry this momentum and stuff like that.
Damn.
How do you defend against? I mean, Quinn trying to do what he can to get to it. Just when shots like that are coming in that quick, there's only so much you can do. So to break that down, that's more of a defensive break. And these guys cheating up on the shots on those kickoffs, that's something that can be punished very quickly. And the fact that they're able to do so there is great.
48 seconds left. Do you think they can score 4 times? I'm not sure what they'll be able to do at this point. J-Rock gonna be able to push that one up, trying to threaten, keep this scorer margin going, keep the bleed going. 30 seconds left. As Pluto's able to cross this one across the field. They need 4. There's another shot on the net. Man, this aggression from Vex has just been so intense. Great block there from Moses, keeping that one out. Turtle had hung back though, able to keep the pressure up. They weren't able to rotate out in time. 23 seconds left. 4 goals needing to be scored on the side of Genesis. I don't think that this one's going to be comeback's going to be happening.
No, and I don't think so either. I mean, we're seeing the full capability of Vex right now. I mean, you look how strong Garrett is playing. Stuff like that, I mean, these mechanical touches alone are what are putting them ahead, but then the ability to have the teamwork and the misdirection coming in through with some of these passes is absolutely phenomenal.
Yep. There's the final countdown. This game will be going in favor of Vex Gaming. Man, they come back, going to game 5, 2-2.
Could the casters call it any better?
Could
the desk call it any better? Like, these guys, I really hope to see that Findable Carpet actually calls this one the correct way. If he has the ability to make it exactly with Vex coming out ahead, I mean, that's going to be huge. I mean, I can't imagine chat's reaction.
Man, and Vex right now set up for a reverse sweep as well. Not that the sweep matters as much in a series of 5, but like we talked about, every game counts. Every game is important. So we'll be getting into game 5 on the beloved Manfield. Vuvuzelas and all. Here we go. Game 5. Genesis in the orange. Vex Gaming in the blue. See that kickoff? The kickoffs have been neutral all game from both these teams.
Yeah, that's something that maybe Genesis can capitalize on to close this one out. Is something needs to happen off of those, and so far they've been doing a pretty good job. It's just shots like that getting blocked. Very, very good rotation by Turtle. That's the thing. It seems to be that they're getting out-rotated now by Vex. I hope they can switch that around in this last game and give us something very, very close.
And J-Rod and Turtle kind of getting tangled up on each other, giving Pluto all the time in the world to keep this pressure going. Turtle able to rotate back into goal, keep that out. But my goodness, where has this offensive aggression been from Genesis all series? Moving this one out, putting it up on the wall there, trying to get that touch in. Everyone kind of whiffing there. J-Rod's going to be able to push that one up up into the orange.
Man, that's good though. Even with those whips, they've got teammates behind them to follow it up, and that's why the possession change is so close back and forth. But if things like that keep happening, Quinn showing up in that read, they are going to have a very tough time clearing the ball, and that seems to be so far the beginning of this game, is the ball is sitting way too much on this Vex side of the field.
Oh, there goes Garrett, putting it off the backboard, and anyone there to follow up. Moses is able to take it, push it over into the blue. This goal is currently open. Turtle finally able to rotate back onto defense. Quinn going to take a shot, going to go just high. Pluto goes up for the second touch. What a touch from Pluto!
Man, Pluto, what a beautiful shot. Look at this. So he takes a shot pass from here. Moses gets called off, and Quinn plays it on the side. Put this backwards, tipping that in. I don't know how he threaded it between two defenders.
What?
What was that?
I saw him in position and was like, no way. And he turns his car around and gets all the speed he needs to weasel it in between everyone. And you know that Vex was caught off guard by that. They didn't expect the threat to be there. So even though they had two defenders, they couldn't put it in. Genesis strikes first. They're up 1-0 in impressive fashion. Right now they have a chance to threaten again. Pluto with an opportunity. If he can just get this past Turtle, he's going to put up off the backboard for Quinn. Oh, but he doesn't need it. Weaseling into the top 90.
Man, Pluto's showing why he's rocking that alpha cap. Look at the patience coming here. Too many people would shoot that right away, and Turtle would be able to read that. But the fact that he slows down the pace of the game, he takes his time, he can put that in the absolute best possible way.
Such a great tactical decision. Putting his team up 2-0. With just 1.5 minutes gone right now. Garrett G going to try and push this one up. Garrett G needs to be stepping up for his team, be able to put these balls in. He's been really strong all series. I'm looking to see him be able to capitalize some more. Going to set that ball up, keeping that ball from crossing the goal, giving J-Rod time to rotate. Good play there. Now they have a counter opportunity. Moses, though, going to shut it down. Pluto put it up into the corner. Moses again to Pluto again. This passing from the Genesis squad has been really strong, but oh dear, here comes the tearaway opportunity. There goes Vex on the board.
Man, I am glad Turtle was able to get out of the way of that one. Those are the opportunities that you have to capitalize on, and the fact that he almost stops this one. That shot from Garrett, he's like, oh gosh, and he sneaks out of the way.
Yep.
That's good. I mean, keep this game close. That's something that they need to do. They need to respond very quickly. Otherwise, this is going to get out of hand fast with how well Genesis passing has been.
Man, you could not ask for a better series out of these teams. All tied up, moving into game number 5. Strong aggression coming out from both sides. Great saves. JR going to try and clear that one away. Pluto couldn't get the shot he quite wanted there. He's going to try and get another touch, though. Garrett going to win the 1v1, passing down to J-Raw, who creates the counterplay. That shot is on net, but Quinn's able to get up and into it, putting it back into the corner. Moses now back on defense. J-Raw going to take another shot. Turtle goes up for the try to dunk that one, push it through. Wasn't able to get the touch he wanted, and now we see Genesis moving back onto offense. Turtle able to shut it down, though, pushing it back into the corner. Pluto to try and get this touch. J-Raw going to go up. He's going to bully Pluto out of the way. Nice touch there, but it's still going to end up over on blue.
Man, that's the thing. I see Garrett poising up for some of these shots. Oh my God, that's good defense coming out from Quinn. But that's the thing. Like, you see Garrett poising up, but the reason why Genesis has the lead right now is players like Quinn are beating him to those passes. They're not allowing them to just sit back. You need to check to the ball, make sure the first one there, and make a play on it. Oh my
goodness. Moses to Quinn Lobdell, setting it up off the crossbar. What a strong team play.
Yeah, you look at this, taking the inside of his car, playing that perfectly off the top. Very tough. One of those players just needs to get up a little bit higher, and that's tough when you send two players. You need to make sure one of them's coming in that higher angle.
These angles from Quinn, these angles from Pluto, Genesis showing why they're number 4 in North America. Such strong technical prowess coming out from these players. We've just crossed halftime. 2 points in favor of Genesis right now. Vex Gaming is not done yet, though. Turtle and J-Rock kind of both touching that one. Interesting decision there. Moses going to put that one up to the upper 90. Garrett going to be able to get that one out and away. And a great touch from J-Raw. Pluto coming out from the other wall, able to clear. Fantastic wall clear.
Yeah, Pluto, where he's comfortable back on that defensive side. I will talk about it over and over again about how good he is on the back bar, and we haven't seen it yet. All of his clears have been very solid. He hasn't had any light touches in front of the goal, which is great. I mean, that's the thing that was poisoning them beforehand, and to see him come out when it matters the most and make those plays is great.
Oh, that ball going right on net, but Garrett able to get it away. The technical prowess on defense coming out from Vex Gaming, able to keep these balls out of the net has been just impeccable all series long. Garrett able to set that one up off the backboard. That ball is lofted down, but all the players had kind of already gone up. No one's going to be able to capitalize. Moses with the tearaway opportunity. Garrett able to clear it away now. 124 left to go. They need to score twice.
They have plenty of time to do it. It's just they need to take shots like this. J-Raw, oh my gosh, what happened there? Clipped the wrong way, but this ball is still on the side. They need to take the opportunity to play this back in. They have all options to do so. It's just a matter of touches like that are going to be very tough to read.
Man, it looked like the ball bounced off the floor. I'm not really sure what happened. Garrett setting that one up. That ball's in there, and there's Turtle able to dunk it away.
Oh my gosh, is this one going to come down to the wire again? But look at this. Look how high that ball is. Moses trying to get in the way of it, just didn't get it. Garrett had the opportunity to make that goal first, but luckily for them, these rotations have been on point, and Turtle's able to come in, be that dignifying response and put a goal in.
Such strong stuff coming out from both teams. 1 minute to go. 1 point on the side of Genesis. Anyone can take this game still. We've seen comebacks in much shorter time than this. They have all the time in the world. They can just put something together. They're threatening right now. Vex just needs to put one more in. J-Raw setting that one up. No one really in a dunk position, though. Pluto with the tearaway opportunity. If he can just get speed on this ball. They push the ball over into blue. Turtle rotated back on the defense. Able to push that one up. 40 seconds left now. Garrett going to pass down the midfield. Turtle with an opportunity. Going to go just wide. J-Raw keeps the bully up. Garrett is in a position. Here he comes, and there he goes. Oh, and the block coming out from Quinn. What a clutch save. Keeping his team alive right now. 30 seconds. They're pushing the ball up into the blue. J-Rob back on defense, going to try and create another counter play. That was not a very good clear. This ball sitting right where Quinn can take it. Turtle able to take it from him, though. Pushing it up. 18 seconds, 17 seconds, counting down right now. Pluto going to pass that one back. Garrett G getting another touch. Pushing it over onto the wall. J-Rod trying to push that one out. 10, 9, Moses and Turtle. Turtle able to clear it up. Garrett G's going to try and re-angle. Final countdown, final seconds is do or die. J-Rod just needs to get this ball up in the air. Turtle, can he carry it? Pushing it off the wall. Is going to go up. It's still alive. Garrett G going to try and push this one around. Turtle going to get another touch. It's still, and there goes the touch from Moses. Probably going to be it at this point. J-Rod, though, they're not giving up. Garrett with another opportunity. Can he be there? Oh, so close.
Oh, my gosh. What good passing play coming through between this Vex team. You saw how well they were poised up to make the shots there. They had every capability, just good defense coming out of Genesis to stop it. That was a beautiful series. That match, oh my gosh.
You couldn't ask for better Rocket League anywhere. And this is just game 1, folks. This is game 1 of the group stages. I am so impressed by that. And just keeping that ball alive, you could tell Genesis was trying to kill it, and they wouldn't let it die. And it just came down to a shot just being slightly off. Quinn Lobdell with a critical save at 13 seconds, keeping that ball out. Man, I don't want to take anything away from the analysts, though. Analysts, what'd you guys think of that?
Well, thanks so much, Wave and Lawler. What can you say? This is the group stage.
No.
This is the group stage. Having a heart attack here. What do you think, James?
Honestly, that was what an ending. Those teams so close, and really it could have gone either way. You saw how that game almost getting forced into overtime in Game 5. But really, I think a lot of it was Vex continued to struggle to close. Like you saw that in those first 2 games, Vex came out of the gate with the lead and held the lead until the final minutes of the game in those first 2 games. And Genesis was able to come back and get those games. So had they been able to close those out, this would have been like a 4-1 or a 3-2 in favor of Vex. So they did struggle. They did bring it back in Game 3 and 4. But man, what a series.
It really was insane. On a counter note too, Genesis, I feel like they almost felt better when they were down a goal. It was always when they were down by a goal or 2 is when they really started to put the fire on. They really started to make sure that they kept the aggression. Yeah. Are you seeing some of these replays here? I mean, what a shot
from Moses.
Shot.
That was
insane.
Really, it's a changing of the momentum right there. They couldn't close out the game. Vex had the lead, and they gave it up, forced that overtime. And when Moses scored that goal, you could see that just put life into Genesis, eking out those 2 wins. Vex, if they hope to get out of the groups, they're going to have to make sure that when they get those leads and into the final minutes, do not give them up. Just play a little bit more conscious of positioning and try to get those saves.
I've talked to a lot of players about what they do for positioning. Like when you're a goal up, do you just continue what you're doing that's been winning the game so far? Or do you slow down a little bit, maybe do some defense? Maybe something that Vex needs to consider how they handle the end of the game. Because like you said, we'd already heard from them that, that double touch.
Yeah, and Garrett was the MVP of that Game 4. Really, I thought the momentum was all in favor of Vex at that time. Garrett had 10 shots and 5 goals in 1 game. I thought that was the nail in the coffin for Genesis. And Genesis, though, ended up, they were, again, it's just that veteran nature of that team. Those guys are used to playing at that stage. A guy just drops 5 goals on 10 shots on you, and you're going into the final game of the series, and they come up huge. Pluto really being the shining light for Genesis in that Game 5. So, man, I'm really happy to see that Genesis pulled it out, but Vex, a lot of credit to those guys. They played phenomenally, and you've got to watch out for them as they move forward into the group stage.
Definitely. That was some of the stronger games I've seen come out of Vex. They worked so well together. Like you said, Garrett, monster. He's a monster. That game he had, and none of the shots were like easy, just like they were all like very skilled shots. He knows his placement. He knows what to do. He worked well with the other 2, with J-Raw and Turtle, which just shows how well those 3 are really coming together.
Well, like you said, that's the greatest way to start it off. Genesis, came out and took some games. Vex came back. Next thing you know, we're in Game 5. Genesis pulls it out. Got a lot more Rocket League action here coming in the group stage. Next up is Orbit taking on Mocket. That's game number 2. I don't know how they're going to live up to that, guys, but we're going to find out. Sit tight. We'll be right back here on Twitch. Here, man, are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? That's the first match in the books. Genesis coming up with a big win. Leaf is now joining us on the desk. James Bott, I'm Scott Cole, a.k.a. Coltrane. And we got another one coming up here. Orbit's going to be taking on Mocket. James, tell us.
Yeah, so as anyone who has been kind of scouring Reddit or Twitter has heard, a bombshell got dropped on Orbit earlier today, or just last night with Geno Cop, a premier player in the league, the biggest and best keyboard and mouse player. He is stepping down from competitive Rocket League. So Orbit losing their star player just 24 hours before competing today.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for the team. That's a shock, and I mean that's going to weigh heavy on. I know that obviously they have Stev coming up, not a bad player as well, but like that's a shock to go into this match. You're amped up, you're ready, you have your play set out, and then all of a sudden the guy that's pulled you forward with this team to this far is now gone.
Yeah, and we saw Stev has come in before for Orbit and performed very well in Rocket Royale. So they do have experience playing with Stev, but definitely not the same thing as having your full lineup.
Well, let's look at the official rosters coming up for this next match. We got Orbit. And of course, Mocket Esports North America. Guys, they are who we thought we were. The guy I want to see the most, the guy I loved last week, Hot Wheels is my man.
Yeah, Hot Wheels Sid came up huge. Again, it's like anybody who gives flames seems to be energized to perform better. So Hot Wheels Sid really came up huge for these guys, and now this is a chance for Hot Wheels Sid to continue that, but really we'll have to see how Steph performs. But again, the Mocket guys, they're all West Coast, so there is a little bit of West Coast, East Coast server stuff, if you believe in that, which I don't buy any of it. But Low 5, Rizzo, Insolences, those guys on Mocket, they are very good and they have been very consistent, always fighting for that top 3 spot. So these guys, you have to watch out for them. Very popular streamers too, so they are out there playing every single day for many, many hours. So this Mocket team is ferocious. I honestly though, I will have to give it to Mocket, given the fact that Geno's no longer.
I think it's like Mocket's going in this to again hold their spot in that top 5 to show that that they're one of those top teams, and especially going at the confidence is going to be strong going against Orbit, knowing that they're now losing out on Geno Cop. I really think Mocket's the one to lose. Like if this is their game to lose, this is theirs for sure to lose. I think they're going to run away with probably a 4-1.
Well, first of all, let's get Gibbs' prediction. I know he's not here, but let's start with that. Then you tell us what you think, James, and then kick it over to Leaf.
Yeah, well, again, these are both Tier 2 teams, according to Gibbs. Gibbs had a lot of faith in Orbit, but with the news from Geno Cop, it kind of throws everything off. So, I mean, Mocket is expected to win this one because nobody like even Stev, I talked to these guys, they were not prepared for this. They have not played with Stev as much recently or practiced with him. So this one is going to be Mocket, and honestly, just based on what Gibbs said, both Tier 2 teams, not a full lineup for Orbit, it's got to be Mocket.
I mean, I can't disagree. It's not much more to go on in that besides just saying, hopefully Geno Cop sorts stuff out and comes back and they can get their team back together for, season 2 or something. But it's straight up probably going to be Mocket for sure.
Well, you heard it here from these guys. Let's kick it down to, it's the Dave Haywood Stadium, right? Let's get it down there with my man Lawler. He's on the play-by-play, and he just told me to call him the Beard.
The Beard.
Take it away, guys.
Hey guys, it's Lawler here, and with me, the Beard as always. What's up, Beard? How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. How you doing?
Pretty good. Happy to cast these games. Bad news. I hate to see that Geno Cop is out. I mean, he was one of the first guys that I started watching.
It's pretty rough. And I've been talking to Stev a lot. I want to give him some credit. He's been super excited to just be involved in this. And being a sub on a team like Orbit is definitely obviously something to be proud of.
Right.
So I'm hoping to really see him just come out and kick it into 8th gear, just coming out right away.
I mean, that's what better stage do you want to come out and prove yourself? Like, you've got so many people watching. Like, come out, show that you're, just as crucial in this roster as everybody else, and you'll be okay.
On the other side, though, no pressure, Stev, right?
Right.
This is the first time you're really going to get to show off, especially on stream in front of everybody. But, hopefully he'll take that in a positive way and be able to turn that into something really powerful. But mock it, though. Like, those guys, they've been performing really well.
Right.
They have 3 very, very powerful players, very well-known players. They just need to make sure to play their normal game, and they should be able to lock this away given the roster change on Orbit.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with these two teams. It's a matter of Market coming out and showing that they are consistent as they have been. But it looks like our teams are ready, you guys. We're going to get into this game. Get ready. Get excited. I hope to see yet another very convincing match out of these two teams.
St. Jackie having some fun with the camera there, trying to make everyone have a tough time watching the screen.
All right, you guys, here we go. Game going to be between Market and Orbit. Kickoff already at the ready. Ball coming down. Stev looks like he's going to get a play back into the middle, taking his time, but he's got Zane Jackie there playing it off the crossbar on the top, has a chance for a shot, but Insolence is going to play this back out. Low 5 now, has the ability to take a shot. He does not get it, and it gets read by Hot Wheel Sid. Sid going to sit around here and be kind of a nuisance, puts his body in the way. Ball going up. Ball getting pushed out by Low 5, and that ball getting shot back in with Zane Jackie. Oh, Zane Jackie with a barely missed touch.
These kickoffs, I don't want to attribute it. We are 30 seconds after kickoff, and it seems that they were never really able to gather their organization, gather their positions from that kickoff. A lot of teams have a really tough time getting ready, and they had really quick aggression from Orbit so fast off the kickoff that Market had a tough time gathering themselves for those first 30 seconds. A couple of really close shots.
Yeah, that's the thing. They need to keep up this pressure, and Hot Wheel Sid trying to go in. Gotta be the all-star player for this team, and Zane Jackie gonna play it back out. But look at this rotation. Perfect 1, 2, 3. Stev now playing it back in the middle. Is there a shot? Oh, just missing far. They need to put those on net.
Stev, a beautiful pass off that back wall, really showing that he has played with these Orbit guys. From what I can see already, I know it's pretty early on in the series, but you really can't say that.
Oh my gosh, the pop-up from Sid. Sid, missing off the top too. These guys are getting hit by the crossbar and the post over and over again, but the pressure is there. They are taking this in. Has the ability to play this back in now. The rotation coming through, and Low 5 going to go up top where he's comfortable on the wall. Pops that back in. Has the follow-up coming out. Insolence is going to sit and wait for it. Plays it back in the middle. Ball centering in front, and Low 5 missing the shot.
A lot of accuracy is a little tough. They probably have a little bit of the jitters right now. They're all kind of excited. They're all kind of scared. No one wants to take any of these losses.
Shot.
Oh, so close. Almost a good shot from Market. But again, both these teams have really got to keep the accuracy. We've had at least 3 shots on Orbit that really should have made connect with the back of the net.
Man, you can see how good these teams are, though. The ball very rarely touched on the ground. Shot coming in. Zane Jackie with a pop out in the mid. Hot Wheel Sid now has a chance to show some mechanical skill, but gets read by Low 5. Ball still popped up in this Market side. Ball coming in. Stev trying to get it, but not able to do so. Hot Wheel Sid now going to take this, play this the way around. He needs to be careful because that can be very dangerous, but doesn't have anybody contesting him. Takes another touch over Insolences, and Rizzo there to play back in. Zane Jackie trying to get the read, but Low 5 going to take it first. Ball settling in front. Zane Jackie is up. Pops it in. That's a very dangerous spot. And Zane Jackie, smart read with the help of Sid, staying up above.
Orbit's doing a good job of stopping the or anyone pretty much on Market from being able to play the game they want to play. They're letting them get maybe 1 shot on goal and then clearing it right away and contesting it in midfield, contesting a little further. Orbit seems to have the general control of this game, but with 0-0 with 2.5 minutes left, this game could still go.
Oh my God, that touch coming in. Oh my gosh, almost some mind games there. Yeah, they had the 2 guys going up for that shot, but Zane Jackie going to shoot one on net. Rizzo waiting, this ball centering in front of the goal. They have the ability to take a play in, but nobody's there to touch it. Rizzo with the big clear. Hot Wheel Sid already up in the air. Ball getting played out into the side now. Rizzo passing that back in. Low 5 up for the touch. Does not get the shot that he wants. And Zane Jackie going to clear it out now.
Take a look at it again. Orbit trying to close that. Oh, almost counter though. Trying to close that gap real quick. They're trying to work off
back.
each other.
They need to take a shot on net. The ball's going to center in. Hot Wheel Sid with a shot and gets a goal.
That is not the prettiest goal I've ever seen in my life. There seemed to be a lot of mishap here. 2 Orbit players both going for the ball. Low 5 honestly really couldn't tell who was going to get the touch, and Zane Jackie was able to pinch it up underneath him.
I don't think Orbit knew who was going to get the touch there either. Yeah, they were fighting it for it there, kind of deviling it out based upon who was going to take it, but lucky for them, they were able to take that opportunity with nobody back and put a shot in. Hot Wheel Sid going to take this, play it back into the zone of Market. Market playing this back out, ball back and forth, very evenly matched. Ball centering down and Low 5 waiting for it again, but this ball centering up in the middle. Hot Wheel Sid's going to play that back down with Steph. Needs to rotate in. Where's Sid coming from? Nobody waiting patiently, flying off the wall there, coming in and sideswiping it. Ball getting knocked back down. Insolences has a chance now, has the ability to play it in, but recognizes that Stev is going to beat him and falls back off.
There's some chances. Maka needs to be careful. They're giving up possession sometimes when they don't need to.
Oh my gosh.
Oh. Every time I talk, they don't want me to. But there are certain times they'll just slam it down the field when they really should be keeping control when they have the room for it. But Orbit, like I said, they've been put on the pressure, and it kind of gets in their heads. They're like, oh, well, Orbit's always going to be there for it, right? So the few times that Orbit aren't there and Maka has time, they're not taking the time they need.
Yeah, ball popped out very well there. Gets read by Stev. Stev showing up to this game. Going to rotate back in here. Zanejacki plays it back in the mid. Has the ability to take an extra touch. Misses it, unfortunately. But it looks like this vertical game is not always the best pass. These guys going very back and forth. Ball centering in front of the mid here. Gets caught by Insolences. Insolences trying to play that back out. Not able to do rocket shot. Zanejacki, they're waiting for it. Needs to get it clear here. But Lo5 going to read this. Ball up in the air. Hot Wheel Sid is going to get the touch, though. Ball is settling down. Has the ability to take some time with it. Sid plays it to the side. Ball getting centered back in, and Mole5 going to put this back out. But this team rotation coming back in immediately to play it back in.
Orbit is doing a great job of rotations, and Maka sometimes gives them a little bit too much room to play, but then you see when they turn it on, though, Maka's terrifying. All of a sudden, for like 3 or 4 plays, they're there, they have the ball, they have possession, but right here...
Ball settling up. What are you guys doing? This ball needs to be cleared out. Shot passing back up. He's playing it backwards, and that's always a bad thing, but you got 2 teams flying in, showing this is their ball and game to win. 5 seconds left. Zanejacki plays it back in the middle. Ball centering in front of the mid. Rizzo trying to pop it up, and it looks like they're going to get away with this one. Ball centering in. Can somebody slam this in and give them another goal? And they don't need to.
Not just yet. Orbit coming out in game number 1 already. Even with the sub, we were just talking about the big, devastating roster change happening, within 24 hours of it. What are you going to do?
That's the thing, like Maka, like you said, they have given up so many possession changes. They have the opportunity there to actually really pound those away. And for some reason, they keep falling off. Like Insolences has the ability to take some possession change and drive it up the wall and put a pass in the middle, but he just hasn't yet. And that's something that we need to see them to do if they're going to give themselves an opportunity.
They need to make sure that they're working together. There were a few times that I definitely saw some players kind of doing some solo plays on both ends, honestly. Both Orbit and Maka were doing a little bit of solo plays. And they need to make sure that they're utilizing each other. We saw in the last game some crazy passes coming from both teams, and that from both Vex and Genesis. And that's the kind of stuff you want to see all these top-tier teams be able to pursue and be able to pull off.
Right, and that's the thing. Orbit, we thought Stev was going to be an issue, and he's actually playing really, really well. He's kind of going to be that support player for the team where he doesn't get a lot of shots, a lot of points, anything like that. But he's the glue that keeps them together. He makes that rotation running consistent, and that's really important on the field is somebody there to make those plays. If there isn't, they could crumble very, very quickly. So hopefully the consistency shows. That's going to be the biggest story of all day is consistency for these teams.
Definitely what you got to look out for.
Alrighty, getting into game 2 here. See if Maka can bring it back. Rizzo at the kickoff once again. He's going to meet in the middle with Sid. Ball cheating up with Zanejacki. Zanejacki with the mechanical play, but gets read by Insolences. This ball rotating back through. Barely missed by Stev there. Luckily, they can rotate back in. Sid's going to play this in, gets bumped. But Lo5 up on the wall where he's comfortable. This ball hanging there. Sid plays it back in the middle with a shot on goal. And Zanejacki trying to pinch it, not able to do so. Stev now taking his time with it, flying through the air. Looks like he's out of control here. And this ball sitting in the mid. Sid's going to take a pop down and gets bumped by Lo5. Lo5 wants to take it himself.
Maka's got to be careful on these defensive plays. They're not reading each other's touches. A lot of times you'll see the top tier teams, the best kind of defensive clears are like the 1-2 touches. You have the goalie pass it to a guy in the corner carries
Stev with
it out.
the shot, plays that back in. Almost, but Lo5 with the save. Zanejacki now for the shot, plays it in himself. What a follow-up by Orbit.
Both of these shots are just insane. Both Stev and Zanejacki going from screaming from the top. Lo5 wasn't able to get the touch he wanted. He was forced into an awkward touch, puts it just as high. But honestly, most people probably wouldn't expect that to be what it needs. Your husband Zanejacki doing exactly what he does best.
Man, he's showing that. He's rocking that Rose antenna for me, and I know it. But yeah, these guys coming out strong. Rizzo now, oh my gosh, missing that one surprisingly, but Lo5 there waiting for it, and that's okay, showing some patience, trying to slow down the pace. Has the ability to make a play on here, and Rizzo once again pops off, but he's going to bounce somebody out, and this ball getting beat by Orbit. Orbit now with a chance, has the opportunity to show some pressure. Zanejacki with a good pinch. Ball played in the middle, that's a dangerous spot, and Zid, oh my gosh, that ball not barely going in, but the follow-up, Stev with the follow-up. Oh my gosh, these rotations from Orbit.
I don't know, Orbit's coming out so strong. This is nuts. We just talked about how scared we were going to be, and here comes these rotations. Rizzo thought he had it out, but he wasn't. There was no support there. Like I said, Maka's really got to be careful on this rotational defense. They're not supporting each other's touches. I don't know if they're over-trusting each other maybe to get like really hard clears, but they've got to be careful. They have to make sure they follow up each other's defensive touches as well as offensive ones as well.
And that's the thing, they're taking good paces to put this back out just like this. Big clear, they need to follow it up now. Insolence is trying to fly in, but Rizzo there, those touches, he needs to make a hit, but luckily Low5 swinging back in, able to get a touch on it, but Sid's going to play that back out. This ball going vertically down into the Mach.it zone. Ball played back in the middle. Zanjacki trying to get a touch, not able to do so. Stev, last one back. Low5 getting a touch. Good read by Stev.
Stev, I can't tell if it was an accident or not. It looks like he kind of feels backflip, man, but ended up saving the ball. If he had actually done what he intended to do, that might have been an open shot. But again, Orbit keeping the pressure on. They seem to have the general control of the field. It seems like Mach.it might be a little timid right now. They're still maybe have their feelers out. They're not really giving it their all.
They need to be careful with passes like that, though, back in mid. Luckily, they've got 2 players on defense. This ball now rotating back into Mach.it zone. Insolence is with a pass into the middle. Luckily, he's got a teammate there and himself to follow it up. But Zanjacki reads it very well. Ball getting played back in. Rotating back out is Orbit. Sid trying to make a touch in, but Low5's going to beat him there and gets read by Sid. Sid now has an opportunity to give his team a pass play in the middle here. Rizzo just says no to that, pays it back in. But Stev, a lot of back and forth action. Some ping pong going on here.
Take a look at this. Rizzo had to make a save. He actually made a really good defensive play, but he was the last man and went into the corner. Generally, usually pretty risky. Thankfully, Rizzo's a high mechanical player. He was able to take control and turn it around. But it's not exactly something you want to put yourself into. If you're last man, you almost always want to be saving from the net as opposed to the corner.
Oh my gosh, that ball settling there. Where's the shot? Stev playing that a little high, but Hot Wheel Sid going to follow it in. Can Zanjacki now be the goal scorer? Plays it, another crossbar hit. These guys, good follow-up, but they need to put them on net to really separate themselves in this game. But pop-up from Low5. Low5 trying to do it on his own. Has the ball here, gets rotated in, but good touch by Sid, playing this back down into Mach.it side. Low5 with the soft touch. Stev flying through, barely able to miss that, but Sid's going to be up. He's going to play that in for another goal.
Hot Wheels. This is what we like to see from coming out of the orbit. I mean, all these shots, they're put it right in front of the net exactly where they need to be, and they're contesting quick. That's where they're succeeding. A lot of players can do this. They can center the ball in front of the net and let it float, but it almost always gets blocked or 50-50. Where Orbit seems to be excelling, especially right now, is they're the first to that ball every time. I mean, we saw some of these high shots from Zanjacki and Stev way above the net. They're getting there so quick.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, you see these guys going up, and that's the thing. I mean, the play is being set up by Mach.it, and they're just getting read. I mean, as soon as they go to clear it out, Orbit is beating them to this ball. Just like that, the ball settling once again in their zone. Needs to get a clear out, and this one actually is going to go into the Orbit zone. Ball settling in, but Zanjacki there up again immediately to play it back out. Sid waiting for it, has the ability to take a play. It's going to take a shot on net. This ball getting followed up by Zanjacki, and Zanjacki cutting off all angles for yet another goal.
Mach.it is having a tough time on defense. Look at this unnecessary touch that was made. They both kind of, Insolence was going to go for it, and he didn't. They're not very confident on their defensive touches, and then Insolence, who wasn't even in net, took the touch when he really shouldn't have. You got to let your goalie come out because he has the better angle, he has the better power, and overall he's just got a better eye of the play.
Zanjacki, actually nobody going to get it contested on that kickoff, but 2 players up for Mach.it, playing this into the net. This is probably the best opportunity they've had for a goal. And Insolence is just feathering that boost, trying to give himself a chance. Not able to do so now. Hot Wheel Sid, generally known for slowing down the pace a little bit, but a shot on goal. Stev there to save it. Ball still up in the air. 2 players going. Sid going to play that off to the corner and give his team a chance to play it back in. Zanjacki doing exactly that, playing it off the top. But Rizzo, good touch back out into the midfield. And Stev back and forth trying to make another touch, gets another tap on it. Zanjacki playing it to the side, another shot on net, and barely missing was Insolences with a good save.
From where it seems like Orbit is excelling right now is communications. We saw, you called it, there were 2 players who were going for the ball, but immediately one of them just bailed out. They said something, or he saw it. And where it seems like Mach.it isn't really doing the same thing. On defense, they're a little hectic. We saw Insolences make a pretty poor defensive touch a little earlier in the game. You know, maybe Mach.it is a little confident, and Orbit maybe over-talking since they have a newer player on the roster.
Yeah, Zanjacki giving the teammate the boot, and he gets his one out, but Zane has the ability to rotate back in, takes another shot, and they're going to put another goal on net.
Such strong rotations from Orbit. They know they had this ball. They all kind of stayed in that half. It was a good touch by Hot Wheels, and he turned around. Instead of just retreating, he got the touch over to Zanjacki to ensure that his teammate got that ball first. These gentle touches, they look maybe unnecessary, or they look maybe like, hey, I just want the assist. But overall, if he hadn't made that touch, a Mach.it player would have beat him to that ball.
And that's the thing, communication definitely coming out key. You see Orbit really taking their time with this one. That's the thing, Sid, showing some dribble, trying to bring back last week. And is actually going to get a demo. That ball just waiting in the corner there. Sid pops this back up. Low5 trying to get it clear, gets a big clear out. But Zanjacki yet again comes in and denies it. The offensive pressure just does not seem to be getting going for Mach.it.
I mean, what a promising game right now by Orbit. 5-0 with 13 seconds less against Mach.it, especially after this big roster debacle. I don't mean to keep bringing it up, but it really is insane to do the day before qualifiers, to have to handle that, especially mentally. It's tough to do.
Yeah, that's the thing, too. I'm glad these guys are stepping up. I mean, they're stepping up very well, but shots like that coming up from Zanjacki, like, how do you defend against that? Like, Maka just getting beat by the ball, and when you're mechanically playing shots like this, throwing some flair in there, man, that's tough.
They're reading each other well. Orbit is definitely communicating, and it's always hard for me to guess because I can't really listen to their comms, but you can definitely tell. These guys are talking, they know where each other is, they know where the ball's going to be touched, where Maka isn't really doing the same exact thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We talk about how Stev is going to be playing a big role, and we're not sure if he's actually going to be able to come in and make a difference, but he's playing that support role really well. He's definitely stepping up. He had a lot of saves, really good clears. He actually had a couple shots on net that game, too. Those are the things that, you know, you can tell that confidence is going to play through. And if they keep this up, I mean, look how well they're playing against a number 3 team.
From what I've realized as a sub, generally, the less we notice you, you're probably playing really well.
unless Gibbs BMs you, right?
unless you have Gibbs dealing with you. Yeah. But overall, like, the fact that I haven't seen any mistakes come out of Stev, especially considering, like, mostly all of Orbit really hasn't made any major mistakes. I mean, a few things here and there that they could have played better. But, I mean, doing that with a not-so-normal player on the roster is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, Stev definitely the time to show up. He's doing very well, but that's the thing. What do you think Maka needs to do to get back into this?
Maka just needs to play their game. They don't seem to be, like, defensively especially, they're not really, like, working off of each other's touches. It could be communication, could be a little bit of nerves, but they're making too many solo plays from what it sees, especially on defense. They're letting Orbit play their game in their half, which you don't want to do.
No, and that's the thing. They're getting beat by the ball, but it looks like we're ready to get back into game number 3, you guys. Orbit up 2-0 so far. Can Maka bring it back? Let's find out. All right, Rizzo and Hot Wheel at the kickoff yet again. Insolus is taking some time. He's sitting there waiting for it. Zainjack is going to take the first touch, and good aggression already coming out from Orbit.
Off these kickoffs, I tell you, some of these teams really excel at kickoff aggression. It could be maybe they're just really good at kickoff placements, or they're just good at making. Oh, no, that bounce actually might have. I can't tell if it actually hurt them or not there, but in general, you see Orbit so far in all these games, they come out so quick early on, and it's been putting Maka kind of on the back foot for the entire first minute of the game, which is a lot.
Yeah, good pinch by Zainjack here, sending this back in, but Rizzo up already to make a save. Ball getting centered back down, rotation actually missing that touch. That could spell trouble. Open goal, but luckily Zainjack is there. Pops that up, he needs to be careful. He's going to take an aerial up and plays that back out, but that ball is still centering in, giving Maka the opportunity to make a goal here, and they're not able to capitalize. Ball still in Orbit's possession. Able to clear this out with ball settling in. This is what we need to see out of low 5. He's putting his nose in the way, and he's going to sneak one in. Oh, what a beautiful shot, and saved by Stev.
This is the aggression we need to see in a Maka. You can tell right now they're actually coming to meet Orbit out there. That last touch maybe could have been a little closer. And right here, you see, they gave Orbit too much room, and now it's just sitting in front of their net. Oh, no. It's just sitting right in front of their net, and Maka needs to make sure
1v1 with Rizzo. Rizzo's going to beat Stev. What a beautiful touch over the top, giving them the first goal in this game.
Rizzo doing what Rizzo does best. You never want to be in a 1v1 situation with some of these really good one-on-one players. Rizzo was able to make the flip. He just, I mean, honestly, as a goalie, there's nothing you can do. You never want to be in that situation, because technically a good dribbler should almost always win a one-on-one.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's two things you can generally do in that circumstance. Is either come out and try to make a save, or in that circumstance, make him, you know, kind of take that first bite. But when you're the last one back, how do you defend against that? So these guys on Orbit trying to come back in and get yet another goal opportunity. And Stev flying through there, showing some aggression. He's going to settle down, ready for this ball, plays it back in. But Insolence is there to read it. Stev actually gets a touch on it. This ball is going to still stay on this Maka side. Ball hovering through, and Zainjack being the first one up. That one's going to settle right in front of the net. No follow-up coming out. Ball getting played back. Big clear. It's actually going sideways. And this ball is going to set her back down. Able to take a shot opportunity here. Low 5 plays it back in. Insolence is following it up. Ball played back in. Where's the third rotation? There he is. Rizzo coming in. And Zainjack trying to do whatever he can to follow up with Stev here. Stev's going to bring it all the way down, but gets contested by this Maka team.
Maka has some interesting defensive tactics. I don't know. It's not what I'm used to seeing in some of these teams. They're almost waiting for the shot out of Orbit. A lot of times they'll drop back, give them a little bit of space, wait for the counter clear. But again, in these top teams, we've talked about it before. We talked about it in the last cast. The idea is you don't want them to take the shots at all. Having to block a shot on these guys.
Here, luckily for Hot Wheels, City's able to play back out. And look at that aggression getting punished. Sid going up and beating him on that clear allows them to get this big advantage.
Hot Wheels Sid, good on noticing him, realizing that they hadn't rotated back. Someone went to go for the 50-50. When you're the last man on defense, you almost don't, like, that's when you want to maybe wait for the shot, especially when you're at the halfway mark. When you have to come out that far, you know the shot's not going to be so fast you can't get to it if you're sitting back. So don't go for the 50. Let it play out for that, maybe for that occasion, and hopefully you'll buy your team some time.
All right, ball centering down on this Orbit side. Rizzo with a shot is going to score immediately after and carry this momentum back the other way.
What a quick counter. Hot Wheels Sid trying to get it over here, but it got 50. I can't tell if he even got the touch there. He might not have. Rizzo reading that nicely. Good on the bounce. You know, for those of you that might not know as well the mechanics of Rocket League, when you wait for the ball to bounce and then you hit that ball, you get a lot more power on it. So good on Rizzo for the timing there. That's a very tough thing to do, especially in the moment when all of a sudden you heated. You got to take the shot. He waited for that bounce.
Kickoff going in the favor of Mocket. Rizzo going to play it back in. Insolence is trying to go for a touch. Gets bumped by Stev. Ball centering back in. This ball in the front of the net. They need to clear it out. This could be dangerous. And Lo-Fi with a beautiful touch on the inside of the car.
Now we're looking at the Mocket that I wanted to see. It took them a little bit too long for comfort, especially because, you know, this is a series of 5, so we're going to see every single game get played. But Mocket was able to come in and finally get the rotations. They're finally trusting each other. They're getting the reads, and they're putting Orbit's defense in a tough position.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Orbit not getting the clears that we saw from first game, but Zane not getting contested. It's going to get played back out. You got 2 players up. They need to be careful with that. Stev trying to make a contest. Sid's going to slow it down as normal. Plays this up on the wall, gets read by Lo-Fi. Lo-Fi has a chance to make a pass in the middle. This ball going to bounce uncharacteristically with Hot Wheel Sid following that through. Ball gets hit into the pitch. Ball flying up. Zane Jackie has the opportunity to play this back into the team, but he's going to rotate back out. Smart decision. Stev and Hot Wheel Sid both up, but nobody there to follow that one in yet again.
We just saw again Mocket kind of staying grounded. We saw Zane Jackie coming in for the touch. No one's contesting them in the air. They're waiting for the shots to come down, which is what you definitely don't want to do against a team like Orbit. We saw some shots come out of Jane and Stev earlier from so high above the net. Oh, here comes the pass.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Rizzo reading that oh so well, knowing his teammate there was Insolence. Now we can see some communication coming out. Oh, Rizzo. Man, and Insolence, good placement. He knows Zane Jackie was coming across. He put it to the opposite side of the net.
Yeah, these guys, they're slowing down the pace quite a bit, and it looks like we're now playing at Mocket's pace rather than Orbit's. They're really controlling the decision-making of this game, and Insolences and Zane Jackie going to butt heads at the beginning here. Ball getting passed out. It looks like Stev is going to try and make a statement here. Ball gets passed out, needed to get a touch on that, and doesn't. But Sid, recognizing he's not able to get up for it, rotates back. But Zane Jackie going to go up, and Rizzo's actually going to take the shot. Oh, just hitting the crossbar. Barely missing out on that one.
There was no one on Orbit on defense. I guess they weren't expecting such a shot. Pretty good accuracy. Hits that top post, just missing the net. But here, Orbit with another counterattack. We seem to just see counterattack after a counterattack, which kind of just shows that these guys aren't rotating as quickly as they can to the ball. They're not contesting the balls they should be.
Yeah, 2 players going up there could be scary, but ball gets actually pinched and trapped up against the wall by Lo-Fi. Looks like Orbit's going to try to take advantage of it, but Rizzo says no and knocks that one back down into the possession of Mocket. Lo-Fi now has the ability to pay it, pass it back in. Insolence is with a chip. Oh, it gets a beautiful shot off the crossbar.
These are the passes. Looks like Mocket's finally turned on this game, and I'm really happy to see it. I'm hoping that they're able to continue this for the rest of the series. But Lo-Fi tapping it to where, I mean, he knew exactly where Insolences was. That was not just like, hey, I'm going to hit it, I hope you're there. He saw Insolences, he went up, he put it right on his hood. Insolences, I mean, that's hard to make a shot off of stuff like that. That was impressive.
Yeah, showing some good mechanical play here. Insolences and Zane Jackie getting the first touch. Ball centering down, Lo-Fi with another shot, gets contested by Stev. Zane Jackie's got to be careful, tries to rotate up and play this one back up. Insolences is going to play that back in the middle, and it looks like Lo-Fi, almost gets another shot, but barely misses. Zane Jackie and Sid working together. Ball gets popped up, and Sid plays it back in with Zane Jackie's help. And not able to get the touch. They are just seemingly missing some of these passes that we saw them so clear on the first game.
These are not, yeah, Orbit might be a little, I don't want to use the word tilted here, but they might be, now that they're actually having to deal with Mocket's full force, it might be interrupting the communication they had, the rotations they had. Again, they are with a new player, so when that's put under pressure, it's harder to concede. Since they haven't been put under pressure just yet, they've been doing fine. They haven't been kind of interjected at all. Stev's just been able to do what he wants, but now that they're under pressure, they have to react quicker. It might actually fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, that's, oh my gosh, that would have been another beautiful shot at the end there. But that's the thing, I mean, look at those passes coming out. I mean, that's the Mocket that we expect to see. They come in very strong, those pass plays, and actually making those shots too. That's the big difference. I mean, these guys are putting shots on net, and they're going in. I mean, they're very tough to save some of those. I mean, especially when they're hitting the crossbar, that's really tough to predict. You don't expect it to bounce down or where's it going to go. So yeah. The fact that they're working in their favor and they're actually going in, I mean, that's stuff that will pay dividends later. They still could do a little bit better, but if games like that are going to be what we see in this contest, Orbit's got to step up and come back to that first form that we saw them.
They definitely do. I mean, this could be the story of today. I mean, we've seen so far last series and this series 2 up, and then they concede a game.
Right.
If Orbit concedes yet another, we could see a reverse sweep coming into Game 5. 2-2. I mean, that's my. If this happens all day,
right,
we could go on for hours. I love this.
I don't think any of you guys out there are going to complain about that either. I mean, these games are becoming very, very hype. A lot of back and forth. And that's the thing. I mean, to come back out strong. I mean, you lost the first 2 and come out in Game 3 and say, okay, you know, we're here to play. That's the thing that they need to do from the start. I mean, every game matters. This is not a best-of series. It is something that's very important. So hopefully these guys can get back into it, see if they can tie this up. I mean, these points are going to come down to the very last second, and that's where they matter most.
I'm excited to see if Maka can keep this up from the last game.
All right, kickoff. It looks like Insolence is going to be in instead of Rizzo this time. Ball going out in the favor of Maka. Ball getting up with Hot Wheels Sid. Actually gets a mistouch there, and Rizzo's going to be there to follow it up, gets another touch, and that ball popped up in front of the net, but Stev with a good clear here.
The patience coming out of Rizzo early on was nice to see. He knows he didn't really have that wall touch. It wasn't a very good one, so he waited till it came to the ground. He noticed that no one from Orbit was contesting it, which actually is what Maka had been doing when not contesting it.
Oh, shot by Zajeki.
Those high shots, it's incredible how much Orbit puts those on target.
Yeah, big clear coming out from Maka. Zanjaki rotating back there is going to use the wall to his advantage. Gets up immediately and plays it back off with a unique angle. But Rizzo is reading that ball, centering down. This is a dangerous area. But Hot Wheels Sid with a good touch plays it back in the middle and gets contested. These guys going back and forth. You can see that they're really starting to spread out.
Rizzo actually had an accidental bump, which could have been devastating to Orbit, but Maka wasn't able to capitalize. They didn't put the aggression on. You know, we see a little bit of slow pace here in the first minute. Everyone's just kind of not really pressuring people into making plays. They're kind of seeing what they do and then defending it. So hopefully both these teams are going to be able to kick it up.
Ball in a dangerous spot for this Orbit team, but Maka not able to capitalize on it. Rizzo recognizing the ball coming to him, plays it back into the middle, and Low 5 is up, but Zanjaki beats him on that one. But looks like Low 5 still got a contest on it, and Steph playing it back in. Rizzo says no to that and plays it back out, but these guys going back and forth nonstop. This ball could be a mechanical mistake, and it looks like Low 5 is going to capitalize on it.
Orbit. This is not the kind of defensive play you want to make. A little bit of lack of communication. We saw Hot Wheels and Zanjaki here both going forward. Hot Wheels probably really shouldn't have made that touch. That was definitely devastating to his player. You want to do the communication. He might not have meant to. He might have been trying to run away. But
yeah, small breakdown in communication. That's the thing that Maka wants to capitalize on. And it looks like Insolence is going to try to pop this up. Sid has a chance 1v1. Can he take the touch? But Insolence says no and reads that. Comes back and hustles back to keep this out. Has the opportunity himself now, but Zanjaki going to put it back in their way. And Low 5 going to make me eat my words and plays it back in. Ball centering in front of the net. Oh, good touch by Zanjaki to play that back out.
I'm liking to see everyone reading each other's touches. They're still maybe giving a ball possession. You see some ping-ponging. And ping-ponging is usually when people aren't too confident to follow with their own passes. They just want to buy a little bit of time. When you see that back and forth,
wide open goal for Rizzo.
I talked about it a little earlier. When you're that third guy, you got to be careful about contesting a ball at midfield. If you don't have anyone coming to take your place, we just watched 2 Orbit players whiz by in the corner, and then yet a third whiz by after it was able to get popped around him. If you're that third guy, it's horrifying sitting back in net and watching what they do. But it's that, or you do exactly what just happened. You just let it go by you, and then there's no one to even contest.
Yeah, shout out to Insolence as being nice and letting his teammate get the goal on that one. But it looks like Rizzo has got something to say. He's going to play this back in, ball centering down. Zanjaki pops in the middle, dangerous spot. Low 5 now with the power, and Stev able to clear this one out easily. But ball gets put right back in. A lot of back and forth coming out yet again. Zanjaki plays it in. Need Orbit to follow up that shot on net. Doesn't get the right touch, and Rizzo easy save with this ball. Has an opportunity to be shot in again, and Rizzo good dunk coming out.
We just saw a save by Rizzo. And, I kind of want to just take a little note of it. We saw that he didn't put himself in net. He put himself on the side of the net. And what he does by doing that is he gives himself a little more room to play, a little more time to come boosting across. He might have been a little too far back. But the problem is when you put yourself in the middle of the net and it goes behind you, you have to do a lot more maneuvering just to get there. So if he puts himself on a single side, he's actually able to come screaming across and get an easier save.
Yeah, you just see the pace really working in favor of Maka right now. There's no pressure really coming out from Orbit. They're looking a little bit slow here. They need to hype this up, and Sid looks like he's going to try and take it, but gets red. Not falling for the dribble this time. Steph's going to play it back in, and Rizzo up for the save. Ball rotating back down, getting cleared out, but played right back in by Steph. Steph trying to make a name for himself, and Zanjaki flying through, missing that shot. Low 5 now has the opportunity to slow this one down again. Gets played back in by Rizzo. Rizzo has this ball center in the middle, 2 players up. Works in the favor of Maka. Maka passing it to Rizzo. Rizzo shot on net. Oh, and gets saved by Stev.
Stev, that was good waiting on the top of that net. Might have been a little scary if that situation wasn't any different. You know, you see a lot of these people waiting on that back wall for those Spider-Man saves. But sometimes you put yourself out of position when you do that, because if it doesn't come on that back wall, there's not much you can do. Coming off that back wall, boosting down to the ground.
Play with Rizzo. Rizzo, missing off of that crossbar.
Very, very close.
Oh, gets gonna play in. Waiting patiently and cherry picking that one in with a backflip.
You definitely, you probably heard some shouting in the comms there. When Rizzo was coming down for that and Low 5 tapped it back to him, he was probably shouting at him like, it's coming back, it's coming back. Because Rizzo probably took it off ball cam, getting ready to retreat. And, you know, that was actually really good at teamwork there to recognize that ball was coming back towards the net.
All right, Orbit trying to come in, needs to show some aggression here with 1:20 left. Ball getting played back out by Maka. Ball getting centered back in by Orbit. Orbit has the opportunity with a shot here, but it looks like they're confused on who's going to take it. And Stev looks like he's going to be the one to take it. Red by Insolence is a little bit of hesitation coming out already, but this ball getting played in. Zainjack using the back of his car to put this one in the middle. Ball centering in. There's one person back. They have the opportunity now. Stev going to take an interesting touch and lands on it, but actually wins the contest. But Insolence says none of that and demos him back, making him go back to his base.
You see some grouping by Mocket in the net here. They seem to be comfortable with their lead. You know, when you're up 3-0 with a minute left, you don't want to let any silly things happen. You don't want to let, you know, just a bunch of kind of weird goals go in, and all of a sudden you lose this massive lead. So you can tell they're slowing down a bit. They don't have the aggression they had in the beginning, and they were able to, you know, get these 3 goals, which is smart on them in this situation. But they have to make sure that coming into the next game, that they still have that fire and the aggression. Sometimes it can really mess with your head.
Yeah, with 25 seconds left, I don't think Orbit's going to be able to do it. They need to wake up. So a question I asked to you, what does Orbit need to do to show us what they showed us in the first 2 games of this series?
Orbit just needs to make sure they're still communicating and keeping the aggression up. It seems like when the pressure's put on them, they fall apart a little bit. Again, could be the fact they have a brand new player, or it could just be right now a lot of the nerves that are going on. You know, it really does kind of mess with your head when this happens. But right now,
oh my gosh, can they get a shot in?
Oh, so close. These are all 3 Mocket players coming out of net. They just need to make sure they capitalize on the right opportunities, because Mocket is giving them. Orbit just needs to make sure they get there while also ensuring that they get back in net.
Yeah, very, very well said. And that's the thing, I mean, we're talking about 2-2s across the board already. And that's the thing, I mean, in order for Orbit to take it, I mean, they need to play their own game. That's the biggest issue that they've had. They've really, really slowed down. We saw how aggressive they were out-rotating. They're beating people to the ball. And now it's happening to them. They're just sitting back and waiting for us to get beat. Like, they're not doing anything to transition into those passes or make those plays, or Zane and Stev both going out for aerials. It's not happening.
It seems to flip-flop. It really has. Mocket definitely took a little bit. They took those first 2 games to kind of ramp up, which isn't what you really want to do, especially since every single game counts. I want to reiterate that. We've talked about it a lot today. Every single game counts. So right now, even with this win that Orbit has pulled out, that's still putting them up ahead from not having any wins, of course. And again, yeah, Orbit, like you said, they seem to be sitting back a little bit more. Maybe they got comfortable with how they were playing, with the wins that they had.
Yeah.
And you don't want to really, you want to make sure, like, endurance is a big thing in these tournaments for sure.
Yeah, especially with doing not best 5, a series of 5s today. I mean, that's the thing that's going to really come out and come into play. I mean, these guys, especially like games like this, like they're tied 2-2. This extra win is going to play huge dividends in the end. I mean, those are the things that this 1 game difference. I mean, we don't want a repeat of Orange Creamsicle. I mean, for some of these guys, that's definitely a reality.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Rizzo back into that kickoff position. Ball getting played in, showing off in the Coliseum, looking great today. But Rizzo now going to let Insolences take this one, rotates back into defense. Ball getting played back in by Sid very quickly, and Stev trying to follow it up. But this is the aggression that we want to see out of Orbit.
This is definitely what you want to see. I mean, again, coming in this game 5, we have 2-2. This is exactly kind of how the day's been going. And I love to see, you know, they both need to give it their all this game. They both need to make sure they're
gosh.
We got to make sure that all these guys are really communicating right now, and I'm excited to see how far they fight for this 5th game.
Yeah, they mistakes like that, I'm surprised that Orbit wasn't able to capitalize on. With the ball centered there, nobody there to follow it up. Zainjacky playing it in. Insolence, as you know, is going to get up for it. And Zainjacky trying to get a read. Very risky play, but it works out in his favor. Stev going to take a read, and it looks like Sid's going to wait patiently, but that big clear. Can Zainjacky make it in time? Gets dunked on. And Insolences doesn't get the touch, but Rizzo up immediately, plays it off the crossbar. They have another chance for an opportunity here. Insolences plays it in. A good defense coming out of this Orbit squad.
Orbit needs to, I mean, they need to be careful. Mocket's finally getting those aggression on. They're getting those 3 or 4 volley shots in a row, and that's usually what you do to break a defense. Thankfully, Orbit was able to do it with that last touch. I think it was Lo-Fi that had the last shot on. He really had the upper hand. If he had made it just a little more powerful, that would have gone in.
Man, I like to see the backwards pass working out. Good communication coming out from Mocket. Zainjacky saying you can't communicate when you're dead and demo somebody. But this ball gets played right back in. Luckily for them, with that demo, they're able to rotate back.
Orbit is maybe leaving a little bit too much room right now.
Oh no, can that shot go in? Good save by Hot Wheel Sid.
They're doing well under pressure on defense, so I got to give them some credit. A lot of saves coming out of these guys already with only a minute and a half down.
Yeah, Sid now is going to take this one down, trying to dodge the aerial. Gets one, plays it on net, plays it far post, and Rizzo reads it perfectly. Ball gets knocked back in, has the ability to play it back in. Zainjacky is going to take a touch. Sid is up, has the shot, needs to play back, and oh my gosh, Insolence is going to help out.
What a bad mistake. But here's that follow-up again. We had a touch here, and then Insolence is retreated instead of going for the second touch, which is a problem Lo-Fi had, or not Lo-Fi, it's a problem that Mocket had early on. I mean, that backwards own goal is really just kind of unavoidable situation like that. They were both forced in that position. You definitely want to be scared. You want to be aware of where you are when you're retreating to net, though.
Yeah, you can't really blame that on Insolences, though. Low 5 needed a bigger clear, but it looks like Rizzo's going to take some dribbling of his own. Insolence is trying to go up for that pass with that pop from Rizzo, but doesn't. Ball still centers back in, and big clear coming out from Hot Wheel Sid. Luckily for them, on Mocket, Low 5's able to gets another touch. Ball played right back in. This back, and the pace of this game is definitely revving up.
Yeah, both these teams, they really want this 5th game. You know, it's, again, tied 2-2. I'd love to see this again, the 2nd time today. But seeing both these teams really starting to give it their all, I'm hoping that we don't get any silly mistakes.
Oh, Sid with a shot nails that one in. What a beautiful placement.
Good read. Good read, Hot Wheels. Like, he passed it himself. He actually bounced out the wall. That's one of the most awkward bounces you have to deal with. It hits in that corner. They're really hard to read, and he kind of waited just a second longer. And anyone in the Mocket defense, that's a tough goal to save, but they probably should have been a little more prepared for it.
That's the thing. I mean, credit out to Sid there. He played that in the upper 9 corner. They had 2 players up right next to it, and the fact that he was able to thread in the needle there, and that's the thing, Zane Jackie being careful on that one. He's playing it in front of the net. Luckily, he's got Sid up to play it back out. Gets contested by this Mocket team, pinched in. Ball rolling over. It's in front of the net, but Zane Jackie gets up with a crucial save.
That was almost devastating on Orbit. Zane Jackie making it there just in time. He had waited a little bit for that second touch on defense, which I've been saying is something they all needed to work on. But you have to also make sure your third player's there to make sure to rotate back, and he wasn't. That was almost a close goal.
Oh, lots of saves. Insolences with the mind games. That's the thing. I mean, you see a lot of demos coming out and a lot of aggression, but look, check out this play. Pops it up, makes a move, and I don't know how Stev managed to front flip over that one.
It looked like a little bit of a defensive misplay. He jumped up a little bit too early, expecting a slam. And I honestly don't know if that was on purpose from Insolences. He made that left rotational jump for his car, which is usually what you do when you want to make some power hits. And it looked like it actually just an accidental mind game worked in his favor.
Hey, man, there's no such thing as accidents in Rocket League, right? Everything's planned. But look at the planning coming out from this one. Oh, Rizzo barely missing the shot. Zane Jackie has some possession chance. He's going to play this up, pays it back in the middle, sits there waiting for him, takes a touch in. That ball just bounces perfectly in front. And good pop-up Insolences with a pass back to Rizzo. Rizzo with a shot, has the ability to take it in, and Low 5 going to be nice and let Rizzo take this one.
Low 5 wanted it. He wanted it bad, and it's actually a good thing he didn't touch it because it looked like someone over. It might have been there on defense. Hot Wheel Sid trying to come in from the right-hand side. Honestly, if Low 5 had gotten that, I might not have gone in. So either good on him for accidentally missing, or I'm sorry, everything's on purpose. Good on him for letting Rizzo take that. Breaking out his calculator, making sure they got that in.
Definitely, definitely. And big shout out to Insolences for being ready for that pass, but ball shot back in immediately. Orbit starting to show some pace in this game. Look at the contest coming up from the ball there. Man, these passes coming up from Mocket. Ball centering in front, and luckily for them, Hot Wheel Sid is back on defense for Orbit, but ball shot in again. What a screamer coming out from Low 5.
Orbit is not rotating the way they should. They're putting themselves in scary positions in net. Obviously goes to the clear. Watch, nobody goes to net except for the guy in the corner. He tries to turn around really quick, but he turned around just slightly too fast. Low 5 recognized it, puts it in the far right corner, and it's really easy to look over shot placements in games like this because they're so fast-paced and goals are so crazy. But Low 5 putting that placement on, if he hadn't put it to the right, that would have been an easy save.
Yeah, very good placement. Ball getting touched. This could be a mistake to get the Orbit team back into it, but good for Insolences getting up. He has the opportunity to play this back in. He's going to chip it in. Ball there, but Stev, good rotation coming out for the save. 2 players up. Orbit bumping into Insolences, trying to get him out of this game. Ball going in. Zane Jackie has a touch in the middle. Is anybody there to follow it up? And Rizzo's going to be the one to deny it.
So close. We're looking at a 1-point lead in a game 5 with both teams with 2 wins.
Mechanical mistake there.
Oh, but again, some of these whiffs or some of these touches aren't being followed up on both sides. We saw a couple of balls in front of both Mockets and Orbit's net that just weren't solidified, and they need to make sure they do that.
Zane Jackie with a shot on net gets contested by Insolences. Rizzo trying to rotate this back in. Ball's going to center in front of the mid. Who's going to be the first to get it? Zane Jackie getting beaten out by Insolences. Plays it back on the opposite side. Ball centering up over the top. 25 seconds left. They have one last effort to put this in. Ball getting down by Hot Wheel Sid. Sid going to go for the boost. Up on the wall, plays it back into the middle. 15 seconds left. Ball centering in front. Where's the third rotation? They get a big clear out.
It was good on him for waiting. He knew he didn't have it, so he's going to try and clear it back in, keep the aggression on. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Stev with a shot on goal, misses barely wide. Sid needs to play this back in. It's going to center off that bounce that he had. Ball sitting in. Can he get it? Oh, and what a save by Rizzo. Denying that goal. That could have been close and dangerous.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even see Rizzo up there. He kind of blended in with that orange wall. I thought the game glitched out when the ball just came flying off that back wall. But again, maybe a little bit more fight could have come out of both teams in these last minutes. Again, we went to game 5 last second. You know, again, 1 goal down.
Right.
Both these matches have been so close, coming out of the one right before this and the one right now. But I really want to give props to Orbit. Having that emergency kind of roster change last second and still coming out so strong.
Now it's just a matter of if they can carry it into the next couple games that we've got later in the day. But enough of us, you guys. Let's go over back to the analyst desk and see what they have to say about those 5 games.
Thank you so very much, gentlemen. Well, we're 2 for 2. You know, we told everyone this is not best of 5, but apparently we're breaking down that way. Orbit goes up 2-0. Here comes, Mocket back with 2 wins in a row. And then Orbit goes up 2-0 in game 5. Next thing you know, Mocket comes back, scores 3 straight goals.
Yeah, it was like the exact same storyline of the previous series, Vex and Genesis, except this time the team that came back in the half was able to finish off in game 5. And really, it was crazy to see how good Orbit came out. They shut out Mocket in those first 2 games. Mocket did not score a goal for 10 minutes against Orbit when they opened up.
Yeah, they came out super strong. Stev was playing a very good pressure game, pulling up on that 3rd rotation and just keeping the ball in the zone, attacking on that ball. They played very strong. Kind of fell apart, I think, communication-wise coming into game 3 and 4. They come out strong. They needed to keep that up, and they started to do so later in the series.
Yeah, I mean, the Hot Wheels Sid was the key to success for Orbit. You saw there he scored the only goal in game 1, clutching it for Orbit. And then game 2 was insane. Zane Jackie and Hot Wheels Sid, those guys were working so well together. Stev, he did very well in those first 2 games, as Carpet mentioned, of just not messing up, playing very solid Rocket League. So Stev, he kept them in this, and really 2 games versus Orbit when you're not running a full roster, or versus Mocket, that is a good result if you're Orbit. You're happy with this because getting that curveball in the last seconds could have been devastating. We could have seen a 5-0, but really a great job by Orbit coming out. Mocket was just so flat in those first 2 games, but then they just kicked it on in game 3 and kept it going.
And that's what I was going to mention. You saw it just there as well, too. They started to pace up huge. They started to realize, hey, we need to start getting some passes ourselves. They were watching Orbit do that the whole time and like, hey, that's how they're scoring goals, and they come away with a 2-0 lead in the series already. And they started to do that. They pulled back. And at the end, Orbit did put up a good fight at the end. They started to pace it up themselves and say, okay, we got to get back to what we were doing before. They almost pulled it back, but unfortunately for them, Mocket, just paced it up and they couldn't keep up with them.
And it went down to the final seconds, which is always fun to see in Rocket League, those last-second goals, and the clock hits 0. Everybody's trying to not let that ball hit the ground. And we saw in game 5 of both games. That coming into play, almost resulting in a goal. And I think it was Rizzo at the last second. He made sure that that ball did not just have a predictable bounce off the wall. He got in between that ball and got it redirected because that was the trajectory. It was set up for that last second goal. So very good defense to close it out. But Mocket, if you're them, you are probably a little bit disappointed at not being able to take 4 or 5 games off of this one, especially with that vulnerability on not having Geno Cobb.
See if we can make it 3 in a row, guys. We have Cosmic, and I was going to say Chemistry, but they are no longer. Selfless is Chemistry's new name. So it's Cosmic against Selfless. I mean, come on. This is amazing, right? I mean, can you want any more? North America group stage will continue after this. Keep it locked right here on Twitch. Guys, welcome back. It's game 3 coming up. Cosmic is going to be taking on Selfless, the former Chemistry. We'll see if they keep that going. What do you guys think of this? By the way, Wave joining us on the desk.
How's it going, guys?
6'5" Texan. Welcome in, my friend.
That's me. That's me for sure. And the thing about this matchup, we have the team that has not dropped a game yet up against the team that everyone's saying shouldn't even be here.
Yes. And that one, and again, speaking of iBuyPower not losing a game, they are the only NA team that accomplished that feat. They didn't lose a game through the open qualifiers, so that like 3,400 team bracket didn't lose a single game. And Selfless is the only game to have, or the only team to have dropped a game previous to the round of 128. So again, this is definitely going to be a favorite or iBuyPower is the favorite in this matchup. Selfless has a big hurdle ahead of them. But Matt, Sizz, A-Money, all those guys, they're very confident. They play the game a lot. Their focus right now should probably not be necessarily winning the series, but at least getting a game. If they can get a game off of iBuyPower, then it is a success for them.
Yeah, just taking any game off. And this is, like you said, this is iBuyPower's game to lose. This is their series to lose. It's all in their favor. They have all the cards. But we've seen so often in Rocket League that the more you think you're going to win, the less seriously you take the match, and then the less likely you become to win. You know, and so if anything, this is going to come down to iBuyPower's mentality coming into this game. Do they take Selfless seriously? And if they don't, Selfless could easily take 1, maybe 2, maybe more. We don't know. We've seen upsets already today.
Well, let's take a look at these starting lineups, the rosters for both of these squads. They are what we think they are, right, James?
Yes, you got Kronovi. I almost said Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan.
I would
But yeah, Kronovi, Gambit, Lachinio, the NA Dream Team, powerhouse team, as people will say, the Tier 1 team, according to Gibbs. And then you've got A-Money, Matt, and Sizz, these guys, the Tier 3 team, according to Gibbs. We'll see if they have what it takes to even get a game off of this and if they can make it competitive. This is a great opportunity for them to get out ahead of it if they can get that 1 or 2 games off of IBP.
Absolutely. A-Money being kind of that household name in Rocket League as a streamer, you know, and big dude. I think he's wearing sleeves today, I've heard. Which
Well, yeah.
It's so weird. He's a tank top guy.
Spoiler alert, thanks for ruining it for us, Wave. We're joined right now by Crow and Money. Guys, what's up? Welcome in to the RLCS. How you doing today?
Great, how you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, we're doing good. I mean, these first 2 matches have been amazing. Crow, what are you going to do to this new X-Chemistry team?
I mean, I'm not gonna be too harsh, but we'll make it quick.
You guys are going to make it quick. Money, what do you got to say to that? I mean, they're already drilling you. We haven't even started.
I say no problem. No problem, Crow. Steve Bills.
So you
I'm
do.
gonna spam what a save every time.
I expect that already. It's no problem.
So Money, did you head down to Walmart or Target earlier today and get a shirt with some sleeves on it?
No, these are Photoshop, man. I saved it
okay. So that's all green screen, right?
Yeah, it's
just
no
green
problem.
screening those on.
Pretty much.
All right, so
all
what do you guys think here? Crow obviously says they're going to destroy you. Money, you guys think you're going to put up a fight here?
Listen, I'm a realist, all right? I think if we could take a game, like you guys said, I'd be happy with that. A game or two, we're pushing it maybe. I'm just kidding, Crow, we got you easy. But the same thing with like Kings of... That's right, I sleep a lot, I got to dream a lot. And the same thing with Kings of Urban, I got to do, you know, I have to say the same thing. Like if we take a game off or 2, we'll be happy with that for sure. Especially after this 5-0 against Onslaught, so we're happy with that.
Hey, Crow, if you happen to tilt these guys, will you pick Wasteland for me? The chat wants Wasteland.
That's probably not a no-go.
Yeah.
All right, any parting words? Give me some shout-outs, Money.
I want to thank my dad and and Kronovi for, you know, giving us these wins. I appreciate it. We talked to
Oh, Crow, what do you got to say to that, my friend? You thinking about it? Are you lost for words?
I don't even know if I should take him seriously anymore.
Yeah, you're
I
better.
don't even know. I just want to get in the match.
Best of luck to both of you guys. Right. Thanks so much for joining us here on the cast. And you saw it, Crow and Money.
Oh, man.
Money with some sleeves on. I mean, all the way down.
He still looks good in the sleeves, too. So, you know, it's no problem for him, like he was saying. Yep. But you could see in Kronovi's eyes, he's just ready to 5-0 them. And he's just going to what a save the whole time.
He's ready to get the match going and stuff. I'm disappointed, though. I thought I was going to compliment A-Money on his axe collection. Those guitars he had, but it's a green screen. So it's
so
they're not real.
It's completely all fake.
Smoke and mirrors.
Final predictions on this one.
I'm going to predict a 4-1 in favor of iBuyPower.
I think I was going to go with a 4-1 as well. I think I can see chemistry maybe coming out in that game 1. You know, we talked about the mentality thing. If iBuyPower is not just giving them the respect they're due, they might be able to take that game 1. But then it's a slaughterhouse from there on.
Well, hopefully they pick Wasteland. We'll have to find out. We'll have to start off on DFH, guys. We're going to kick it down to the stadium. Leaf and my main man, the findable beard, is down there.
Thank you, Scott. We are down here on the field getting ready to get into this. I'm excited that I finally get to yell at these players while they're playing. How are you feeling, Beard?
I mean, we all know A-Money and Crow so much. I'm excited to watch both these guys in the field against each other. You know, it's cool that A-Money's kind of like he's not being like overly ambitious, but at the same time, you got to make sure you're confident in yourselves. I mean, if you eke that one win out, you could eke out another. I mean, why not? If you can get one, why can't you get more than one? So I'm hoping that isn't just like they're going to get one and then like, okay, cool, let's lose the rest.
Well, that's the thing too. Like you can't go into a game and be like, all right, it's game over, because then you're not going to get anything. If they want at least one win, you got to play confidently. I mean, this is important for IBP. I mean, as every game is a point, you don't want to drop any. So this is going to be very important for IBP to pull away with a 5-0 here. What do you think they can do it?
Well, Crow had the murder eyes, so there's a good chance that Crow really just wants to get in this and win this. Hopefully, they all have the mindsets in, but Crow really just wanted to get in that game. You know, he seemed to have a little fun with A-Money for sure. But a lot of times, people that are as talented and competitive as Kronovi can be, they just like they're ready, they have their mindset, and they just want to get in the game.
Yeah, no, and it feels you know, when you come into this, it's as chemistry or now Selfless, it's you want to go into this trying your best. Try to take as many games as possible, and as someone else mentioned on the analyst desk before, earlier before the set, maybe that the bigger the upset potential, you know, this could be it. Like if IBP laxes too much, maybe we'll see some crazy stuff come out. We have seen some upsets throughout the RLCS so far, but I don't know. Do you think maybe we could see a reverse 5-0?
I wouldn't say reverse 5-0. That's a little much. Again, who knows? I'm hoping the more upsets, the more entertaining, to be honest.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't to mention something on Selfless, Matt and Sizz, if you ever run into those guys in a twos game, they're horrifying. Those guys are monsters together. So if they play together, and I haven't actually gotten the pleasure of watching these games a lot, so I'm excited to see how they do their placements. Is A-Money kind of the rock that kind of keeps him solid on defense, or is he like to do the one-man plays? Because he's a great 1v1 player. So his one-off plays could be fantastic in a situation like this.
Yeah, no, I expect to see some crazy high-flying aerials, especially coming out of IBP if they're feeling confident going into this. But we're going to get down into the match as all the players are populating these lists. And do you think we'll see a quick early goal, or are they going to play it off pretty well in favor of chemistry?
I think iBuyPower is going to come out really hard, really quick.
Yeah, well, we'll see on the kickoff already. We got A-Money and Licinio starting us off in the midfield. A shot from Gambit, going to push down to the last two defenders. A-Money going to touch that one. Sizz to follow it up, putting that one off the wall. That's in a good spot, but Kronovi's already there to get a touch, pass out soft to himself. Can he follow this one up? Licinio is going to let him take it as he keeps pushing that to the far end. Sizz stopping Licinio from getting a pass out. Crow now pushing it to midfield. A miss from Sizz as we have a bundle up, and that could have been a bad contest in favor of Licinio.
Selfless needs to be careful early on. You're not going to see a whole lot of aggression out of a lot of teams, although right here we see a shot coming in, almost puts it in. But Selfless needs to make sure that on defense especially, that they stay separated. You keep one person in net. There's no need to put two people in net. You're just kind of wasting space, and you're not going to be able to follow up on a lot of your touches.
We do have the ball in front of IBP's net, but Kronovi's going to run away with that one. Gambit to follow him up in midfield. See if he can get a dribble on. He was waiting for that shot. What a good read from Gambit. Smart play, but he gets a bad touch on that. Sizz is going to take advantage, throw that right back down there. Now that's an open neck, and Licinio stop it. He can get up in there. We know he can do that. Now Gambit to follow up that hit from Matt as he heads back to midfield. A-Money in a good spot to throw that back off the crossbar, but Gambit, no problem getting up. We see a lot of shots coming out from Selfless right now and being in the IBP zone a lot.
Yeah, but we also see iBuyPower comfortably defending a lot of it. They're really not, you see Kronovi coming off the wall. Oh!
And the first goal scored
just
by
as
Selfless.
Why do they do this to us all the time? Kronovi had the touch, but he didn't keep it up. It was actually a really weak touch. It came off the wall more than he thought. And Matt coming across, reading that well, noticing that Kronovi didn't have the touch, he was able to put it on target. It's really all he had to do because there was no one on iBuyPower in the net to stop it.
On a neutral kickoff once again, Matt's going to be the first one up to that, and that's actually going towards the net. We'll see if a teammate can follow it up. Licinio with a touch out to midfield. Sizz keeping the pressure on that ball. A-Money now to follow it up. Gambit's going to get the first touch as that flies back into that blue zone. Kronovi with a weird touch is going to allow A-Money to pass out to his teammate. Sizz with a shot. He's going to do a pass back. Actually, a very smart play as he did see Gambit in the net.
A lot of times people make the mistake where it's like, oh, I've got a shot on net, let's take it. But we just saw right there, it was hard to see if it was fully intentional. But a lot of times, taking the shot, all it does is give them position or give them an opportunity for a counter hard clear. So when you see someone just waiting for the ball, don't shoot it right at him. Either hit it next to him off the wall so that it kind of centers for a teammate, or as we just saw, kind of pass it back or pass it to the side for a teammate to get a better angle and a more open shot.
Let's see if IBP can get a play started out here, get themselves on the scoreboard. Coming up on the halfway mark of this game, Sizz waiting patiently for that. Licinio almost feeding that ball to him intentionally and taking that read off the shot. Kronovi out to Licinio, gets stuffed 2 defenders both out for that. Sizz to push it to the side. Gambit with a nice third rotation in front of the net. This could be bad. Matt taking Gambit out, and the Kronovi missing that third hit.
We're not seeing the aggression come out of iBuyPower that we normally have. They're maybe getting 1 or 2 shots consecutively, but they're not able to keep it up, which is not the usual iBuyPower, like horrifying all these guys for flying through the air. I don't know what's going on, who's going to hit it. Oh, yet a 6th shot in a row. But that's usually what we see at iBuyPower, and they're letting Selfless do what they want with the ball right now. And like we said, Selfless has much more to prove this game, so they're going to come out fighting.
And that could almost be a tactic, too, IBP is putting in place, is, hey, let them feel comfortable, and then we crush their souls in the next few games. That could be something. We see Gambit with a shot a little bit wide of the net. A-Money going to push it aside. Matt and Sizz both there. It's going to allow Lichinio to get it past 1 defender left. A-Money in a good spot with that. Nice Octane hitbox pass out to Kronovi. He almost gets a touch. Sizz now with not much comfortable space. Kronovi's going to beat him to that. Ball in front of the net. That's an open net. 2 defenders get back enough time to push that to the side.
If iBuyPower loses this first game, they are going to be really upset already. You know, especially after the little conversation that Crow and A-Money had, but more so, they were very much the favorite in this.
Ooh! This ball's in front of the net. That's dangerous, but Gambit taking Lichinio out with the ball. Very smart play. Had to take out a teammate to get the ball out of the way. That was an open net coming into the last minute of gameplay. Shot on net, followed by Lichinio. He can't get that one to tie it up. Here is our last minute gameplay, rolling down into the blue zone. A-Money with a good pass potential in front of the net. The pressure from Sizz, and he drops another one.
Another one, solidifying this win almost. I mean, 2 goals in a minute. It's very, very possible for iBuyPower, but it's not the position they want to put themselves in. There it is, Matt and Sizz. Actually, it was A-Money for the pass, not even. That was a good communication. Sizz coming across from the opposite side of A-Money, which is really hard to do mechanically, to read it off the wall and make sure you're at the right speed and also read all the defenders. Sizz showing he knows this game well, showing he actually knows the iBuyPower team well by making sure he gets there before they were.
I'm sure they did a bit of studying. It's something you probably do when you're coming up against a team of this caliber. But now that ball's in a good shot for Kronovi. Oh, and Lichinio with the follow-up. Look at that placement from Kronovi.
What? Kronovi. He comes up so well. He flips his car upside down. He deflects it into the corner. So close, and Lichinio reads it there just to make sure he gets it in. Kronovi is probably a little bit angry right now that they're 2 down with a minute to go.
Well, that's the IBP we're used to seeing, and we expect to see probably for the rest of the set. But team chemistry, now Selfless is not going to give up, as they're going to try to keep this ball from going into the slot. Sizz needs to follow that one up. Kronovi's going to take possession. Last defender back is A-Money. He's going to get a good touch on that. Back to midfield we go, as the ball is moving in favor of that orange team, Team Selfless. Out center, this could be a shot on net. Not a good touch from A-Money. Back to Sizz. He's going to read this one, but doesn't get a good touch. Lichinio and Gambit with an open net. Almost, Matt. Just barely keeping that out. 8 seconds left. Can we see Selfless take the win on this? Gambit with a pass. The follow-up from Lichinio. He gets a good placement. 2 attackers still there. The ball is in the air. Can we see a shot come out? Good contest from Matt. Is probably going to drop this one as we head back into IBP's zone, but this ball has not touched, and there it is. The first game.
That defensive touch by Matt at the very end. It's always scary. We know iBuyPower can pull these out whenever they need to, so seeing Matt come out so quickly for that was actually a lifesaver, because both of his teammates were planted in the goal or near the goal, and if that was a good solid shot, that would have been so hard to defend.
Well, that was a great game already coming out from A-Money's team, Team Selfless there. They take the first one. It got very, very close at the end. You look at the shots coming out from IBP was just an onslaught at the end, and they started to pull out some of their fancy stuff. So I don't know what you expect, but I expect it to be more lopsided towards IBP in this next few matches.
Assuming it took iBuyPower just a bit too many minutes to really get their game going. They let Selfless kind of do what they wanted. They let that aggression come in. There really was not a whole lot of really quick defensive plays by iBuyPower. In the beginning, they were comfortably blocking a lot of shots from Selfless, but then once the pressure came on and they had a couple of really quick passes and quick shots, they weren't able to contest. iBuyPower needs to make sure that they come into game 2 not too tilted off this loss, because especially after we've already talked about how they're in favor and they just lost the first game to Selfless, could be a turning point.
Well, we'll see coming into this next match what it will be, but these players are eager to get into it, getting all readied up. We're going to see off the kickoff if Matt can start this momentum in the favor of his team, or if IBP is going to come away quick. And I did hear one of the other casters mentioning that they noticed a lot of first goals coming out in the first minute and a half gameplay for IBP once they started to get control of that boost. So we'll see if they can start to do that into this match. Already Kronovi up in the air. So Lichinio's not going to get a good touch, but Gambit there as a third one. A-Money and his teammate Matt there to stop that one. Not a very good touch from A-Money. Is going to give ball possession over to IBP as Kronovi touches that to the side, but now back in favor of Selfless. The ball in front of the net. Oh, Matt just missing that one.
So close. Again, a good aggression coming out of Selfless. They really are showing they have something to prove. They're contesting the balls well. They're not giving iBuyPower the room they want. Maybe iBuyPower came in just a little too confident that they'd be able to play their game, get their flashy stuff in, get their flips. You know, that's not really what they do, but it's hard to say because they really don't seem to be contesting the balls like they usually do.
A-Money with a good demo there and a good read to keep that ball in their favor, but now they're back into their zone. We'll see if IBP can start a play up off the backboard. This could be a goal potential, but Sizz, good placement on where to put that. Lichinio reading it, puts it out front. Gambit almost getting a touch into the net, but that's getting pushed right back to the side again as we roll back down to midfield. Kronovi blocking that one in its tracks, but Sizz gonna win the contest up in the wall. Gambit quick to the air, shot to the corner. Can he follow it up? That should be a shot. Lichinio, no, a little bit too high.
Very close. iBuyPower, we can tell, is finally getting those few touches into the net. They're not just taking the shots, they're doing the 1v1 plays. Oh no! Oh, so close, almost got it in the net. Almost an iBuyPower player couldn't make it back in time. This is getting really impressive from both sides.
I mean, we're not seeing a destruction, utter destruction that we thought we would, but now we're hitting that minute and a half. We'll see if IBP can start to shift this momentum in their favor. Lichinio, one defender left to pass. Oh, Kronovi feels a backflip.
That communication, he knew Kronovi was there. That was a very intentional pass over to his teammate, which just shows good communication and the fact that these guys play a lot together, but they're not able to make the connects. It looks like Selfless, they came in this game knowing like, all right, iBuyPower is going to do what iBuyPower does best. They're going to put on some crazy shots from weird angles. We just have to make sure to read them and get there quick, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Now Gambit and Lichinio trying to make a play happen. There's no one left in net, and that's going to be, I think, a self-goal off Matt after Lichinio gets the last touch.
Very unfortunate here on the side of Selfless. Lichinio was chasing that down and putting the pressure on. Someone tried to defend it. Probably not a good touch to do in the corner. It looks like he got forced into it. I think it was Matt that made that touch. Didn't really want to. Lichinio maybe booted him, touched him, or maybe he was expecting a touch. Or he was maybe hoping to clear it to the other side. Either way, not exactly the most intelligent touch to be making on defense.
No, 3 minutes left into this gameplay. We're seeing IBP up first in the set for the first time. Gambit now with a nice clear, getting very strong touches from IBP. When they get a clear, they get a clear. But it's back to their zone as Kronovi tries to get control. He doesn't. Now A-Money trying to block that and get a deflect, but that's heading back to the zone. Matt's going to pick that up. Octane hit back to the corner of IBP. Lichinio dropping that one, but he misses it. That could be a scoring opportunity. Almost got a pinch coming out from Selfless.
Some whiffs coming in iBuyPower that I'm really not expected to see. These guys are usually very consistent. They're all very mechanically sound. They're all veterans of the old game, so they've always performed and generally outperformed most teams they go against. Again, could be a little bit of the nerves. We all know, we talked about this earlier, this is the biggest stage any of these players have ever performed on. And this is where we're going to get to see which teams really perform well under pressure.
What are you talking about? It's DFH. We always play on. No, I'm kidding. The RLCS, yes. This is some pressure, that's for sure. Kronovi winning that contest, but A-Money now taking control, winning it again. One more defender. That's two he's got past. Couldn't get past the third. Sizz going to touch that one to the corner, but now Gambit is going to take his hand at winning these contests. Back to Lichinio. Good team communication, but now they've lost ball control as A-Money falls it out. Sizz, his teammate there with him. Good rotation from Matt to stop that from going any further into their zone. We're going to see this sit around midfield. IBP playing very patient. Kronovi waiting for the pass, but it goes a little too far for him. Rotates back, gets a nice pinch back out with that shot, going towards the net. And that's what I like to see about those Spider-Mans. Put it back to the corner.
A lot of times people make the risk. We saw Kronovi make the mistake earlier. He actually put it back into the middle, and that's where Selfless was actually able to make the second goal in the first game. But you want to put it to the corner. Gets there just in time. But just like that, you want to put it to the corner because it definitely it takes away from a lot of the angles they have on shot. Yes, some people are talented enough to take a shot from that side wall, but it definitely makes it way harder and also easier to predict.
Oh yeah, and way harder for your opponents is definitely the direction you want to go. This ball slowly creeping towards Matt. Is not able to get that pinch with his teammate. It looked like Sizz and Matt just couldn't get their control of that as Gambit squeezes that one right through with brute force.
It's in the wrong net, though.
Oh, wait, yeah. Gambit. I tripped out. I'm like, wait, what's he going?
Gambit took a little bit too long. It sounded like he had the confidence. No one really let him know he had pressure, and both Matt and Sizz just came and pinched it around him. Almost
answered quick, though. Now we're up on the wall. Lichinio trying some fancy stuff. Can he do it off the crossbar? And followed up by Gambit, stopped by Matt as he starts to move this ball forward. for his teammates. Can he get a good touch out? Great pass, but Sizz wasn't there in time. He follows it up, and Kronovi barely to get a nose on that one.
These are so intense, so many close shots. A lot of these defensive plays are being played from the side, so it's hard for us to know exactly how comfortable these players are getting there from some of the camera angles we have. Kronovi didn't have a too tough of a save there, but again, any tiny mistake that would have gone right in.
Shot from Lucinio. They need to get a goal if they want to win this. Otherwise, we're going in overtime. 8 seconds left. This is going on net. Off the crossbar. Wow, Gambit barely able to keep that, but that ball is still on the pressure of the blue zone. Kronovi, very good clear. That's what you need. Lucinio, can he follow it up? Can this be it? No, it's going to drop. We hit overtime. Wow, Selfless is doing a good job of keeping up.
Selfless is coming out so strong, going into overtime already in game 2 after taking game 1. They are showing iBuyPower that they are nothing to mess with. Maybe all it took was a little bit of competition and some fire under them to make them perform this highly.
Well, let's hope that they can, for their sake, they can keep this up throughout the rest of the series. Well, we're into overtime at 20 seconds in now, and IBP making some moves. That ball, no one in net. If that could have been won by Kronovi, could have been a goal off the backboard. Lucinio getting to Dembo. This could be a goal now. Only defender back is Matt, and he misses it. And IBP grabs an overtime goal 30 seconds in.
That demo perfectly plays. All it really does, this time, it looks like he actually caught the goalie, but even if he hadn't, a lot of times it just kind of confused everybody for half a second. And they're like, oh no, like, what do I do? My player's gone. You kind of choke up for just half a second. This time they actually did get the goalie, though, so it was actually a really good demo.
I know, wow, but still close game. Shots still wildly in favor of IBP, but only a 2-1 win, 1 goal deficit for Selfless. They got to feel good about this one.
Selfless, I mean, already A-Money said 1 victory, already in the clear. 2 victories he thought he'd be pushing, and he just almost locked down a second victory. They're not going to let up. They already know they can do it, and iBuyPower really hasn't kicked it into the iBuyPower gear we're so used to seeing.
Yeah, they won't be giving up, as you just said. If they're like, hey, we got this far, let's just keep pushing. Maybe we can pull out maybe another win, or maybe even 2. Dare I call it?
I think they've got a shot. If iBuyPower doesn't really pick up the pace, you know, I really don't want to call them out too much, but they really haven't been playing the games that we were used to seeing them playing. They're not getting those quick touches to each other like we're used to. Maybe there's too many things to attribute it to it, so I really don't want to blame anything specifically.
Yeah, well, we'll see coming in this next one how it goes. I mean, I expected already by this point an extreme blowout. I expected some crazy stuff coming out from IBP, some crazy aerials, some cool stuff, stuff we usually don't see. But hopefully, maybe for spectators, we'll see it in this one. I know chat was really into to watching the IBP match. They were waiting for it, and here it is. But it's such a close one.
iBuyPower is a fan favorite, so seeing them having to fight so hard for this is very unexpected. And I'm actually really curious to know what chat's saying right now.
Yeah, it's probably some Selfless fans coming out, that's for sure, in that chat. But now we'll see if Sizz can get a touch. He cannot. Now he might get another one to push that in favor of his teammate. He does. He's going to follow it up. That's not going to be on target. Kronovi with a nice, easy push to the side, followed up by Lucinio as he pops that back out. A good formation coming for IBP. Nice touch from Lucinio to keep that going in their favor. That second touch out front. Wow, that would have been great if that was followed up.
Now we're starting to see iBuyPower do what they do best. They're getting the touches they need. They're getting those surprise, like, oh man, did he really pull that off? iBuyPower can do that consistently, which is really impressive. And it looks like they might be coming out strong with this game because they had to fight so hard for game 2.
Well, this could still be in favor of our analysts of a 4-1 win over Selfless for IBP. If they can pull away with a win on this one as well. As we said, the momentum very, very much in favor of IBP now as they start to get those fancy things out. A shot, though, from A-Money off the backboard. Gambit with a nice, beautiful touch to the side. He's going to stop any play from developing, but Matt, no teammate to follow it up. Sizz is going to try to keep that one in off the wall. We have 2 defenders back, a third one. Kronovi challenging that easy.
What I'm impressed Selfless is doing is generally when you watch a team like iBuyPower can control the ball in their own half, a lot of teams will kind of back off, be like, all right, iBuyPower's got this. But Selfless isn't giving iBuyPower that space, which you have to do with teams like this. When you give any of these players, Lucinio, Kronovi, Gambit, you give them even, I don't want to say feet because I don't know the measurement of this field, but when you give them even just a little bit of space, these guys will excel. And Selfless is shutting that down well.
Hey, and I think that's all they really thought. They could just throw some bodies in front of this ball once they're touching it and contest these balls, and it's working out for them. Now we'll see, though, if Lucinio get a good pass to Gambit. There's no one to follow that. He doesn't get quite the touch he wanted. Kronovi's going to try to reset this play as he dribbles it around. That's going to get challenged by Sizz, but he beats him out. Up into the air is Matt. The touch on the backside pushes that right down to the corner. Can he keep this followed up? Looked like he was going to go for a demo, and we did see that coming out of, I've seen it come out of Selfless. They are starting to go for some bumps in net. I think that's what they need if they want to pull ahead.
You got to make sure to knock iBuyPower off of their rotation because they're doing a pretty good job, but we've talked about it earlier. I've talked to Gibbs about it. You know, he is the coach of iBuyPower. they have a tough time sometimes overcommitting, and they don't drop back. So if they can interrupt that rotation, that defensive rotation that already is kind of a risky move that they generally make by committing a lot of players up, if Selfless can interrupt that with a demo or two, they can actually maybe get a few open net shots.
We're seeing both teams give up the pass from Sizz. Kronovi barely able to keep that one out. That was a beautiful play. And just as I was about to say, no team's really keeping ball possession, throwing it back and forth. Finally, a play comes out for Selfless. See if they can do another one or if IBP can sink one in. We're still sitting at 0-0, 2 minutes into this match. Gambit to touch it, but Matt to follow it up. That's going to be in a good spot. Can A-Money touch it? Kronovi, good touch on that, but Matt keeping the pressure up. See if that third one back can touch it, but no, that's 2 attackers. A little bit of a scramble, though, for IBP.
IBP may be a little on tilt mode right now after having to fight so hard for these games. I mean, we're looking 2 minutes left in the game. It's 1-1 in the match. You know, they've each won a game, and it's 0-0 right now. We were expecting, like we said, massive blowouts. We saw predictions both 4-1 coming from the analysis desk. I really want to know what's going through iBuyPower's heads right now.
It's weird. I know. I think they just want to get a goal in, and that might be off the crossbar. This could be a follow-up if someone's there. Matt touching it, and a very good clear from Sizz. That could have been a bad situation.
Matt, good preemptive jump. Usually not the moves you want to be making on defense, but the ball was actually put directly into him. Pre-jumping on defense can work pretty well. A lot of times when you're stuck in a situation, all you can do is maybe jump and kind of hopefully predict. But the problem is once you jump in the air, your maneuvering becomes significantly slower. All you can really do is slowly boost in a direction, maybe get a second jump or a flip in a direction. But generally, you want to stay grounded as long as possible because that's when you can get the speed going. That's when you can really get some turns going.
Until the last second of play coming up from IBP. Can they finish it off? There's still some pressure on, but they're going to let Matt get that touch. Back to the zone. We'll see if they get some boost refills. Kronovi, nice touch off of that one up for Gambit. See if he can get a second touch. He's not going to be able to do it. And those are the touches that you mentioned before are so critical for them to throw teams off, and they're just missing some of those right now. And that's why we're seeing even game, 45 seconds left, and it is still even. Selfless still putting up these contests. Look at that. The shot's on net, but they're not letting them get anywhere close.
It's funny. I've seen Selfless do some interesting defensive positioning. Sometimes they'll put 2 play. Oh, the redirect.
Just wide of the net. That would have been impressive.
But yeah, you'll see 2 players on net sometimes in Selfless, or maybe 2 players going for the ball. And against an iBuyPower team, it's not always the worst. Oh, no. No, there was no one on defense there. And Lucchini was able to sneak it by both these defenders. This was a little bit of miscommunication. Sizz probably should have stayed down knowing that Matt had it. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication. Sizz definitely did not know Matt had that comfortably because Matt did not have to work too hard for that. And Sizz put himself out of position by trying to go for that save.
Small communication issues that can lead it to a big loss. 18 seconds left in this match, and they're down a goal. Another one gonna squeak by though, as Matt isn't able to get real control of that ball off the wall.
I imagine Kronovi has some pretty big murder eyes right now, really wanting to get these wins in before it gets a little bit too late. Both Gambit and Kronovi being like, oh, you want to defend this? Good luck, because we're going to stuff this past you. There's nothing you can do about it.
They created a blockade, a moving blockade that pushed that ball right into the net. And now we're seeing 10 seconds left. Going to be very, very hard for Selfless to come back, especially when Kronovi has ball possession. Look at that contest. He knew exactly where Kronovi was going with that, trying for that air dribble. He says no. And a shot from A-Money. They wanted at least one, and this is probably going to drop right here, leading to a second win for IBP.
Selfless, this is a scary position for them. They've got the win, and they just took 2 losses in a row. They could potentially give this up by just almost like mentality. It's like, we got the win we wanted. iBuyPower's kind of turning on. They're bringing the fire, and it's not particularly the time they want to give up. They have made them fight. iBuyPower didn't get any goals for like the last 40 seconds of that game. Yeah, they sunk 2, but they didn't score until the very end.
Yeah, that's got to feel good. Like the team chemistry, once again, Selfless are still fighting really hard. And I honestly think if IBP doesn't start getting those touches that they need to, those redirects and those fancy things that they do, we could see a very close game for the rest of this series.
iBuyPower is insanely mechanically talented, and they need to show that, and they need to use it. But they also need to make sure they work together. These guys can get to balls I've never seen some people get to in these weird passes they make. You'll see Crow or Gambit or Lucchino getting 1, 2, 3 touch air dribble passes over above the net. But right now, UC Selfless is just playing the game they need to play against iBuyPower. They're not doing anything fancy. They're just making opportunities and then capitalizing.
Well, it looks like they are getting some of their passes up, but a lot of time that third player isn't there to finish it off, and that's really what I think IBP needs if they want to run away with an absolute destruction game, is get those finishers, get those balls into the net, and they can just take it away from Selfless. All right, getting into our next match.
It appears that we might have an issue here. We have 2 AIs. We're going to have to remake this match. I had a misclick there. Apologies, everybody. As much as I'd love to see that game honestly pan out, I would really love to see them play with a bot on either team. I don't think that's going to work out too well.
It's, well, we've seen them in the rehearsals. Remember, we saw a lot of these teams were getting a lot of these bots to come in. So these bots are warmed up, and I honestly probably would have left Dude in the match. We've seen him with his crazy dribbles before. No aerial game at all.
No aerial game coming out of those bots, which would make it a little bit tough. They just have to pick up the pace for their teammates. Sorry about that, everybody. Well, it looks like we're going to be getting everybody hopefully back in. But again, what we were talking about, iBetPower needs to make sure they keep that fire that they had in the last 40 seconds. They had the good passes. They were putting Selfless back where they didn't want to be, in the net, making saves that they don't want to be making.
Right. We'll see if they can keep that up as all the players finally get into this lobby and they are populating. Once again, the bots have been benched, so don't worry. We're going to see some high-flying action as we get back down into the game. A-Money with the first touch deep into the blue zone. IBP Gambit up to stop Sizz from getting any touch on that, as there's no one in net. If he got that, could have been a goal. A-Money, good pressure. Matt trying to do something to keep it in. This could be a breakaway for Gambit as he passes that one out to Kronovi. Kronovi with some mind games. He's got 2 defenders. Can he do it? Off the crossbar. Gambit to follow it up. Another crossbar. Still no one in net, but Sizz popping that one high, stopping any other attackers from trying to put that one in.
I think iBetPower heard me when I said they need to really be showing off their mechanical skills. Kronovi took his patience, took his time with that. He's like, I'm going to wait just a little bit more. He waited to draw them in as much as he could, and then he flicked it. It might have hit the top crossbar, but it was a beautiful pass to one of his own teammates, and they need to make sure they keep this going. They want to make sure that Selfless has no clue what's about to happen.
They need to break up, and this could be a shot for Kronovi on net, and it is, sinking the first one under a minute in.
This touch, you can tell they put Selfless on the back foot. Selfless had to go back. They lost that 50. Sizz went up for the touch. That was a risky thing for him to have to make, but honestly, he was put in a pretty bad position, and the whiff made Kronovi actually gave Kronovi the opportunity to put that on target.
Once again, to the kickoff. 4 minutes and 10 seconds still remaining in this match. Lots of time for Selfless to bring back and answer this goal, but that's out front. Licinio tried to do a little bit of a touch on that to put it in, but he's going to have to backtrack as Sizz moves this one back down to midfield. Pass taking his time now, maybe taking one out of Kronovi's book, but it didn't work out for him as we fly back down into the team Selfless's zone.
A little slow pace. Selfless just needs to make sure they keep their rotation up. If you see iBetPower kind of buying some time and not putting on the aggression, that means that you need to start taking advantage and forcing them into defense, because we all know iBetPower's got great offense, and their defense is solid, but it's definitely not their strongest of the two. So if you can keep iBetPower in that defensive mode and keep them on the back foot, they won't get the opportunities they need to sink more goals.
Matt touching that one out for his teammates, but it's going to get pushed right back by Gambit. A-Money, the last one back. That could be a bad deflection for them. But he beats out Licinio as we head back to midfield. Kronovi losing that contest. Now Matt's up with a touch. That could be a goal if Gambit doesn't touch it right, but he does, of course. It's IBP. Now Kronovi missing that. Licinio going to be the one to follow it up. A little bit of a weird ball play going on. Licinio getting blocked up by Matt, and that's going to be a goal, though. Gambit taking advantage of that open net.
Selfless seems to be doing exactly what I was hoping they wouldn't do. They're losing their rotation. They're losing their communication. We just saw 2 players over in the side, and both of them were the last men, and they're both at midfield. You can't let that happen. That's when you just let open goals like that come in, and you look at a team like iBetPower, they're not going to miss those half-field shots. Every now and then you'll see someone miss a half-field shot on open net because they're a little under pressure. iBetPower very rarely will miss shot
all the time.
Yeah.
But now back into the game. Sizz trying to get that one to A-Money. He gets taken out by Licinio. This will now put them a little bit harder on the offense as they only have 2 attackers. Licinio going to take advantage. Nice second touch. Kronovi up with a follow-up, but blocked by Sizz. Contest in favor of nobody really. Ball sitting in neutral. Kronovi going to do a pass back. Good awareness of where his teammates are. Gambit now to carry this one himself. Licinio with a good close follow-up, but he misses it, trying to recover, and he's just sitting there turtling. But Gambit off the corner, could be up front. Sizz waiting patiently, gets a good touch. This ball going back and forth. We could see Selfless run out of boost here if they don't play this right. Gambit with a shot. Oh, no.
Selfless is grouping up a bit. Look at this communication here. We saw 2 players, A-Money and Matt, going for it. I don't know why Matt really went for that. He saw A-Money was in position. He saw he was able to go for it. It could have been maybe a little lack of confidence in each other, but situations like that, you really shouldn't be giving up. And like iBetPower is starting to make sure that the opportunities they're given, they're making sure they capitalize on.
Yeah, no, that's precisely, and respecting your teammates that they can make those shots. It's going to be a bar in the redirect from Lichinio.
Oh, no!
That could have been a save had he not gotten that touch, too.
This is a brutal redirect. It was to himself. Lichinio passes it over to Gambit. Gambit pushes over. Matt might have had it, but Lichinio's like, no, you're not going to reach this in time. I'm going to make sure to put it as far away from you as possible. That is so hard to do at pace.
And this is the IBP we expected. We'll see if they can keep this up. Still 2 minutes left. They're up 4-0, though. This is going to be very, very hard fight back for Team Selfless. As Gambit wins that contest off the corner. Kronovi trying to get a block on A-Money, but heading back to midfield, Lichinio getting some nice air work, but A-Money win the contest. Siz back to Matt. Good team play, but Matt not able to put that ball in a very advantageous spot. Lichinio with Dominus getting a second touch. Can he do it? Back to Gambit. Gambit with a long shot. There's no net. Oh, Lichinio not able to get another redirect, and that's going to be still a 4-0 lead for them.
He was really hoping that he was going to be able to get one more of those pretty little redirects that he can do so well. Selfless needs to make sure they keep their heads in. You know, it seems like they're letting IBAT Power play their game a little bit more, but also IBAT Power is finally kind of doing what IBAT Power does best. Oh, get there just in time. But again, losing that first game could be a big deal. I mean, we're talking every single game matters, and Selfless should still be proud of themselves for being able to take a game off of the powerhouse that is IBAT Power.
Well, they met their goal at least, and that's all that matters. They got to be happy. Now they're just having fun playing Rocket League. But as you mentioned, we said before, a 5-0 is critical, especially when it'll come down to the final wire. And having a 4-1 in the series could prove fatal for them. Getting that first, second spot, but Lichinio with a long shot. Gambit, can he get the second touch? A-Money's going to push that one to the side. Would have been a nice play to follow it up. Kronovi, Gambit trying to do something, just keeping a body on it. He's going to spot for a pass, but Kronovi is not going to get that over to him. Lichinio on a good back rotation stops any play from developing. Now we're just seeing absolutely insane pressure coming onto this Selfless team as they're struggling to keep the ball out.
Now, it's hard to say, obviously, in the moment. I'd like to go back and look at some replays. If IBAT Power is finally turning on, or if Selfless kind of turned off a bit. Selfless was doing a great job of contesting, and right now it's looking like they're letting IBAT Power do those nasty redirects and give them the time. But you could tell in those first two games, you know, I'd like to go back and see, or I'd like to see what the analysis desk has to say about it. But it's hard to say, like, was IBAT Power not bringing their A game, or was Selfless just shutting it down and IBAT Power didn't really know how to handle it?
A pinch from Lichinio's going to throw that one way past their net, and it's great to see them just playing very smart with the ball in their own zone. And that's what's prevented any goals from going in. We hit 0 seconds. That ball is probably going to drop. They want one more. Can Kronovi follow it up? He can't. The ball drops down, and we head to our final match to see if Selfless can at least take one more off of IBP. Do you think they can do it?
It's definitely a good chance. I think they have the opportunity. It definitely seemed that the 4-0 is kind of what we were expecting to see in the very, very first game. This is what we kind of expected from the beginning, and Selfless pushed it off as hard as they possibly could. But if they can go into Game 5, now IBAT Power might feel good. IBAT Power's like, all right, that's what we wanted to see. We want to see these 4-0s. Selfless is kind of scared. You know, they were playing a little bit more passive. They were sitting back a little bit more than they probably should have. We need to make sure that IBAT Power keeps that up. But if Selfless can come back strong in Game 5, they can get a surprising early game goal. It could really make this last game scary for IBAT Power.
We'll see, and I don't expect them again. As I said, they're probably playing very comfortably and just having fun with this right now. So they're going to be in a good mindset to be able to keep the pressure up and play how they were before. It just really comes down to IBP putting on some crazy plays in this last game.
Yeah, I mean, in Game 5, anything can usually happen. As we've seen so far today, we've had some very interesting matchups, so I'm really curious to know exactly where this game is going to end up.
All right, into our fifth game, IBP, IBAT Power Cosmic versus the new Selfless team, formerly known as Chemistry. On the kickoff, Gambit's going to win that one. Kronovi to follow it up. They are definitely all boosted up and ready for shot, but a demo from A-Money comes out on Gambit. Could allow them to make a push forward. They're not really going to take advantage of this as their formation on offense is a little bit off. That's going to allow Gambit to throw it way back into their zone. He's not going to follow it up, though. Leave that one for Kronovi. IBP, Lichinio, and Gambit ready and poised up for a shot, but no real play coming out from Kronovi there.
Right there, we just see all three IBAT Power players in the orange half, or in Selfless's half, apologies. And that could be like room for terror or like a recipe for disaster if we get some good counter clears coming out of Selfless. But again, already so quick to be on offense. IBAT Power turns the game around so quickly. It's what they thrive at. But Selfless is doing a good job of making sure they do it back in return.
They are getting some plays out here. Bad touch there. Could have put them in a bad spot, but Matt's going to clean that mess up and get a second touch rolling towards the net, but Kronovi gets back in time to chip that one out. still in front of the net. We see some pressure coming out of Selfless as they try to get the first goal this game over a minute into this match. Oh no, double whiffs Kronovi. I don't know if that was just great mind games or some whiffs coming out of Selfless.
That was a really interesting situation. I wish I could slow-mo that one. It looked like Kronovi just took it as slow as he could and didn't make any movements, which is not usually what you expect out of Crow, who's good with the quick movements and good with fast ball placement. But again, both teams.
Oh, the shot from Kronovi. Look at that redirect.
Look at that read. Obi-Wan Kronovi using the force to get this read off the wall. He passes it to himself. He was able, those reads aren't really horribly difficult at this higher skill level, but they're also pivotal to be able to turn a read off of a bounce into a shot like that.
No, that's for sure. It's sometimes you just get the hit, hoping to push it further in favor of your team, but yeah, to get a shot on goal and get a goal out of it, for sure, that's what set them apart. Another shot from Kronovi as he squeaks that one past the lad defender, doing some backflips there, getting a little cheerleading show on.
Again, with the kickoff, putting people in bad positions. A-Money was backwards in net there. He wasn't able to get the position he wanted, and I want to attribute that maybe a little bit to being so quick off kickoff again. These teams take a while to get their positions off of kickoff, and while it looks like they're kind of settled, they really never did. Power put the pressure on right away, so already Selfless had to put themselves in weird positions, not with the boost they wanted. They probably weren't able to grab everything they needed and had to hustle back to net.
Very true. We need to see some more spread out rotations from Selfless right now if they want to put some goals on the scoreboard. Good contest from A-Money. He's going to put that one up in the air, but Kronovi is going to beat Matt to it. As it drops down for Licinio on the attack. As Licinio and Kronovi, the contest won, but not in a good spot for them to create any goal opportunities. To Kronovi, he can't get the touch. Good passing play though. Sizz now trying to set one up on his own. Not able to follow that up as it's back into their end as they desperately try to get a play started up. The shot, Sizz not able to connect, and Gambit just reading that open net and good placement.
This is where Selfless needs to be contesting. This is where they did so strong in game 1 and game 2. Sizz goes back, A-Money tries to come from net, but he has to come from a little bit too far. And anyone from Map Power is probably going to beat you to most aerials if they're even a slight bit closer, an inch or so. They're not coming up as quickly as they were, and they're letting these goals sink in that in the first 2 games they were making Map Power fight so much for.
Licinio, nice second touch out to Kronovi as he chases that one down. That's going to head back to midfield. Gambit, good touch out. No one there to follow it up. Kronovi sitting in his blue cave back there, just waiting for play to develop, but for Selfless, still sitting there. Demo from Licinio is going to stop that play. Gambit with a little bit of mind game as he does a little hop to throw that back to center. Licinio trying to get another redirect, and I'm surprised that he's missed this many.
I bet Power's playing a little safer too. You can tell they had the victory, and they already lost that first game, which they really didn't want to do. So right now they're 3 goals up with 2 minutes left. Yes, it's very possible for Selfless to catch up, but if About Power plays their defensive correct, which that was actually a very scary situation for them to put themselves in, they let that bounce a little too far. They must have known.
Oh, and Licinio getting a touch off of that defender.
Look at how quickly they turned this from defense to offense. Kronovi puts it up. Licinio was waiting. He knew Kronovi was going to do it. I think Kronovi waited. He knew no one was contesting, which is why, from the angle I had, it looked kind of a scary position, but no one was contesting on the side of Selfless. And so quickly, they turned it from what should have been just like a defensive touch, maybe towards a corner, into a shot on goal that actually connected with the top of the net.
And that's what's so good about having Licinio on your team is that when he's in the air, he can put that ball wherever he wants. Gambit not going to be able to follow that one up. Matt with a touch to keep that moving in their favor. A-Money, nice clear. It's going to roll up the side as Gambit tries to Spider-Man that one out. Gets a good follow, but Sizz already way up in the air. Almost gets a downward touch on that. Licinio with an almost open net. A-Money, nice second stop. He reads that shot from Licinio. Very good play from A-Money there to keep that one from going in.
Licinio's just going ham right now. He's just getting touch after touch, reading every single play that Selfless can make right now. And this is the About Power that I was expecting to see a little early on in the game. Maybe Selfless came out stronger than they expected and put them on the back foot. Mentality plays a pretty big part in this game, and messing up somebody's rotations, especially a team like About Power who depends on that rotation to make sure that they don't concede goals, is really devastating, as we saw in the first few games.
Maybe they just woke up and it took them some time to get into the swing of the game, but now they are 4-0 for IBP. 1 minute left, and that's a wide open net. Commentators curse, now it's 4-1.
Talking about how they were playing comfortably, and it looks like even with a 4-0 victory, a minute left, they kind of all wanted to go in for that. Both teams seem to have a little bit of fun, like you said. They're just playing some Rocket League now. You don't see a lot of cutthroat plays happening right now, although you see About Power being able to pull off those things that they're so signature at doing.
Yeah, just looked like that last defender not really playing that midfield in the proper position, allowed a wide open net. We'll see, though, if they can get redemption get another goal. 44 seconds left in the match. The air dribble from Gambit. Not going to be able to win the contest to finish that one up. Matt says no fancy stuff here. We still have a chance. 35 seconds left. 3 goals. Could be doable, but not very likely. As we mentioned, IBP in the swing of things at the moment. Good touch from A-Money out to Sis. Can he get a touch? Oh, almost squeaking that one in on Granovi. Almost again. Can the third one get it? No, Gambit squeezes that one right by, and now it's a scoring opportunity for him as that one sinks in for a 5-1.
Both teams are just giving it their all. They're just going 3-man attack on both sides. We've seen some open nets coming out of both sides almost. iBuyPower barely getting that last save. It actually ended up missing target, thinking someone was going to be there, and then countering again with another open net. You know, at this point, they both know where these games are going to lie, and they're just they're playing to keep their heads in it. But I'm really proud of Selfless for giving iBuyPower the fight that they really did.
They did. Well, they know people are watching, and A-Money is one to give the crowd a very good show. So they're definitely keeping in the game and trying to get another touch with Sizz. But this looks to be the end of our series, as the ball will probably touch around here. And IBP, as predicted by the analyst test, I guess there's a reason they're up there, a 4-1 win in this match.
That was close. It was close. You know, I think Selfless definitely earned themselves some fans. A-Money, already one of the more lovable and huggable Rocket League faces of the community. To be able to pull such tough victories or even close calls with iBuyPower, people are going to respect them a little more after this for sure.
Oh, that's for sure. They kept in it. They did their hardest, and you know, I'm sure they surprised some people. How close the match was throughout the entire series. Really, it wasn't a crazy blowout until maybe that last game there. So I want to see what the analyst desk has to say. Scott, let us know what's up.
Yeah, well, we had 3-2 the entire time, and then next thing we know, we get into this game, and it just all falls apart. By the way, I do read chat. Blue HD Monkey was asking, why are they playing 5 games? Well, it's because we're in the group stage here, guys. It's not best of 5. Every game counts, but IBP, they are who we thought they were.
Yeah, well, it was a rough start. You saw there, A-Money is talking a little bit of trash, and maybe that threw Kronovi off a little bit. Because their team they had such a slow start, but really, like we predicted, I mean, this has to be scripted.
Yeah, right.
Like,
It's
scripted, right?
The fact that it is exactly like I said. Like if they're going to drop a game, it's going to be game 1 because they're not going to be taking it seriously. They're going to be maybe coming fresh off of a Skype interview. You know, they weren't getting warmed up right then or something like that. And so, yeah, we saw a lot of early aggression coming out from Selfless. They were able to take ball control, maintain that ball control, and then IBP didn't know what to do with that.
Yeah, well, this is quoting Gibbs. He says, Cosmic does love to throw one game in Rocket Royale, though, to basically anyone. So Gibbs was 100% right on that. And really, iBuyPower, they just had such a slow start. I was wondering, where is the offense? The first 3 games, they just 2 goals maximum for one side. So it just was not the Cosmic that we were used to seeing.
Yeah, no, it was a very kind of slow ramp up of getting closer and closer to that domination that we were expecting. You had the 2-1 from Selfless, then a 2-1 in IBP for game 2, a 2-0 in game 3, a 4-0 in game 4, a 5-1, just slowly just creeping up, becoming more and more the team that we were used to. And yeah, that was exactly what we expected.
Originally in those first 2 games, Matt scored more goals than anybody, even though one of them was on his own net there, but with a pretty epic one. But in game 3, iBuyPower, they didn't even score until the final minutes. So iBuyPower, if you're them, you're wondering what do we need to do? What do we need to change to make sure that we don't let this happen? Because they cannot just drop games like that to people. I mean, they're probably going to have a pretty safe route, but really, you want to crush people that you should crush.
Yeah, absolutely. But in game 2, game 4, we saw a lot of kind of uncharacteristic inaccuracy coming out from IBP. You know, they had there was a moment when they had an overcommitted defense by Selfless around 3:30 in game 2. Then an open goal, Gambit takes a shot and it goes wide. And then the beginning of game 4, lots of crossbar. They hit the crossbar like 3 times in a row. And you know, these are the sorts of shots that these sorts of players that are technical masters of the game, we don't expect that from them. And that was part of what kept Selfless in the match.
Well, game number 4 is coming up next. It is going to be Onslaught taking on Kings of Urban. So you guys keep it locked here. We're going to keep it rolling. We got 3 more matches for you. We're just halfway through, so keep it locked right here on Twitch. Welcome in, guys. Welcome back. It's match number 4 time. It's going to be Onslaught going up against Kings of Urban. You know, these guys just won the Rocket Royale. So I think we're in for one of the best matches we've seen today.
Yeah, Kings of Urban definitely hot coming into this, and Onslaught is definitely not.
Yeah, it's some inconsistency from them can be an issue. But I mean, one of the things I do love, and I always like to bring this up, is their 5-man roster. I think that's an incredible thing that they can use to their advantage to maybe throw off their opponents. They're expecting these guys, but all of a sudden it's someone else, right? So but yeah, it's KOU is definitely looking to hold their second place on the PR here.
Well, let's take a look at those starting lineups. Here's the rosters for both teams.
Yeah, as you can see here, it looks like Classics, Espeon, and Husky. That's always the question mark with Onslaught. Who is the starter? Because they have Kyle Mask and Flo, who are also very good players. So this is the lineup that we saw on stream on the first weekend. So good to see those guys coming back. And then we've got Fireburner, Matt, and Sad Jr. So Matt, I am not familiar with Matt coming out for Kings of Urban, so I guess they are playing with a sub. Normally, they have Jacob.
Yeah,
so.
that actually threw me off as well too, seeing Matt. So we'll see if if they can stay as hot as we expect them to be.
Yeah, no, Kings of Urban and Onslaught has actually struggled quite a bit, and I think A-Money referenced it when he was in the call that they got 5-0'd by Chemistry. So I wasn't sure which way that was, but if Onslaught lost all 5 games to Selfless, then they are in a very bad mental state, and they need to get this series versus Kings of Urban, who is that borderline tier 1 team along with iBuyPower. So this is a very important series for them, but it is going to be difficult.
Well, as we always do, let's get the trash talking on. We'll head over to our Skype face-off session between these two squads. Gentlemen, Fireburner and Husky. That's what I was called as a kid. I think they still call me Husky. What's up, guys?
What's going on?
Well, we're having a good time, and I think everyone's interested in this next match coming up. Husky, you're a boss on defense. What is it? Why do you love defense so much?
I don't actually play defense normally. It's just we have a lot of really strong offensive players, so I kind of just play a little more reserved.
Well, someone's got to. The other two guys are crashing every time. Fireburner, what's your guys' strategy going up against these guys?
We're just planning on playing our game. We think as long as we do that, we should come out with a win.
Oh, so you're already confident. You're already shutting down my man Husky over here.
No, they're a good team. We have to come in with a good mentality. We're not underestimating them for sure.
Husky, you got a prediction for this one?
Well, I don't know. We started off kind of slow, but we always like playing Kings because they're always really close games. So we'll see. It could go anyway, really.
Fireburner, Royale winners. Are you guys going to keep this thing going?
Yeah, we hope so. Hopefully we can keep the form into today.
Husky, give me some final shout-outs, some final thoughts.
Okay, shout out to the Beard, Final with Carpet, and James Bott for buying me Taco Bell once.
Hey, there you go. What else do you need? Fireburner, what do you got for us, man?
Shout out to Jacob's mom, because apparently she's watching the stream, and shout out to the guys at Kapow over to you.
I'm not sure if that's mama jokes or not. I mean, I'm just following. I'm going to assume that's some heavy trash talk. So, guys, appreciate it. Good luck in this one. We're all looking forward to it. James, what's your prediction for this one?
This one, I'm going to expect Kings of Urban to take this one 4-1 as well. Onslaught, a very good team, but Kings of Urban, they are on their form. And yes, Husky, I will buy you lunch anytime, man. Anytime we're in the same spot. We're both from Michigan. We're Michiganders.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I got his back.
I mean, I expect this one to go to Game 5, that's for sure. It's best of 5. I think it's going to be. I think it'll be pretty good. I mean, when Onslaught's on, they're on, right? So it really depends on that. As you said, the 4-1. I think it'll be maybe a little bit closer, but my predictions haven't been as good as Gibbs have been. So we'll see. Maybe don't listen to me. But I expect either way some really good matches, especially off the bat. Coming out of the gate, I think we're going to see some very close contests.
Well, Kings is coming off a big win. We'll see if they can keep it going. We're going to kick it down to, of course, DFH Stadium. No Wasteland. I want to see some Wasteland with my main man, Wave. Of course, Lawler's on the color. Guys, take it away.
Thanks, Scott. I'm Wave Punk, joined again by my good friend Lawler. And we have maybe what would be the closest matchup we've had today. But, we were saying that beforehand, that, these teams are really close to each other. But then games 1 and 2 holy cow, it's been a great day of matches already so far.
Yeah, big shout out to Selfless coming out strong in that for last series, able to take one off. And that's the stuff that, you know, there was a lot of people in chat that were talking about, you know, why are they still playing 5 games? And with it being a series, especially with those first 2 teams going, you know, 3-2,
right,
that stuff's going to play huge dividends later on when it comes down to, you know, calculating all these wins, who's good ahead, who's not. So being able to take one off of stuff like that is going to help. And that's where these guys really need to come out, is Onslaught needs to show they're able to come out and play. We actually had them in Rocket Royale playing pretty strong against KOU, but KOU squeaked ahead. That's kind of the stuff that's where it's really going to end up being. But if these guys can do what we know they're capable of, I mean, the team coming out, to my knowledge, is Husky, Classics, and
Espion?
And Espion.
Yeah.
Espion's really good at going up top with
Absolutely.
having Husky back there for defense. I mean, that's going to give Classics the ability to follow up. So if they can keep those rotations going, I mean, expect this to be a breakneck game. These guys are going to really have to fight for it.
Yeah, Onslaught, a team is known for great rotations, solid play. They've kind of fallen a little bit in the power rankings this week. Fell down to, they were at 3rd. I think they fell to 6th.
Sure.
But, you know, that sort of... that can fluctuate from time to time. We've talked about before. We talked about this last week a lot, that a lot of times with the power rankings, you're talking about the top 10 teams, there's a lot of interchangeability. Like, we have IBP, and then we kind of have everyone else in this big group that, like, you know, any given day, if they're bringing their A game, they can really show up. And so, you know, you have the former team number 3 up against number 2 in Kings of Urban. This should be a great match. Let's get into the match. Back here on DFH, as you all know, we will have Kings of Urban in the orange, Onslaught in the blue. Sad Jr. set to go on kickoffs along with Classics. Kickoff's going to be pretty neutral, going off onto the side. Espion going to try and pass this one up, pushing over onto the orange. Fireburn's going to take it from him. Immediately turn that into a Kings of Urban offensive off the backboard. Fireburner's able to dunk it away. There we go. First goal in the first 10 seconds.
Man, that was really quick. I mean, look at this big switch. Espion's still floating through the air. And that's the thing. I mean, the ball hitting off the crossbar is very tough to read. But when you're able to get on the upswing of that, Fireburner has an easy push in.
Yeah, the fake from Jacob was amazing there. He was going up to get the ball, and the goalie stayed on the ground. Fireburner was able to set himself up that one off the backboard, though. Dunk it away. They're going to strike very early here in game number 1, and here they come again, trying to pass it around. They're going to be able to get in the way of that one, though. Ball's still going to be up on the blue side. Classics going off on the wall, kind of whiffing that one. Husky going to be able to take ball control now, push it over into orange. Winning that 1v1, that's an open goal. There's a tie game.
Man, Husky, look at the flick coming off of his car here. He's going to take the patient shot here, plays it back to the outside. Unfortunately, Sad doesn't get the touch that he wants. And recognizing that Fireburner is flying through, he plays it to the inside around that car. Beautiful touch. He just got even luckier, the fact that nobody was back there for defense.
Absolutely. Husky there coming up clutch for his team, winning the 1v1, putting them on the board, equalizing things. 4:30 to go here, all tied up. DFH Stadium, Espion's going to kind of whiff on the wall hit there. Classics with a nice touch there, Husky, excuse me, with a nice touch there. Sad Jr. going to be able to clear that one out to the wall. Espion keeping this pressure up. Jacob hanging back in goal. Here comes Classics from the backfield, putting it up onto the crossbar. Jacob coming out is going to win the 1v1. We have a tearaway opportunity here. Fireburner going to go on target, but Espion able to rotate back into goal. Keep that one away.
Yeah, Espion, really easy rotation there, playing patient on it, watching it, kind of huddling around it, not, you know, squeezing it too hard. But that's the thing. I mean, with him playing like that, he has the ability to kind of make the decision that he wants to make. He's not going to be forced into doing anything he doesn't want to, and it makes it really easy for this team on Onslaught to kind of rotate out and give their players the opportunity to make a play. I mean, you see too many teams group up, and that's what causes that clutter and makes an easy goal go by.
Absolutely. And we have Onslaught back on the offense again. This ball rolling slowly in the orange half. Sad Jr. be able to pick that one up. They left a lot of space there. Husky and Espion both pushing up. Husky, Espion kind of whiffing that one right there. Husky hanging back in goal right now as Classics tries to push this one out. Fireburner going to get bullied away. Jacob with a nice touch at midfield. Espion reads it well, though. Puts it over into the corner. 3:22 left to go. Still a tie game.
That's the thing. I mean, even though that touch to the outside was good, the fact that it was really good is Classics is able to dribble all the way downfield and completely change the possession of this game. Look at them now able to rotate out. Look at the spacing that they're doing. This is what's going to keep these guys in this game. It's just a matter of putting them on net now.
Classics winning the aerial 1v1, putting it up into the orange corner. Husky's going to whiff the second touch, though. Espion's got his back, though. Keeping that ball up and into the orange. Going to bounce over on the other side. Now we're going to move over into the blue. Espion hanging back. Going to try and push it back over onto the orange. So Firebird's going to get a hit. Nice little kind of ping pong going back and forth here. Classics with an interesting touch there from Jacob. Did not get the touch he wanted. Now Classics going to try and drive it up into the corner. Seen a lot of kind of solo pushing it up into the corner. He goes for the goalie zone. Sad Jr. reads it well, though their positioning's a little off. Fireburner, though, able to relieve that pressure. Right here at halftime, still tie game.
That's the thing. I mean, we expected close games, but it's one of those things that until these guys start hitting their pace, it's going to be even closer. But big
what a
pitch
laser
like that.
beam
Oh
off the
my goodness.
crossbar. Espion going to put that one into the corner, relieve that pressure, give his teammates time to rotate. Doesn't matter though. Husky couldn't touch it.
Man, Fireburner, look at him rotate up on this, just being patient, showing some poise. And that's the thing, again, being the first one to be on that touch, that's something that Husky needs to have confidence and no hesitation in to come out and clear that. Otherwise, stuff like that and shots like that from Fireburner are going to keep happening. 2 goals for him himself.
Yep, 2:21 left to go. We see Kings of Urban with a 1-goal lead. Espion's going to try and touch this one. Great shot from Espion. And Jacob, man, he was getting interfered by Classics, but he still was able to maintain car control, get up into that one. Impressive play coming out from Jacob, and now he's going to try and clear it out and away. We have a counter opportunity. Espion keeping the pressure up, keeping it over into the orange. And Husky goes up for the shot. He shoots. Oh, he shoots straight at Jacob, though, and he's able to get the save.
That's the thing. Jacob's doing a good job staying at home. Needs to be careful. Sometimes those guys, placement-wise, try to make a fake one way or the other, and then they just get some field side flip.
Espion going to pick this one up, try to push it out. Fireburner with a shot off the crossbar. Classics, Husky, and Espion kind of all out, clumped up together. Not the best defensive positioning. Classics able to set that one up. Sad Jr. able to come from the backfield, set it up for Fireburner, who passes back to Sad, putting it off the wall. Jacob and Fireburner kind of up on top of each other. Espion's going to be able to get most of that one, push it back over into the orange. He's going to try and set this one up off the back wall, wrapping it around. Easy defensive positioning there. Classics just leaves us into midfield. He comes back around to try and touch it. Couldn't get there in time, though. Oh, Jacob with a tear away. Oh, and he whiffs him out, faking out Husky there. They go up by 2.
Man, to see that complete change, like Classics here lays it perfectly for a teammate. He was being patient, expecting someone to rotate in, and nobody did. And because of that, you see that Kings of Urban is able to take advantage of that, completely change possession, and get a goal off of it.
That was impressive stuff coming out from Jacob there. 1:20 left to go. 2-point lead for Kings of Urban. Now they're threatening once more. Fireburner coming up from the backfield, going to shoot this off the crossbar. Classic sets it up. Not the best clear. That ball's lofted well. Sad Jr. setting it up again. Jacob was trying to come up for it, but then decides to bail on it. He's going to keep that ball in the corner. Classics hanging back in goal right now for Blue. Try and come out. Hell, Classics and Husky kind of tangled up on top of each other. You saw them, the Kings of Urban trying to come up and press that advantage, but they missed it there. Final minute of the game. They need 2 points if they're going to come back into this. Onslaught needs to start making this happen right now.
Yeah, they need to stop being so hesitant. The pressure just, from what we've seen from them, even Espion, like Espion is known notoriously for being the first one to the ball, and we just haven't seen it yet this game. He's making some good aerial plays, but it's not the aggression that we'd like to see out of this Onslaught team.
Yeah, the rotations have been a bit sluggish, and they've had a lot of time. This ball has spent a long time on the orange half. They just have not been able to capitalize. They've been wrapping the ball around the corners a lot. Not a lot of playing off the backboard, which is kind of the current meta, the current best move you can make. And so that's just resulted in a lot of kind of what we've seen here. Just like pushing the ball up and then getting it cleared back out. Final 18 seconds here. Ball's back over on the blue. They're going to be able to push this one back into orange, but at this point, ping pong favors Kings of Urban. They just need to hit the clock to hit 0, and they're going to have the win in game 1.
Yeah, Husky trying to make a good clear here, and that's the thing. They're setting themselves up, and if they keep making plays like that, oh my gosh, Fireburner flying from the sky.
Goomba stomping that ball there, Fireburner did, and that's going to be the end of game 1. 3-1 in favor of Kings of Urban. And I was kind of hoping to see Onslaught stepping up a little bit more. We'll see what they can do moving into game number 2, though.
Yeah, it's one of those things that with these guys, if they keep playing like the way that they are, it's going to be a Kings of Urban show. I mean, they're showing up very, very well. I mean, you look at the shot difference between the 2 teams. They're actually pretty even.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of those setups that they've had. I mean, like that one I was talking about where Classics, he left it right in the middle of the field. It was a perfect setup, just come in and take the shot. And nobody was there to do so. And it completely resulted in a flip side aspect of it where Jacob's going to get a goal. So they need to be a little bit more precise. They need to be a little bit more aggressive on those touches. But other than that, I mean, they're playing, they're matching them.
Yeah, no, they have some good shots. They had some good opportunities. You know, they had a setup off the corner. Husky goes up for the aerial, shoots it straight in the net, goes at the base, but he shoots it straight at Jacob. You know, and that defensive positioning from Jacob was critical. You do see a very even number of shots here, but a couple more saves coming out on the side of Kings of Urban, and that gave, you know, that was kind of the difference there. That gave them the win. So we'll be getting into match number 2 shortly. As soon as these players join up, who is a player you look to come out stronger on Onslaught here in game number 2?
Espion, for sure. Espion needs to go up. He's so comfortable in the air. He's kind of their decider when it comes to they need a possession change or someone there to stop a shot. Espion's usually the first one up to do that.
Right.
And it's one of those things that if he's doing that, it allows the other 2 players the confidence to come in and make the plays that they need to.
Moving into game number 2 here, we have moved over to Manfield Stadium. This ball is lofted currently in the orange side. We'll see Jacob be able to shut that one down, pushing it back over into the blue. Fireburner coming up from the backfield, trying to clear that one back out. Sad Jr. and Jacob both moving back onto defense, but neither one really got into position. Sad Jr. having to make an awkward save there. Espion's able to set this one off the backboard.
There it is.
Still here. Here's another opportunity. Classics couldn't get there. Jacob beats him to it.
Man, that's the exact same thing we were talking about, though. They have the ability to go up for shots like that, and the fact that they got 3 touches before Kings of Urban even got near it is what we want to see. They're controlling the pace, they're controlling the offense, and that's what's really crucial.
Great touch there from Espion, keeping that ball out of his own goal. Husky now driving this one up. He's got an opportunity. Espion putting it up off the back wall. See if they can come up from the backfield. No one's there. Classics was hanging back, playing it safe. Going to set that one up there. Right there, kind of the midfield point. Nice shot from Sad Jr. going off the crossbar. Husky able to get that one up and away from Fireburner. Great touch there from Husky, keeping that one out and away.
Yeah, Husky's got to be careful with stuff like that. I can't believe he made that save. Oh my gosh, the rotation coming through.
Such heads-up plays.
Oh man, these guys need to be careful though. Like if they don't clear this out soon, it's gonna spell trouble. And there you go. Good job, Espion, on that read.
Man, that ball often right there towards the enemy goal. I was surprised the Kings of Urban didn't apply more pressure. They had really thoroughly blown the defensive rotation from Onslaught. They had a really good opportunity, but they just kind of backed off, let Espion and company do what they wanted with that ball. And now we see the ball sitting in midfield. Classic's going to try and win this one around. That ball going to be bouncing laterally across the field. No one really kind of wanted to challenge this one right now. Fireburner coming very far from the back. Ball, a lot of kind of midfield ping pong. There's a shot from Classic. Sad Jr. able to put it over into the corner, though. Great stuff coming out there. Just the long range shots, though.
Back in, though.
Oh, going off the top of the crossbar, sitting there in front. Jacob able to clear it away. Some decent shots, but they're so far away that they're giving Kings of Urban all the time they need to get up and get the save.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. Look at this back end. Oh my gosh, what a save by Fireburner, but put back in.
Oh,
that's
there it goes. Oh, the team play. The pressure comes up strong.
Oh my goodness, look at this. This play by Husky. You thought Fireburner was going to be enough, but played immediately back in. That's what rotations do. Classics putting that pressure right back on and Espion waiting for it. That is amazing.
That's the sort of stuff I wanted to see from Kings of Urban right there. Like they blew the defensive rotation and they immediately punished. Putting the first point on the board, going over to Onslaught, 3:03 left to go. Still very much anyone's ball game. Espion and Husky trying to drive this one up the far side. Sad Jr. putting it back into blue corner. Fireburner upside down in blue goal right now. This is an opportunity if they can press this up with only Jacob back. They weren't able to move out as quickly as I would hope they would. Now that ball's going to be back over on the blue. Jacob coming up on the wall, trying to go for the 1v1 with Espion. The pinch is going to send it over onto orange. Classic has an opportunity if he can just get the angle. He's not going to get the touch he wants, though. Fireburner and Sad Jr. both over in the orange corner. If he can just get this out and around, no one's back in goal. There's Jacob. We'll see what they can do. Halftime, though, still only 1 point in the favor of Kings of Onslaught.
Man, you look at how aggressive these guys are playing. The bumps from both teams. I mean, you see Jacob headhunting now, and that's the thing. They're getting, the pressure that they want off of it. But then you see the team on Onslaught come and do the same thing. I mean, they're reading each other, they're adapting the way that they need to, and if they can keep this up, we're going to have a very, very close match between these two teams.
Still only 1 point been scored on. Jacob going to whiff the shot. He had an opportunity. He threw it away. Classic's going to be able to drive this one back up over into the orange. You see a little bit more of a defensive setup from Onslaught right now. A little bit early to kind of be playing strictly defensive, but I'm not going to be questioning their decisions at this point. Classic put it over into the corner along with Espion. Going to clear it off the wall. What a pass. Espion clearing it to the entire caddy corner. Husky going to go off for the shot off the backboard. Here's anybody. Nope. Fireburner going to be able to get that touch. Put it off the wall. There's another touch. That ball sitting back at midfield. A lot of back and forth here. They weren't able to capitalize on that drive, but man, those were great setup from Espion. Oh, this ball going to cross just on the far corner. No one there. Classic's going to be waiting patiently. Getting it past a few. He's just got to get it past Sad Jr. Nope. Sad Jr. gets the touch. Putting it back into blue. Good presence, good mid-range clearing come out from Kings of Urban, but they got to capitalize offensively.
Yeah, Kings of Urban still has plenty of chances here to get back into this. I mean, with only a 1 difference, they still have a minute 20 left. That's a lot of time. They just need to clean it up a little bit. Big passes like that and follow-ups like this are going to be what's going to give them the opportunity. Now that they have the ball on this side of the zone, they need to put it in.
What a touch from Husky. Keeping that ball out of the goal. It was quite the setup there. Good shot coming out from Kings of Urban. Classics now trying to set that one up off the crossbar. It's going to go bouncing wide. Espion going to try and make it cross again. Final minute of the game. Jacob going to be able to clear it to midfield. Not kind of it was good speed on the ball, but it was kind of straight to the mid, and that wasn't exactly where you want to be putting the ball. You're giving the other team enemy shots. No one really back in goal at the moment for Onslaught. Espion trying to go up and make a derpy save. Not the save he wanted. Fireburner was not able to get the shot on net. That was the best opportunity he's had in a long time. 40 seconds. This ball sitting wide open in midfield. Fireburner able to clear it away. Espion needs to fall back onto defense. They are threatening it once more here. The Kings of Urban need to score within the next 30 seconds or they're going to be losing game 2.
I'm really liking the setups for this Onslaught team. The pass plays that they're bringing out is keeping them into this game the fact that nobody's been able to follow up other than that one opportunity that they scored off of with those passes and the aggression is good. I mean, it shows that both these teams are doing what they need. But that's the thing. Kings of Urban also has the ability to make plays, and they just haven't capitalized on them yet.
Oh, off the backboard 2 times now. Fireburner, though, with the tearaway opportunity. Just Classic's back. He gets the pop, but it's still hanging. Husky coming from the other field, able to put it over into the corner. Great touch there. Final second. As soon as his ball touches the ground, we'll have the end of the game. Oh, and they're still keeping it up. Fireburner has an opportunity, but no. Espion able to push it back out and away. Still in the corner. Ball's lofting around, but you know it's going to touch eventually. A lot of players kind of, the rotations are getting blown on both sides. Classics needs to get up there. Oh, it's toe-toes. Nope, no one was able to touch it. That's going to be in the game too.
I'm surprised Jacob didn't go for a shot there. But that's the thing. I mean, when it comes down to situations like that, I mean, it comes pretty much down to the wire. I mean, they fought for it very, very well. And that's the thing. When you're going between these two teams and they're getting back and forth like that, I mean, Kings of Urban had so many opportunities to score there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was. I was kind of confused by why they weren't able to create more shots. There was so much wrapping around the corners, so much less, and they weren't bouncing and using the backboard to the best of their ability. And I was really hoping that they would be able to shoot more, on target, because the wrapping around the walls is something we saw very early on in preseason and season 1 and stuff, but that's not something that happens as often now because goalies have adjusted to it, the meta changes. So we'll see what they can do moving forward here into Game 3. We're back on Beckwith.
Here we go. Games between these two teams. Classic's going to come out and take a hit. That's the thing. I mean, they're applying pressure. You see how fast Huskies onto this ball and these pass setups through Espion. Oh, they're so close. That's the thing. They're putting in the effort to make plays here. And that's the thing. As soon as they control that dominance and they control that pace, then it is up to Kings of Urban to make it. Oh, my gosh, that devil. Yeah, it's up to Kings of Urban to match it.
Jacob with it on the derpy aerial too. Oh, here's a tearaway opportunity. Can Classics get it past Sad Jr.? The last man on defense was able to hold up strong. Husky keeping that pressure up, though. It was up in the top corner. Sad Jr. making a great save, keeping that one away. Now Husky and Espion both up in orange corner. Fireburner needs to win the 1v1. Husky's able to get the block, but Sad Jr. coming from the other side of the field will clear it away. The back pass from Husky. They decides to keep ball control. We see Onslaught moving over onto defense. Espion hanging back in goal. Jacob's going to take a shot, going off the backboard. Excellent movement there, and there's the shot. The follow from Fireburner, just like I was talking about before the game.
Man, Fireburner had an easy goal there. Nobody's contesting him. Look how much patience he shows here. He's just waiting up top, mistouch, and capitalizing on it. I mean, there was nobody there to pressure him, and that's the thing. It's tough because Espion should have cleared that out. It's just small mistakes like that. The fact that they're able to capitalize on that is a very good thing for Kings of Urban.
Yeah, but that setup off the back wall, that's such an important way. It's so hard for the defense to know how to read it properly as the ball especially is moving away, and it's an easy setup for the offense. That gave Fireburner an easy shot there. 4:03 left to go, 1 point in the favor of Kings of Urban, and they have another opportunity right now. Husky's going to shut that down, pushing it back over onto the orange. Sad Jr. comes out, put it over into the corner. He's going to be able to continue to keep this pressure up, pushing it back out. Espion on the wall, able to clear it back over into orange. Some decent mid-range ping pong going on right now. Espion keeping this one up off the backboard. Sad Jr. is able to destroy that offensive moment, though, putting it back over on the blue. A lot of back and forth. Jacob with a tearaway opportunity. Classics in goal, able to clear it back over into the corner. But yeah, the team's kind of like, they're both clearing, they're both waiting, trying to look for a moment to push in, but no one really finding a chink in each other's armor at the moment.
Yeah, they're taking some time with this one. The pace of the game has definitely slowed down, and that's the thing. It's good because these teams are definitely respecting each other. You see some of these shots go up, and there's no follow-up because they're like, oh, if I don't hit this, man, they're gonna punish me for it. So the fact that they're respecting that, they're showing the poise, is good. I mean, it makes these teams play a heck of a lot better. The small mistakes that we're used to seeing just aren't happening as much. But if pass plays like that keep happening, expect some trouble.
Yeah, Classics there with the Fields backflip, not going to be able to capitalize that play, which was materializing into quite the team play. He's going to set this one up and try and turn it around, push it back over onto the other side of the field. Coming up on halftime, only 1 goal so far in what has been a pretty quiet game. Nice demo there from Classics. He has an opportunity to relieve some defensive presence, but he wasn't able to push the moment until before Jacob respawned. And now we see Kings of Urban trying to push it back out, but this ball is maintaining very well on the orange half. Here's an opportunity. Jacob able to get up and into the way of that one, keep it from going in, but this has been great offensive pressure coming out from Onslaught.
Yeah, that's the thing, and that's to go back. I mean, Kings of Urban's doing a very good job of keeping them out of the net, too, when they show that pressure. Doing a good job on defense. Jacob's been a star, with his defensive rotations. I mean, Fireburner flying through to make some critical saves, but Jacob has definitely been the rock. I mean, he's always there. He's always kind of denying it, and he's been kind of the deciding factor for the clear. He's showing some good patience, but at the same time, he's not getting overcompensated with the fact of, hey, what do I do here? What's the situation that's developing?
Right. These players have been a lot of, but just so much back and forth. The game, like we said, like both teams have already dropped a game, and part of what has resulted in those losses has been defensive miscues and teams capitalizing on those. So we see both teams playing very, very defensively right now, not really wanting to be too aggressive. We're just wanting to kind of play it safe, and so that kind of gives us kind of the ping pong game we've got going on right now. 142 left to go, still only 1 point on the side of Kings of Urban. Jacob going to try and set this one up. Classic's going to pop it off the wall, kill its forward momentum. Espeon now going to move it up. Classic's on the back rotation, kind of almost blocked that shot for his own team. This ball has been sitting in the blue corner for a good 10 seconds now.
Yeah, big clear is what they need. You can tell these guys are starting to run out of boost. I saw Espeon actually boosting backwards to hustle back into net just in case, but stuff like this is going to be a big difference. I mean, the ability to play this up and give them a chance to rotate, especially with bumps like that, they're buying time, and that's fine. I mean, you need to have and find a right setup. You don't have to force it every single time.
Oh, here's an opportunity, but Jacob's going to keep that one popped away. Classics, and again, not playing it overly aggressive, not just going for every shot that he could possibly have. There's Espeon, nice back pass. One final minute though, and really Espeon, if they're going to turn on the gas at any point, Onslaught needs to do that right now.
Yeah, they need to put on some pressure quickly. I mean, a couple seconds left, especially with shots like that coming in. They need to be careful because you can tell that Kings of Urban is ready to turn up the pace. They're doing whatever they can. And that's crucial in this rotation game. The fact that these guys are spreading out and making passes like this. Like, look at these touches. I mean, first one's on it. Now, transition that in towards the net.
Right. Here's an opportunity, a setup. 30 seconds left. Jacob is hanging back, ready to take this ball out. It's going to be put back into the corner by Espeon. Classic's going to try and set this one up. Again, they're going for these wall wraps. They're wrapping them around the corner, and those are just so easy to defend against. It's kind of a low risk, low reward sort of situation, and that's not giving them any opportunities. They really need to play a little bit more aggressive. Final 10 seconds. This is the last moment they had to score. A nice kill by Espeon, just putting that ball flat on the ground.
My ball.
And now he needs to carry this out. The final seconds here, this is going to be quite the dribble if they're able to make this happen. Husky putting it over into the corner. It looks like it's going to touch the ground. That's going to be into game 3.
Well, I just got some really good news.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so these guys, as we saw, they were getting complacent, they were playing patient, they were respecting each other. So one of these teams decided, let's mix it up. So guess where we're going next?
Does it have to do with garbage?
It might be a land of garbage.
A land of garbage?
Yeah.
Like a wasteland?
As cringy as that is, yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of anything better off the fly. That's, oh my goodness, though. So
yeah,
first
wasteland, man.
As the player who's the more experienced of the people on the desk, what is the big differences that Wasteland brings to the table? This is the first time we've seen it on stream.
Okay, so for those that are unaware, think of this as kind of like a foosball table. Okay, the top corners are angled differently. That applies to 2 different ways. When you take a shot, the ball can rotate in. You know, you hit a ball into that corner, it's eventually going to levitate towards the net.
Right.
The other thing that can do is if you're playing from that and trying to jump across to make a save, the ground is not where you started. It's completely going to throw off if you go to make another touch. So I'm curious to see who's going to take this one. I don't know if it's a shot in the dark or if it was actually planned.
Yep. We'll see what happens here. They are going to move up quickly. Onslaught trying to press that one in. There's some good aggression coming out early here in the first minute. Espeon trying to set that one up. A nice kind of just block there in midair. That was a very funky touch. Sad Jr. going to be able to push it over into the blue. Now Espeon with an opportunity to push it up again. Gets a touch, kind of a soft touch. Classic going to be able to push it over onto the other side of the field. Take the boost and move back on the defense, letting Husky come out and press that up. Decent aggression coming out from Onslaught right now. That's where they get their namesake, able to kind of create the Armageddon of balls. We'll see what happens here moving over into the second minute.
Man, I actually think this map's going to really favor Onslaught, simply because of the fact of we saw them play so many shots into those corners and they favored and feathered in, but they're easily defended. But now when you have a different angle on those corners in the Wasteland, I think it's actually going to give them an offensive pressure here that they weren't able to get before because that backboard play that we talk about just wasn't happening.
Yep. No, that's definitely, you change up the backboard, you can change up the entire meta. Fireburner taking control right now, very patiently waiting for Jacob to come up and gain ball control from him. Espeon hanging back in goal right now as Jacob's able to angle it around him. Classics with a great defensive rotation, though. Going to keep that one out.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, when you got teammates like that, I mean, we always talk about how good Husky is because he's got so many players on that team that are very strong offensively. But to have players like Classics, which are an all-around good player, to fall back and give you the opportunity, that stuff makes a huge difference. And it gives you the confidence to play a little bit more aggressive, which is something that I think these teams need to start doing.
See what happens moving forward here. Classics and Espeon both falling back onto defense right now. Espeon hanging back in goals and be able to kind of come out and make this clear. Good touch there. Jacob was back on defense for Kings of Urban. Now he's going to go for the backwards aerial, trying to bounce it off the backboard. Nice cross there. No one there able to dunk, though. Kings of Urban. Espion able to put it off the ceiling. Nice touch from Husky. Great read there. Able to keep that one up there at midfield, and now they're pushing back over into Orange. We'll see if Classics can set this one up. Doesn't get the touch he wants. Jacob's able to push it back out and away. Espion passing back over. Sad Jr. No, Sad Jr.'s not in this game. No, he is. He's right there. Oh my goodness, the players are starting to mix up in my mind. Sad Jr. does play for Kings of Urban. Yes, he does.
I mean, that's the thing with Sad Jr., though. I mean, he's been pretty quiet. I mean, I haven't seen anything completely out of him. I mean, he's notorious for making some pretty crazy aerial shots, but that's the thing. He's been playing more of the support role, and maybe that's the reason why these games have been a little bit closer. Oh my gosh, that shot.
Great defense there from Espion, keeping that goal out. Right over crossing halftime. It's funny, we were kind of hoping that this would change up the pace of the game, but this has been the slowest game we've had so far.
Wasteman's a little bit more spaced out. You never know with these teams. But it played, oh my gosh, Espion almost with the setup. That's the thing. They need to be careful with some of these back passes. They are working a little bit in offensive flair, but it's not enough to capitalize on a goal. I mean, this seems to be, they're missing that X factor, the part that puts the goal in the net, or the ball in the net. The goal doesn't go in the net.
The part that's actually worth points.
Yeah.
Putting the ball actually in the goal. There's Fireburner with the shot going just wide. We've seen so many shots out of both these teams kind of across the entire match, but then just so few that are like really on target with a lot of speed. They're either easily blockable or they're like just wide.
Yeah, there hasn't been any really wind up. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be a mistake.
Speaking of which.
Yeah, like that's the thing. These guys are playing at such a slow shot. Like anything they do put on net is easily defended, like you said. Yeah. And that's the thing. As long as these guys start putting on some pace, they just need to have that follow-up. But that's the thing. Is it because they're matched so well that they're able to, go neck and neck the whole way? That's causing it to where they don't get those power shots that we've been seeing.
Yeah, neither team was really playing super aggressive, kind of like we talked about last game, playing much more defensive. And right now, there's not even a point on the side of Kings of Urban that they can kind of fall back on and say, oh, we're playing all defensively, so it's okay. We just got to kind of wait the clock out. Right now, we're about to approach the final minute of the game. No one scored. Fireburner trying to set that one up. Husky takes it from him, pushing it back out and away. Sad Jr. able to win that one at midfield. It's a very short-range ping pong coming out for both teams right now. Espion pushing it up to Husky, who pushes it back to midfield. I don't know if the ball's crossed like 100 kilometers per hour yet. Like, it's just moving so slow this game.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I mean, these guys just seem to be out of sync. Normally they have someone there to follow up and take another pass play in. Stuff like that, you normally have Husky there waiting for it, and that just doesn't seem to be the case right now. These guys are not playing at the pace and the capability that they are able to, and that we've seen before.
Espion trying to set that one up for Classics. They're trying to just make anything happen at this point. If nothing changes, we might have 0-0 overtime here in game number 4. Wasteland is typically what I would consider a faster map. There's not as many hard angles, there's more kind of slopes, means you get to maintain your momentum. But so far, we haven't really seen that come to play. Final 20 seconds of the game. Classics with an opportunity, but Jacob's going to pass over to Sad Jr., who pushes it back over into the blue. Ball's sitting in the blue corner. Espion comes out from goal, able to push that one back out. Fireburner takes a shot. That's a shot on net, but Husky able to get up and into that one, block it. It was one of the best shots we've seen all game so far, but easily defended by Husky. Final countdown. It's driving around the corner. That ball's going to cross in front of the goal. Fireburner with the touch. Oh, and Husky's going to try and get it around. Oh, no, right there at overtime.
Husky, you had a chance, but you killed it, man. That's the thing. I mean, the top of the car does settle it really hard, and that's, one of those things you got to get your nose into it. And I get he was trying to flip into it, and it didn't work out in his favor. That's the thing. I mean, at least he was there. He was ready to set it up. He's putting in the right rotations. It's a matter of now capitalizing on it. I think this one's really going to come down to, in this overtime, one defensive mistake, or two in that case.
Yeah, just who's gonna make the critical whiff that ends up with the score. There's a nice shot. Husky gonna try and push that one out. He does. Excellent touch there at midfield. Classics with the follow-up, able to put it back over into Orange. Espion gonna win the 1v1 with Fireburner, keeping his ball over onto the offensive side. There's Husky with an opportunity, but Jacob coming up from the backfield, able to clear it away. Again, great clears, great pushes, great pressure, but complete lack of capitalization, and just every team being able to clear off the other team's offensive drives.
And that's the thing. I mean, look at that opportunity. It's right there. They have the option, but getting contested in the front, and that's the thing. Where's the third guy to knock that in? Espion, that ball settled all the way to the ground. Jacob needs to take a risk if they're going to win this game. And that's the thing. As long as they're smart enough to realize that as soon as I take that risk, whoever this A rotation guy is going to swing back to defense, you're going to win.
Oh, Husky with the opportunity, and he puts it in. There was the blown defensive rotation we needed. We're going to have Onslaught taking game 3.
Man, complete back and forth. Game 1 going to KOU, Game 2 going to Onslaught, Game 3 going back to KOU, Game 4 going back. Like, it's back and forth the whole time.
Do you remember what the score was from game 1? It was like 2-1 or something.
It was really close.
Yeah, we've seen like maybe 5 goals scored across all 3 games so far. Just very, very defensive things, which is something we've talked about before. That like if teams that we talk about maybe they're not as good at rotating or something, that they're gonna be over aggressive and they're not gonna be trusting their teammates to take the shots. I feel like we're seeing kind of the opposite of that here, where players are not trusting their teammates to rotate defensively, so everyone hangs back on defense, and then nobody's ever going for any shots.
I mean, not only that, I think it's actually a part of too much respect for these teams. Like these guys are probably respecting each other too much because they've just played recently, and it started at such an overhaul where the game was just a complete blowout. Right. And now you look at it and it's like, okay, these games are super close, but the reason why you guys were able to blow them out is because you took those risks, and now you're not doing that. Like, what happened?
Yeah, I think that they maybe are not trusting each other, maybe fearing each other a little, fearing the other team a little bit too much.
Maybe it's the RLCS, man, the hype.
Never know. Then maybe the game's getting to them. We're back on Beckwith. It's midnight. We'll see if this changes things up for us. Husky going to try to push the pressure up early, pushing the ball over onto the orange. Sad Jr. going to try and win that one. Husky gets it from him, though, putting it around the corner. But now we're kind of back on that standard map. Hopefully we can get away from the wraparounds, and we'll be able to go back to just bouncing them off the backboard. We'll see what they can do if they change it up. Who's a player?
Oh, there it is. Classics.
Classics going to be able to thread that one in. Maybe the earliest goal we've seen so far.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you talk about this. Jacob barely missing that touch, and Fireburner missing it. We talked about small defensive mistakes, and Classics there to capitalize on it. That's the thing. If they can hold on to this, I mean, we saw the last game was only a 1-goal game. Maybe that's all they need.
Yeah, man, I'm really hoping Onslaught doesn't say, okay, we got the 1 goal. Now let's just sit in the net and keep it away. Hopefully they keep up this aggression. There's some great stuff coming out from Husky, keeping that one up and on. We'll see what they do as they move backwards here. There's Husky going to be able to creep that one up, setting that one up for Espion, who's trying to get kind of the mid-range, mid-air clear. Nice clear coming out finally. Hopefully be able to push this one out. There's Husky going to, oh, nice follow-up from Classics off of Husky's touch. Pushing that ball over into orange. Sad Jr. going to set that one up off the corner. Going to try and drive this one out. Passes up to Fireburner. Fireburner whiffs on the touch, though. Sad Jr. is still following him, though. Being able to push this one up. Ball sitting just dead center at midfield. That ball's rolling towards the orange goal now, but Fireburner able to clear it in the corner.
Man, that's the thing. These guys getting up for it. I was kind of scared there because Onslaught actually sent up 2, and they both actually missed. Like, they didn't get the touch that they wanted, and it settled down. But the problem with that is KOU also sent up too many. They're matching them, person per person. It's just hit it.
Yeah, there's been the 1v1s are very much 50-50 right now. Just kind of every time they come up, it's any team's gonna win. No one team is winning, like overwhelmingly winning the 1v1s right now. Jacob gonna kind of weasel that one past Husky there. Espion gonna be able to take the touch and try and push it out, but Fireburner with the follow-up. Just more mid-range ping pong happening, going back and forth. This ball's gonna go off the backboard. Here's an opportunity to score, but great read from Classic keeping that one out. Fireburner putting it off the backboard again. Jacob needs to turn around quickly. There he comes, Fireburner. That ball's lofted in front of the goal. Can Husky get it up and away? Nice pinch off the top of the crossbar.
Man, really good saves, matching these guys yet again. Able to get in front of that. That's tough, especially when it's hanging that high in that front of that zone. Above the crossbar is probably the scariest part because anybody can come at any angle. And with how good these guys are mechanically with their placement of the car, you gotta watch out.
I feel like the players, there's just not the offensive rotations. They get the defensive clear, they really do well, but then they bail on their offensive rotations so quickly to fall back on the defense. And it gives us kind of the scoreless game, but right now we saw a game like this last time. Oh, the pinch coming off from Sad Jr.
Man, that's what happens when you're able to sit and be patient. Sad Jr., look at him rotate up here. He's sitting there waiting for it. And that's the thing. Espion's either got to fight the guy coming down through mid, or he's got to fight the guy from the near post. And near post is what took it. So he tried to take it. He just got there too late. First one touch. The hesitation, it wasn't even that he hesitated. It's just he had too many options that he had to defend against. So when you're the last one back, that makes it really tough.
And Sad Jr. with an offensive positioning. He was up in the enemy court even when the ball was at midfield. That sort of offensive aggression is exactly what we need to see. They're going to tie the game up right here as we're crossing halftime. Husky now pushing this one up. Espion with a follow-up. Going to bounce it off the backboard. Here goes Husky. Oh, it goes off the top. Can anyone come up? No, they're going to be hanging back too far. Classics was not able to rotate quickly. Now Classics with an opportunity to push it back up. He's winning all the 1v1s. Well done there. He's going to put that one up. Gets a little bit too much speed, though. Husky's not able to get the touch, and Jacob's able to clear that one out. Espion trying to follow this one up. Going to put it off the backboard. If anyone's there, there was Husky, but nice touch from Sad Jr. Going to clear that moment.
That's the thing. I like these guys are taking that risk. There was all 3 of them up there, and if they would have missed that, and if someone on Kings of Urban was able to clear it, they would have been in trouble. But shots like this, being on pace, able to do what they need to, it's just a matter of the fact that we got a tie game now, they need to go back and resituate. Why did we score and how did we score? Let's do it again.
Yes. They just need to create the offensive aggression. There's a nice shot from Classics. Oh, excellent redirect. But Fireburner, Sad Jr., excuse me, with the save. Here comes Espeon trying to weasel that one up and in. That ball's gone off the post a number of times now. Sad Jr. with the fake. Well done. And then going for the body block, keeping Classics away from this ball. It's going to move all the way up and into the blue side. Now we're going to be coming back down. Husky and Espeon, or Classics, missing that 2v1 there. Espeon coming out from gold and trying to push this one out. There's Jacob being able to pass that one over to Fireburner, who's picking up boost and is going to be ready to push this one back out. We're kind of getting back to ping pong at this point, but they really need to see a team kind of stepping up and going for the aggression again, or we're going to have overtime.
Yeah, curious to watch Jacob here. He's actually rotating up, and he just saw that there was a slight opportunity for them not to get the...
Oh, Espeon with the whiff. Not able to dunk that one away. Kings of Urban had cleared the goalies out of the way for him, but just, again, such defensive play, no aggression, no capitalization.
Yeah, like I was mentioning there for a sec, Jacob actually had the opportunity to go and rotate and be ready for the pass that was coming in from a teammate. And the fact that he had a slight hesitation and was like, he might not hit it, he rotated back. And he wasn't able to get there in time. And that's the stuff that you can't have. You need to have trust in your teammates to make these hits.
Oh, final 30 seconds. Husky with a great shot going just wide, not able to put it in. Espeon quickly falling back, getting just driven around like a sleigh by Jacob. Not able to get anything happening there. He's up on the wall now. Going to be able to clear that one back out and away. Classics hanging back in goal for Onslaught. He comes out to get the clear. Going to wrap it around the corner up to Espeon. Jacob coming from the backfield. Nice wall play coming out here from both teams. Husky going to be able to clear that one up. Espeon, man, that was not the best touch. He was going to be able to push that back into his own corner. Classics now on defense. Final countdown. Husky and Classics kind of overcommitted on that one. There was no goalie for a moment, but now we got overtime for another game.
Man, okay, now it's overtime. The slate's clean. Nothing else before this mattered. It's 2-2 in the series. Take this. This game is going to come down to it at the very end. But Husky actually with the oh my gosh! We're going to pretend that was on purpose.
No, I'm going to say it was on purpose. Husky here just driving it up. We were just talking about how a kickoff for overtime can reset things. He goes up, gets the kind of the touch off the back. Fireburner went for the read, but then the read wasn't there. Going to put it in. We're seeing Onslaught taking the series with 3 games.
Man, and everybody at the desk, that's what's up. Like,
yeah.
Everybody expected KOU to take it, and that's the thing. With Husky and these guys coming out and showing that their roster, I mean, with having 5 players, they chose right today.
Man, so many shots coming out from Onslaught. They have, I can't do math either, 9 shots to just 3 on the side of Kings of Urban, which is a very big difference. I think the biggest thing I would take away from that is just ball control. They had the ball over on the Kings of Urban half of the field, but they didn't really have all that many more opportunities to score. They had opportunities to score, but they weren't capitalizing. They weren't good opportunities. They weren't great shots, you know. They weren't forcing them to make good defensive plays.
You're talking, you got 3 times the amount of shots as the other team, and you're only winning by 1 in an overtime because of a pretend mind game fake. We'll do it, I guess.
It was on purpose.
Yeah,
it was so purposeful. Wasn't it purposeful, Scott? We'll pass it back to you over on the analyst desk.
Well, finally, we got back onto the 3-2, a little free Rocket League. Scott Cole, James Spot, we got Leaf in here. Guys, come on now. I mean, this is fun, right?
Yeah, I feel bad because I had no faith in Onslaught. They're my guys, too. Like, I completely sold out for that. But really awesome to see them step it up. This was huge. After losing their 5 games to Selfless, they needed a big result. And taking this one 3-2 against Kings of Urban, they're starting to get those games back. So I'm sorry, guys. I had it wrong. I'm happy and proud of you for making that such a great series.
I think that was one of the first times my prediction was actually accurate. So congratulations.
Congratulations, sir.
But yeah, no, I think it was weird at the beginning. Onslaught had a difficult time. They were stuck in their own zone a lot. Ended up just having to block a lot of shots just coming from KOU. So they got stuck on defense quite a bit, and they kind of picked it up going up into game 2. They just started widening the rotation. So you can see at the beginning, they're just stuck in their own zone. But widening the rotations in game 2 kind of gave them a little more momentum.
Yeah, they were kind of taking a page out of the Mighty Ducks book of just cleaning up the trash in front of the net. You know, make sure that doesn't go in. Onslaught did a really good job of that, but really just a lack of offensive presence by Kings of Urban. If Fireburner wasn't scoring, pretty much nobody else was.
Yeah, I like to see the Wasteland come out. I think it was Espeon I was talking to over the weekend, and I mentioned that there were other stages to be used, and he's like, oh, you might have to practice. So it was nice to see that actually come out. And the whole game, though, just felt very back. No one besides Espeon really taking control of the ball in the air. They just kind of threw the ball and let the opponents deal with it, and then it just ended up coming back to them. So there was no real control in the air with the ball. Just kind of get it out of here.
It might have been a little bit of nerves. You know, these guys, when they're playing on the stage, a lot of times you're risk averse. You don't want to go for those crazy shots. And really, we just didn't see a ton of opportunities on either side. But again, Fireburner, as you see here, the guy on Kings of Urban. And really, you hope that Sad Jr. and Jacob would be able to step up and start getting those goals.
Yeah, I know it was the one thing I noticed too at the beginning was KOU just leaving open a couple of open nets. So I'm glad that they kind of cleaned that up a bit.
Yeah. But Husky, the MVP there, as we saw, those final 2 goals. Husky, you know, they may not have been the most beautiful goals that I have ever seen, but overtime goal nonetheless, clutching that 2 games. That could have easily been a 4-1 in favor of Kings of Urban, but Onslaught getting the better of Kings of Urban in both of those overtime games, so they have to be feeling good moving in to their next matchup.
And if chat's wondering out there, that's the thing. Sometimes you just need a little bit of luck. And I tell you what, we got a great match coming up. We saw both of these teams earlier. We have Orbit and Vex. They both went down 3-2 early in this, but they're going to come back with a chance of redemption. Don't go anywhere. Seriously, don't move. More matches coming up right here in the Rocket League Championship Series. Back here on the Rocket League Championship Series, I tell you what, it has been an epic group stage so far. We've had close games, all but one. A little bit of tilting going on there by IBP, but I tell you what, Orbit and Vex are going to have a chance to redeem themselves here on our stream. Guys, what do you think?
Well, this is an incredibly important series for both of these teams because these are teams that only one of them is likely going to get in. This is a bubble team. They are fighting for that 4th spot, and this series here, if they can get a 4-1, they will be in pristine condition to try to snag that number 4 spot. So I doubt that both these teams are getting in. So whoever performs very well here they're going to set themselves up nicely.
Yeah, that's the thing between these 2 teams. They need to come out strong. I mean, they can't have another 2-3. It's not going to work in their favor because now that the fact that they have gone 2-3 in their other games, in order to come out and say, okay, we can put one of these guys on tilt, we can carry that advantage. And I hate to say it, I actually think that Vex is going to be the one that takes it because of that. If they play their game well, I mean, you saw how fast-paced both teams came out at the beginning. Whoever comes out on top of that, I think, is going to determine the rest of the game.
Yeah, Vex needs to close it out, though. As we saw in those first 2 games in their series, they were leading going into the final minute, and they gave it up. If they are going to have to tighten up their play and make sure that they can close out those series. But Garrett from Vex, we saw that one game. He had 5 goals on 10 shots. And in a single game at this level is just crazy.
Right.
So I'm going to keep my eyes on him. But Orbit, those guys played very well. Hot Wheels, Sid, and Zane were working very well together. Stev was not making a lot of mistakes. That 3-2 result, even though they lost, a very good result for them. But this one is going to be the make or break series for Orbit moving on.
I mean, that's the thing. I think they honestly need to give faith in each other. I mean, Hot Wheels Sid, we know he can make plays. We know Zane can make plays. Stev, we can make plays. You've made very minor mistakes. Spread it out, give yourself a chance, let your teammates do your thing. Have some faith, you guys. Like, if you do that, we should be okay.
Check out the starting lineups for this and match number 2 for these guys today here on stream. Orbit and Vex, guys, what do you think?
Yeah,
no surprises here.
No surprises here. Genocop still listed there. Genocop is actually replaced by Hot Wheels Sid. That was a last-second announcement last night. So throwing a curveball at Orbit, but they've handled it very well. Zane, Jackie, and Sid playing very well, finishing off that Orbit roster. And then J-Raw, who was on our face-off earlier. And then you've got Turtle and Garrett. Garrett really stepping up in that previous series. We'll see if he can get an early start and help Vex get out to that early lead so that they can take this series away from Orbit.
J-Raw and Garrett are going to be crucial in this series. If they can go up and show the aerial games that they did in the first 2 of their series that we saw earlier, hands down, they got this.
Give me a quick prediction, James.
I'm going to say 3-2 in favor of Vex.
What do you say,
I'm
Lala?
going to say 4-1 in favor of Vex.
4-1.
All
right.
I think they're going to win the first game and then carry it from there.
We've been pretty good on the predictions so far, as in we, I mean you guys. I've just been bumbling around here hanging out with it. But, hey, enough of you guys. We were going to do a face-off, but you guys just love each other too much. So we're just going to kick it down to our casting team. My main man from Fort Worth, Texas, Wave Punk, and, of course, the Beard.
Thanks, Scott. I am Wave Punk, joined by the gloriously bearded man, Findable Carpet. And Findable, we have a match between two teams we've already seen today who lost in just the closest of fashions. So this is a match of redemption.
This is a match of redemption for them both. Orbit still trying to prove themselves with their new roster, with Geno Cop being replaced by Stev, with the kind of problem that happened a little earlier yesterday. But Vex, again, like we said, they had a problem closing. I think I was casting there in that game. Or actually, no, I might have been analyzing. I felt the same, honestly. It was such a fun time.
watching. You were paying attention.
I felt like I was doing both sometimes.
Sure.
I get so into it. But they need to make sure that they can keep those wins. Because they had plenty of victories. They could have had a lot more wins underneath their belt. And at a stage like this, they got to keep them.
Yep. We will see what happens as we move forward into this first game here. We have Orbit in the blue, Vex in the orange. Orbit trying to strike early there. Turtle going to be able to clear that one away. Stev setting it up for Zane Jackie, who tries to dunk it away, but great interference from J-Rock, going to keep that one out. We'll see Hot Wheels said trying to dunk another one there. Nice aggression, man. Both teams not wasting any time, getting straight onto this ball, getting straight over into enemy territory and taking shots.
I love about these later games, these guys are already warmed up. Like you said, we saw them earlier today, and they've already gotten
J-Rock going to be able to weasel it past the defense there and put one in.
These bounce shots, these are hard to read, and they're even harder to deal with at a good time. J-Rock goes up early, actually. Usually people would wait for that bounce, and he actually goes up early, gets the bounce up over the defender. Those are sometimes risky because you lose a lot of the power, but he was able to pop it over to the defender instead.
Excellent stuff there. J-Raw, Orbit, Stev coming out for kickoff. Zane Jackie going to pick that one up. Keeping that ball. Ball still very much sitting at the 50-yard line. Turtle going to take a shot from midfield. What accuracy was that?
This accuracy was nuts. Coming in so far from the back, reading this well off the side, especially because it was coming out towards him. That's tough. But again, these kickoff goals. Yep. I know I'm going to give Johnny Boy credit here because he's the one that drove it into my head over and over and over again. You never leave the net open on kickoff.
Never, never. You don't need that much boost. The 43 you get with the little one in front of you is just enough. J-Rock going to try and set this one up. A nice mind game there. Blowing that defensive rotation there. Garrett G holding on to it. Now J-Rock's got control again. Trying to push this one up and out. Zane Jackie can be able to grab that ball control there. Garrett G coming up from the backfield. This ball, a lot of pressure here. Vex Gaming striking well right now, trying to put more points on the board. Nice touch there from Zane Jackie, keeping that one up in the corner. Hot Wheel Sid coming up. Always going to whiff, though, and Turtle's going to be able to gain ball control, push it back over to blue.
Take a look at these reads. All these guys are reading each other's touches really well. Right now, it's just a matter of capitalizing on the mistakes. You know, we had a bad rotation in Orbit.
Oh, I did not think it was going in from this angle, but Stev able to weasel one in the top there.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Capitalizing on the mistakes. There wasn't a rotation here, and Stev saw that. He came from almost behind the ball to swoop around and take that shot. Good patience on him, staying on the ground, not freaking out, trying to jump or make it too fast. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Both these teams are performing well, but they're also making just enough mistakes for everyone to capitalize on.
Hot Wheels said they are going to be responding very quickly here as he drives it up into the corner. They're only down by one. We're not even close to halftime yet. Been a nice aggressive game coming out from both teams. Zane Jackie going to set that one up to Hot Wheels Sid coming up from the backfield, trying to get the second touch there. That ball's going to bounce off the wall. Garrett G getting a nice good touch there, getting more speed on the ball, be able to push it back over into the blue. Here comes Turtle from the backfield, pushing it up into the blue corner. Hot Wheels Sid with a nice read, going to cross it out to mid. Stev going to pick up ball control here, going to get it past one. Not going to get it past two, though. J-Raw able to keep that defense strong. Hot Wheels Sid going to go for the bully there. Zane Jackie able to pick it back up. Nice back and forth. Good, strong offensive drives that are just being read very well by the defense and be able to push back out into enemy territory.
Both teams are doing something they didn't do so well in the first series we saw earlier, and they're meeting each other at the middle. They're being very aggressive when turning defense into offense or vice versa. And now you're actually seeing a lot of 50-50s happen in that middle ground. Although right here you see that's exactly what happens. No one was there to contest it and almost turned into a goal.
That was weird because there were three people back in goal for Orbit. You would think that they would have the strongest defensive setup they could. Garrett G there. They were saved by the bell. Garrett G just kind of some unexpected inaccuracy there, keeping that ball out. And now he's striking again. J-Raw with an opportunity. It's his shot to miss. And Zane Jackie able to get the counter play, almost sending it all the way into their goal. Garrett G rotating very quickly there. Here's a back pass off the back wall. Can Stev get the touch? He keeps it up. Garrett G able to get the touch though. Now Zane Jackie off the back wall, trying to read this one around. Stev hanging back in goal for Orbit. Hot Wheels Sid going to come up off the wall, going for the read. Nice touch, but J-Rock going to be able to keep that one neutral. And like you said, meeting each other in midfield right now. Garrett going to go for the mind game. Oh, and he beats Zane Jackie. Well done.
Garrett, such good patience. This is what I love to see. He knows he's good on the ground. He knows he can handle this. He's like, am I going to go? Am I going to go? Zane Jackie really stuck in just a horrible position.
Yeah, and look at J-Raw over there with the patience. He saw what Garrett was doing, and he hung back, said, you got this, bro. I'm going to let you do this one. He's going to win the 1v1 with the goalie. Now we see them 3 points on the favor of Vex Gaming right now. right as we're crossing halftime. What does Orbit need to do to kind of change this up and try to come back into this game?
Orbit needs to just make sure they don't have any defensive mishaps because Vex is capitalizing on them right now. They need to not leave any solo person back in net without knowing someone's going to rotate quickly. You know, just there we saw someone was kind of stuck in net because they didn't have anyone there to make sure that someone would fill his hole, like in the net. So he had to make sure that he waited for that, and it just didn't work in his favor.
Yeah, these pass plays coming out from Vex are incredible right now. They haven't capitalized on the shots. Garrett G, that Dunkman, who's usually has some incredible accuracy. Oh, that shot, Garrett G, talking about him right there on offense. He's an amazing player on defense as well, getting the Savior medal. He usually is able to dunk these things away, and he's been missing some shots, but the pass plays from Vex have just been impeccable. Zane Jackie with great pressure, keeping this ball up and into the orange corner. J-Rod's going to try and push this one out, but he whiffs. Hot Wheels said that ball's hanging in midfield. Oh, and Hot Wheels said Orbit, I didn't quite catch who that was there. They weren't able to get the shot. Garrett G with another opportunity, whiffing and pass 2 there. Stev able to push this one out and away. Final minute of the game, though. They need to score twice, Orbit does.
They're forcing each other into really quick defensive plays. You see everyone's kind of having to retreat back and make some really wild defensive touches. But again, yeah, Orbit has the opportunity, and can they make it here just a little too close? He wasn't able to scoop around that in time to push it into net. But again, they have the opportunity here, and they definitely have the upper hand in certain situations.
There we go. Let's go, baby. It's off the backboard, man. They couldn't put it in. So much offensive aggression, so much pressure, but just no capitalization coming out from Orbit right now. That was the opportunity they needed right there. 40 seconds. Zane Jackie hanging back in goal. He gets a nice interference there, but Garrett G coming up for the follow-up. Great stuff from Hot Wheels Sid, keeping that ball out. 30 seconds. They need to score twice. They need to put one in right now if they want to have time for a follow-up equalizer. J-Rock going to be in the right position, going to keep that ball out. Final 30 seconds. Turtle, Zane Jackie, all up in the air right now, trying to push this one in. Hot Wheels Sid going to cross it over to the far corner. Stev hanging back in midfield, ready for J-Rod's touch. He's going to push it back into the corner. Zane Jackie wrapping around. This ball's wrapping around the corner. Not the best offensive setups. Nice shot from Zane Jackie to the corner. Oh, and it goes off J-Rod. It's a 1-point game.
The angle here. How does Zane Jackie make this? Garrett puts it up the wall, thinking he's a little bit safe. They're like, oh, they can't take a shot from here. Zane Jackie comes up just perfectly and puts it down in the top left corner. Almost a connect there, though.
Yeah.
It looks like a Vex player almost was able to get the save, but it's just so hard to get a save like that. With 11 seconds left, there's still a shot.
There's still a shot. 10 seconds, 1 goal, and a dream. That's all I need. Stev with a nice touch. Turtle hanging back in goal, though, to keep that one out. This ball's falling all the way to the other side. No Orbit players in sight right now. This pressure, they need an amazing carry. Hot Wheels Sid's got the start of it, but the bully from J-Rod midfield puts Hot Wheels Sid off of his wheels. Zane Jackie not able to get the touch. That's game 1.
I'm really happy to see the way both these teams played. They both performed really well. They were both reading each other. They were doing exactly kind of what we wanted to see them do from the first series we saw earlier today with both these teams.
Yeah, no, great stuff coming out. Very, very even game across the board. We have 8 shots on the side of Vex to 9 shots from Orbit. So very, very even offensive pressure from both sides. Great stuff coming out from both teams. Is there a player that you watched in this match who you think needs to maybe step it up a little bit more on the side of Orbit?
On the side of Orbit, not particularly. I mean, obviously, you know, we know that Stev is new to the roster, so I don't think he's doing anything too wild, which is smart on his part.
Yeah.
In a game like this, in a game against Vex, you want to play it safe. You want to play the balls you know you can. And I saw a couple of nasty angles from Stev coming off, like, not even jumping on the ball. He just kind of scoops around, gets his car underneath it, and took some really tough angles. And that's what he has to do, though. He needs to maintain that. So while he may not be particularly like the shining of anything, like he's doing exactly what he probably should be doing as a newer person on the roster.
Absolutely. You saw Stev was actually kind of on the top of the scoreboard there for Orbit on that game number 1. He had 1 shot, 3 shots, 3 saves, 1 goal. Really, really coming up clutch in this series. So yeah, it's been cool to watch how he has really integrated well with this Orbit squad. We'll see if they can take that into game number 2. Game number 1 was by no means a blowout, though.
No, they were both these teams kind of came out way more aggressive than we've seen them yet today, which is exactly what I love to see. It's just a matter of keeping the consistency up and minimizing as many errors as you can.
Pressing up the offense early, but not able to capitalize on anything. Garrett's going to miss that ball, leave it for Stev, or Hot Wheels Sid, who's going to be able to push this up into the orange corner. Turtle on the wall. Nice touch there. Go over to J-Raw, back to Turtle, who's got a nice shot over into the blue. Great passing plays, great kind of counterplay, good rotation from defense to offense. And now they have the opportunity. Garrett dunks it in.
This touch here on the defensive maneuver by Zane Jackie, it's not a bad touch at all. As a matter of fact, that's almost as good as he could have made it. He put it into the corner in a good place where it's going to bounce up, but it was read so well by a Vex player. Put on target. Garrett didn't really need to be there, but him being there to secure the goal at high-stakes games like this,
who cares who gets the goal?
And they moved so fast. They were able to press up and immediately score, not buying anyone any time. Like Zane Jackie putting the ball into the corner was great because it bought his Hot Wheel Sid instead of time to move back onto defense. But then they moved up so quickly. Vex moved up so fast. Oh, that ball's in net. My goodness, I thought that they'd be able to clear that one.
2 Vex players both went up for this defensive maneuver. J-Rob put it up, and then he kind of tried to follow through. Turtle and Garrett both tried to get a clear. I don't know why Garrett was a little off target, but it was good counter on. I think it was Zane Jackie just made that shot.
Yeah, it's Garrett not quite trusted Turtle to make the clear there, and that leaving that hole, being able to push it in. Tie game. 4:16 left to go. Stev's got a nice cross there. Hot Wheel Sid coming up from the back, and he's able to weasel it in.
What's going on right now? A bunch of right off the kickoff goals. I've mentioned it before. I think the kickoff really does play a bigger play than some people do.
Yeah.
People can maybe correct me if they think they're wrong, but I see a lot of these weird goals kind of sneaking off kickoff because no one's really fully in the positions and no one's 100% comfortable right off kickoff. And we saw it right there. Orbit was able to sink another goal in.
Stev, Garrett G going on kickoff. Garrett G setting that one up for J-Rod. Tries to get the angle. Is going to not quite get the touch he wanted. And is going to go off the post. Hot Wheel Sid going to be able to try to push this one out. Zane Jackie hanging back on defense for Orbit right now. He's going to be able to pick it up, push it out. Nice touches, keeping it out of the reach of the Vex players, keeping it up above their heads. He's going to have to bounce this one off the wall, though. Some sloppy hits. Hot Wheel Sid with a nice touch. He's going to go off the backboard. If anyone can come up and follow up, there's Stev coming up from the backfield. Couldn't get the touch, though. There's Zane Jackie. They're keeping the pressure up. They just need to be able to capitalize.
They're keeping the pressure up, but they need a little more accuracy. There's a few shots that were just a little bit off. They were pretty open touches, and right here it's just kind of hanging out. Where's one more Orbit player if he was just there for the touch? No one was contesting that on the side of Vex. Vex needs to make sure they get their good stuff up, but again, both these teams, when they're looking good, they're looking great.
Yeah, Vex's one goal was scored with amazing aggression, just such speed. And if they can keep that sort of stuff up, they can easily come back into this game. This ball sitting right in front of their goal. Here's another tearaway opportunity. All the Orbit players behind the ball. Zane Jackie going to clear it into the corner again, buying his teammates time to get back into goal. Now he's going to be passing out to Hot Wheel Sid. Nice 1v1 plays there from Zane Jackie. Stev going to be able to pick this one up and try to push it out. There's Turtle going to be able to pick that one up, putting it back onto net. Hot Wheel Sid going to read that one. Nice kind of like long-range clearing. I don't know if this ball has touched the ground in a good 10 seconds.
Again, a lot of this ping-ponging, what I've noticed is when it's ping-ponged back and forth, it means people aren't really following up, or both teams are countering each other really well.
Yeah.
But again, we're seeing a lot of this midfield countering, a lot of this midfield meeting, because neither team wants to give the other team the control in their half.
It's a bit of what we saw between Onslaught in that last match, where just a lot of like long-range clear and a lot of being very, very strong defense, but not really wanting to push up on offense. For Orbit, though, that's going to work out for them. We're crossing into halftime right now, and they still have a 1-point lead. We need to see Vex pushing this one out and pressing up and being aggressive. Turtle trying to get it past Hot Wheel Sid there, who back passes to Stev, puts it up into the corner. J-Rock coming out from goal, able to clear that one back over onto blue. And we see 2 Orbit players currently in the blue corner. Zane Jackie, the last man on defense, able to clear that one out. Garrett G getting a touch there. Turtle, though, opportunity back passing. Orbit Stev gonna be able to pass that one back out. A lot of back and forth, not a lot of capitalization. There's Garrett G with a shot on net. No one there. Defensive rotation blown.
Just until this exact moment, I was about to give Orbit a bunch of props for their defensive rotation. As a matter of fact, both these teams. But it looked like Zane Jackie went to the corner for boost, thinking that Stev was going to get a better touch than he actually did.
Yeah.
And Stev wasn't actually able to make the clear that he was hoping for.
Yes.
And when you leave the net open like that, as soon as if you're that third guy, you really probably shouldn't get too far from net until it's out of your half, just to be safe.
Yeah, there was just a bit of a miscommunication that gave that goal. We do have a tie game, though. 1:51 left to go. Anyone can take this. Zane Jackie pressing it back up into orange. Garrett G's going to clear it all the way back to midfield. Stev coming up and reading it well. Passing out to Hot Wheel Sid. Good touch from Turtle, though, pushing it back into blue. Zane Jackie now into the corner. See if who can do this. J-Rog going to be able to push that one out. Turtle hanging back far. Now, again, seeing Vex Gaming not really pressing up the aggression there. Hot Wheel Sid was loose on his wheels, was not able to get around. Zane Jackie with a shot set up. J-Rog able to clear that one away before anyone get up and into it. But Stev coming up from the backfield, still off this backboard, still hanging up in a dangerous place. Zane Jackie with a great setup. There comes Hot Wheel Sid, and he dunks it away.
Just too much for Vex to handle at the moment. They were all kind of grounded. They had no really opportunities. With this pinch across, no one could really go up for that. Turtle did attempt, but Zane Jackie was able to pop it over him. And again, these bounces from defense, I'm sure you've all been stuck under a ball when you have ball cam on. It's just a nightmare. Your camera's going nuts. It's hard to exactly know how to jump up for it. So sometimes you wait a little bit till it gets slower. but in this case, Orbit was able to beat them to the ball.
It was very interesting, kind of that sort of aggression was an interesting setup. Like they weren't shooting at the goal a lot. They were just bouncing the ball from one side to the other in front of the goal, having a lot of setups, just setting up the ball repeatedly, and then finally Hot Wheels able to put that one away. Stev with another good setup here. Garrett G and J-Rob both committing to that defensive clear there, but Turtle's been able to follow it up, clear it all the way. Turtle with the 1v1 plays, my goodness.
Turtle getting a really good touch. He uses his second, he's a little off target. You'll kind of see he's a little bit off, and he uses his second flip to put himself on target, get his card underneath the ball, and put it to the top of the net. Honestly, he could have put it anywhere net at the point there.
Yeah.
But his placement just still showing off that he does know exactly where he's putting this ball. He still put it up top just to be safe, to make sure that no one on Orbit could get to it.
Speed coming out from Turtle there, putting his team on his back, keeping them well within the reach of this game. 46 seconds left. Anyone can take this. If no one puts a point in regulation, we'll have overtime. Off the backboard again. Hot Wheels Sid is nowhere to be seen. Stev being able to push that one up onto goal, but J-Raw again trying to clear it, but can't quite get there.
This is a perfect moment to show you when you know you've lost the ball. Turtle went up and no one contested. As a matter of fact, Stev knew he wasn't going to get it, so he didn't bother with a 50, and he waited patiently to take the shot on goal after the shot, after it came right to you. And so clearing right down the middle is kind of scary, even if you're able to get it a decent distance.
Yeah, if you clear the ball to the middle of the field and you don't have a teammate to follow up, you're basically passing to the enemy, and that's kind of what you saw right there. Giving Orbit the lead again here in game 1, 30 seconds. All they have to do is run this clock down, and Orbit will be taking the lead here. A bit of an overcommitment from Stev and Zane Jackie on the defense, but oh dear, that's a nice shot there. J-Raw finally able to get the save there, keep that one out.
That redirect was insane. What a nasty redirect, but again, Vex is making sure that they have their defensive rotations here because they don't want to let any more sink in, but they also need to get really aggressive right now. They need to make sure that they try and get one more shot in with only 6 seconds left.
They have to do it right now. Garrett G with an opportunity, shoots it on net, and he puts it in, tying the game with 3 seconds left.
Garrett always giving his team just a reason to make sure to always keep him on this roster. Turtle pushing off that backboard. Garrett getting up so quick, using that double jump boost tactic. Steph maybe should have sat back a little bit, been more prepared for a shot. I think he wasn't ready for someone to get up as quick, so he didn't react as fast as he possibly could have, but what a beautiful touch by Garrett.
Yeah, and such a great setup from J-Rod, too. Really, the team play coming up clutch right now. This clock is hit 0. Oh, my goodness, Turtle with the block. What a shot from Hot Wheels Sid. Turtle forcing the overtime.
Getting us in overtime is pivotal for both these teams. Orbit needs to make sure they get this victory. They can't get on tilt from being 2 games down in this series.
See what happens right now, and J-Ra, he's going to make up for the 2 goals he let in and win the game.
Hot Wheels found himself in a pretty precarious situation. He maybe shouldn't have touched it, maybe should have let it go across the net. But again, J-Ra was coming in. He was stuck in a bad position. J-Ra, good pressure, forcing Hot Wheels Sid into doing something else.
Yeah, game 2 going to go in favor of Vex here. They're going to go up 2 in the series so far. Orbit, though, they have really come up strong. Look at this shot differential. We have 11 shots from Orbit to 5 on Vex, but Vex comes up with the win.
Yeah, it just goes to show, I talked about it a little earlier in the match, taking the shot isn't always what you want to do. A lot of times you want to make sure that you're putting it into a place that actually will help your team out.
Right.
So putting it directly at a defender will often just push it way where you can't predict. But if you're in control of the ball and you put it somewhere you are deliberately trying to put it, an empty space or a team player, that's when you're able to capitalize and get a little more goals with less shots.
Absolutely, and we saw that from Orbit actually. They had, they were able to pass the ball, put it off the backboard repeatedly, not taking the shot, waiting till the goalies have kind of moved themselves out of position. They've come out and missed their shots, and then that's going to be able to turn into a goal for them. But they weren't able to do that enough times, and that's going to see Vex taking game number 2, going up 2 in the series so far. We move into game number 3 on Urban Central Nighttime.
Love this map, so pretty. It was my favorite one when it came out.
Yeah, it's almost like kind of like Tron-esque feel with all the lights and the windows. Almost kind of looks like our studio here.
Yeah, just a little bit actually.
Man, Turtle with a nice shot there. Not going to be able to put it in the net. Nice clear from Zane Jack. He put it all the way back. J-Rock coming up from the backfield. Ball very much sitting in midfield. Hot Wheels Sid clearing it over into the orange. Turtle and Garrett both back on defense. Turtle going to win the 1v1 and try to push this back into blue. A nice pass to Garrett. Garrett shoots and he scores.
This is exactly, and I've talked about it before. I wasn't able to talk about it too much. You got to look for the passes from Turtle and J-Raw. They're very heavy passing players, and Garrett is their striker. Garrett is the one that's always going to put it in. You heard James Bott talk about it earlier. 5 goals and 10 shots in a single game, and he's still coming out strong with so many shots in every single one of these games.
They strike early here. We're not even halfway through the first minute of the game. We already see Vex on the board. Nice setup off the backboard. No one really in goal. Here comes Hot Wheels Sid, but he couldn't get the touch he wanted. Now Stev going to try and keep this pressure up. J-Raw's going to beat him to it. Oh, and a nice pinch off of Zane Jackie. Turtle able to get up and into that one, keep that one away. That was a very interesting moment, though.
Really, really close. again, the hyper aggression coming out so early with an early goal, but it seemed to be also maybe a little bit of defensive mishap. It was a pretty open goal from the midfield. So both these teams, they're not really finding that perfect balance at the moment between offense and defense, but when they do, it's so beautiful to watch.
We see Vex pushing up on the offense one more time here. We're about to cross over into the second minute of the game. Stev passing down to Zanejack. He's going to pick up ball control, drive it up on the wall, try and set up something here for a teammate. Turtle going to interfere with that one, keep it from going anywhere. And now J-Rob picks up ball control. Great interference from Turtle there, getting ball control back in his team's half. Here comes Jarrett for the shot. Oh my goodness, what an angle!
My Garrett! Oh my Garrett! What are you doing? He came up for this so early. We were actually on board with him when that happened, and he just got his car all the way around. Oh.
I called it as a shot, and I was so certain it wouldn't go in that I was just like, oh, here it comes for the shot, and it's going to miss. Oh, wait, no, it went in. My goodness, what an angle from Garrett. Putting on a show here in game number 3. 3:42 left to play. 2 goals on the side of Vex, both from Garrett. Nice touch from Hot Wheels Sid. Going to bounce it off the top crossbar. Turtle gets up and into that one. Garrett G going to pass back down to Turtle, put it up into the corner. Stev rotating back onto defense for Orbit, and he's going to have some nice interference there. Hot Wheels Sid and Stev both trying to push this one up. J-Rock coming from the backfield. Great interference. Here comes Garrett again. Not going to underestimate him anymore. Turtle passing back to Garrett again. They're keeping this aggression up, and there's not really much of a defensive presence right now from Orbit.
Orbit's getting a little bit off tilt with their defensive rotations, and their offensive a little bit as well. But Vex right now, they're just capitalizing really, really well. They're following up with their touches. They're passing to each other. They're communicating strongly. And this is exactly what I wanted to see out of them so early on, and I'm hoping they can keep this up.
There's a nice shot from Zanejack off the backboard. Hot Wheels Sid with the follow-up. Oh, it just goes off the post. Not able to put it in there. And here comes some aggression from, oh my goodness, Vex. He's got those Garrett to Turtle, Garrett to J-Rod to Turtle. Great play.
Perfect textbook. Yeah, Garrett pushes it over to J-Rod, who changes his trajectory just enough for an overplay where isn't able to make it. And an open shot for Turtle. The gate's wide open. Not much anyone could do about that on the Orbit side.
That was one of the prettiest team plays I've seen all day. Well done by Vex. They are up 3-0 as we are coming up here on halftime. Turtle going to pass it up again. He's going to keep this one all to himself. Garrett with an opportunity to re-angle it. Doesn't get the touch quite this time. Now he's not going to get 2 impossible angles. And there's a shot from Stev. J-Ra able to angle that one out and away. Not quite all the way. Oh, J-Ra. This is the 3rd time that he's had that opportunity to kind of get it off the side, but just didn't quite get the touch.
These are the scary moments. J-Ra with a little bit more patience. It looked like he might have been running out of boost, which is why he had to make the jump when he did.
Good point.
But at the same time, maybe a slight more patience he could have gotten around. But when that ball's going towards the net and you know you're last man, it is very, very hard to patiently take it, especially when you know there's going to be an opponent just screaming behind you, trying to punch it in.
Absolutely. Orbit gets on the board right here around halftime, the perfect time to start mounting their comeback. They need to be able to create some more offensive aggression. They've been on their back heels the whole game. Stev moving into the corner, waiting for the challenge. He's going to back up, actually, let Hot Wheels Sid take this one. He passes it out. Now Stev coming out from goal. Able to push that one out. See what they can do with that. Nice shot from Stev, but kind of a lofter, an easy clear from Garrett there. Hot Wheels Sid and Stev again up on the offense, trying to create the pressure. There's Zanejack finally coming up from the backfield. Hot Wheels Sid kind of just killed at midfield there. Not sure, almost looked like it was a connection issue. Hopefully he's still here. There he is, trying to clear that one up and onto the backboard. Garrett G coming up from the backfield. Nice touch, going on to angle. Or Stev able to get in the way of that one.
Orbit needs to make sure they contest these on their own half. We've watched Garrett take shots from all over the field, but especially in your own half above the net, he's been excelling a lot, especially today. Orbit just need to make sure they contest that. I know it's one of those situations where it's like, I'm going to leave the net though, and like, what if I miss, or what if he beats me to 50? Sometimes you just got to put a body up there in certain situations, especially when someone as scary as Garrett is going up for a shot.
No, like we've been saying, we need to see more offensive aggression, and the way you convert from defense to offense is that challenge that way. They really need to be getting up and taking ball control away from Vex. And here we see them with a really good opportunity to score. Garrett on the wall, they're able to clear that one out in the way. J-Rob passing back to Garrett. Man, great team plays. Garrett whiffs on the touch though, and Hot Wheels Sid ends up with ball control. Turtle going to take it back from him. Now Stev off the backboard. Here's an opportunity. If Zanejack can come from the back, doesn't quite get the touch though. J-Ra able to take it from him. And now a bit of an overcommitment. Hot Wheels Sid going to rotate back into defense. That ball rolling right in front of the goal. No one really there. At this point, I think Vex is maybe hanging back right now. They just need the clock to wind down.
Vex knows he has it. I can see they're only putting 1, maybe 2 people up on offense. And even when they do put a second person, they rotate pretty quickly, which is what they've been doing pretty well. Orbit definitely has a chance at this still. I think they can very much win the next 2 games if they make sure to keep it together. I mean, I don't want to write this game off just yet. There's definitely still some time.
30 seconds is eons in Rocket League. Anything can happen. A nice pass from Zanejack to Stev. Oh, but Turtle able to capitalize, put another one in, just trying to put nails in the coffin.
Now I might be able to write it off. 3 goals in 33 seconds while it's possible. I doubt Vex is going to let that happen. Zanejack trying to clear it. But again, they got to be careful with their placements. Orbit, it's interesting because like when I do see them playing well, when they are passing from each other and they're looking out for each other,
right?
They're awesome. You know, they did so well in the beginning of their last series. We saw Steph do some really good things.
Yep. 30 seconds remaining. Zane Jackie going to try and shoot this one on the net. Garrett G hanging back. Like you said, they're going to be hanging back, just playing more defensively. Every second that goes by makes the comeback a little bit less likely for Orbit. There's a nice shot from Turtle setting up Garrett G. Zane Jackie able to run interference, keep that one out and away. At this point, I feel like Orbit needs to start thinking about the next game. What do they need to be really changing if they want to take a game off of X?
Orbit just needs to work off of each other. It was the kind of a thing that we've seen happen in some other of the matches earlier today where some of the teams are a little timid and they're not working off of each other as much as they could. Orbit totally has the skill. I'm not trying to dock anything. I know it's easy for me to point out mistakes that both these teams are doing, but both these teams are very, very capable of winning any of these games. It just seems that right now Vex is being a little more consistent, which is cool because I know that it was something they were scared of working on prior to this.
Yeah, and we saw Orbit, they really took it to mock it in that second game or that second match of the day. So we know that Orbit has it in them, and it was really happy to watch Orbit play that strong because they were coming off of just this kind of massive, fundamental, like tectonic plate shifting roster mix up with Genocop suddenly not being on the roster anymore. So having to adjust to Stev in under 24 hours has been really impressive to watch them stay up and in. And I was really, really impressed to watch them play against Mocket. And they seem to have maybe cooled down, maybe being worn down. It's been a long day for everybody. They're not being able to bring it to this Vex squad as much here. But no game has been like an amazing blowout. This has been the closest one we've had so far. They have been able to hang up with Vex.
They are fighting, and I'd really like to maybe sit down with one of the players afterwards, if not obviously here, but myself, and see. I'm curious to know how much they really have sat down with Stev in the past.
Right.
Is Stev someone that they knew worked well with the team, but they, you know, generally, especially with Rocket League, you don't have a whole lot of opportunities to prove yourself. These games are short, so you're almost always going to be playing with and working with your main roster. So I'm really curious to know how much Stev really made an appearance. I know that recently, I think he made an appearance in one of the Rocket Royales.
Yeah.
But I'd like to ask him about that.
Yeah, no, because you do really think of your top 3 players. They're the players who you're going to be rehearsing with, and that sub is almost there just kind of if something catastrophic happens, we have somebody.
Exactly.
And that's what happened with Orbit. They had that catastrophe happen. We don't really know exactly what the situation was, but we just know that Genocop is not here. And so Stev is having to step up, and he has really stepped up. I've been very impressed with the play he's been making. Hot Wheels City going to try and set that one up off the back wall here in Game 5. We'll see if no, this is game 4. Excuse me. It's still possible to have a 3-2 finish at this point. Vex has taken the series with the 3 games, but at this point, Orbit can still redeem something out of this.
They definitely can. They just need to make sure they're organizing. Right now, you can see they're a little bit misplaced. 3 of them were just in the corner. All of them went up for defensive. And is that a double demo?
Yeah, Garrett playing aggressive.
Double demo? Garrett.
Not giving them any space to think about what's going on. They're going to try and push this one up. Garrett going to pass it over to the far side of the field. Stev going to be able to push that one up. Great speed Stev got on that ball there. Wheel Sid hanging back on defense, waiting for the touch from Turtle. Turtle's going to win the 1v1. J-Raw with an opportunity to dunk that one away. Oh my goodness! Stev was able to get in the way of that one. That was impressive.
What a close save. Again, not a situation you want to put yourself in, but if you can deal with it, good on you. And Orbit was able to rotate back quick enough. And I do want to make a comment. It seems like Garrett was a little mad we hadn't talked about him in a while, so he wanted to put his name up there by getting those demos.
I mean, Garrett, you've been scoring a lot. There's J-Rob putting another one in. 3:53 left to go, and that's the first goal from Vex.
Good capitalization on Vex. They read that no one was in net. J-Rob had to really correct himself there. It looks like he jumped up a little too high, a little too quick. Thought he was going to go high. Corrected himself, showing that he really knows how to use his car. You know, I actually am not used to seeing him the Dominus. I used to play with him frequently, and he used, actually, one of his favorite cars is the Ripper, which is pretty funny, but he doesn't like using it in competitive play.
That's okay. I would appreciate seeing some of these players branch out to more of the unconventional cars. Maybe we'd even get the hideous Scarab in here somewhere. I don't know. At this point, Zane Jackie needs to be able to get some points on the board for his team. Passed up to Hot Wheels Sid, but Hot Wheels going to be whiffing on that redirect. Stev going to be able to keep the pressure out, buy his teammates time to rotate back on the defense. Garrett with the demo again. Hot Wheels Sid was in position to get the block. And then he didn't exist anymore.
Vex isn't even letting him get Band-Aids before they put in the next goal.
Yeah.
This demo, again, just putting him off, killed, not giving him, and the dunk. Zane Jackie was actually there for it, which is a tough thing to get there for, but you really can't do much when J-Raw is just on top of you, making sure that you're not going to clear anything. Because even if it didn't go in, it would have been sitting right there in front of you.
Yeah, recovering from that lateral momentum that Zane Jackie has would have been quite impressive. So it's okay that he didn't quite get that one, but they do need to be scoring right now. Their defense has been okay all series, but it's the offense that they really need to be stepping up on right now, because you can't win just from saving goals. You got to be able to put points on the board.
Exactly. And Orbit has their moments.
And again, I think what it more so is that Vex is doing a good job of shutting it down. They're clearing them back. They're pushing it back into the opponent's half. You know, you see right here, JR is going to go for it. Someone's following. It's going to get countered. I liked it. In the first game, they were doing a little better job with a lot of those 50-50s at the midfield, but it seems like that's weared down just a little bit.
See the ball over on the Vex corner, trying to push this one up. Orbit trying to create some sort of offensive here. Hot Wheels coming up off the wall, going to be able to pass that one up, but he passes it straight to the defense. J-Raw able to clear that one out. Zane Jackie winning the aerial 1v1. What a shot from Zane Jackie. They did not expect that.
They did not. Zane Jackie got up really quick for this, and Hot Wheels, good on him for reading that as well. J-Raw went up. Zane Jackie read that so fast. J-Raw put that up for himself and still couldn't get up for the ball. He put it a little too far out, and Hot Wheels Sid, seeing the rotation, knowing he should go back just to solidify that goal to make sure it went in.
You could call it a goal steal. I think of it as a goal secure. It never hurts to make sure it's going in. And now we have Orbit on the board right here at halftime. They only have a 1-goal deficit. Zane Jackie trying to get the touch. Oh dear, the whiff from Zane Jackie. Garrett's going to be able to punish that one. It was a 1-goal lead. Now it's 2.
I don't even know where Orbit was. Looks like they had a player all the way in the opposing corner of the orange half. I don't know why that was. He could have gone up for an aerial flip forward and maybe decided to get the boost. But you got to be quick. Vex talked about it earlier when I talked to Turtle. Like when you're against high skill teams like this, your rotation is key.
Right.
Because people will capitalize. And that's exactly what Vex is doing right now.
Having any player out of position just creates such a power play for the other team. That's what gave Orbit that. They were able to concede that goal there. Garrett with another shot. Hot Wheels Sid with a great midfield read there. Now we see Orbit pressing up onto the offense. Turtle going to try and relieve that, press this one back out. Hot Wheels Sid, great read right off the ceiling there. Ball still sitting up in the orange corner. J-Raw having to go backwards on that one, try to get away. Oh, but Garrett winning the aerial 1v1. Can he get the second touch? Oh, it goes off the post, but there's J-Raw able to dunk it away.
So close. Again, a lot of these counter attacks. You see Garrett with a great follow-through, almost able to get it just one more time in the net. Would have been beautiful, but J-Raw's following through. But they're putting Orbit on the back foot. Orbit had to retreat and make that defensive maneuver. Making defensive maneuvers when you're charging at your own net is one of the hardest things to do because you don't have the momentum going in your favor. Even if you are able to block a ball, you're not going to really be pushing it out. You're just going to be stopping it from going into net.
Well, and in Orbit's defense, I'm glad to see them playing more aggressive and committing more people to offense. That's really what they need to be doing. They have 1:45 left to go, and they have to score 3 times just to force overtime. So we really need to see them being up and on the other half, which does kind of result in those kind of high-risk, high-reward situations where once they weren't able to capitalize, Stev with a great block there, keeping that one out. They weren't able to capitalize on the offense, and that was going to leave Garrett G there to put another goal in. But that's what they need to be doing right now. What they've been doing hasn't been working. They really need to be able to capitalize. Stev and be able to get that one away. Zane Jackie needs to come out from goal. There's Hot Wheels sitting to put it up in the midfield. J-Raw able to clear that one back into the blue corner. These midfield clear, this midfield defense, this long-range defense coming out from Vex has been just killing Orbit.
They've been doing a really good job of shutting things down before they even happen.
Right.
Vex is always there before Orbit even gets in their half. In this situation, maybe not. Hot Wheels almost coming in for that second touch. But again, they're meeting them at the middle, which is what both teams are doing well in the beginning, but it seems like Vex has been able to keep that more of a maintained habit.
Yeah, Zane Jackie going up there for the aerial, not able to get the angle he was hoping for, and that one's not going to go in. Oh, this ball bouncing right in front. J-Raw did not expect to get an opportunity to shoot at that, and it's going to go just wide. Steph going to pass that one back up to midfield. Hot Wheels kind of alone. They're going to get bullied up there by Turtle. Now J-Raw with an opportunity. This ball sitting right in front of the goal. This is a good opportunity. Hot Wheels said, oh, he pinches it off the wall. It's going to be going over to the other corner. Close one there. Zane Jackie going to try and keep this pressure up. They have 30 seconds. They have to score 3 times. This was where you called it last game. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to pull this one off either.
It's going to be rough.
Oh, Turtle with the mind games. Oh, and he gets a pass too. Is it in? Oh, it's off the crossbar. Then he gets the second touch.
Follows it up. The mind games. Good slowdown here. For those of you that maybe aren't as knowledgeable in the Rocket League scene, so what Turtle does here and why he actually delays on touching it is he's trying to trick the defender into thinking he's about to.
He's trying to draw the lead option.
Yeah, at this high-level play, we know they're going to make contact. We know they're going to get certain hits. But when a dribble situation, you're like, oh, I know he's about to pop it, and then he doesn't, and you make the bad maneuver or you start jumping already, then they're able to dribble it around you. It's exactly what Turtle did right there.
12 seconds, final countdown. This game is all but over at this point. Turtle going to try and dribble this one around. Here's another opportunity. J-Raw, he get this one away. He does. Good touch. Final second. This ball is going to touch the ground. Game 4. It's the first time we've had a 4-0 so far. We'll see what they can do. They might be able to push the 5-0, or we might have another 4-1.
In the final game, Orbit can still bring the fire up.
Yeah.
I know a lot of teams tend to do better when they're under fire, but Vex is being very, very consistent right now, for sure.
Yeah, though they're playing very, very aggressively. There's 12 shots, 12 from Vex to just 5 on Orbit. That offensive aggression, again, just showing up in the scoreboard here, 5-1. Vex has really been bringing it, and I think Orbit might just kind of have, I don't know, either just loss of stamina or a broken spirit at this point.
It could be a mixture of that. It could be maybe some frustrations. There could be some communication issues, especially with the new player not having Genocop. And again, Genocop are some big shoes to fill. For those of you that aren't familiar with Genocop, he is a monster of a player. He was generally somebody that really brought that team in a well-rounded situation, and he put in a lot of shots, got a lot of great passes. So Stev's filling some pretty big shoes, and even if he was giving it up to that exact standard, there's a certain kind of mentality you're used to with a certain group of threes.
Right.
And when you interject something new,
Right.
it could just be a little more frustrating for them right now that they're not getting exactly the flow they're hoping for.
Yeah, and it's interesting because when we saw them play against Mocket, we were like, wow, look at this synergy we see between Orbit and and this new player Stev. But the way that we talk about synergy with teams, it's also about how do you synergize against your opponents. And so maybe Stev brought something that made them really good and strong against Mocket, but not as strong against Vex. Here in game number 5, Vex is looking to be the first 5-0 of the group stages. They're threatening to score right now. J-Raw setting that one up off the back wall. The ball's still sitting over here in blue corner. They're going to bail on that offensive, give Orbit all the time they want to try and push this one out. J-Raw went back, collect a boost, came back up. Now we're going to see Turtle passing up. J-Raw's going to try and bounce that one up. It's going to pop well. Stev able to pick that one up, though, push it over in the corner.
Again, these early quick aggressions, J-Raw with a nice pop, but Orbit being comfortable on defense. The biggest thing you don't want to do on defense is freak out. Once you start to panic and put yourself out of position or jump for things you really shouldn't be or get a bad touch, that's when you're letting them take yet another shot on net. And the more they take, the easier it is for them to break your defense. So being calm on defense is a big key.
Keeping your head in the game always very important no matter what you're doing. Zane Jackie able to clear that one out. Garrett G able to pick this one up, push it back into the corner. Hot Wheels set moving up there. Garrett G has been aggressive with the demos, and there you see it, punishing him.
J-Raw. Again, another demo coming out, leaving the net wide open. No one filled in the spot on Orbit. Hot Wheels Sid came out a little too far. J-Raw flipping his car upside down. Again, you'll see a lot of this with top players when they rotate their cars. The top of your car is the most powerful part of your car, especially the front top. And J-Raw, he went up high for it, and if he hit it with the bottom of his car, it would have floated down and net a little softer. So he flipped upside down to make sure the front top of his car hit it, so it came down just fast enough so that no one on Orbit could defend it.
To say, I've never seen a goalie zone work as efficiently as Garrett G is making it work in this match. He has bullied goalies, he has demoed goalies, just removed the goalie from the situation and left it open for his teammates so often. Here we see another tearaway opportunity. Oh, they're all just playing so cheeky. They literally didn't score on purpose. The players flip it upside down. Some BMing coming out from Vex there.
We talked about this earlier. Vex needs to be very, very careful about that. I understand that they're very comfortable with the wins they have, but this is not a best of 5. They need to get every win. If they let a win go in here from Orbit, that could, again, we could see another orange creamsicle situation.
Oh, but Garrett doesn't care at this point. He's already scored so much. Clearly the MVP of this series at this point. 3 goalies right now. Decent setup from Orbit, and he gets all the speed he needs on there. Hot Wheels Sid slow to that ball.
Hot Wheels expected his teammate to get there, and that's one of the tough things about expecting. You definitely want to predict what your teammates are doing, but you also have to keep your mind ready to react just in case it doesn't go there. And sometimes when you get a little too comfortable in your own head and you're like, oh, he's going to get this, or oh, it's going to be a 50-50, they're going to meet together and it's going to go somewhere weird, and then it doesn't, you got to be prepared.
Man, Turtle winning the 1v1s again. Zane Jackie luckily is back on defense and able to get that one away, but this ball is sitting right in front of the goal again. Zane Jackie able to take that one away from Garrett G. He's got an opportunity. 2:59. We're coming up on halftime. Only 2 points on the side of Vex Gaming. This is still a very possible comeback for Orbit if they can just kind of get out of their own heads and get back into the game and play this game that they love. Here comes another opportunity. Stev going to whiff on that one, leave it for Zane Jackie. He's going to try and get past J-Raw. Turtle with the own goal, though.
Zane Jackie, I think he was able to get a touch on this. I really, really want to see if Zane Jackie got the second touch. I know he popped it up, and then he tried to slow it down and pop it down. He does. Oh, Zane Jackie. He gets up in front of the ball, redirected just enough so that there wasn't a clear made, and it actually surprised Vex so much that they scored it on themselves.
They scored it on themselves, yeah, no. Getting it underneath J-Raw's card there. Very impressive play from Zane Jackie. If he can do it again, they will have a tie game. Stev going up, winning the 1v1. Zane Jackie very much up in an offensive position. I like the aggressive positioning. They need to keep this up. Stev bouncing off the back wall. Where's Zane Jackie? Oh, he fell all the way back. Not going to be able to dunk. He's going to go get the far boost. Now Turtle pushing up with the shot on net. Stev going to be able to block that one. Hot Wheels Sid pushing this one up alongside Zane Jackie. Zane Jackie making the whiff there. Not going to be able to get the touch he wants. J-Raw hanging back in goal for Vex Gaming. This ball going to be moving out. Here's Zane Jackie again. A little bit of kind of long-range ping pong happening at the moment, but Stev trying to carry this one out and around. Very close, but Garrett G reads it well.
Vex need to be careful because at this point, Orbit really doesn't have a lot left to lose. This is the final game for them to really make their stance and get a win. And with Vex being a little bit cheeky and only being 1 goal up, they need to watch out because Orbit right now has that fire in their eyes. You know they want this win.
There goes Stev pushing that one up onto the back wall. J-Raw, last line of defense, able to keep buy his teammates time to get up and back into it. Hot Wheels Sid taking a shot, but it's going to go high. Nice touch there from Garrett G, clearing it all the way back onto the blue. Stev buying his team time again. Oh, he kind of set it up for Garrett, though.
In these situations on defense, it is scary. You don't know what to do. Garrett had a really good clear, and Stev, I think he wanted to push that more towards the corner, and he actually almost got that second touch, which would have been a really good save on his part. But the problem is if he'd let that go, it actually might have been a better situation because it would have rolled up that back wall, or even if he could follow it for the bounce, or just pin it against that back wall.
Right.
But a lot of times, when you're retreating back on defense, it's really tough to know when you should or shouldn't touch it.
Right, because you're looking at the ball, you're not looking at where the players are coming. He didn't know Garrett G was following him, and props to Garrett G. Such a heads-up play to follow that up and realize what was probably going to happen. Team's up 2 points right now, 1:24 left to go. 3-1 in favor of Vex. J-Rock keeping this up on the wall. Here comes Garrett G from the back, able to push that one up and away. Orbit, got Hot Wheels and Stev falling back onto the defense. J-Rod, nice kind of pinch there, pushing up on the wall, but Stev read it well, is able to push it back out. Turtle putting it back up into the corner. Zane Jackie, they get the touch. A lot of kind of back and forth right now. No one really pressing an opportunity. There's a nice shot from Hot Wheels Sid, but just no speed on it, and J-Rod's able to clear it well.
Both teams, we know Vex is obviously feeling kind of comfortable. We saw him trying to, I don't want to use his own name, but they saw him trying to turtle a goal in a little earlier, flipping their car upside down and slide it. So they're comfortable right now. And Orbit probably isn't terribly happy at the moment, with the situation they've been put in. I think they were hoping to get at least one more win off of Vex, if not maybe, or any wins for that matter. Again, this game is not particularly over, but Vex is very in control of it. Orbit's having a tough time.
35 seconds left. Nice shot from Hot Wheels Sid. I fully expected Turtle to get up and into that one.
Eat my words. I'm turning into Gibbs.
Man, it was quite the shot there, and you see Garrett G back in goal. I don't think he expected that. It was 116 kilometers per hour, just a blazer beam of a shot. Was not able to get up and into that one at all. Only 1 point differentiating these teams right now. 35 seconds, like we talked about before. Plenty of time in Rocket League to come back up into this one. They have to get over onto the offense, though, if they want to. Zane Jackie passing down to Stev, who's keeping that ball on the ground. Turtle going to be able to push that one back up under the blue. Nice offensive pressure. Keeping this offensive pressure is all that Vex needs to do if they want to win. They just keep the ball over in the blue field. Stev shuts it down, though. Pushing it back over onto the orange. If he can just bounce it off the wall here, he gets it. This Halofton. This is a nice shot. Can Hot Wheels get up and into it? He does! Oh, but it goes off the bar! Garrett able to get the block. What a clutch save there. Zane Jackie was so close on that shot. That was the opportunity they needed. Hot Wheels just going off the crossbar. Wasn't quite there. They might be able to push this out. No, Garrett's going to... Oh, here's the carry. Can Zane Jackie get it? He gets it over J-Rod. Oh, but J-Rod with a nice read there. Popping that one up. Stev keeping it on the wall. They're just trying to kill this one at this point, and there it goes. My goodness. Keeping the end of the game entertaining. But in the end, Vex taking it all 5-0.
Orbit just fought for their lives for that. But it's really cool. I know Vex had a trouble with finishing. I know, James about to talk about it when we talked to one of their players. They had trouble making sure that they solidified those wins, and they definitely made sure to do it in this series.
Yeah, they did a really, really good job. Vex just coming up strong in this. Like, there was no game that was like just an utter blowout, but man, they were clearly the dominant team all the way over. We'll pass it back over to the analyst desk with Scott and the boys. Scott, what do you guys think?
Well, all I can say, chat had it right on. Press F for respects for Orbit. I mean, they're in the cellar right now. Only 2 wins. Vex is now the first team of the group stage to win 10 games.
Yeah, so big result for Vex. Coming out, they saw an Orbit team that was limping. They didn't have Geno Cop again, and I think that finally has caught up to them. And really, Vex, as I had mentioned before and Final just touched on, Vex really wanting to be able to close out those games. And when they closed out the first game by 1 goal, 3-2, and then the second game, bringing back and winning in overtime, that really was the moment where Orbit just started to lose it.
Yeah, it's tough to see that happen too. I mean, these guys have been playing so hard, and to have someone disappear on you, especially someone you've played with for so long, 12 hours before, it's tough to kind of accommodate and make rotations out of it. I mean, they did put in some good effort. They had some really nice shots here and there. You saw at the end of that last game too that they were really hustling, trying to make it, at least get something out of it, and it just didn't happen that way.
Yeah, and then again though, that just Garrett has been on fire. Garrett showing up huge, getting that last second goal in game 2 to force that overtime, and just the final 5 seconds of the match, and then just continuing to score throughout the series. He really showed up big for Vex and was a key part of their victory.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing we talked about at the beginning, how we expected J-Raw, And Garrett had really big games, but shout-outs to Turtle. I mean, Turtle really showed up too. He had some of his own mind game plays going in. He solidified that defense. I mean, he had a couple mistakes at the end there, but I mean, when shots come in that you don't expect, I get it. But I mean, that's the thing. I mean, he played really well too. I mean, all around they did a very good job. They controlled the pace. They made their passes. They scored their goals.
And that was really the truth. I mean, Vex, they just kept control of that game the entire time. I never felt watching that series that Orbit was really threatening. They had that lead, and then like after that game 2 loss, just complete deflated play from.
It's like everybody just kind of like put on a giant frowny face, and it's like that's tough. I mean, that's something for those teams to learn is when games like that happen. That was last game. Like these games are all important. You got to let that stuff slide. It's something that these guys, as a team, and as they get more in competitive games, they have to learn from. It's something that you can't let that stuff bug you. And as much as we talk about mechanical skill and how good these guys are, the mental game is a very big role too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's our second 5-0 so far of the group stage. Selfless ended up beating Onslaught 5-0 earlier. So, but we got one more broadcast to go. Don't leave. Our final match, Cosmic, that's right, iBuyPower Cosmic's going to be taking on Onslaught. So tell your friends we're still live, we're still rocking here on Twitch. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. Final match of the group stage here for North America. Well, at least for this week. We got Europe coming up tomorrow. Right now, we got iBuyPower Cosmic is going to be going up against Onslaught. And I tell you, iBuyPower needs these wins to move back up to the top of the table.
Yeah, you saw them drop that first game to Selfless, which was a surprise. But as Gibbs predicted, or as Gibbs stated, they will drop one game to pretty much anybody. So we'll see if that plays out here against Onslaught. But the bigger kind of shocking thing is that Onslaught lost all 5 games to Selfless, but then they take down Kings of Urban. It makes no sense to me.
I didn't. When I heard you say that, I was like, what? I don't think I got updated. I'm sitting over there. I'm like, they lost 5-7.
Yeah, yes.
And then they took KOU 3-2.
Yes.
I'm wondering if there was like a roster change-up, or did they have to lock in the same day?
I think it was the same guys. It was just they must have been playing better. And again, that Kings of Urban series we saw, it was not a high-scoring game, or not a high-scoring.
That
series.
is very true. Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the starting lineups for our final match. Match number 6 of the day between these two guys, iBuyPower Cosmic and Onslaught. James, any surprises here?
No, this is the lineup that we were expecting for both sides if everybody shows up like they should. But again, both of these teams in their series, they had offensive struggles. Normally, Onslaught is known for their offensive prowess, and the same thing goes for iBuyPower. In the first games, and every single game for Onslaught, we just didn't see a lot of scoring like we were expecting. So I wonder if one of these teams is going to bring the heat in this series.
Well, we'll see. One of the best quotes in chat today was Psyonix said, he wants to eat potato crisps out of your beard, Carpet. What's the deal with that?
Come on. Let's do it.
He not only talks about it, he encourages it. So, I mean, I'm telling you guys, I mean, we've had 5 matches so far. What have you guys thought about these matches so far today? A lot of them have been really close.
A lot of them were surprisingly close. And again, that big upset from Onslaught. I'm pumped to get an update of all the standings after we're done today. And again, this is only half the games that we will be playing. This is spread over 2 weekends. So next weekend we'll have the final games of the group stages taking place. But we did see that big upset from Onslaught, and really Selfless taking all 5 games against Onslaught was pretty nuts. So a lot of upsets so far, and honestly, I have no idea what the 4 teams are going to look like coming out of groups once we make it to that online final.
I like seeing I know, just don't talk yet. I like seeing a bit of these kind of like mishaps that are happening. You never know what's going to happen or who's going to win certain games. And you know, that iBuyPower giving up that first game against Selfless, letting Gibbs be correct yet again.
Yes.
Sadly. But if they do that for Onslaught I know tends to get the ball rolling, and when they do, they're terrifying as well. But same with that, I can't say anything different about iBuyPower. I mean, once we saw them ramp up, you know, Waypunk started to name off their goal stats, and it just got more and more and more as the game goes on. So if they're fully ramped up for this game, this could be a crazy clash.
Well, we call this segment the face-off. It's been more like a love fest today. We're bringing in Crow and Husky. Gentlemen, guys, it's our last match of the day. What's going on, fellas?
How you doing?
What's up?
Oh, you guys, so many words. I tell you what, Crow, in the last match we watched you guys, seemed like you had a little trouble scoring. What's the deal?
I mean, they were just being a little bit weird. We thought they would be better, so we were kind of respecting them. And then once we started disrespecting them, we started scoring. So we're gonna, start the disrespect right off the bat with Onslaught.
Well, feel free to use that in our analyst. Just a little weird if that breaks down. Husky, what's the deal? You guys lost 5-0, then you come back and beat Kings. Can you do it against? Yeah. Hey, this is why we play the games, man. This is the big time. Oh, can you repeat here?
Well, I don't know. Like I said, we started off pretty slow, and then I don't know. We always have just whenever we play teams we know we are that are at the top, we always play a lot better. We always bring our A game. I don't know. We might have just underestimated chemistry or Selfless, but we won't ever do it again.
Husky, at some point, can I come crash on that couch? It looks very comfortable.
It's whenever you'd like.
Yeah, see, sweet. We're making friends already. Crow, what's your guys' strategy going into this final game that's Onslaught?
Don't lose, score the ball.
Don't be weird.
Just hit it. Well, that's too difficult for me. That's a bit much.
All right, guys, final parting words. Husky, lay it down on us.
I just want to say that I will be the first one to eat potato chips out of Final Garbage. You can back off.
I think we have to auction that off or something for charity or something. Crow, lay the smack talk on us.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun. That's what I'm talking about. All right, guys. Seriously, good luck and have fun. I mean, it's been a fun day. Of course, we got Europe coming up tomorrow. Guys, final predictions in this one.
I'm going to have to say 4-1 again for iBuyPower because they just drop a game. That's what they do.
That is what they do. I think Onslaught, when they're really, really playing, if they can keep it up, I think they can at least win 2. Maybe say 3-2 iBuyPower.
Woo.
I want to say 3-2 Onslaught because Husky just gave me such a promising.
Wow, no one would buy that. That is your beard is really great, but I don't want to eat anything out of it, especially seeing it so closely. I don't think I could do that, and I think people don't know what they're getting into.
Does he have his shoes back on? That's what I want to know. I can't even see from here.
Yes,
so
they're back on, but
folks.
they're going to be coming off probably.
All right, so Gibbs isn't here. He'll be back hopefully next week. He's hanging out with his fam, which is very important. What would he say?
He would say probably iBuyPower. They're the tier 1 team. They're the greatest. I'm biased. Onslaught sucks. So yeah, that's probably what he would say.
Or he'd say iBuyPower, you're never gonna do it. It's probably 5-0 Onslaught. Yeah. Sometimes Gibbs just likes to really throw some curveballs out there, but usually his predictions are spot on.
Yeah.
Well, it's our final match of the day. We'll make sure we bring you up to date on the standings after this. But we're gonna send it down to the field with my main man, my favorite Canadian, Leaf, along with Lawler. Guys, take it away.
I've said it before too, but I am also my favorite Canadian. And beside me is my other half. We've got Lawler. Are you excited for our IBP versus Onslaught match?
Yeah, definitely. I hope Onslaught really comes out and puts on an Onslaught. That's the thing. When these guys play to their peak form, especially with having Espion and Classics playing today, their aerial game can match. It's just I'm afraid to see what Lichinio is going to do if they don't.
Yeah, I mean, we saw IBP starting to gain momentum once we saw them in the other match before, and if they can carry that on, this could be destruction for Onslaught. But Onslaught, again, very hit and miss in these past few games. Hopefully they can be very hit, especially to the back end of IBP into this next one. Is there anything specifically you think Onslaught needs to do to make sure that they run away with it?
Yeah, Onslaught needs to show that teamwork is better than mechanical play. If Onslaught can really control the field, make good rotations, and put the shots on net with good pass plays, they might be able to catch this iBuyPower team off guard. But it's gonna be a tough match.
Yeah, so we're gonna head into the game and see if Onslaught can stick it to IBP or if IBP is going to get some fancy stuff out for us on the kickoff. Already, Espion trying to get something playing for their team, but that's getting sent right back down as both teams feel this out. Lichinio with a shot already on net. Classics on a good rotation. Keeps that from going in net. Now, Kronovi up to try to stuff one himself. Espion to chase that down the field in the air. Classics also high flying. We're already seeing a lot of aerial contests. This is what we want to see for our last match of the day.
Yeah, big thing to point out too, and this is something that I've noticed over plenty of times of watching iBuyPower, they always notoriously score a goal roughly about a minute and a half in. it seems to be that the teams break down on a rotation, whether it be from lack of boost or just not getting the right boost return. And it seems to happen literally every game. So watch for that in roughly about 30 seconds here, you guys.
Espeon now trying to do some of that fancy aerial work, showing IBP what's up. Just knowing that they're masters of mechanical stuff in the air. He does it himself. Espeon to the side. Gambit's going to be an easy cleanup on that, out to the center for his teammates, but connected is Husky. Espeon trying to get a shot. That's a pass out front. Husky, can he drop it down? No, Gambit's going to squeeze that one out from between him and the wall. Classics with a shot on net. Kronovi, good rotation, keeps that from going in the net. Just over a minute of gameplay into this match already, and we're seeing some great shots already on net, but some also great defending.
Yeah, that's the thing. These guys are getting matched pretty well by iBuyPower as well as Onslaught. I think these guys are going up early for it, and that's the thing that they need to do, except for bumping each other in the way there. Small breakdowns are going to spell trouble, and we're right about that time for this goal. And oh my gosh, I'm glad they're playing some defense because they need to clear this out sooner. Otherwise, we're going to see exactly what I talked about happening.
Well, we saw Husky telling Classics to get out of the way, so hopefully they can get out of their zone very soon. Husky now with the ball, good push out to the center. Classics can't follow that one up. Would have been a great play to start offense. Espeon shot on net by Lichinio, but he gets a nose on it. Now he's going to chase it out. Good pass over to Husky. Classics tries to put one into the zone. Gambit keeping that to the side. Now it's ball control. Husky desperately trying to do anything it can to keep that in the zone. But now it's Kronovi's turn to start a play up. Let's see if he drops that one to the ground. It's going to get a pinch off the roof as Espeon throws it back to midfield as they try to get a play started. Espeon not able to get that pass out.
Yeah, good job on Gambit too. For those that don't know, sometimes it is better to go a little bit further back in the goal. It gives you an opportunity to get a wide. Oh my gosh.
Squeezing it right past that last defender, just getting the backside on it.
Yeah, really bad mistake here. Husky trying to play it back, and Espeon just wasn't ready for it. But Lichinio actually reading that, getting to the right side, cutting off all possible angles, and getting the dunk for a goal here.
Good play by Lichinio as he takes the first goal of the game as we hit halftime into the first match of this set of 5. Espeon, easy clear down to the other zone. We have Lichinio and Gambit up for that. They're going to have to rotate back. Kronovi recognizing this, helps out Lichinio, but there's 2 on the ball. If Espeon could get this out to his teammate, it could have been a scoring opportunity. But now Onslaught has to make a back rotation as Gambit and Kronovi move up. Gambit in favor of that ball, but Husky with a good touch on that keeps any play from developing. But that's out front. Kronovi doing some backflips, isn't able to follow that up as Husky runs out in the field. Kronovi stopping that attack.
Man, that's rough for Husky. Husky just trying to rotate to get the boost there, give himself an advantage over Crow, but was not able to do so with that demo. Really smart play, sending him back onto his own side.
Yeah, we're seeing even shots come up from both teams right now as Onslaught tries to even the scoreboard up, where Lichinio to Kronovi are going to set this play headed the other way down to Onslaught's zone. Classics, the redirect off of him. This could be going in the net. The demo.
Oh my God.
That play was unreal from IBP.
Man, we saw a lot of demos coming out from Garrett in the last series that we got to watch, but that's the thing. You see it very commonly on the EU scene that the guys are demoing players more and giving themselves an advantage. And that's the thing. That's very tactical because if you do it on your own side, you know, generally you're going to come back with a little bit of boost. Sometimes it is beneficial, but these guys definitely taking advantage of it.
Yeah, that was the smart plays that we're expecting to see out of IBP, and they need to continue this up if they want to win. Dominating over Onslaught, a shot.
Oh.
Gambit with a good touch pushes that just past the corner. Otherwise, that may have been in. Husky, or sorry, he was trying to put it in, but it got blocked. Gambit getting taken out by Kronovi.
Oh, side flip.
But Gambit now has ball control. Can he get the dribble past 2 defenders? He cannot. Espeon gets a touch on that. Classics to follow him up.
Man, that's the thing. These guys are applying a lot of pressure, bringing it downfield, but to break it down even, Onslaught is actually showing some pass plays and some good potential. It's just a matter of they're getting read. I think it's a little bit too much telegraph. And eventually they might be able to get something here, but if this iBuyPower pressure keeps going up, good luck.
Kronovi showing us some mechanical skills as well as Classics. Husky back to Classics, a shot from Espeon. Contested by an IBTP defender. Espeon, oh no, that missed. The contest was lost in the favor of Onslaught, and that's going to be another one on the scoreboard. 30 seconds left. This is going to be a tough uphill battle for Onslaught.
I mean, you look at Gambit run down parallel, and that's the thing. I mean, there was a little bit of a pinch in there. But that's the thing. I mean, they're moving as a team, and that's something that's very tough to defend against when you have multiple players coming and rushing the goal together. When you're the last player, like, that's the worst place to be.
Already off the kickoff, a shot almost going in, but Husky is going to clear that one. The redirect.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, Classics. Can he get this? He stops that ball dead. Lachinio runs that out, but back in front puts the ball from Espion. Oh no, that last defender missing that, and that's going to be an open net for Kronovi. Easy goal. And that is unfortunate for Onslaught.
Yeah, man, small mistakes like that, tough. Husky should make those hits. Yeah. And the fact that he read that the wrong way just goes to show that, these guys do make mistakes. It does happen. They are human. That side wall where it's got that little lip to it where it pounces it back off is a very tough read. And unless you've been playing the game for a long time, it's not something easily defended against.
A missed kickoff there sets up IBP for another play, but that's going to get cleared by Onslaught. Back to midfield, shot off the crossbar, and this could be another scoring opportunity. Husky pushes that to the side as they desperately try to keep any more goals from going in. With 2 seconds left in this match, this ball will probably drop to the ground. A demo from Lachinio to make sure that this game ends, and that's going to be IBP running away with a 4-0. Shots were even, but then all of a sudden, IBP ramped it up.
Yeah, it's one of those things that with these guys, if they do have the ability to ramp it up like that, they need to. We see the iBuyPower squad gets pretty comfortable and they like to play with their food a little bit. So it's one of those things that in games like this where it is a set of 5, there's 5 games that all matter. They go towards the rankings. Putting yourself in the #1 spot is going to be a huge deal because then you get to play the 4th seed hypothetically. And that's those kind of things that they can't take risks. I mean, they really need to buckle down and be serious about it. And so far they've done that, and that's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looked like there's a bit of defensive malfunctioning going on from Onslaught. I mean, we saw Husky miss that last goal. They were only down 2 goals before, but all of a sudden they started falling apart, and hopefully they can pull that together coming into this next game.
It looks like these guys are ready for the next game. I mean, looking at it, it's just a matter of somebody on this Onslaught team needs to come out and make a play. They need to give themselves the confidence to get back into this.
Well, hopefully they can use that crowd cheering from Manfield to energize them, but that ball already in front of their net. Lachinio not connecting with that. That was a very, very scary situation for Husky there as he slowly starts to move it out. Espion pinching that off the ball. They need to get some better clears. That's into the net. Kronovi followed up. Gambit, look at the placement on that shot.
Man, pressure already coming in. Look at Gambit just completely punish this with help of Kronovi. Kronovi plays it in, gets yet another touch, beats another one, bumps Husky, like doing it all.
And just again to touch on that, Gambit knew that the closest spot he could put that ball without a defender getting it was right in that bottom corner, and he does it. Good shot and good team play from IBP as they already tack 1 point onto the scoreboard for their team. Up and challenging that is Espion out front of the net. Husky almost squeezing that one by Classics. If he gets a nice redirect, could have been a good drop down goal, but Kronovi's now challenging that with Husky. Husky flips it in. Classics looking to challenge it, and he does. Just gets a nose on it. Only 1 defender left. Lachinio, though, is going to throw that back down into Onslaught zone. Gambit going to leave that one alone for a second as he gets a good chip, and those are the clears that Onslaught needs to start taking note of that IBP is getting a hold of.
Yeah, IBP doing a really good job here. They're actually showing some patience, and that's something that, we see these guys tend to be a little bit relentless with their shots. They throw in some aerials here and there. That's the thing. They're respecting their opponent. They're being smart about it, and they're taking goals like this and making up for mistakes.
Yeah, Gambit just squeaks that one by, putting up another one on the scoreboard for him as 2 defenders he gets by.
Yeah, part of that was due to a poor defensive player. It looks like they wanted to get an air drag and push it out. But that's the thing. You don't have time to do that. You need to just push it out as soon as you can in the reform and give yourselves the opportunity to make a goal. I mean, these guys are getting punished so hard.
Husky over to Espion, but Espion's going to wait. Classics doesn't get a touch from Espion's going to go a little high. He's trying to get another touch to redirect. Not able to connect too much. Classics there to support him. That's going to get chased back down now by Lachinio. Almost a good touch from Kronovi as he reads that bounce up. But Gambit throws it right back down to the slot. Classics, the last defender. A little bit of a misflip there. Is going to get touched out by Kronovi to Lachinio. Kronovi! Oh my goodness, that was almost an insane play.
Man, it's crazy to see though, like this ball gets cleared to complete opposite side of the field, and then you have 2 iBuyPower players just swarm the ball ready to go and face on it. And that's the thing, it's like when you get beat to the ball and every single time, it's hard to not only clear out your pressure, especially with touches like that.
Gambit with another one, reading that bounce off the defender. He is taking control of this game.
Like we said, I mean, taking control, controlling the pace, doing what you want to do is very tough to defend against. As a player, you have to try to adapt to that, and that's something that we haven't seen Onslaught do yet.
And that's not without support from his teammates, though. He's getting a lot of passes up from Kronovi. All 3 of them getting some great plays in front of the net. We'll see if they can keep this up and get some of that fancy stuff that the crowd loves to see. Almost getting tucked in there by Onslaught. That's going to throw back down to midfield. Lichinio, look at the speed on him. Kronovi gets a mistouch on that, so Lichinio can't get a shot. It's going to allow Classics and Espion to move the ball back down the field. Could be an opportunity for a goal. Classics couldn't get a nose on that, and that's going to fly back down to midfield in favor of IBP.
Man, that's the thing. I mean, those big breakaways, they need to score on to keep themselves in this. That's probably one of the small opportunities that they're probably going to see. And that's the thing. I mean, look at Husky trying to go aggressive. He's trying to set up plays and take advantage of the demos. It just looks like they need some help from Gambit.
And Gambit didn't want anyone else in this game to score, so he's like, no, I'm taking this one as well.
No. It's mine.
Yeah, it's mine. And there it is, a long shot. Gambit just tucking that one away. Is going to put it to 3-1, 2.5 minutes left in this match. There is a lot of time still for Onslaught to come back, but it is not looking good for them as they're playing well. They're just not getting as accurate a shots and as good a team plays as IBP is getting.
Man, I like to watch and sit on top of Kronovi for a little bit simply because of the fact of the way that he uses ball cam to his advantage. So when he was going up that wall, he used ball cam, but as soon as he was on the wall, he took it off and did a free cam. It allows him to see a perfect angle in the amount of pressure that he needs to put in. I mean, it's simple geometry, and the fact that he's making it easier on themselves, that's good. I mean, it's showing he's utilizing the resources that he has, and there's not enough people that take advantage of that.
Shot, pass, look at that pass play. Gambit recognizing that ball was coming in a little bit wide of the net, gets a touch on it. Absolutely great play from IBP.
That's the thing. Kronovi, if he would have had a better touch, he probably could have made it on his own. But the fact that he's got Gambit there to follow it up and make sure it's going in is what makes this iBuyPower team so good.
These guys are playing in full swing now. This is going to be scary since we're only 2 games now into this set.
Goodness.
And Kronovi with another one. They're looking for that mythic Brazil, it looks like.
I know chat probably wants to see it too, and they might have a chance. But that's the thing. I mean, I wouldn't count out this Onslaught team just yet. They are breaking down a little bit, but things like that, when they're getting beat to the ball, I know Onslaught can make the plays to stop that stuff, and they just haven't done it yet. They need to wake up, otherwise it's going to become too little too late.
They're going to start to want to watch out for that, but all these balls that have been scored have been well placed right around the perimeter of those goals. So they're going to start want to watch out for these sneaky shots coming up from IBP. They want to play a better defensive game. Gambit not looking to get another one in his net, throws it to the side, but Classics is, so he keeps it there. Going back to midfield, you see Gambit just kind of waiting it out, doesn't get that ball on his hood. Husky challenges it. Classics can't get the second touch. It's going to fly back out to the last defender. Espion up very nicely to keep that in the zone. They're putting some pressure on. 1:20 left in the match. 4 goals is going to be very hard, or maybe they're just trying to prevent that 7-1.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You see these guys, they're controlling the pace so well by, they're feathering their momentum. So when these guys land, they're making sure to land on all 4 wheels. And when you see the car have that kind of purple streak behind them, it means they're going at max speed. There's no point in wasting boost. There's no point in trying to double jump to get faster. It's one of those things that these guys, they feather the boost just to make and carry that momentum. And that's part of the reason why they're able to rotate through these balls so quickly.
Gambit just barely missing a nose on that. Could have put a 6-1 on the scoreboard for them. We got 40 seconds left in this match. As there's a bunch of people up in the air, Gambit's going to win that one. As he takes another hit off the wall, Kronovi just trying to keep that out of possession of Onslaught. And that's the one thing they're doing so well right now, is keeping ball possession. Whether it's going on a target or not, they're keeping ball possession. And it's getting very difficult for Onslaught to make any attacks.
Yeah, part of the reason why they're able to do that is the way they spread the field. You saw it just a little bit ago with Onslaught. They had 2 guys that were sitting on that wall together, and there was no really reason for it, except for the fact that they're probably playing afraid. Like, they know they're going to get contested immediately, and it's okay to cheat, but if you're cheating that close, then you're both just going to get beat.
This is coming down to the last 10 seconds as we have our crowd cheering us down. This ball maybe going to get another one, and they're just going to let that one roll into their own net. Almost a self-goal, but no 7-1 for us today. But still an absolutely dominating game in favor of IBP. This is going to be a hard next few games for Onslaught, as we're seeing the full swing of IBP start to come out right now. So it's going to be difficult. I mean, Espion doing a very good job of challenging his balls high up in the air and keeping his team at least in the zone. But we're going to have to see some more solid hits from Husky, I think. Any other pointers that, if they're watching, you want to give out to Onslaught?
They just need to give themselves a chance, to be completely honest. I mean, there's some things that they're doing very well. The rotations have been pretty solid. It's just they're getting beat. I mean, they need to be up there and getting the ball and trying to read what this iBuyPower team is doing. And that seems to be the thing that's so good about iBuyPower, is it's really tough to read what they're doing when mechanically they can put it wherever they want. They're following, they're chasing it, but not in a bad ball chase sense. They're chasing in the aspect of, okay, the ball's going to go over there, let's go meet it and wait for us to make that next play. So they have to be able to do that same thing and match it. and at the same time clear the ball out of their position.
On the kickoff, Husky now with possession, trying to get an early goal, but Gambit way up there is going to start off a goal almost. Gambit trying to carry that one down the whole way, only 10 seconds into the match. As we play in a nice peaceful park, IBP still looks to try to continue on this slaughter.
Man, you say it's a peaceful park, but if you expect a slaughter, that kind of changes the element. Hopefully this Onslaught team can prevent that. And that's the thing, playing it towards goals like that and giving themselves opportunities like that will give them the option to keep this one close.
Husky doing a very good job of just putting that ball in their possession, but it gets stolen by IBP as they start to make an attack into that orange zone. Husky now's a chance to keep this out, but touched by Lichinio. They're just getting beat to this ball too much. Look at Kronovi already up. Espeon trying to get a touch out. Classics a little bit wonky there. Gambit now trying to set up another play. They can't leave their zone. Onslaught having difficulty getting control of this ball, and as I say it, back down to IPP's zone. But Lichinio gets control of that one. Gambit to throw it back to midfield to see if Kronovi can start a play.
Yeah, it's good to see that Onslaught's starting to play smart. I saw Espeon really poised up, ready to take a shot, but he recognized that he was never going to get there in time. So the fact of rather than wasting effort, he's rotating back, making sure he's on defense, and that's the things that are going to keep them in this game. So hopefully after they do that, they can find some sort of mistake. I mean, nobody's perfect.
Gambit got beat out on that one, but Classics didn't get a shot on net. Could have been that scoring opportunity they were looking for. Kronovi now to challenge Husky, but he beats him up to it. And it looks like Onslaught doing a very good job of getting to that ball first. The shot just off the crossbar from Husky would have been an amazing play. That would have been highlight stuff. Classics. Can he get a redirect himself? Followed up by Espeon off the crossbar once again. Gambit's going to beat any third defender or attacker to that one. Kronovi, good pass out to Gambit. He's going to win the contest on that, but not on target, as it allows IBP now to get some rotations, get some boost grabs, and start another attack. This is an open net if an IBP member can get to it, but they couldn't, as Classics throws it to the side as they try to regroup themselves and get the ball out of their zone as well.
We're seeing both of these teams take their turns with their pass plays, and that's why they're staying close, except for, oh my gosh, that save. Yeah, these guys, I mean, they're going back and forth with how they're playing in their setups. I mean, as soon as they get the pass plays developing, Espeon is what I expect out of Espeon. He's the first one to the ball. He's always in the air. He's doing stuff like that.
Oh, no, that's an open net. Oh, Espeon thankfully gets to it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, as soon as he's able to do what he wants, things seem to formulate the way that they expect them, and they've been playing too much catch-up the rest of the game. If they would just control the pace, it's okay to move it left to right and, sometimes to play it backwards. You don't have to just push it at the net the entire time. Allow things to formulate and play your game. Don't let iBuyPlayer have you play theirs.
Well, it looks like they are starting to contest these balls a lot quicker. Espeon missing that one, though, but very good job of getting there quick. Could have won that contest. As they're still in the zone, Classics, a pass up, Espeon getting bumped. Gambit, very good play there to make sure that ball didn't get shot on net. And we've heard Gibbs say before, but don't even allow the shots to come on net. Gambit almost getting a shot, throws it to the side at least to give them some time to recoup on that back rotation. Kronovi getting bumped. Now Classics up in the air. Lichinio, oh no! Everyone expecting him to hit that ball, and he doesn't, and it just slowly drifts it.
I mean, this is a unique hit. Classics gets bumped with Kronovi and ends up popping in his favor. That was a really one that was hard to read, and actually it looked like Gambit got a tip on that. It just wasn't enough to clear it out. Ball sinks in and actually gives Onslaught their first goal.
They are now up leading in this. A minute 40 left. They can hold this up. They're playing very well when it comes to pressure and just challenging these balls. Rotations are coming out super smooth at the moment. They just need to keep this up if they want to win this. And I'm sure we'll see IBP make some adjustments, though, as they don't want to be down, and I'm sure they're going to want a 5-0 if they can take it.
Yeah, that's the thing, especially with a team like Selfless coming in and getting a win. Something like that's going to really help Onslaught in the rankings. But if shots like that keep happening, they might be able to pull a couple more out. It's just a matter of staying consistent and allowing these plays to develop in the way that they would like them, and it just doesn't seem to be the chance. iBuyPower's been doing a very good job of shutting this stuff down.
Espeon taking control of that ball as he accidentally put it out for one of his opponents. Husky chase it up, bats out center, but Lichinio's not going to let that get in front of the net. Both Classics and Espeon back waiting for that clear. Classics a little bit of a spinneroonie, and Espeon's going to clear that one to the side. Kronovi trying to keep this play alive, but he's going to get beaten out by Husky. Husky grabbing that boost is going to be in a good position, or maybe got stolen by Kronovi. Very sneaky. Gambit now starting to attack Lichinio. This could be a sweet team play, but it misses way wide. But back, says Kronovi, to the center of the field. No one connecting as Both teams try to start a play up here. This could be a spot for Espeon to get a shot, but not quite. Husky trying to keep in the center, but he just gives away ball possession, and that could be dangerous.
I like the approach that Espeon and the rest of this team, especially Husky, are trying to take. They can't go directly at this iBuyPower team. They will read it and shut you down. And the fact that they're playing vertically rather than directly, and then sometimes they actually play it in the horizontal zone where they play it off the wall, not towards the net, is something that they need to keep doing. It's what allowed them to get this first goal and this first win for themselves.
That's going to be a win now for Onslaught, as they did a very good job of challenging. Look at the shots, 100% even coming into this third match, and I mean, they're putting up a fight. They're not going to give up, and I'm glad to see that they started to make those adjustments. They started to pressure the ball and have really the rotations. I think just being very smooth was the key thing and the key element in this. So I go into this. Do you think IBP is going to pull away with another Onslaught, or is Onslaught going to run away with another one?
You know, that's the thing. I don't know if that's the thing. Onslaught needs to mix it up. They need to do something that's not conventional. They need to find a way to break these rotations from this iBuyPower team. Otherwise, they're going to keep being relentless with it. So if they can keep doing what they showed a little bit in little glimpses of last game where they play it, into the wall, they're trying to beat one man, take it one step at a time, they might have a pretty good opportunity with it.
All right, we'll see if any plays can develop early on in this game or if we're going to have a nice back and forth. With only 20 seconds in this match, a shot from Classics, followed by Espeon. And he drops the first goal of this game 20 seconds in.
Yeah, big thing that happened with Lichinio there. He just played it way too soft to the outside. Luckily for Classics, he was there waiting for it and able to play it back in. Espeon waiting up for the follow-up.
Yeah, Gambit reading a bad bounce on that one is going to set him out of position for a save. But that roller, can Espeon get it again? Almost off the kickoff was a tying goal to even this one up. Now Classics getting ball possession. Husky with a good pinch on that, sends that deep into the blue zone. IBP looking to have a defensive rotation, or that is in a bad spot, but Lichinio very patient, keeps that block from Husky. Almost a shot in, but a minute in. Classics, good block to keep that aside. They're taking a page out of IBP's book now, it looks like. Just keep that ball possession. Don't give it away. If you can just put it to the side and create an opportunity for your teammates, they can hopefully keep this up. Classics with a touch out to Husky. Off the wall, he's going to lose that contest. Lichinio sends that flying over to Kronovi. Kronovi misses that as we're out front of Onslaught's net. This ball is in front. Espeon, good touch on that, but Husky needs to also be up there as Gambit drops it down. This is a dangerous situation for Onslaught. And backing it up is Husky to keep that from going in.
Man, you can tell that they're really starting on boost. Classics wanted to go up for that aerial, and he couldn't. He had to get a 12 boost pad, which was just barely enough to get up and save it. But lucky for them, when it feathered down in the middle, him and Espeon worked together to pinch that one back out, and they're able to stop what we thought was going to be a goal.
Now this ball floating around as no one can get a play out of this corner. Lichinio is going to be the one to do it. So sends that to Kronovi. Can Kronovi drop to Gambit? He can't. Now Classics has an opportunity to send that into the blue zone, but he doesn't follow it up. At least get some boost so they can hopefully get out of their zone quick. But Gambit takes him out, and this is an open net now, but no one's going to be able to get up to that in time as we head back to midfield. As both teams trying to get another play started. Onslaught just trying to hold on to their lead as they keep finding themselves in very dangerous situations. Gambit taking advantage of that defender not doing anything with the ball. 6-1 and ties it up.
Yeah, Classics, you need to get up and go for that. I think he expected it to bounce the other way with that post. But that's the thing, you can't let that stuff happen. If you think it's gonna be, you gotta completely remove that. Like, don't expect something. You need to be the force that tells it what to do. Otherwise, stuff like that and small cheeky goals are gonna go in.
It all comes down to option coverage, and he didn't cover every option. Could have been a better spot to be, and that's going to be a tied game. Coming into the halfway mark, Classics going to get beaten out there by Gambit as Kronovi does some backflips to reach that ball. Classics going to try to keep that away from Lichinio, but Lichinio gets a touch. That's going to be back into Onslaught zone. Classics out to Husky. Good team passing there has allowed Classics to start a play of his own. Good read. That's going to be right in front of the net. Almost a shot from Husky. Can it be followed up by Espeon? No.
Man, I like to see what they did in that corner, though, with that pass when they cleared it out. That was the unconventional things I was talking about. They played it backwards and around the corner rather than directly upfield. They had two players from iBuyPower waiting for them there, and the fact that they were able to get past both of those and change the possession of this game probably was what led to the fact that this game is still even.
2 minutes left. As you mentioned, we're in an even game as a shot tries to come up from IBP. Classics in a bad spot. Husky trying to get there. Gambit being a bully in that corner. trying to let his teammate get a play on that, but that's going to fly back down to their zone in front of the net. Kronovi's the last defender. Gets control of that on his car. Nice little dribble Rooney there to get past 2 defenders. He has 1 left. Lucinio and Gambit. They couldn't finish it off.
Yeah, good defense by Classics there, getting up and saving something there with the opportunities that they had. The pop that it came out and the fact that Classics was able to get in the way and stop everything was great.
It looks like we have a bit of a server disconnect, or these players just really like driving in circles.
Yeah, Classics is killing it. He's had boost for a long time, but I think it's starting to settle down again.
I think we are back and alive, but that's going to be an open net. I wonder if the players experience this as well. That could prove to be for some difficulties. Or again, maybe they just all decide to do a little dance. But now we're 2-1.
Yeah, we talked about how friendly these guys have all been, so maybe they were dancing together to celebrate the fact that they're here. But it looks like Classic's going to take advantage of that disconnect. Some of that stuff does come into play, but I still think that this iBuyPower team is having some issues.
Yeah, IBP looking to sit around. I wonder if they're getting tucked on, but we'll see if Kronovi can take out all 3 of these defenders. They're probably just going to pass the ball around a bit. Kronovi and Gambit now putting on full force. It looks like they're going to finish out this game. Almost a shot on net. Espion is going to clear that one out. 2 defenders back for Onslaught, sending that back to midfield. Kronovi with a long shot, almost to tie that one up, but Espion gets a nose on it. Lucinio with some good power on that himself. The Domini putting that pressure on. Lucinio going to lose that on that contest, and that's an open net, but Gambit with a good touch to the side, caught by Lucinio. He's going to get a play. Look at the momentum on this. Lucinio, can he finish it? He can't. Good pass from Gambit, though. We'll see if, Kronovi misses that one, and now Classics back on the attack.
Man, Gibbs and I talked last week about the biggest problem that iBuyPower did have was rotations. And normally we wouldn't see Gambit back there because he wants to go in and make the goal himself. And they've been very unselfish so far, and that's what we like to see out of a top-tier team. These guys are working together despite them being all-star players. It's what's going to make them strive so well in these tournaments.
Classics and Kronovi having a bit of a battle in the corner. Lucinio's going to be the one to carry that back to the center field. Now Husky has a nose on it, but it looks like no boost, playing as if he does. Espion to follow him up, good support from him. Lucinio getting a pinch to throw that up the wall and see if he can get a play, start of his own. We have 10 seconds left in this match, and IBP needs to get a goal if they don't want to lose another one. Kronovi just trying to keep that in the air. Look at the little bit of air dribble to keep that from winning the net. Very good play from him, but this ball is probably going to touch the ground very soon. Oh, Classics keeps it alive. Probably should have let it die. This ball dropping in the net. He just wanted another one.
Hey, man, that's the thing. If you can get ahead of it, this way they're proving the fact that they deserve this win, going up technically 2-1 without that disconnect. And that's the thing. I mean, these guys are applying some pressure. It was actually some pretty cool seal-like movements there, keeping that ball on the nose for a little bit. But that's the thing. I mean, this game, going back on the opposite side, I mean, we have technically a 2-2 series.
Yeah, 2-2. This is not the destruction that we thought we'd see, but we also did say if they're on fire, they're on fire, and Onslaught is taking another one, 3-1 or 2-1, depends on how you want to look at it. But the shots, even just straight from the shots, you can tell they are playing a more dominating game. They're playing super strong, and coming into this next one, it honestly could be anyone's game. IBP probably looking for some revenge on that last match.
Yeah, if they can come out strong, I think they're going to be able to spell some trouble. But that's the thing. I mean, you get Classics. There are small little touches where the plays that you see iBuyPower used to setting up where they pop it up, they have someone up immediately after, like, okay, I'm up, go for it. Classics has been disrupting that and giving them the opportunity to transition that into an offensive drive for themselves. And that's good. You need teams that are going to just stick a car in the way and do something about it rather than just get manhandled.
Mm-hmm. No, and I think that was the big deciding factor is Husky and all the boys were getting some great touches on it. They were starting to really start some plays up, and before we saw in the first matches, they were missing a lot of touches, and that was some of the issue with losing those first 2 matches. That's for sure.
Yeah, big shout out to Onslaught. They're definitely diversifying their play style, and that's what you need to see. If they're going to get any options in there, that's kind of the stuff that's important. So the fact that they're able to do that stuff has been very, very good. If they can keep that up, that's going to help. But that's the big issue we've had with Onslaught is the consistency hasn't always been there. But they've seemed to be playing pretty well in this series. Hopefully they can keep it up and give us an exciting Game 5.
Yeah, no, honestly, it could go either way. I mean, I bet you Onslaught's feeling very strong coming out of that one, but I do want to give a quick shout out in the chat. If I read it correctly, one of our top players, unfortunately, wasn't able to play in the RLCS, had a birthday today. That's Scrub Killer, turning 13. Look at that.
The big 1-3.
They grow up so quick. They grow up so quick. But yeah, that's soon. Hopefully in the next few years, he'll be able to play in the RLCS then and show us what he's got. Again, one of the top players. So big shout out to him. Give him some love in the chat there. We're gonna try to get some new servers. I guess there was just a hitch, as we all know happens in Rocket League. But coming to this last one, any particular? Do you see IBP trying to get fancier? Do you think they're gonna play a straight, solid game?
If they're smart, which I know they can be, I think they're going to just take it to them. They're going to play smart mechanical Rocket League, the things that you expect to see out of a top-tier team. So if they can come in and show off the fact that we deserve to be here, I think they'll take it, because that's the thing. This is the first team to actually take 2 games off of iBuyPower in a very long time.
Mm-hmm. And we've seen, again, in some of our notes, we've seen some of them were mentioning that IBP has generally got a ball-hungry rotation. Right. We've seen them actually stay up pretty solid on defense.
Yeah, they've actually had a really good defense. Gambit especially has been rotating back and saving a lot of goals that we normally see go in. The biggest thing that was able to beat is if you could beat that pressure that they play with lights out. If you had a big clear, it left goals open. And the fact that Gambit's recognizing, okay, we want to win games. Let's rotate back. Let's take one guy back, and rotate him back in. They're going to play better, and you see the fact that that's happening, because I honestly believe that Onslaught could have really handled these guys a defeat if they weren't doing that stuff. So good to them for developing that and recognizing this is their big mistake.
Yep. Well, apparently because of that issue, it looks like admins and teams have all agreed we are going to be redoing that last match there. So this is more Rocket League for you guys.
There we go.
Yeah, so it's that last game, sorry, not match terminology. But yeah, so the last game is going to be redone. That's game 4. So we're actually going to scratch that last one. So it's now 2-1 again for IBP coming in this next one. So this, I wonder if this is going to be a weird bit of momentum. I mean, Onslaught probably feeling really good coming into that, being like, hey, we're tied up with IBP at the moment, but now they got to rebring that. Do you think that's going to play a factor in their mentalities?
I don't think so. I think these teams have both played enough competitive in the scene to where stuff like that doesn't really affect them. I don't think it's going to phase them. But that's the thing. I mean, if Onslaught can come in and be like, all right, I think we deserve that win. Like, we're playing it fair, and that's the good thing. Like, big shout out to the sportsmanship coming out from these guys. But they scored 2 goals in that game without any disconnect issues, all that kind of stuff. So the fact that they're able to come out and show that we can score, these guys are human, should have a little bit of momentum coming through.
Mm-hmm. Now, I want to kind of pick your brains a bit too on the lineups. We have obviously with Onslaught, we have a lot more players than just the 3 you're seeing on the screen. We also on the side have Mask and then and Flo. Do you think any of those other 2 would have been a better pick than any of the ones that are in this match?
That's such a weighted question, because with the way that these guys play, it's tough. I mean, they all have their own mechanical styles. I do really like watching Flo because he's a strong mechanical player up top, just like Espion is. But that's the thing, so is Classic. So I think it could go either way. It's a matter of that kind of any given Sunday kind of mentality where at any time somebody can win. At any time this roster could be better than one or the other. So I think they just need to recognize that the team that they have here is here to stay. Play your best of your abilities and just make sure that you make it count.
All right, into this 4th match, redoing the last one. We started off seeing the same score we saw last time, 0-0 at the beginning of the match. Lichinio trying to set something up. Again, they may take advantage of maybe any mentality issues going on with Onslaught, as they were up and now have to redo that. We'll see if they can pull the momentum in their favor. Getting knocked out, Espion taking Lichinio out, a shot from Husky. Gambit blocking that one back up to midfield. Lichinio getting a nice demo is going to help them stop any offensive pressure, but they're stuck in their own zone now. Husky trying to get out.
And we were talking about how they were dancing a little bit last game. They were actually dancing a little bit in that goal. He was trying to box out Gambit in the back there. Luckily for them, they got a demo, and it actually reset Espion on the other side of the field, and he was actually the one to clear that out. So there's some times where those demos do not pay off. You got to be careful when you're using them, because sometimes it is faster to just explode and go to the other side.
Kranovi with a good chip shot. Not really going to be in a very good spot to get a play started up, but they're going to try to reset that aggression as Espion misses that. That shot is on net. Oh, Kranovi, no! What is going on, IBP? You got to put those in.
Yeah, they had so many opportunities there to score a goal, and the fact that they're going to be able to rotate back out and get one for themselves is huge for Onslaught, coming out strong.
That has got to hurt. You have 2 players. They can put a ball in, and they don't, and now Espion turns around and puts one on the scoreboard.
Man, that's the things that they need to do, though. When you're going to commit that many people and try to expect to get a goal out of it, if you can't, make an offensive change and put a goal in, good luck.
I mean, again, yeah, precisely that. If you're not putting it in, you deserve to be scored on. We'll see if Lucinio can get one. Far placement's going to get still touched by an Onslaught defender. That's rolling back towards her net. Gambit was back for some boost, though, so he's going to be able to push that forward up. Kronovi trying to get a redirect. Gambit with a far side shot. Classics would have stopped that anyways, but Gambit playing a super aggressive game. He's maybe angry, but we'll see if Lucinio can get something set up for him.
Yeah, ball settling in that corner. These guys need to clear for Onslaught. And that ball, if it's going to settle in the middle there, if they put a little bit lighter touch on it, I know they like to put some aggression in. They're going to have a much better chance with these shots, but that's the thing. Onslaught's actually handling them pretty well, playing some good defense and keeping these guys out of the scoring area.
Another demo. Kronovi on Husky this time. Classics almost getting that out, but Lucinio, good read on that, sends it deep into the orange zone. Husky trying to get a pinch, but it doesn't really go anywhere in their favor as now we have the ball heading back into their zone. Espion out of the play. Classics luckily able to get that stopped, otherwise we had an open net. Classics and Gambit both eyeing down this ball. Bad touch from Classics, a little impatient there as you watch Lucinio and Gambit just let him make that mistake.
Yeah, that's one of those things too. When you got 3 players sitting behind you in the corner, I'd be kind of afraid. And that's when you need to rely on communication. Having your teams be like, all right, man, you got 3 guys behind you. Take it slow. If one of them wants to pressure, we got your back. So that's one of those things that needs to be called out. These guys are, I'm sure, talking plenty, but one of those things that you can always improve on.
Shot off the sidebar. Espion trying to finish that one up, but it's not going to happen. They're still up, though. 2 minutes left in this match. IBP still down a goal as they make an attack on the offense. We'll see if Kronovi can get something started up. Good turnaround, but Lucinio and him get a little bit mixed up, leaving Gambit back to defend. But he's going to beat out that attacker from Onslaught. Espion up in the air. That's on target. Classic with the redirect. Can that go in? Oh, my
such
goodness.
a close shot. Man, I saw Classics playing that, and I'm like, there's no way he's going to get that. And I wish I was wrong, but...
Oh, but that one is Espion off the roof. Sometimes those are hard to defend against.
Yeah, when the balls are up that high, it's like you expect the ball to loft down and you get your trajectory going. But when it hits the net like that and it puts a little bit more pace on it, it's a tough read.
Kronovi doing his darndest, but that's still going to be a 2-goal deficit for them. A minute and a half into this match. Onslaught proving that they should have won that last one. They really want this, but a shot. Classics, good block. Husky to follow that one up. The breakout getting bumped by Lucinio's Dominus. Gambit chucks that one back down into their zone. Espion, high-flying shot. Can he follow it up? He's going to play patient as he knows that Lucinio's going to drop that one down. Beats out Lucinio on the wall, and that's up front for Classics. But Kronovi beating him out, puts that back to the side. They don't want that ball dropping in front of the net, and that's one thing they're doing very good on the redirect from Kronovi into the far side.
Man, great pass play coming out of this team. Husky plays it a little bit touch inside. Kronovi plays it to the, or not Kronovi, my apologies. Lucinio plays it Kronovi, and Kronovi recognizing that momentum-based games also apply towards the car. If you're trying to rotate to get at one side of the goal, and I shoot it at the other side of the net, there is pretty much no physical possible way for your car to get there. So using the angles to their advantage to put another goal in net, making this a 1-goal game.
Just for anyone still that maybe took a break, 2-1 is the score. Down to last minute of gameplay. This is a redo of the last game we had. Husky keeping that up from a tied game. We're almost seeing one of the exact same results we saw from the last game as they had to redo this one from server issues. Classic keeping that to the side as IBP needs to put one in. 30 seconds left. They're starting to make a play. Lucinio getting a little bit of a bump from Classics, puts that in a bad spot. Gambit back out. Can Kronovi follow that up? He can. Tries to get a pinch off Lucinio. That's still in their possession. Good plays coming out. Lucinio back. Can Gambit follow it up? Kronovi's going to be the last one there, and he gets the touch. Look at that read.
Man, that's the thing. That should have never happened in the first place. You saw 2 guys in defense for this Onslaught team, and no one pressured the initial push in. They need to send somebody when there's somebody else back. If they have that, it gives a better chance for contesting. Not when the ball is right in front of your net, more so down the middle of the field. It's going to give them a better redirect and a chance to get some offensive pressure. But now that we've got a tie game, this is anybody's chance to secure this last one.
10 seconds left in the match. Onslaught trying to make an attack, but Espion leaving that one alone. Maybe he's trying to get something up the wall. Husky trying to get a bump up, but that's going to drop. And we're going into overtime in this redo of this game. On the kickoff, Classics going to get beaten out by an IBP. Kronovi, Lucinio up in the air. That's going to get contested by Husky. He puts that back down in the center as they try to get out of their zone. IBP trying to finish this one quickly, doing exactly what they did to get that last goal. and it's working so far as they're still on the attack. Kronovi just missing that Espeon, pushing that one out. They need to get a break out of the zone now as Kronovi tries to redirect that one in. Espeon, the last defender back, pushes that out.
Yeah, the big thing that this Onslaught team can do is they need to exploit the fact that Gambit does play up very, very strong until they recognize that 2 shots roughly aren't going to go in. If they can do that, they might have a chance to get this overtime goal.
We're seeing a bit of hesitation come out of Onslaught, and that may be their downfall. As we know, IBP isn't stopping to think about what they're doing. They're just doing it, and they're doing it well. 50 seconds into this overtime, they have an opportunity here.
Oh no!
Espeon! No! That is not how you want to end this game.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. You guys played so hard to keep it tied and actually try to get a win, and that ball just settling down. I think he expected his teammate there to pop it back out, and that's the thing. I mean, when you expect your teammates to do certain things, other ridiculous things like that can happen, and that's a tough thing to settle.
That's really rough. Look at the shots coming up from Kronovi. Absolutely insane. They started to ramp up at the end, like, unbelievably, and that's going to be really tough coming to this next one. But, oh, Espeon, no.
Yeah, it's definitely a facepalm moment, and that hurts. I mean, that's the thing. You can't let that stuff, and we talked about on the desk a little bit ago about how the mental game is just as important as the actual skill game. Things like that you can't let phase you. It's a small mistake. Stuff happens. Move on and get with it. So if that ends up being an issue, hopefully it doesn't put them on some sort of tilt or anything, and that's kind of the concept. So the big thing that I'm excited to see is, okay, we now have a 3-1 in favor of iBuyPower. So guess where we're going?
Back to this wonderful, dusty, deserted place, the Wasteland.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, Kronovi is a favorite of this map. He totally hates it. So that's one of those things that, you know, they, despite having that situation happen, he used to not like it at all. But yet, now the fact when they go the other way, Kronovi and them actually perform pretty dang well on Wasteland.
Yeah, this is a tough call because I know a lot of people were saying that IBP was probably going to pull us out, but Kronovi himself said they weren't going to. So this is going to be an interesting matchup, especially with some of those rolls. Shot from Espeon already coming in. But again, as I said before, Espeon mentioning they were training on some of these matches, so hopefully they can pull it out as we're into Game 5.
Yeah, that's one of those things too, especially with a mechanically sound team. Games like this, and you get so accommodated to doing the same type of things with the way that the ball is going to land, how the trajectory is going to go, and being able to read those. And Wasteland kind of throws it off Kinder, but I can guarantee you that players and these teams have practiced on this map before, so I don't think it's going to be as big as a factor as a lot of people make it.
All right, Gambit trying to set something up as he gets challenged there by Classics. Classics throws that back down, up that curved wall. Husky going to follow us up with some aerial control, but he doesn't get a touch. Leaves that for Espeon. 3 defenders back for IBP are going to be easy pushing this one out. Chinio just lobbing that to the side to allow Kronovi to roll that one up. Good patience from Kronovi, catching that off his nose. Leaving that for Lichinio. Look at the communication coming out at the moment. But in the air is Husky throwing that back. The ping pong from Gambit. Back down Kronovi, trying to get a redirect and Gambit to finish that one off.
Man, you can tell that this team on Onslaught is a little bit afraid still. There's things that, like, the iBuyPower team will take an entire drive down the field, and yet nobody will contest them on the way there. They don't try to stop them until it's on their side. And that's the thing. That's the reason why you have 3 players, and that's the reason why it's called a rotation. Someone go and stick a car in the way. If that doesn't work, I've got someone behind me to save that. And they're just not doing that. It's allowing iBuyPower to really have full control of the possession game, and that's something that you can't have when we get later in these games.
The other thing, too, is you had Classics back to defend that, but he didn't jump up in time off that back wall. And that's what resulted in the last goal there from Gambit. We'll see if Espeon can get this out of the zone. Classics waiting for that pass. Gets a good pinch as he sees an IBP attacker coming up on that. That's an open net potentially. Espeon not reading that properly.
Oh, come on, Husky. You gotta make those.
And another one just missing wide of that as IBP now moves down to the other zone. Classics trying to get control of this. He doesn't. Gambit takes advantage of that. That's out front. Almost a redirect. This could be a shot. Lichinio, look at that. Taking out that last defender for an open net for Kronovi.
Man, Husky feels backflip. Trying to read this one in that weird angle. That's the thing that we're talking about, the height difference in the map, where that angle up top is going to give a big bounce, and when you're sitting underneath, it's hard to read how high that ball is going to go compared to where you are, and it ends up not working in Husky's favor, but working in the favor of iBuyPower.
Gambit winning out that kickoff, but his teammate can't start up a play. Kronovi back and fully boosted is going to get that one up in the air, but Espeon once again, always the first up to that high-flying ball. Kronovi trying to get a touch, but no defenders, and that's going to be a 3rd goal dropping in. Gambit with the long shot.
Yeah, huge clear. I'm glad these guys are putting aggression, but if you're going to do that, make sure someone is back. It allows players like Gambit back here to just kind of chip one in, and Lucinio enjoying the scenery.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but that was a bad defensive malfunction. If they need to not be doing that coming into this last match. That ball is in favor of Onslaught, but Kronovi takes possession. Good redirect. Oh my goodness! That setup! What? IBP!
That's the IBP we've come to know and expect. So play back in, Lucinio passing it right back up. That is gorgeous.
Holy smokes, Kronovi and Lucinio setting up one of the best goals I've seen all day. That was gorgeous. The recognition from Kronovi to stay in the air on that.
Gosh, it's one of those things that, I mean, we talk about following up your shots is very important, and these guys expressing exactly why it's so important. So the fact that he's able to follow that up, make a play on it, and then have his teammate pass it right back, you know, some of that stuff obviously isn't always up to you, but giving yourself the opportunity to make sure that you can make those plays is what and the reason why you do it.
Those are those IBP plays we've been waiting for. Kronovi going to send that one off the roof. Can't get followed up by him, but Gambit's going to be there to challenge that by Husky. Shot on net. Out front, still Classics. They got to watch out as Lucinio moves up. Kronovi getting a redirect. Almost. Wow, that was good. It looked like it was going to the far side, but he kept to the short side. Still not able to sink that one in, though. 4-0. 2 minutes left in this match. We'll see if they get another shot on net. They are moving really good right now. They're feeling this game, especially on the Wasteland. And as I said, it's not looking good for Onslaught.
Yeah, Onslaught's still trying to make some plays, but they're playing on their back heel. Too much defense. And that's the thing. This iBuyPower team is going to be relentless with it. They're going to keep pounding them in and give you no chance
Gambit,
whatsoever.
No. Look at just following this one nicely, tucking that in where no one could defend it. And it bounces off the last defender. 5 goals. Minute 47 left in this match.
So you look at plays like this, and you try to examine of what's happening and the reason why iBuyPower is doing stuff. And it seems to be there is some small mechanical errors coming out. But
good
plays
touch
like that
from Lucinio off the wall. Kronovi to follow it up. This is just
it's
going
not even
to
that. I mean, you look at this. Look at this bump coming out from Lucinio. So Lucinio lands, bumps their last defender, and then Kronovi, who's probably going to get the goal anyway. But that's the thing. They don't leave room for error right now. They're literally covering all bases on that shot, and it makes it so you don't have any chance. They completely starve you in every aspect of the game.
They are definitely on another level, a level above Team Onslaught at the moment. That Tier 1 to Tier 2. We'll see, though, if Onslaught can try to come back. I mean, hopefully they haven't given up hope yet, but it is looking bleak as IBP tries to make another push. This could be an opportunity with an almost open net. Kronovi doesn't win that contest, goes a bit to the side. Lucinio trying to get a touch, but a little bit of a weird one. Gambit, though, with a shot. Almost gets finished off. Kronovi almost even got a redirect. Classics now has an opportunity to get a shot on net, but he can't get control of that ball. Passes it out instead to Espion. Espion missing that one. A minute left in this match. 6-0. This is not looking good, especially in the last minute of gameplay.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, these guys are trying to do what they can. The setup on those plays are there. It's just some of these touches are not as solid as they could be, but if they make shots like that, oh my gosh, they have an open net.
Here it is. Classics,
no!
Come
on,
you gotta put
another
those in.
one.
Oh my goodness. Classics just missing wide of that net, open net there. And that's why they're down right now. Classics can hear redirect. He cannot. Kronovi with an easy save. As IBP looks to take this one, they probably want another goal. They're going to probably start to style at this point that they have a lot of grace goals going on 30 seconds into this. They can let in 6 and be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, too. I mean, these are the games that you learn a lot from. As hard as a loss these are, they need to look past at the things that, you know, the other team, like so many people get shock and awe from this iBuyPower squad. When in reality, there are small mistakes and small things that they need to focus on as well. So for iBuyPower, the biggest thing is, you know, watch games like this and be like, all right, we can still improve, we can still do things better. So that's the tough thing that when you're at the top and you're not used to losing, to come back from, and luckily for them, they haven't had that problem yet.
Yeah, well, that's heartbreaking, and maybe that's you know, having that redo of the game affected their mentality, because that was an absolute blowout. I mean, I'm gonna have to give it to IBP as well. That was an incredible showing of skill. Like they just went all out, especially that goal from Lucinio and Kronovi, passes from Lucinio. It's just that those two together started getting goals rapid fire, and absolutely incredible. And it was just, yeah, of course, heartbreaking for Onslaught.
Yeah, one of those things that between those two teams, it makes it really tough, especially because when those plays develop, there's certain things that you can and can't do, and making that decision is something as a player you can't really be taught. It's something as practice develops, you have to kind of make that split decision. So
yeah, so that is IBP winning it over Onslaught. We're going to go back and see what the analyst desk has to say. There were some great goals at the end there, but
Definitely.
please, Scott, let us know what's on your mind about this one.
Thanks so much, Leaf. Yeah, I mean, what a day. Obviously, he didn't say I was his favorite American. I haven't got to that point yet, but yeah, a little bit of lag in there that kind of changed things. Onslaught maybe had a chance. Tell me what you think. Let's roll those highlights.
Yeah, I mean, it was cool that they did decide to replay that for fairness sake, especially like also, being able to have that extra bracket for the teams to play in for the qualifier. All about fairness. Great to see. But really, we saw right there in that goal even a lot of demolition and physical play from iBuyPower. And I actually got whispered by Agarius97 who's like, you should talk about it. And I was like, well, now I can because iBuyPower did it. But really, this was the all IBP show. And in fact, one thing that will blow your mind is that Onslaught only scored 4 goals in all of these games, and every single goal was from Espeon. Espeon was literally the only person from Onslaught to score a goal in this series, so pretty mind-blowing.
I mean, you really can't depend on anybody that heavily, and that's kind of an issue. Maybe it was just a little bit of disconnect. Maybe they were trying a little bit too much. But Onslaught definitely wasn't on the game that I've seen them on.
Yeah.
It was really upsetting. I mean, obviously, me and Husky clearly know each other from the conversation that was held earlier. But at the same time, iBuyPower came out so strong.
Yes, they were strong the whole series, except for Game 3, Onslaught pulling that spinneroonie, getting the win. But really, iBuyPower, they changed up their game a little bit. Lichinio is normally the biggest scorer. In the Pro League, he got the Golden Bumper Award for having the most goals in the series. And oh my gosh, that air pass play, that was one of the greatest Rocket League plays that I have ever seen.
I was almost
that air pass, like Lichinio passed it to Kronovi, who was still in the air.
I was looking for a bucket. I almost threw up when I saw that play. It was insane.
Just your beard would catch it all.
Yeah. Instead of potato crisps,
so glad
it would
you
have been.
didn't do that. Thank you for not.
No problem.
Biggest surprise of the day when it comes down to these matches in the group stage, even the ones we didn't broadcast.
Well, I mean, Orbit, it was definitely a surprise to see them not be able to pick up a game against Vex. They were very defeated, but really, I guess the off-stream one, I just can't believe that after performing so well against Kings of Urban, that Onslaught lost every single game to Selfless. So that was a big surprise, but I'm sure we're going to have a lot more surprises as this is only one of the 2 group stage weekends that we have for North America.
Yeah, it's going to be an epic thing. Let's take a look at the standings as they sit right now in the Rocket League Championship Series. This is the North American group stage. No surprise up at the top, but maybe number 2, Vex. They were hot coming in, and they're number 2 right now, guys.
Yeah, and you can see Selfless right there just on the outside. A lot of this is going to be skewed a little bit, though, because, like, for instance, Onslaught, 2 of their series were versus iBuyPower and Kings of Urban, the number 1 and number 2 teams. So their schedule is going to get easier. So this is good. It's surprising to see Vex up there so high. We'll see if they can carry that into the next weekend.
Yeah, and of course, Vex did play Orbit, and a lot of people have been getting a lot of points off of Orbit. I'm not picking on them, but,
It was a huge curveball. I mean, they got this far with Genocop. Genocop, their star player. And with no warning, the fact that he's just not playing Rocket League anymore, that is pretty devastating.
Yeah, I mean, with 12 hours before you're going to play, you make some changes. So I'd like to thank our sponsors so much, NZXT and Mobile One, Razor. You guys have sent your energy to us through the chat. Thank you guys so much, especially the chat room. Absolutely hilarious all day long. We're coming back tomorrow. We'll be here at 9 a.m. Pacific time. That's 8 p.m. all the way across in Europe. So Europe group stage coming up here tomorrow. Don't miss it. For the whole crew, I'm Scott Cole. We'll be here tomorrow. I'm telling you, you don't want to miss it right here on Twitch.
To be free, far from what I was led to, but no holding back. I've made up my mind. Seeing what's next, I'm not sure what I'll find. Holding the key firmly in my hands. I'm looking forward. I know where I stand, and this is it. I have nothing to lose. Now is the right time. I'm making my move.
And welcome to day 2 of the Rocket League Championship Series. Happy Mother's Day to those moms out there. We just rock and rolled through the NA yesterday. Scott Cole along with James Bott, Findable Beard. What was your final thoughts about yesterday's NA action?
Really, it kind of played out with some things going as expected, others not. Obviously, iBuyPower finishing at the top of the group. They killed it. They played very well. And then Selfless came out and performed way better than anybody was thinking. But the fourth place team has a losing record, so that fourth spot is going to be a battle.
Definitely. Orbit had a tough time, which we kind of expected, you know, with that roster change that happened within 12 hours of actually having to perform. I was a little disappointed in my boys Onslaught. I know you're big fans of those guys. I used to be on a team with some of those guys, and they're just guys I play with pretty frequently. They got 5-0'd by Selfless, which was a huge deal for Selfless especially. Big props to them for being able to come out strong on Onslaught. And both Onslaught and Selfless gave a pretty decent fight up to iBuyPower, but iBuyPower did still end up doing what we expected them to do.
Absolutely.
Well, weekend one for North America is in the books. We're going to switch over to Europe. Let me remind you what these guys are playing for. $75,000 strong. And I'm telling you what, lots of players signed up for the qualifier, over 20,000. That's 11,000 in North America, almost hitting 9 in Europe. That breaks down to about over 6,000 teams. You can see EU, 2,600 teams. But now it's time for the group stage. It's 3 versus 3. It's an 18-round robin. And just to remind you, it is not best of 5. It is a series of 5, so every game counts. Winning those is really, really important, James. Not to give up. Even if you go down 4-0, that last win could be big.
Yeah, because teams are not only fighting to get that top 4 spot to move into the online final, but they're also just fighting to get the most points possible so that they can have the best shot at making it to the LAN event. So the difference between 8th place and 5th place for points is critical. So every single game matters. And like we said before, that 4th team, I think Mocket is occupying that right now for North America. The last place team, Orbit, is only 3 games behind. So every game, so critical.
Yeah, no, it's a big shot for a lot of these teams to really take as many games as they can. I mean, you look at, I already talked about Selfless, but they're a prime example. They were able to get a game off iBuyPower, which is already a big deal. A lot of teams won't be able to do that. So they're already a 1-up from probably, I'd say, maybe 3 or 4 of the teams that might get 5-0'd by them. And then on top of it, getting the 5-0 on Onslaught was nuts. Yeah. Like that hands down put them in a place that they really probably would never see themselves in.
And with Europe, the teams are a lot closer, so it is not likely going to be the same thing we saw with NA, where iBuyPower is way up there, and then the bottom is way down there. There will be a lot more parity. These teams are much closer in skill in EU than they are in NA.
Well, it's a little bit different than the qualifiers. We will start off with DFH, but there's going to be an arena selection here. We actually saw some Wasteland yesterday, guys, and that kind of came into play a little bit, James.
It certainly did. We did see some teams play iBuyPower, very successful. They were scoring a lot of goals on Wasteland, which is a little bit uncharacteristic of the map. Generally, it plays more defensive. But yeah, I haven't gotten to see these EU guys play on Wasteland as much, but that is a card that these teams can play.
Wasteland definitely just kind of jostles some jimmies, is kind of mostly what it's there for. It's just to be like, oh man, now you gotta adapt a bit. Like the bounces are a little bit different. You can't do as many things as you're used to. You can't dribble as easily with the slanted ground. You definitely can't do as much wall play because the ball tends to fall from the wall a lot easier. So a lot of those teams that are very dominant, which is why, like you said, it was surprising that iBuyPower still did as strong as they did, because those like very quick, aggressive mechanical players usually have a harder time being able to pull that off on that map.
Well, we got a full slate of games today, 16 in total. We'll be broadcasting 6 of those, starting with Precision versus RG, the Cinderella of the tournament so far. Flying Dutchman and Kapow will get it going in match 2. We Them Grills against Zero Effort. Flipside Tactics will be taking on Mocket EU. And then in match number 5, it'll be the Flying Dutchman against Precision Z. We Them Girls will be taking on Flipside. That'll be our final broadcasted game. That is a huge one. But that's not the end of the group stage. These guys will continue to battle out through the evening. RG and We Them Girls, can they continue to keep this streak going? They're in match number 12. And then the final 4 games of the match will end with Zero Effort taking on Flying Dutchman. And that brings us, guys, to match number 1 of the day. Precision taking on RG. Will the clock finally strike midnight for RG?
So RG has been on a streak. They have been playing very well as of late, at least in the RLCS. They took out Crown and Jewels in the semifinals, which was a big upset for RG. And then they went on to take out Supersonic Avengers and send them down to the loser bracket. You can see the starting lineup for RG Esports. You got Regnum, Data, and Seeks coming out of nowhere, going against some more established names in Mikageshi, Tequilas, and I missed that last guy's. Was it Dadu? I think it was Dadu. Okay, Dadu. So previously from SK Dadu. So these guys experienced RG newcomers on the block, but they have been playing very well. Precision Z, they're a little bit more of a question mark.
Precision Z, yeah, it's one of those times where they've kind of always been floating around in the power rankings. They've always been up there. They've always been a pretty solid team. You know, Dadu, Mikageshi, Tequilas. Every time I've watched them play, I've casted them quite a bit through, other leagues. They do a great job. I love watching those guys play. But again, RG came out so strong these last week and a half. So it's one of those situations where can Precision Z do what they've done in the past, and can RG keep this up?
Well, and actually we saw this matchup in Gfinity on Friday. This exact matchup, Precision Z versus RG Esports, and RG was able to take it 3-2. So that was a close series. We'll see if that's the same. But Precision Z also had some tough results recently as well. Besides that,
in the qualifiers too, they did I think lose the most
for Rocket Royale, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, yes.
For I believe the qualifier, right? They lost the most amount of.
Oh yes. They lost 5 games, I believe, in the qualifier to get.
Which is
into
uncharacteristic of them. They usually do pretty well, but I guess to say the top 8 teams possible in Europe, I guess still losing 5 games isn't bad at all. So even saying that's the most isn't really like downing them in the slightest. But
do you guys need to be alone? Do I just need to get out of here and you guys just take the show? Final predictions quickly. What's going to be the score here in this first match?
I think Precision might take this one 3-2.
I'm going to say RG takes it 3-2, just like in Gfinity.
Good. I love to see a little bit of difference here from the analyst desk. With no delay, we are ready in the lobby, and so we're going to go down to DFH Stadium with Wave Punk. And yeah, TTT Lawler's over there. Take it away, guys.
Oh, man. Thanks, Scott. I am Wave Punk, joined by Mr. That's the Thing himself. Lawler, how you feeling today?
Pretty good, man. The thing is that these games are going to be really exciting.
They're going to be so good.
Yeah, these guys, I mean, when RG came out and threw everybody off their game, it was really, really exciting. I actually got the chance while I was in the airport to talk to Seeks a little bit, and they were talking about the teams that they're kind of looking forward to playing, and actually Precision was one of them, but the one they're kind of worried about is not until later. So hopefully they can kind of get the ground running, really show off what they have to show case in these games, and then carry that momentum, because this is a very momentum-based tournament. I mean, being able to take what they're doing well and translate that into the game is not always the easiest thing, especially when there's this much pressure.
Yeah, no, Seeks, I'm glad you said you mentioned Seeks there. That's a name who most of us didn't know a couple days ago.
He's got some fans.
You know, and man, everyone knows him now. We've been talking about him all week.
Right. And that's the beauty of this, is you have a chance to go out there and make a name for yourself. And he's done exactly that, and that's not to coincide with some of the other players. I mean, Dada's been playing out of his mind too.
Yeah.
He's very good on defense, making amazing passing plays. They do that whole 1-2 punch where it's a perfect follow-up, and they get into it very, very well. So I'm curious to see if they can translate that through the rest of the games and make that consistency happen.
Well, we will be getting into this first match here. We are on DFH Stadium, and we have RG in the orange with Precision Z in the blue. Who's the first player you want to watch on Precision Z?
Actually, I'm going to look at Tequila's here. He tends to be an all-around guy, and that's the scary thing about him. But let's see if he can be a nuisance as well.
And win the kickoff here. Dadu's going to be able to send that one over into the orange. Seek's going to immediately respond, passing up to Dada. He's going to be able to try and put that one over into the blue. Tequila's hitting that one back over into the orange. Some nice, good long-range ping pong. Both teams kind of feeling each other out right now. Tequila's with an opportunity. That ball's lofted in front. Dadu's able to put it away. They're going to strike first.
Man, they got to be careful with this. If this keeps up, it's going to be a problem. But look at that. Seek's just not feeling comfortable up on that wall and gets bumped by Dada. That's something that I'm sure they can clean up. I mean, 15 seconds in, there's just some jitters going on.
Yeah, Dada and Regan both playing very aggressively up there in the other half, and they kind of left the defense wide open there for that first goal to go in, so they can get out of their own heads. Move forward here. Data going to whiff on the aerial hit there, leaving Tequila's at midfield with the ball all by himself. Seek's coming up from the backfield, able to pass to Regnum on the wall, who pushes it down into the corner. Dadu and Mikageishi both in the corner right now. No one really in goal. That shot is on net. Tequila's with the amazing save. Data with the follow-up, and they're going to tie it up.
Good response back here from Data. These are the things that we want to see out of these teams. I mean, a quick pass in, rotating throughout, and putting a shot on net. I mean, that's the biggest thing and a good place to start, is making sure the ball is at least on net. Otherwise, some bad mechanics can come through and cause habits.
Yeah, and the Precision Z's defensive rotation there was bizarrely sloppy. They had kind of 2 people up in the corner. The goalie was facing backwards. Mikageishi had to, or Tequila's had to make kind of a sloppy save there, and that set the ball up for Data, who was able to put it in. Tie game. 4:11 left to go. Data's going to be able to pick this ball up and push it out. Is it Data or Data? Do we care? Does it matter?
It's based upon you, man.
You know, I'm gonna mix and match just because that's fun. See Data setting that one up. Seek's gonna cross it here. Tequila's able to push it back out and away to do hanging back in goal as Data wraps this one around. He's gonna be able to push it back out. Nice pressure coming out from RG right now. Regan going to be able to have this ball set up well. Seek's gonna push it back off the backboard again. Let's have Data He's going to be ready for this one. Oh, Dadu gets it around him. Dadu's got to run. If he can just get it past Regnum, he does. Oh, and the demo comes out from Tequila's, but they weren't able to get a shot on net, and that's not going to materialize.
Man, they had a really good idea there where with the ability to demo somebody, they recognized that they weren't able to get a shot on net. Might as well make it difficult to rotate back onto offense.
Oh, dear. Dadu has a shot. It's going to go just wide. No one was back in goal. Kind of a free missed opportunity there. So we cross over here, close coming up on minute number 3 mark. Tequila's has a run into the corner. Regnum's going to pick it up. They're going to go for a 1v1 on the wall. Both players kind of faking each other out. Regnum getting it past a lot of players here. There's a nice shot from Mikageishi, but it's going to go wide.
Yeah, it's some of those things that he needs to put on net, but as long as they're carrying the momentum up here and keeping that offensive pressure, possession game is very something that's underutilized, and if you can control the pace throughout the entire tournament, it's going to be something that's going to make it difficult for these other teams.
Strong pressure coming out from RG here. Mikageishi's able to take it from him and dribble it past the goalies. Couldn't get the second touch there, but here's Tequila's an opportunity. He gets bullied, and he's not going to be able to touch that one. The back pass from Data. Regnum's going to be able to take this one up and away. Mikageishi off the wall, buying his teammates time to rotate onto defense. Here comes Tequila's out of goal, pushing this one out. Mikageishi backwards in goal right now. They had an opportunity, but no one was in position to take a shot. We'll see if Data can do this off the wall. Nice touch from Data. That ball is going to be just wide. Tequila's able to clear it into the corner. Nice clears coming out from Tequila's right now, buying his teammates time to get back onto the defense, but you wanted them to be able to be converting a little bit more here.
Yeah, that's the thing. The conversion isn't happening because of how well spread out this RG team seems to be. They're following each other up in a very good way.
Oh, it's a good shot. Data with an opportunity. Oh, they got out of the way.
Yeah, the follow-up is allowing these guys to put the pressure on. Despite these big clears coming out from Tequila's, it doesn't seem to matter when you have somebody there waiting for the ball to be put right back in. Seems to be actually pretty common for both these teams.
Right, yeah, they're both applying pressure well when they're on offense, but right now the long-range clears coming out from RG is keeping them on offense more right now. We do have the ball over in the orange half right now, but Seek's shutting that down, pushing it straight back into blue. They're eventually going to crack under this pressure.
You just never know, man. One of those things that it's more so a matter of taking advantage of mistakes and outplays, but oh my gosh, that shot real close. Seek's being back on defense really helping there. Rotation's really coming through.
Yeah, Seek's rocking the Dominus today. He was rocking the Octane during the qualifiers. We'll see if that makes a difference in this play. Data going to be able to pass this one up. Seek's going to try and set this one up. That's an open goal. If Data can get it on point, what a shot. What an angle.
Had the goal either way, but good job on Reganon following it up. That's just showing how well the rotations are coming through. The ability to play that all the way through with your team, leaving no, option for denial.
Yeah.
That's something that we saw very well out of iBuyPower yesterday, that despite having the goal on net, don't leave it to chance.
Nope, absolutely not. 1 point lead for RG right now here in game number 1. We have a minute and 17 seconds left. Mikageishi gets cleared into La La Land. Seeks and Data both going up for the clear on that one. A little bit of an overcommitment, but they clear it so far, it doesn't matter. Mikageishi setting that one up. Tequila's coming up from the backfield. It gets demoed by Reganum, who leaves it for Seeks in the backfield, who's going to put it into the corner, leaving his teammates time to reposition themselves for the offensive. Here they come. Data going to try and set this one up for Seeks again. Dadu passing that one off. Sloppy clear from Dadu. Tequila's whiffs on the shot. Now they still have another opportunity. Reganum bouncing this off the backboard. Mikageishi going to make that kind of a neutral 1v1 in the middle of the air. Data putting it off the backboard. He's got an opportunity if Seeks can get into this. No, Mikageishi's going to touch it first. Final minute of the game, and we need to see Precision Z scoring. Mikageishi going to try and wrap this one around the wall, keeping it out of the possession, but Reganum's able to take it from him. Tequila's putting it back up. Here goes Seeks. That ball is on to the target-ish, but Data's able to clear that one out. Final 30 seconds. Data is striking. That's a nice shot, kind of a lofter. Mikageishi's able to get him into the way of that one. Unconventional style, but it works. He's going to try and win the 1v1 with Seeks. Crossing the ball to the other side of the field right now. RG's just keeping up this pressure they've had all game. If they can keep doing this for the final 14 seconds, they're going to be able to take game 1 at this point. Mikageishi trying to push it out. Final countdown. Dadu's going to pass it to Mikageishi. No, Seeks shuts it down. Tequila's able to push it up into the corner. Mikageishi's going to bounce it wide. Oh, and it bounces over Tequila's head. That's probably going to be game at this point. Data putting it up. Get over to Dadu's head. He might have another goal right here. No, that's going to be it right there.
Precision, good job in the ability to come out and play. The issue was RG did not allow anything else to happen after that. As soon as they let that first goal in, they realized, okay, this is what we got to do. Let's capitalize on it. Let's make some plays and end this game.
We have a very even number of shots from both sides, but you can see on the side of RG just a lot more possession of ball, like
Definitely.
a lot more personal points coming out there. And we saw that so much. They were just able to keep the ball up in the blue half, wait for opportunities, wait for the rotation to be blown, and then they would capitalize.
Yep. I mean, the shots were almost dead even. It was just a matter of more so the possession game, and that's something that we're going to touch on quite a bit. The ability to keep the ball on the other opponent's side of the field. They're playing on their back foot. They don't have the option to actually make a goal when the ball's there the whole time. They've got to worry more so about clearing the ball out. And that's the thing is when they are clearing, if the ball's not coming out far enough, how are you going to make a play on it?
Right. Yeah, no, the conversion, like we were talking about, that transition from defense to offense, really critical, kind of hurting Precision Z in that first game. We'll see if they can reevaluate and recollect themselves now that we are on the beloved man field. The Vuvuzela is going to be coming out in force. Data with a shot. Mikageshi's not able to clear it, and man, they strike early.
Man, that's a tough way to put it down, especially kickoff goals. That's scary stuff. You got to make sure somebody's up there, and Data showing exactly why he's a part of this team.
And I think we've talked about this every single day in the RLCS. We've seen some goals scored by a goalie going for boost, Dadu going to the corner to get the large boost, leaving his goal wide open. Data had an easy opportunity. Tequila's or Mikageshi had to make a nice save. He wasn't able to do it. We'll see if they're able to respond, recollect themselves after that early goal. Mikageshi with a great carry, getting it past up and into the corner. Dadu's going to try and wrap it around here. Seeks in goal. Mikageshi went for the zone, but wasn't able to get the bully like he wanted. Tequila's now back on defense. Oh, he's going to whiff, leaves that ball wide open. He's going to be able to pop it up into the corner, buying his teammates time. Seeks going for the demo, but Mikageshi with a great aerial clear, able to push it back to midfield. Data with a follow-up, pushing it back into the corner. Here's a cross. That ball is right in front of the goal. Oh, Tequila's can't quite get there.
Good teamwork coming out from Precision Z. They are following each other up very well and showing some support. And that's, that's a team effort. It's not just one player doing it. And that's what you want to see out of these teams.
Seek setting that one up at midfield. Data going to pass it back again. Mikageshi's ball has been lofted in the air for a while right now. Regan going to try and move it around. See if they can push this one up and into the orange corner. Seek's going to pass it up. It's going to be popping up and around. There's Dadu with a nice shot on net. Data going to be able to clear that one out and away. We've not seen much aggression coming out from Precision Z, just kind of mostly counterplays. They haven't been able to siege up yet.
No, that's the thing. It's been actually rotations coming out from RG that have been stopping that. I mean, they're back and making a play to big clear and having the initial follow-up, and that's what's beating out Precision Z, is they're not able to get that first touch, and it's completely stopping their momentum game.
See, Tequila's able to clear that one up. Oh, Regan with a shot on net. That was a blown defensive rotation. RG's going to capitalize.
Yeah, ball settling in the middle. It's a tough place to put it. If you're going to hit it like that, you got to push it to one of the sides. You can't give easy goals like that to Reganom and the rest of the RG guys.
Well, and the rest, I'm not sure where Mikageshi was very far upfield. I feel like he was the player who was out of rotation there. You saw him kind of coming back there at the very end of that replay. You need to be moving faster and tighten up these defensive rotations if they want to be able to take it to this RG squad, who is very hot right now. That ball going to be flying all the way over into the orange half. Right now, Data's got the run on it. Let's see if Regan can get it around. He does. Dadu very much up on enemy territory. Nice shot from Mikageshi. It's going to go just wide, though, off the post. Seek's able to clear it out. He's got the ball set up for Regan, who's going to be passing up to Seeks. Here's an opportunity if Seeks can get up and into this one. Oh, he tries, but Mikageshi, great midfield interference.
Good defense setting up two guys on that one. Why take a risk?
Nice setup there. Seek's going to pass up to Data, who passes back to Seeks, puts it off the wall. Regnum's up in the dunk position. If Seeks can just pass it over to him. Doesn't do it the touch he wanted, though. Mikageshi able to get it around. Data, this is some great pressure. This is the sort of stuff we were saying we want to be seeing from Precision Z. They need to be able to get up onto the orange side and press the issue. Force RG to be making saves, not just clears.
I mean, it's not even things of just pure pressure. It's controlling the pace of the game. They need to hold down, like, that ball was only over there for a couple seconds. Now it's immediately pushed back. They need to take some control of the pace of this game and to give themselves the opportunity to even put a shot on net.
Yeah, look at this, just in the midfield clearing there, like Data standing right there at the midfield line, right across, was able to push it back. Mikageshi with an opportunity here. Seek's able to get into the way of that one, clear it out. That's the sort of stuff we need to be able to see, but we need to see it in repetition, because you know that when you can provide the pressure onto goal, you're going to force the defense to be impeccable, and at that point, they're eventually going to crack. Do with an opportunity there, pushing that one up. We've crossed over into halftime, still 2-0 in favor of RG. There's a setup from Mikageshi to Tequila's, bouncing off the back wall. We'll see if Dadu can get into this one. He whiffs on the aerial, not going to get the touch he wanted. Tequila's coming up from the backfield, keeping the pressure up. This is better pressure coming out from Precision Z. They can keep this up. They might be able to get a point on the board. There's a shot from Mikageshi, but Data able to get into the way of that one, push it back out. Dadu going to be able to try and get the 1v1 here, setting that one up, buying Tequila's time to respawn. This has been a very demo-heavy game coming out from RG.
Definitely.
Oh, Reganum with the dunk there. What an impressive play, going up 3-0.
It's good to see that as this Precision Z team groups and pushes up as a group, you see a lot of clumping coming out of the RG squad, and that's when they need to strike. It just seems to be that RG is doing such a good job on defense with getting the ball out and clearing it out very, very quickly. They can't get that kind of small mistake or that small clumping, the rotation breakdown that they're looking for. It just, RG doing a really good job on defense.
Yeah, they have been playing very well. They currently have a shutout going on here. Approaching the final minute of the game, Data's going to put another one on the board.
Man, that demo. It's gotta be frustrating. Right there.
like we said earlier, they have been really playing the demo game heavy. That goalie zone, keeping the players out of, forcing the power play, taking the goalie, just literally removing him from the map. Such a strong play for defense, leaving the strikers just open to do whatever they want. And with 1:12 left, do you think that they can mount a comeback at this point?
Being down 4-0 with a minute left, that's gonna be real tough. I mean, obviously, there's always a chance, but with these games playing out the way they have, and with RG playing as strong as they have, it's an uphill battle.
Tequila's trying to make the comeback start here as we cross into the final minutes. Seek shutting it down, pushing it back away. Dadu can't even get a touch to put it over into the orange. There's a back pass from Dada to Regan. I'm going to be pushing up into the corner. Mikageishi going to whiff on the corner clear. Nice pinch there from Dadu. Tequila's pushing it all the way into the orange. They were not able to get fast enough. Mikageishi trying to get the angle there. Did not get the touch he was hoping for. Dadu falling back onto defense to be able to push this back out. Bit of ping pong happening right now, which very much favors RG. If they can just run this clock down, they'll have game number 2 in the books. Final 30 seconds. There's Tequila's with the carry. Mikageishi with the dunk. Nice double touch.
Dadu taking this all the way downfield by himself, showing some mechanical misplay. Hops it over. Luckily for him, Raganam actually hit him. Otherwise, he probably would have played that too hard. Good follow-up from both players on Precision Z to get themselves a goal here.
And beautiful team play right there. That's the start of it. They need 3 more in 25 seconds. We've seen bigger comebacks before. It's totally possible. They're pushing this one up, trying to remove any chance of that happening. Mikageishi going to clear it out. Right now they need to be playing very aggressive. Mikageishi and Tequila's both moving up, but even with the 2v1, Reganum's able to win that one. Dadu coming back from midfield, able to get the clear. Mikageishi going to pass up to the field. Final countdown. I'm going to be very impressed if they're able to put in 3. There was an opportunity they needed to score right there if there was any chance of that happening. And with it hitting 1 second, it's going to be game 2 going to RG.
Well deserved by RG as well. They're playing lights out. Great defense, and that's something that we should probably touch on a little bit more.
Yeah.
The possession game is such a huge role in this, and the fact that they're pushing up and trying to get something with that, and they haven't really capitalized on it. You see out of these teams that they're clumping. RG is back on defense. The rotations are kind of falling apart, but every single time it seems like Seeks is going to be pushing that back out and it hits midfield. There's no one there to contest that initial push out and put it back in. If they do that, I think it's going to give them a relatively good chance to score.
Well, we've talked about like many days. Gibbs brings up the point that you don't want saves because that means that people are getting shots on net, and RG is doing such a good job clearing the ball at midfield, keeping that ball from anywhere coming close to their goal, and that's what has them up 2-0 right now.
I mean, that's what's really causing them to be ahead.
Yeah,
is the fact that there is not really too many shots on goal. I mean, yeah, there's still a decent amount. I mean, we saw like 5 in the first game roughly, and that's not bad. It's just when you're getting those clears out immediately, there's no possession control on that side of the field, and it doesn't make it possible for you to set up shots or rotate in with that, that strong striking power that they see out of someone like Dadu or Mikageishi.
Well, the loser of the last match gets to pick the map of the following match, so this Beckwith Midnight pick is a comfort pick for Precision Z. We'll see if being on a home field plays into their advantage, see if they can take this game number 3. Pretty neutral start here. Dadu going to be able to push this one up. Seek's coming out. Try and push that back up. Nice pass up to Reganum, who's going to be passing back to Seeks. Mikageishi going up to get interference. That ball's left right in front of the goal, but Tequila's able to relieve that moment, push it back out. Trying to get a clear here, push it over into orange. We're going to see some interference there from RG, keeping that one out. Reganum able to push that one back. Dadu left back on defense all by himself. Tries to clear it, but the follow-up from Seeks is just impressive. They're able to push it straight back into blue. Mikageishi in midfield, an opportunity. He's going to put some speed on that ball. No one was really in a strong defensive position, but he didn't get the angle he needed. Seeks whiffing on the air set up there off the wall. Data Mill to push that one back over into goal. Tequila's moving back. Decent pressure from both teams here, but still seeing RG kind of just having the more dominant presence on the field.
Yeah, same stuff as we saw in the first 2 games. They are completely shutting down anything that Precision Z tries to set up, and that's good. That's what you want to see out of a team that's coming in hot. They're dominating, to be completely honest.
Yeah, well, there's a setup from Data to Reganum. Reganum couldn't get up and into that one. Mikageishi's going to be able to push this one back out. That shot still coming in strong from RG. Now Tequila's with the 1v1 dribble. Nice push there, pushing it up into the corner. This is the best he had to do, trying to get the demo onto Data. Couldn't quite get the touch he wanted. Seeks had plenty of time to set up in goal. That offensive moment is going to go away. Mikageishi with a shot, and okay. I was not hyping that at all because he had so much time in goal here to come up. Reganum, what was he doing?
I don't think Reganum actually expected that. He was just trying to reposition for the save, and it didn't matter. I mean, it was a big clear over the top. It hit that crossbar almost. And those are really tough to kind of calculate where they're going to go. To be completely honest, I think it just caught him off guard.
A little bit. We see, I think this might be the first time Precision Z's been up in this series. well done. Nice pressure there, capitalizing on that moment. You know, that's a good example of shots going onto target, regardless of speed. If you can put it into the net, it's always a good thing because you're going to have to force them to make a save, you know, regardless of how likely it is that they would make it anyways. Oh, nice opportunity there. Tequila's coming up clutch, able to clear that one out. Seek's trying to press this one back up and in. Oh, and there's a whiff there. Can Seek's get it in? No, to do with the crossfield save. Well done. Keeping his team alive right now, keeping their lead healthy. Tequila's going to try and push this one up. Seek's with a midfield shot. Mikageishi with the save again. Strong saves coming out from the Precision Z squad, but we're starting to see that siege happening again from RG, and they're going to crack under this if they can't get out of it.
Yeah, eventually Boost is going to be a problem here. If they keep this ball on this side for this long, eventually when the ball gets shot up, they're not going to be able to make up and get a save, just like how we saw with Mikageishi with that first goal. He didn't even jump for it, and eventually there's going to be a point where he just can't jump for it.
Right, yep, the boost starving is a very real tactic. Not something that we get to talk about very often because it's very hard to visualize. But yes, very real thing that these pro players definitely employ on each other. Data trying to clear this one up to Reganum, who's set up in a good position, gets the touch to get it around the defense. Data, all he's got to do is get it past Dadu. He's going to go for the back wall touch there. Didn't get a bounce that he wanted. Reganum able to push it back to midfield. Dadu right now alone in midfield. Going to try and push this one past Data. Going to get it past there. 2 minutes, still 1 goal on the side of Precision.
That was really smart by Data there. He was actually recognizing that there was one player already rotating back on defense, so he decided to turn around and actually put some pressure and contest the shot. It completely shut down what this Precision Z team was trying to do. And God, that was an input. I'm so sorry, everybody.
It's okay. Precision Z. I think if you're from Europe, they call him Precision Z. It's lovely. It's a cool name though. I like it. Dadu, oh, he's got an opportunity. Another shot on the goal. 130. They're gonna strike up. They have 2 points now.
It's great to see out of these guys. Like, look at that defensive breakdown. Where are these guys going? It just seems like they're confused on what boost to grab or who is rotating where. But that's where you got to capitalize.
Yep. No, that was an excellent play from Precision Z, realizing the defense was kind of in an awkward position, kind of mid-rotation, realizing they could capitalize on that one. They're up 2-0 right now. This game is materializing while we have still seen kind of overwhelming pressure like we're seeing right now from RG, really pressing this ball up and in. They have not been able to capitalize, not been able to put any shots into the net, and we've seen 2 times that Precision Z has been able to capitalize on a defensive mishap, and that's got them up in the series. There's another one, an overcommitment.
Yeah, Seek's going up, just not able to get the touch that he wanted. Sometimes he's been able to hit those. It's eventually time that it's going to break down. But the real problem was more so a matter of Precision Z is definitely adapting correctly. They're playing this game to their style. They were developing some pass plays on their side, and you saw this RG team really shutting them down earlier in this game. But if you keep up the constant rotation and you put in the work on those, eventually it's gonna work out if the other team doesn't match it. And when you're the one controlling the pace, it's very tough to do.
Nice shot there from Data. Dadu with that's the awkward touch. That was not the touch he wanted. Tequila's coming up clutch. Oh, and Seek's blocking the shot. It's unfortunate there. Not going to be able to get on the board with that. 43 seconds left. They need 3 points. And I think you make a good point that what we're seeing here is Precision Z adjusting to the fact that,
my gosh,
Seek's with the dunk. Well done.
That shot, look at him. So he gets up. For those that don't know, when you jump, you have roughly another 2 to 3 seconds to take another touch. So he jumps and angles his car and then jumps again with his controller generally facing towards where the ball is to put a little bit extra pepper on that one.
Well, they only need 2 more, 35 seconds. Very possible comeback. See what they can do as they move up here. There's another opportunity. Data with the shot, and Tequila's with the save, gaining himself a savior medal. 30 seconds left. Pressure still coming out from RG. Data with a backwards goal to make it just 1 goal up.
22 seconds left. You think they can do it?
It's totally possible.
These guys are coming out hot. And that's really crazy to see Data there using a redirection. These guys all jumping one way, plays at the opposite corner. Momentum being not only a sense in the game, but also in the sense of your car rotations. If you're moving one way, it's not like you can just stop and go the other way immediately.
Yeah,
good placement.
I'm really hoping Precision Z doesn't crumble under the sudden comeback. 13 seconds left. If they can just keep some pressure up, which has been their problem all match, they have not been able to keep the ball over in the orange half. All their goals kind of coming on counter plays. Tequila pushing this one up. Final countdown. This ball touches the ground. Precision Z will take the first match. There's the dude in a price of pressure. Going to push it over into the corner. Ball's still up in the air. RG and Seeks. Seeks is in a decent position if he wants to carry this. Tequila's, he's going to push that over into the other field. Clear it down. Game 3 going to go to Precision Z.
Yeah, really smart play there by Tequila's in the air. Ball was starting to rotate towards that right-hand side of the field and just shoved it to the ground. Didn't want to risk anything with it.
No, I think you made a really good point that we're seeing Precision Z starting to adapt to the fact that they know that they can't provide the sort of pressure that RG is providing. And so they say, let's hunker down, let's wait this out, let's siege this up, let's block what we can, and then wait till we see kind of a rotational mishap, and then let's punch that in, let's punish that, let's capitalize on that one. And that's what's got them with this lead here. So while we're still seeing a lot of ball control on the side of RG, we're seeing the win go to Precision.
Right. And that's surprising because Gibbs talks about you don't want shots on net, but yet it's working in their favor. I mean, RG had 12 shots. What the heck?
To just 4 on the side of Precision Z, and 4 out of those were 3 out of those 4 were goals, which is
hey man, accuracy is more important than just sheer amount. So quantity over quality seems to be the story here, and that's good. I mean, they are adapting. They're playing the game. They recognize that Seeks and the rest of those guys do have a lot of possession control, but they're not controlling it in the aspect of it leading to goals. So good job on Precision, really adapting to it and capitalizing on the options that they have there.
Game number 4, we're going to stay on Beckwith, but now it's daytime. We'll see. What do you think? Who's someone that you want to see stepping up right now on this RG squad?
Completely honest, Reganom has always been that support player. He's always been kind of quiet. He had a lot of goals, actually, last week when he played. So Reganom needs to kind of show his face here. Make a play, set something up, give your star players that we kind of, not that there's any one better than the other, it just seems to be that Seeks and Dad are the ones scoring the goals.
Yeah, no, Seeks definitely the kind of the household name, the star player in the lineup, but without a solid team behind him, he's not going to be able to do much of anything, so they really need to provide the teamwork. They are still up in the series by a game, though. We'll see if they are able to respond well here in game number 4. Pretty neutral first minute we got going on right now. Seeks going to try and set this one up, push it over into the corner. He's going to get it up around. Dadu going to kind of interesting. That was a very interesting defensive choices right there. Data going to pass up to Seeks, pushing it back into the corner. This classic RG pressure still coming up. A nice shot there coming off the wall. Mikageishi with a great save, keeping that one out and away. Reganum going to kind of whiff, feels backflip man at midfield. That's going to buy Precision Z all the time they need to kind of set this up on defense and push this back out. Oh, there's an opportunity to do. Oh, he couldn't quite get the shot on net. He had a really good kind of tearaway moment there, but wasn't able to get the touch. Now he's whiffing on, kind of orbiting the ball at the moment. See if they're able to push it up.
Mind games.
Yeah, that's right. We'll say it was on purpose.
Yeah, these guys rotating, pretty well. Just small mistakes here and there. That's okay. I mean, if nobody's going to be there to pressure it and put it back in your face, you can get away with that stuff.
Yep, Reganum trying to push this one up and into the blue half. Data going to put it off the back wall. Dadu and Tequila's both up on the wall. No one back in goal right now. Mikageishi whiffing on this touch. This could be a poor setup. There's an opportunity. Dadu, though, able to get up and into the way of that one. Keeps Seeks from putting that shot in goal. Now Tequila's with ball control. Passing to Mikageishi, who gets a nice touch there. If you can just get it past Seeks, puts it off the wall. Reganum's had time to rotate back onto defense. Seeks coming up from the backfield. Data currently in goal for RG. Now Reganum with ball control. Going to try and push that one up. Dadu bullies it from him. But Data ends up with the ultimate touch and is able to push it all the way. This ball's going to go off the backboard. Here comes Seeks, and there's the first goal.
That's what we expect out of this RG team. Look at this setup coming through. So we get a touch almost by Reganom, ends up settling down in the middle. Data takes an extra touch. I thought he was going to touch that one. I'm glad he didn't up at the top on the crossbar. But having Seeks there to follow it up and make a shot, phenomenal.
1-0 on the side of RG, 3:01 left to go. One of the latest goals we've seen scored so far in this match. Here's another opportunity. Dadu's going to shut that one down, push this back over into the orange, trying to put it up on the wall. Nice touch there. Mikageishi going to try and set that one up. Oh dear, we had a bit of an overcommitment there. It's like Mikageishi and Tequila's both went up for that one, and now we have RG back on the offense. Those sorts of, like we were talking about just a moment ago, we're seeing Precision Z be able to score on the counter plays. But if they're going to overcommit like that, they got to make those kind of plays work for them if they're going to keep with this strategy. Oh, that one was so close.
Yeah, RG has really good awareness of their team players. They're making passes. As soon as someone gets the ball, it's like one of those things you were taught in school. Be aware of your surroundings as soon as possible. As soon as you get a shot on net, as soon as you get the ability to make a pass play, look where your teammates are and pass it to them.
Oh, dear.
Oh, that's rough.
That's going to feel rough. There are two guys sitting both sideways. Bit of a miscommunication probably. No one really knowing what to do here. Mikageishi maybe getting confused on ball cam. Ball's literally going to come as close to touching him as possible. Just bounce right over and in. 2-0 on the side of RG.
Yeah, Reganom, good chip there. I don't think he expected that to go in with how slow it was going.
I didn't either.
I don't think he's going to complain about it either.
Data going to push that one up, back onto the blue. They're keeping the pressure up, so they have all match long. Dadu going to try and push this one out, but Seeks just shuts him down, demoing him up. See Tequila's trying to keep this pressure up. Nice pass there from Tequila's. Mikageshi is currently loose in the orange goal. Not where you want to be at all. Seek's trying to push this one out. Dadu going to whiff, and Seek's going to whiff. Nice class and whiffing right now going on both sides. Dadu and Mikageshi both up in the corner. Tequila's going to push this one around. Gets it past another player, but Seek's able to finally get a touch onto that one. It's like the ball had like a force field around it for a minute there. No one wanted to touch it.
Yeah, Precision Z, especially Mikageshi, and that's one I've been kind of following a little bit this game. There's zero hesitation with his ball play, and that's good confidence to have coming into this game. When you see the ball getting contested like that, oh my goodness.
What a pinch coming out here. A bit of luck coming out on Precision Z's side. Now they're only 1 goal down. See Dadu and Seeks both going up for this one. And maybe it wasn't as much luck as I thought it was. It looked like a pinch on our end, but on the replay there, it looks like maybe Dadu just got up and into that one first and put the ball on target.
Hesitation being key. If these guys are going to make the play on the ball first, it's giving them obviously a better chance of controlling what they want to do. So sometimes it is okay to come late to the ball. Sometimes the ball, when it hits second on the car, is going to work in your favor. But it all depends on the positioning of your car at that point, whether you're higher or lower, where that ball is going to touch.
Precision Z scoring on the defensive misrotation again. Ball, no one was in goal to touch that one. We'll see if they are able to press it up here. Final minute of the game. They're only down by 1. Mikageshi carrying it up into the corner to do back in a dunk spot. Try and keep the pressure up here. This is some nice pressure. We have not been seeing them siege up much, but here's an opportunity. Seek's going to push that one over into the corner for him, actually. Mikageshi's going to take a shot. He's going to go off the crossbar, see if anyone can follow up. Good touch from Seek's, going to blow the dunk from Tequila's. There's a nice shot on the goal. Data able to push it away. Mikageshi, oh, he flips the wrong way. They had an open goal opportunity, but that's going to go away at this point. 40 seconds. They still need 1 goal, and now RG is threatening and try to increase the lead. Oh, my goodness. The read from Seek's going to put it in.
I'm not even going to give it to Seeks on that one. That was Dadu. Dadu was having fun up on that wall, trying to be Spider-Man. He might have went and watched Civil War with us last night and made a mistake there. Not able to get off that wall and make a touch on it. But that's quality, like you said, to RG. Capitalizing on a mistake, making sure they're bringing up a lead with 30 seconds left. That extra goal gives them a little bit of space in case a mistake does happen.
They do have some breathing room now. Nice pinch there. RG trying to push that one back up and in. Oh, here's Seeks trying to clear that one. Oh, but Tequila's doesn't get the shot either. Regan, I'm going to put it off the back wall. Data's going to be able to pick that up to Seeks. Nice passing coming out from RG right now. Oh, a bit of confusion.
What are you going to do 1v1 like situations like that? And that's the thing. As soon as these guys come up and against each other, they keep looking for their teammate. And that's something that's so invaluable. You don't have that coming. Like when you have a team that can do that, when they can work together, that's something that takes time to formulate. And the fact that these guys are doing that so well already scares me for what they can, they can be.
Yeah, no, good stuff coming out from RG. Again, they are going to be up in the series at this point. We will, of course, play Game 5, but they have now taken the critical game number 3, and we'll be getting the more advantage out of this series. But what is something we've been talking about? Siege versus counterplay is kind of the 2 big offensive moves, and we're kind of seeing one side favoring one and the other side favoring the other. Is there something that Precision Z needs to shake up with their counterplays if they're going to be able to kind of change things up here in game number 5?
If they can transition the sieging aspect, like they're definitely playing on their back heel, and it makes it very tough to score off that. If they can transition that into a quick rotation and a quick counterplay, they're going to do very well. You see that the defense and the shots coming out don't seem to be a problem. They keep the game pretty dang close. A small mistake there is what only made that a 2-goal difference. So if they can take that kind of concept and translate it into going to the other side of the field and putting in a quick goal, they're going to be okay.
Yeah, we'll see what they are able to do here moving into game number 5. This will be the final match, the final game between RG and Precision Z for the day. We will have RG, as always, in the orange with Precision Z in the blue. Moving on to Urban Night Central, a gorgeous, gorgeous arena.
Probably one of my favorites. Kind of biased it with our studio looking pretty familiar to that too. A little bit too much blue though. So these guys gonna come out strong, already playing together. As long as they spread out and keep what they're doing, they should be able to take this one 4-1.
We'll see if Precision Z is able to respond and make those rotations, the transitions work out for him. Dadu going to push this up on the wall. Oh, he's going to win the 1v1 with Reganum on the wall, even that in midfield for Mikageshi to push up. Dadu currently in a dunk position. If he can just get it past Data, Data's able to clear that one all the way to the other side. Dadu is hung back on defense. Bit of a sloppy defensive rotation there. This could be bad for Precision Z, but Seeks is not able to get the touch on that one and put it in. You still see all of Precision Z has kind of been clumped up on defense so far in this first minute.
They also had a big mistake from RG. I'm surprised they didn't push that out faster.
And that's the thing. There is times that where it's good to break down and slow down and take your time with a shot. But when you have that many players pushed up, get it out as soon as possible and go attack.
Seeks trying to attack right now. He's just got to win the 1v1 with Mikageishi. He goes for the mind games. Mikageishi reads it very well. Now to do with ball control. Send that one up at midfield. Here comes Dadu, still trying to pass down to Tequila. Is going to go off the wall again. Dadu going to pinch it off the wall for a third time. This ball staying very much in the air right now. Seeks going to push it around. Now it's finally back on the ground as he's going to push it out to midfield. Both teammates waiting for it. Both teammates are going to miss it. He's going to pass it off the far wall now. Mikageishi going to take a shot off the backboard. Currently, Dadu's back in a dunk position. Oh, he just can't quite get the angle. It's a good setup, though.
Yeah, these guys making the good plays. Those are the translations that we wanted to talk about, but oh my gosh, breakdown, you got to make those. What just happened?
I can't believe Seeks put it off the post. They had an open goal. Maybe he was a little confused as to where his teammates were or where the enemy was. But that one's going to leave us with still a scoreless game at 3:15.
A lot more attention coming to the ball on this one, though.
Oh, Tequila's able to get up and into that one. Keep that ball out and away. Dadu currently in the Spider-Man position. Tequila's hanging back for the challenge. Dragonum didn't really know what to do with that and just puts it off to the side. Nice shot from Dadu onto net.
Oh,
Data
even better
with the
save by
great
Data.
cross save, yeah.
Data coming through. I'm surprised he was able to get to that one on time.
Mikageishi going to push this one up. We're approaching halftime. Still no points scored on either side. Definitely kind of the most defensive game we've seen so far.
Yeah, both teams are actually hustling to the ball very, very well. You see the ball itself getting just pushed around and a lot of back and forth, a lot of ping pong action happening very quickly, especially in the midfield. That's where you want it to happen, if anywhere, just because if you do lose a possession change, you still have the ability to rotate back and get on defense.
Oh my goodness, Mikageishi with that save there, and here's Data with the pinch. Here's that classic RG pressure we've been talking about all match.
Very good follow-up here. Shot on net, blocked out. Too many people went up for that ball. There was no reason that you need to send 3 people on defense on one side of the net.
So hard, though, in that moment. That's what the pressure does. He shoots, and you have to, at split-second decision, decide who's going up for this, and in that moment, everyone went, and in that moment, the goal was entirely cleared. Data was able to put it in. Right as we're crossing halftime, we see RG with a 1-point margin lead. Mikageishi going to put that one up on the wall. Tequila's coming out, waiting for the touches, being very patient. Mikageishi's going to end up touching that one. As they're going to come up for the shot, Mikageishi with an open goal, and he's going to pass Data. He's going to carry it on his hood. Well done by Mikageishi.
Exactly what Precision needed to do there. They needed one player to step up and take control of itself. I can't believe that Dadu missing that actually worked out in their favor, but still the one-on-one play, putting it in a little bit too quick for that rotation to come back and save it.
Yeah, that was very interesting because, yeah, Dadu was hanging back, kind of being patient, and then he just sits there and lets Mikageishi take it from him, which is good. I mean, if that's the way the communication needs to pan out, I'm sure that they're talking very well amongst each other. Now we have a tie game, 2:02 left to go. Dadu going for the bully is going to go a little bit high on that ball, and Data's going to get most of it. Tequila's going to miss on the wall angle. Data will pass up to Reganum, trying to get the touch. Not going to get there. Mikageishi's able to push this one back out. Mikageishi's been coming up very strong for this Precision Z lineup. We'll see if he's able to continue to carry this, and hopefully they can get another point on the board. Maybe take this game number 5. Reganum going to push this one up and out. Nice touch back from Dadu. Reganum hanging back and try to put this one over in the corner. Buy his teammates time to rotate back onto defense. Data keeping this one up on the wall. Seeks is currently back on defense. He's going to go up and make the save. Well done by Seeks, getting up and into that one. Very quick to the ball.
Yeah, that would have been kind of scary. That ball pretty dang close to actually going in, but oh no, mechanical breakdown here.
Oh man, the demo's coming up strong again. Could not get it off the wall though. Tried to get it up there and it just went off the post. Tequila's now with a tearaway opportunity. That's going to be the lead going in favor of Precision Z in Game 5.
That's the thing we talked about, the pressure coming out and translating it into a change of possession. RG put a lot of pressure on that shot, expecting that to go in. The fact that it hit the post and not rotating back like they need to with that third man. Precision was able to bring that to the other side of the field and have a breakaway. I mean, that was the easiest goal they're probably going to get all tournament.
We've been talking about their accuracy. There's another one from Mikageishi. My goodness, putting another one in. His team's up by 2 now.
That's got to feel good, though. Coming into the last game, I forget who on the desk called it 3-2 in favor of which, but if they can keep this up, that's going to be a pretty accurate prediction.
I think it was the Beard. The Beard called Precision Z taking this one. We'll see if this holds up. At this point, either one of them still could be right. A final minute and enough time to score 2 goals by a landslide at this point. Dadu going to push this one up. There's another shot. Data able to get up and into that one. They're forcing Data and RG to all make saves here. Oh, the demo's coming up again. Here comes Data with another shot. What a team play.
What a smart play by Data, too. Look at this breakdown. Seeks plays it in, Mikageishi with a not a good enough clear. Seeks plays it in, and with Data, he could have played that either side, but the fact that he played it at the near post right back at him.
Yeah.
That's really tough to stop. I mean,
Puts it behind him.
Yeah, how do you completely stop momentum and recognize that's going to happen? Really smart play by Data.
So well done. 47 seconds left. 1 goal needed to be scored to force overtime. We know RG is fully capable. Data can just push this one out of his own half. Nadu is going to play the mind game. Nadu playing patiently. This is a very good move from Position Z right now. They can just kind of play the clock right now. They will be able to take the game 5 at this point. RG trying to drive this one up. Ball sitting right at midfield. Tries to cross over into 30 seconds. There's a nice touch from Mikageishi, pushing that one back over into the orange. There's a whiff. If anyone can get up and into this one, Mikageishi going to shoot. It's going to go just wide. Seek's going to come up. Oh, another whiff from Seek's. There's some kind of uncharacteristic whiffing coming out from RG right now. They might be able to crumble under this pressure at this point. We'll see what happens here. And I've been saying, I'm rethinking of the. I just realized this is Game 5, and we already had 3 games on the side of RG. So at this point, actually, wow, I'm blanking on names. James Bott called the series correctly. This was not a 2-2 going into this game. I just realized that. But yeah, that last moment there, kind of falling apart for RG. But well done to Precision Z coming back into this and taking 2 games off of RG.
Yeah, it's characteristic that they lost the same way in both games. They were down a little bit. Started having some offensive pressure striving through, making like a garbage time goal per se.
Sure.
It's not that it was out of hand.
Right.
And then they're playing on their back heel, trying to pop it up, try to get it downfield, and playing against the 0 timer. Same thing, same result, 3-2, but 3-2 overall for everybody as well.
Yep, yeah. Very interesting clinic on counterplay versus sieging. We'll see if the analysts have anything to say about that. Scott, back to you guys.
Yeah, we got some things to say. That's what we're here for. So, RG continues to roll. They're the Leicester City of this tournament so far. We got the highlights. Let's roll them. You guys break it down.
Yeah, really, one thing that was great to see out of this EU team, or these EU teams, and what we'll continue to see is physical play. Demos and bumps being a critical part of the game. Pashy, very well known for it, but EU in general over NA. But really, RG started out with some great passing. Early on in those first games, really on point, playing off of each other. But then defense started to get sloppy on both sides. We saw that one bot goal where both players from Precision Z just brain farted and it rolled in.
I actually kind of started counting about 2 games in because I noticed that both defenses were not having a good time. I counted at least a total of 10 goals that went in on both sides due to just defensive mishaps. They weren't even really outplays. It was just there was either a completely open net or not a whole lot of difficulty or a one-on-one situation that you really shouldn't be put in a lot of 3v3 games.
Yeah, and really, they're going to have to tighten their game up. They made a lot of mistakes. Really, EU is known for their very good defense, and this one, both sides struggled a little bit. But Precision Z, they were able to get 2 games out of this. They were not looking very good in those first 2, but were able to reel it back. But again, these guys on both sides, they're going to have to make sure that they don't make the same number of defensive mistakes, because against a Mocket EU or against a Weedham Girls flip side, they're going to punish you for it.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, and I guess what I will say they did well is they interrupted each other pretty well. A lot of times plays were getting shut down like halfway through by both teams. So if they can make sure to accompany that with some solid defense, they'll both be okay.
You heard it from the beard. All right, he's breaking it down for us. I tell you what, guys, that's just match 1. We got a ton coming up. Flying Dutchman and Kapow will be up next. And guys, keep it locked. Europe, I know it's late, but I'm sending you our energy. We'll see you right back here on Twitch. Welcome back, guys. Day 2, we're in Europe group stage, and we got a good one coming up. Flying Dutchman taking on Kapow. What do you guys think about this one?
Yeah, so this is a situation where you've got the established veterans versus some newcomers. The newcomers being Dogu and Jesse Pinkman. We saw those guys come out. Yeah. People were like, who are these guys? Well, Vogan found them. He had like a day before the RLCS kicked off, needed to find some guys, picked them up, and they went on a tear. Really just taking out Weedham Girls to get in it was insane. But then you've got Kapow, previously MyXMG with Turbo Pulsa, Sniper Kid a lot. These guys have been around for a while and have been at the top, never getting to that 1-2 spot, but still hovering around that 3-4 spot. So they're a very talented team, and going to be a lot for the Flying Dutchman to handle.
Yeah, I think though, I mean, RG and Flying Dutchman are kind of the 2 that were like those ones maybe unexpected to push through into the top 8. So Flying Dutchman also out to prove themselves and say, hey, we got a good, strong team. And as you mentioned, like Jesse Pinkman going through a tear when we saw him last week in the qualifiers, just the whole team doing a very good job of proving that they belong here.
Well, you heard from these guys. Let's kick it over to the face-off. We're joined by Vogan and Turbo. What's going on, guys?
Hello there.
Hi. Vogan, let's be honest here. I mean, you guys are going up against Kapow. What's your strategy here?
Just play as usual. We beat Kapow on Friday, 3-2. It's easy.
Turbo, are you going to take that already? I mean, come on. They're going to say it's going to be easy against you, Turbo.
I mean, we are ahead of them in the power rankings, so we should match against them.
What do you got to say to that, Vogan? They said, well, you might have beat us, but people still think we're better than you.
Yeah, but everyone got their thoughts on the power rankings.
So don't believe the hype on the power rankings. Give us some final thoughts here, Turbo.
If we just play our game, we should have, like I said, an easy match. That's it.
Vogan, any shout-outs, any last words?
Nope. Let's just play.
All right, so there's no rivalry here. These guys absolutely love each other. They're getting an apartment together later. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We'll see you down at the field. What's some predictions between these guys, James?
Really, Vogan talked about it. They beat them Friday in Gfinity 3-2, but Kapow kind of bragging that they're higher on the power rankings. But really, it doesn't matter what you're ranked on the power rankings. You've got to come out and play.
It's true. I mean, we talked about it before. I mean, EU is a lot closer. Those, from 1 to 8 slot, it's not as far as a spread as it may be in North America. So anything can really happen. I mean, I'm just hoping for the sake of Golden Boy, Sniper Kid gets some 360 no scopes.
I'm gonna have to say, because of how great Turbo Pulse's Snapchats are, I'm gonna go with them 3-2 over the Flying Dutchman.
You got a score prediction?
I'm actually probably gonna have to agree with that one. I mean, I think I'm on a tear. I had a right prediction yesterday. I'm gonna stick with James Bond on that one, 3-2.
All right, these guys always just agreeing with each other. Chat, what do you think? What do you think this match is going to be? Without further delay, we're going to go down to DFH Stadium. That's where Lawler in the Findable Carpet's hanging out. Kick it away, guys.
Thanks, Scott. With me, Findable Carpet. Carpet, I know we watched some of the Gfinity games together last week. How do you think this one's going to pan out?
Well, it's hard to say because, last week, as we know, Kapow lost the series in the same exact matchup, 3-2. But a 3-2 matchup, obviously, anything could have happened in that last game. In either of those games, I can't recall the scores. Pretty sure one was really close, or most of them. But either way, when you're dealing with a 3-2 result, I mean, that obviously means that these guys are neck and neck. They're head-to-head, and now that they're actually on a bigger stage, playing for this amount of money, they're both going to be coming out like all pistons firing.
Yeah, that's the thing, too. With these two teams, with the way that they've been playing, Flying Dutchman has been very, very hot. They've been playing very, very well. And we saw that last week. They caught us kind of off guard. So if they can translate that and can keep that consistent, it's going to be some really good matches.
Yeah, last week in the qualifier, they took out Weedham Girls and knocked them into the loser's bracket, which is really, really impressive. And for anyone to be able to do that. And Weedham Girls might not have been fully on their game, but either way, even a weak Weedham Girls is a scary, scary team. Yeah. So if Flying Dutchman can keep this pressure up, I'm really hoping that this will actually be a really fun game to watch. A lot of high-flying stuff.
Yeah, looks like our teams are ready. Let's get into the match, you guys. I hope you guys are ready. Hopefully these guys can translate what they've been trying to do all week, even though the power rankings seem to be nothing in Europe. But here we go. A lot at the kickoff with Vogan. Looks like these guys are going to fight very, very early. Dogu passing that down, gets contested immediately by a lot. Ball playing back in. Shot already from Turbo. Wow, what a shot.
Such good reading coming out of a lot. He already is up on that wall waiting for that pass off that side wall, and then Turbo following that off the back wall. There really wasn't a good defensive approach there. No one really came to close that gap, and they were able to put that over the defensive player.
Good bump at the end there, too. Already 8 seconds gone, and we have a goal in favor right now. Going down on this field, Dogu's going to play it up into the far side. Has the ability to take another touch here. Pops it in the middle. Is there a follow-up? Turbo's going to be the first one there. Tries to get a contest in the middle. Sniper Kid back to the side. Oh, good pitch up top. Can he get another shot from a lot? Blocked by Dogu. Jesse and Sniper fighting for it in the front. Vogan now going to rotate back out, trying to hit it up. Ball centering into the middle. Met up by a lot. A lot plays it back down. Jesse trying to play it back into the middle. Ball centering in the middle. Sniper Kid with a shot and sniping a goal for himself.
I saw this one coming, and I really was hoping it wasn't happening. Flying Dutchman was doing a good job of being on defense, but once Jesse came in at net, no one went to go replace him. Sorry. And Vogan, there's no way he'd get back in time for that. Sniper saw it, and I don't want to say it, but he sniped the shot.
Well,
I'm sorry.
It's probably going to happen quite a bit, especially if they keep playing like this. Jesse and Turbo. Turbo getting the kickoff, but popped immediately back by Sniper. Sniper trying to follow it up, see if he can take it. Gets a good read off of Dogu. Has the ability to take another touch. Ball centering back into the field. Good offensive pressure already coming from this Kapow team.
The defensive rotations on both teams are pretty decent right
Oh,
now.
whoa, ball centering in front of the middle. Nobody there to follow it in. Vogan takes a shot. Centers it up for Dogu. A good save by Sniper Kid. Played back in by Jesse. Jesse trying to get up to take another touch. Doesn't. He's going to play that back. A good backwards pass to Dogu. Dogu pops it in. Oh, just far right. Passes another one. Weird pinch coming out. Dogu's going to get a help with Vogan. And Vogan sneaks one over the top.
I want to make a little bit of a comment on a defensive play that happened well before this started, but it kind of is what spiraled into these last 3 shots where one ended up finally going in. The ball was going up above the net, and it was in a little bit of a scary place. And someone on Kapow actually went up to touch it, and it was a very, very weak touch. And all they did was drop it in front of the net, which is what started the scramble. A lot of times on defense, as scary as it can be, sometimes it's not the best to touch it. Or if you can, you really have to be careful of where you touch that ball.
All right, Vogan going down. It's going to take a wall aerial. Doesn't get the second touch, but he's got Dogu to follow it up. Oh, puts a shot just top right. Just tries to play another one in. Doesn't get the connection he wants. Rotates back, and Vogan swipping out with him. Ball going to come through. Jesse going up in the field. Big clear off that top wall. Big clear out. Allowed, trying to get. Needs to rotate back. Gets the touch. Ball played out on the defense. Has the time to take possession out. Plays it a little bit slower, and Vogan reads it. Vogan plays it back in. Sniper there to meet it. A lot of back and forth already between these two teams. But demo coming out of Jesse. Ball getting played down by a lot. Gonna cut back to middle, but nobody was there to follow him up.
It's always cool to see in the beginning of this first game. A lot of times the
Oh,
teams...
no, mistake. Oh, Dogu just off the top. Vogan with another one.
So many shots. So many shots. I cannot wait to see the counter on that. But a lot of teams in the first games are a little itching to get that first blood or get those first few goals in that first game because you kind of feel good once you've made a few shots in a series. So you'll see sometimes when they're on the defense, they'll send 2 players out, and that guy in net maybe just gets a little too antsy, and he'll scoot up a bit. And you'll see that kind of a lot in first games because, you know, you want that confidence going into a series. Like, all right, I can score on these guys. But they just got to make sure that they keep that guy on defense.
All right, Flying Dutchman had a good bit of pressure there, but it's breaking down, all 3 working together, almost like a flying V. But Vogan now has the ability to take that out, gets ready by Sniper Kid. Sniper Kid plays it back in the middle. Good bump by Turbo. Turbo getting bumped by his own teammate now. A lot coming in, trying to make a play on the ball, but gets cleared back out by Dogu. Jesse waiting for it, has the ability to take a play down and see if he can pass this in. Doesn't get the read that he wants, and harassed by Sniper. Sniper with a good pop. Turbo reading that left for Sniper. Can Turbo get down for a touch? Barely misses it. Dogu has a chance to play this back out. Ball centering in front of the middle. Nobody there to follow it in, and Dogu going to take some time to play this out. Looks like it's in favor of Flying Dutchman now. Dogu going to play it out, gets contested and read immediately by Vogan. Ball centering into the middle of the field. Sniper Kid popping it back up, and Jesse going to settle this one down and gets read immediately. Lots of back and forth. A good contest coming out of both of these teams.
I have to compliment both these teams because these back and forth plays aren't particularly ping-pong plays where you see one player hit it into an opposing player, into another opposing player, just back and forth. They're actually getting 1-2 touches, clears out.
Oh, no, mechanical breakdown. Oh, man, a lot.
A lot just beat him to that ball. Jumped just a little bit too quick. Wasn't expecting that. But again, someone should have been back on defense. Oh, Dogu, actually. I didn't notice that he feels backflip there. He was not prepared. But again, he had to come out for that. It's one of the situations where someone needs to fill that hole behind him. But kind of as I was saying, these guys aren't just smacking it uselessly. They're getting 1-2 touches out of their half. They're getting a few shots on, and then they're losing possession.
Oh, Dogu with a shot on net, barely missing up top.
Which is, you know, just a promising thing that these guys are trying to maintain control as much as they can.
All right. Yeah, 2 small breakdowns allowing for that goal. Dogu going to pop this up into the net in front. See if he can pop this and center it back down, gets a touch. But Vogan, very good follow-up. Look at that play coming into formulation.
One of the cooler passes I've seen. He slams that on the ground like one of those old school basketball passes when you were a kid. Oh, no. I didn't realize it hit off Turbo Pulsa, actually. He tried to smack it out because he didn't want to be closer to net, which it actually ended up backfiring because it made it too far for his own teammates to get to, and a player from the Flying Dutchman was able to reach it before he could.
Yeah, very difficult breakdown, not getting the touch that he wanted, being that weird in-between, but a lot. Getting a good wall hit, passing it back into the midfield, waiting for a teammate to come get it. He looks like he's going to take it himself. Ball coming through the middle, ball getting centered in, and a lot doing everything on his own to put them up 4-2 with 47 seconds left.
A lot is on fire right now. He followed this up, and then he ended up going for his own pass. Jesse probably maybe shouldn't have pushed that back. I think he was hoping that he could have passed that back to a goalie, which is actually usually a good tactic. I know it's scary. You know, I mean, even when you play any kind of sports, passing it back to your goalie is always a bit of a risk. But then when you deal with the situation of, all right, well, I'm going to lose possession, and they're going to take a shot, so let me get it to my goalie so he can clear it first. Might have been good, but his goalie was a little out of position right there.
Yeah, it's generally a communication breakdown on the team. Looks like this Kapow team is trying to punish them and end this game. Turbo Pulsar going up for contest with Vogan. Vogan plays a big clear, but luckily Sniper Kid is back for Kapow to save it. Plays it back in the middle, huge midfield play. Turbo Pulsar trying to get up and save it, but doesn't. Luckily, they've got a lot back on defense to play this back out. Vogan now gonna pass it to Dogu. Looks like Dogu's gonna come up and take a hit, but gets stopped by Turbo to deny it. Played back in to this Kapow zone in favor of them. Turbo is gonna pop it up. They're just trying to kill time here with 4 seconds left. It looks like they're gonna take this one unless we get a goal, and no matter what they do, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to get 2 goals in 0 seconds.
No.
First game going to Kapow.
I'm really impressed with the way that the passing game worked on both of these teams. I thought they did a good job of looking for each other most of the times. I mean, a few goals were sank in. Oh, actually 6 goals. It was kind of a lot. But at the same time, it seemed to be, maybe a little bit of a mistake or an outplay, which is always good to see when someone actually loses to an outplay as opposed to another situation. But I was impressed how they were a lot of times they were looking for each other on both defense and offense.
Yeah, a lot of contests, and that's the thing. It's not that it was a ping pong kind of aspect. These guys were playing very aggressive on the ball. They're formulating plays. They're definitely passing and trying to set stuff up. I mean, you saw Vogan himself had 7 shots.
Yeah. And there were a lot of volleys where they would just go on and take 6 shots on net in 1 attempt, which is exactly what you want to see out of these teams. I think that what both teams need to do right about now is just kind of tighten it up a bit. Don't get antsy to go from defense to offense. You want to make that a smooth transition, because a lot of times when that's iffy, when maybe 2 players have begun the transition to offense and 1 player hasn't, or the other way around, that's when you get those holes.
Yeah, especially with how these guys have been playing. Now that the jitters are kind of out, they've really come and shown what kind of play style they're going to take. This is where they have the ability to get into and really, set up the style that they want to translate through the rest of this game.
Definitely.
All right, kickoff starting game 2. Turbo Pulsar looks like he's going to be going up here. Can he take this kickoff like he did in the first game? Ball coming out against Vogan, and does, but immediately good cheat by Jesse. Ball staying around this midfield and a lot going up for the aerial, plays it back into the corner. Taking his time, recognizing that, oh my goodness, Sniper going to snipe one in yet again.
Yet again. I don't want to say it too many times, but I know I'm probably going to want to. It's just too much fun. Really good technical skill there. He actually rotated his car, made sure he got a good angle, and put that towards the corner as opposed to the sidewall. Because what would have happened is if he just smacked that off the sidewall, it would have recentered right into an opposing player. So it's really good placement on his teammate. Actually, I want to give a lot of that to the pass.
All right, ball centering down on the Kapow side. A lot going to pop that up. Didn't get the clear that he wanted. Luckily, he's got Turbo there to follow it up. Ball staying in this midfield area. Looks like Vogan's going to try and pop it. Misses it. And Sniper's going to be able to capitalize on this. Ball centering in front of the mid. Can Kapow get a shot here? Sniper, easy follow-up for himself. Gets a goal.
I'm pretty sure, is it a lot that just got demoed? Did they just score that 2-3? Yeah, a lot just got wrecked. Oh, actually that countered. It actually stopped the Flying Dutchman player in his spot, and he actually wasn't able to retreat back. It's hard to say he would have gone back, because Sniper had a pretty open net there. That was actually kind of funny to see a demo counteract your own team play.
Hey, we talk about getting your body in the way. It turns out he took it to a whole new level. A lot going to pop this back into the middle. He's got Turbo up. Turbo reads it very well, but Vogan already back on the rotation. Ball gets centered in front. Jesse has the ability to play this back up to Vogan. Vogan takes the shot. Good pass play coming out, but Sniper back on defense, playing it back up to a lot. Good offensive transition. Has the ability to take a touch. Doesn't get the touch that he wants to in the 1v1. And Sniper's going to play this back into the side of Flying Dutchman. Flying Dutchman poising up. Dogu going to take a big clear out, exactly what they needed. Plays this on the opposite side. Ball centering into the middle. Has a shot. Turbo Palooza shuts it down.
Both teams are still looking for each other.
Oh no, ball centering back in the middle. Jesse with a big clear out.
Ooh, so close. Yeah, I want to give credit to these guys. They're still looking for each other on both offense and defense. We just had actually a defensive pass to his own net to Turbo Pulsar. It looked like it could have been a little bit of a mistouch, and Turbo Pulsar actually had to help his teammate out. Hard to say. But I have seen them all do kind of pass back to their goalie, so it easily could have been on purpose as well. But even on offense, someone's always...
How is a chance here to make another goal? Oh, getting in the way of each other. I don't think they're going to be able to sneak that one in anyway with both the defenders on there.
Vogan did a good job of staying in front of the ball. A lot of times it's really tough noticing, oh man, they're going to take a shot. So all you want to do is pretty much body block it. You're not there to do much other than just get in the way of the shot. So if you can just remove as much angle of their shot as possible, get your car super close, and just as soon as they come in for that touch, jump up, make sure it doesn't pinch above you.
Kapow taking the pace on their own. This is what we were talking about at the end of that first game, being able to control what they want to formulate here. Ball getting played back in, has the ability to take a touch, passes it in. Ball gets lofted with a pinch from Dogu, and it looks like a lot's going to be the first one to get to it, but Jesse back on defense to save it. has some time with it, can play it out, but gets beat by Sniper. Sniper gonna play it back in and gets big clear. Jesse already waiting for it, see if he can take a touch, passes it in, gets read by Turbo. Ball centering back into this midfield, and Turbo's gonna pay it into their side. Sniper there with a follow-up. Ball getting centered down. Needs to take a pass in here. A lot plays it back over the middle, using that crossbar to his advantage. And Jesse with a good read to pop it back up, so they do not get a score here.
You mentioned a little earlier when Jesse was cheating up, and I like seeing both these teams doing this in a very timely fashion and a correct way, because there's a way to cheat up where you just kind of leave a defender out in the open. But the way they're doing it is if they realize that that passing play isn't going to result in much, they help their defender out when they realize it's going to be a counter. And they're not also like overdoing the cheating as far as like putting a player in the cherry pick position. And I'm actually really impressed with both teams being able to pull it off pretty well against each other.
Kapao using a very good horizontal game, using those walls to get around defenders, seeing if they can do that here. Dogu's going to get read by Sniper. Sniper's going to take the shot, passes it up high. This ball's going to center in front of the net. A lot already up for it. Oh, barely missing the shot, but he has Turbo there to follow it up, gets another goal.
A lot. Great read, going upside down, using that power on the top of his car. For those of you who don't know, the top of the car is more powerful. So you see a lot of people go for those aerials upside down on top of the ball to make sure that they hit it down at a good pace. Turbo was just a little bit off target, but I've said it before, and I'll definitely say it again, a lot of times the best centers are just a shot that barely didn't make it.
Hey, we talked about putting one on net, just like Lot's trying to do here. He's going to put one on net for his team. Dogu waiting for it, slowing down it, trying to control the pace on his own. But Jesse back there after the read to play it all the way downfield, gets contested, but wins in the favor of Flying Dutchman. Flying Dutchman trying to get a goal here, otherwise Kapao's going to run away with it. A lot trying to run with it on his own, passes it into the middle. Unfortunately, it's a small mishap, but he's got a teammate there to follow it up with Turbo. Turbo playing it back down. Oh, Sniper trying to snipe one in again. Gets a lot followed up. The ball's still centering down in the side of the Flying Dutchman, but the Flying Dutchman flying on their own, getting up, passing this back out, trying to keep this game within reach.
Both teams still doing, I mean, they're playing very similar. They're doing the cheap plays, they're rotating back quickly on defense, and it's actually making for a really entertaining game, especially for me to see them both pull the technical skill as individuals and as a team, being able to look for each other, which is a lot of times what kind of has teams in a harder position when they're not looking for each other and they're trying solo plays. 1v2 or 1v3 is rarely going to work out. Every now and then a player can pull it off, but these guys are always approaching the opposing goal in like a pair or even as a whole triple.
Jesse with a lob into the middle, ball coming down, Turbopalooza denying it and has an immediate follow-up to Sniper, complete change of possession. Turbopalooza has an open net, he's going to take a shot and taking that angle very well.
Turbopalooza didn't have a whole lot of challenge here. He just kind of got to coast that one in again. A little bit of a defensive rotation error. It looks like no one got back quick enough. They're just about there. Looked like Jesse was about to make it in time. But again, it seems like just like maybe tiny little mishaps here and there on the defensive rotations, a little bit of overcommitments, but it's hard. I'm not really seeing any major errors on either side. Teams are just capitalizing pretty well.
That's what we need to see. Dogu trying to capitalize on one there. It puts a shot on net, saved by a lot. Ball coming down with 25 seconds. A lot up yet again. Ball coming through to the side, gets a mistake here, but Dogu's going to be behind him to follow up, taking it himself. Has a chance to put a shot on net, trying to get some dignity out of this. Gets the ball played in the middle. Jesse rotating back in with a good pass play. Sniper trying to bring this back out, just waiting for the time to run down a lot. Pass into the middle. Sniper doesn't put it on net, plays it to the far left, and Jesse there waiting for it. This ball's about to settle down here for our second game, going in the favor of Kapao. Able to run away with this one. I wonder if they can keep up this pressure and keep up this win streak.
Now, the Flying Dutchman did beat Kapao earlier this week in a 3-2 fashion. And right now it's looking like that is still possible, but it's going to be an uphill struggle from here, being down already by 2. Looking like Kapao's coming out a lot stronger. And this game did end 4-0, but it didn't really feel like 4-0 the way they played.
No, the shots that they were able to make, it seemed to be a lot of capitalization, like you talked about. The fact that these guys are taking the ability of the opportunities that are given to them and punishing them for it. So when they have the option to say, okay, well, we have a small mistake here. I mean, that shot by Turbo where he was able to just bring it down, that angle's still pretty tough to hit. You know, if he wouldn't have made that shot, it probably would have been denied. Jesse was hustling back pretty good.
Yeah, big difference we saw, especially from the last series. Really no major defensive mishaps, so really weren't any open net shots. Teams were kind of getting outplayed or being put in tough defensive positions, which is just good to see that both teams are kind of giving it to each other and making each other fight for it.
Right. On to game 3. Turbo lining up at the kickoff once again. Probably going to be going against Vogan on the other side. Ball coming out. Turbo and Vogan cheated up yet again. Ball centering right in the middle. Looks like it's going to be the third player to come in to get a touch. Sniper passes it into the middle, yet using that crossbar again, misses the aerial touch, and Vogan reads it. Vogan trying to play that down, but gets contested by Turbo. Ball centering down in the middle. Good, smart pass play. Left in front of the net, but doesn't get the follow-up that they're looking for.
The kickoff aggression is always so fun to see. It really does all of a sudden throw everyone for a loop. I was talking a bit about it yesterday. It happened a lot of the NA games. When you're put on the wire so early on, when you guys don't have the boost you're comfortable with, when you're all kind of in weird positions, you're probably not where you're comfortable as a team. Maybe someone's on defense when they're usually more an offensive player. It really just kind of messes with everything. And I think as we watch series like this go on, or as we watch just this game progress, kickoff tactics are they're already pretty big deal, like knowing where you place that ball, but I think it's going to be a little more promising as this game grows.
Kickoff's giving that quick possession. These guys cheating up on them very well. And actually, you see some of these teams trying to cheat up on each other. But Dogu going to take a smart play there. Actually plays it really light and tries to get past one defender. But the follow-up and that cheat coming into play for Kapow. Kapow trying to follow it up. Ball centering in front of the middle. Dangerous area. Dogu trying to play it. Needs to play it a little bit quicker. But Jesse coming up a lot, trying to take a touch. Ball gets missed, but the shot opportunity here from Turbo. Turbo's going to play it. It gets contested by Jesse. Ball centering back in the midfield. Kapow keeping up this pressure. Has a shot on a lot. Plays it in the middle. Good follow-up at Vogan with the defense. But Sniper's going to be there for the third rotation and knocks that one in.
Not that time. We didn't say it that time. No, that was good on Sniper there. A lot with a good pass, good contest. Turbo Pulsar went for the 50-50, even though he knows he probably wouldn't have made it. But we talked a little earlier. There's that kind of gray line of like, should I take the shot or should I not? Right? Because sometimes accuracy is better, but at the same time, when you're putting a defensive player into a forced position of having to make a defensive block, you're taking him out of the play for the next shot that's going to happen most of the time. So in that case, it was perfect. He went for that 50-50, locked that defender down into an opposite side of the net, and then Sniper was able to shoot it in.
Flying Dutchman fighting to get this out of their zone for more than a couple seconds. Ball's getting contested immediately by Kapow. Turbo Pulsar playing this back in front, but Vogan going up high. Big clear getting out past that half field. Has the ability to make a play here. Bounces off that weird corner. Doesn't get the touch that he wants. Played back in immediately. A big demo coming out of a lot. Trying to hustle, see if he can put a shot on net. Oh, misses that touch, but ball still centers in front. And Vogan able to clear this out. Flying Dutchman now has an opportunity. Ball getting contested immediately again. Jesse with a good clear. First one to get in the air. Plays it back out. Ball played in the middle. This could be a shot opportunity. Dogu puts one on net. And Sniper there to save it.
James Watt was talking a lot earlier about the aggression and the body plays you see at EU. They do bump each other a lot and do quite a lot of demos, which is so fun to watch. Just a team that has such lockdown defense for a good period of time, all of a sudden the player's just missing. And they have to scramble, and it usually results in some really interesting goals on teams you really wouldn't see scoring on each other. But at the same time, as some of you may know, going for a demo puts you at a position as well, so it's a risky maneuver, especially if they see it coming and they jump over you. Now you're at a position and they're not.
It's a matter of punishing that opportunity that is given to them. A lot going to play it in. Jesse saving the defense. We've got 2 minutes left in this game, still a one-game goal. If they can tie this up, it's going to bring it down to the wire. Ball coming through, Jesse popping it up, waiting for somebody to take it. Looks like Dogu's going to be the one to take it. Puts a heater on that goal, tying it up. Caster Curse coming in full effect.
Dogu slamming it to that top post. Good shot, noticing no one was in net. You saw the guy coming from the left-hand side, and Sniper probably could have gotten to most shots that went on that net. But Dogu, realizing he had the opportunity, puts it as difficult it is for Sniper. If he put it a little more to the right, he might have had a better shot as well. But, in heat of the moment, you gotta pick, you gotta do what you can. But that was a good read by Dogu.
Exactly what we want to see here. Tie game, 150 left, a matter of 10-second difference, and we got that happening. A lot's going to play this back up with an aerial touch. Nobody there to follow it up. Working in the favor of the Flying Dutchman. Following down, Sniper's going to take his time, plays it back into the Kapow zone of their favor. Gets contested by Dogu. Dogu now rotating back in. Vogan waiting for it patiently. Looks like he's going to get the boost and the ball to clear. Wins the contest, has an open shot on net, needs to take the shot quickly. Sniper gets in front of it, and what a beautiful save by Sniper.
Just close enough. And I noticed something when...
Oh no, ball centering in front of the middle. Jesse going up, everybody flying in. Vogan coming through. Dogan waiting back. Dogu's going to take another shot and puts it in the same exact position at the top of that bar.
The scary part about dedicating 3 people to the net is, like, yes, we have more net coverage, but then when this stuff happens, when it was hit up by Turbo Pulsar, no one chose to go out for it. No one communicated on who was going out for it. And Dogu had all the time in the world to take that shot. He saw 2 players planted on the ground. There's no way they're going to jump up quick enough for that. Of course, unless macros are brought involved. But we know that's not going to be happening here. But yeah, it's one of those situations where if you have 2 people in net, you have to have tough, like, really high energy communication.
Taking advantage of the opportunity given to them. Nobody contesting that one. First one we've seen all day. Vogan's going to take a shot on net. Turbo there to save it. Ball getting popped up, ball in the air. Turbo already up to play it out. Plays it to the left-hand side. Doesn't get a test, but Jesse with a good pinch completely changes the momentum of this pressure coming out. Has the ball free in net, gets too high of a pop, but Dogu plays it back up for Vogan. Vogan come in. Look at the rotations coming out of this team.
This pass coming out of Dogu, I want to give a lot of credit to him. Jesse puts it up, and Dogu notices that there was a good chance someone could have come and hit that, and Sniper actually really wanted to. And I think if Dogu didn't go up for that touch, Sniper was going to get up underneath it, hit it really hard to the corner, up and out. But Dogu actually put it out of reach, and all you have to do sometimes is just alter the trajectory to mess up the defense's predictions. They're like, oh, the ball's going to fall here. Oh, wait, no, now it's not going to fall there anymore. And his teammate was able to come in and sink it before anyone was able to figure out what was happening.
Talked about a team getting cemented with 2 on defense. Turbo coming back. They have 30 seconds left to tie this up. With 2 goals, they need to score in roughly about now to give themselves a good opportunity and some breathing room. With ball coming out from Turbo. Turbo's going to play it to a lot, trying to chip it, and oh my gosh, a small mistake. I thought Vogan had that one.
I thought Vogan did look like he had a little bit of a ping there, but not too bad. Turbo Pulse was seeing the long shot. I thought he was going to wait for the bounce there, but he actually took it a little earlier. A lot might have tricked him there. I think he might have thought a lot had that redirect from the way it looked. It actually looked a lot was insanely close to getting that redirect. So a defender probably could have been trying to read that touch. And that's always one of the scariest moments. Do I read the touch or do I read the ball? And at these high-level plays, you want to trust these players to make the touches, but now mind games come into play or small mistakes come into play, and stuff like that can happen.
All right, 10 seconds left. They need to put something on net. Sniper's going to play it up a lot, already waiting for him. Passes it into the middle. Ball gets contested. Good passing plays coming out of Dutchman. Trying to keep this on the other side. Ball's going to center down. Jesse probably could have let that one settle. Turbo has a chance. Sniper pops it back up. Vogan should pass it into the middle, and nobody there to follow it up. This game is going to go in favor of the Flying Dutchman, 3-2.
This could start to turn. This could be the turning point for these guys. A lot of times what you got to be careful of is when you're up in the beginning, you don't want to take that for granted. You want to make sure you keep pushing. And like we said it 100 times. We're probably going to keep saying it. Every single game counts.
Yeah, especially with how these teams play. And the fact that they've been so close back and forth, especially last week as well as this week. The 3-2 differences are going to play a big difference when you get to those kind of higher level teams that expect to win, 4-1. So kind of grinding it out here is going to make a difference later on in the standings.
Yeah, and to put it in perspective, if every single game went 3-2, think of how close everyone would be. They'd all be they'd all be like within 5 games of each other, depending on who won what. So that's where this really comes into play. So they had the 2-game lead, they had the momentum in their side, but really cool that you didn't see any tilting coming out of the Flying Dutchman. They actually still bring it to this game. They had a 3-0 lead, I think, for a good while.
Yep.
They let 2 goals sink in, which were on a little bit of mistakes, a little bit of mishaps, but again, they were able to maintain that lead just long enough. I mean, putting a 3-0 lead at any point in the game is a pretty solid chunk of
good
points.
Place to be in.
Yeah.
Very good place to be in. Looks like, guys, we are ready to get back into this next game. Game 4 about to start. These teams doing very, very well with how they've been playing. It's more so a matter now of if Flying Dutchman can carry that momentum that they had from last game. But at the end of it, Kapow actually looked like they were coming back to tie it up.
Yeah, both these teams have shown their promise, but again, it's just a matter of making sure that you put it into play when it's really, really necessary and when it'll get you that final goal.
Ball centering down. Turbo with a good pass in front of the middle. Met by Dogu. Dogu plays the pass out, but Turbo going to play that back into the middle. Sniper chumming in with that 3rd rotation. Not enough. Jesse trying to get the big clear, and he has Vogan there. Vogan just barely missing to the side. Could have scored early there.
A good cheat again. Dogu up there for the pass, giving each other targets to do. And something I did want to mention that both these teams are doing really well as more
Oh, no. Ball centering in front of the net. Good read by a lot.
Well, both these teams are doing well. We just saw Jesse. He was in a tight position. But on defense, they're placing it to the corners really, really well. They're not clearing it out to the middle. They're not getting over-ambitious or over-anxious. They're calmly putting it to the corners and letting their team come and help them. And both these teams are doing that really well.
Vogan, hard shot off the wall. Has a good teammate pinch with Jesse to play this up. Follow-up coming out from Fly Dutchman. Shot off the crossbar above, but ball cleared out immediately. Vogan trying to rotate back, get some boost on it. It looks like he really wanted it, but he's going to have to do some fancy aerial plays to clear this one out. Gets met by a lot. A lot plays one on net. Jesse there to play it back out to the side. It looks like Kapow is putting on the heat here, seeing if they can contest this. Dogu's going to take his time, slow down. Smart move, allowing his Flying Dutchman teammates to come back into this. 1v1 play. Looks like it's going in the favor of Vogan. Vogan passes it over the top, passes it off the back bar, and Dogu missing the shot, but Jesse's going to come in, and Sniper Kid waiting patiently on the defense there.
I like what these top teams do, and I kind of want to do this so that people can see what's happening on the communication level and on a team level. When a ball is kind of soaring over a player that's in a bad place, most of the time, they don't go up for it. They'll actually just keep retreating and let their teammate come follow up for it. And that's something that has a lot to do with trust. And both these guys are doing that well. They're not, you rarely see.
Oh, shot coming up by Jesse, ball centered in the middle. Where's the follow-up? Nobody there. The things we saw in the previous 2 games just didn't happen on that one. Kapow getting a lucky break.
That was pretty close. That was a scary call. It sat in front of the net just a little bit too long, but again, with no one following up, we didn't have a good angle on that. There's a good chance that Kapow actually noticed that no one was following that up, so they maybe took their time because they knew that no one was actually going to take that shot.
Sniper Kid not taking his time on that one. Takes a shot in, hits the crossbar on the left-hand side. Needs to put those on net. Ball still staying on the side of Flying Dutchman. Flying Dutchman with a very good clear. Jesse waiting patiently for it. He's going to use the ball indicator to get underneath it. Vogan playing that off to the side. Follow-up from Dogu. And what beautiful passing play coming out from the Flying Dutchman.
These cross-goal passes, we've already seen like 2 or 3 happen this game. Jesse, like you said, takes his patience and he pops it up. But that's remember what I just mentioned, how Jesse knew he didn't have it. Jesse's like, this is actually really rough. I'm not going to do much with this. And Vogan came soaring in to smack that across the net. And Dogu was waiting for it. That was some really great positional play by the Flying Dutchman.
Only reason that's possible is communication coming out from this Flying Dutchman team. Just communicating to Sniper that he wants the ball going up and contesting that aerial, but Dogu going to take it in, pops it off the crossbar, needs to take a touch. That ball's going to set her down. Where's the follow-up? And Vogan putting that in the best possible position he could with that shot.
Vogan so slowly going up for that. He wasn't in the best place when he had to go up for that at first. Dogu with a nice touch, but this is what so Tripper didn't really have the best touch. He was stuck in a tight position, but those are the times you want to take just a little bit more time because they can't take the shot until it's in front of the net. So take a little bit more time, make sure you can push it to that corner because yes, he got the touch to stop the shot from happening initially, but all it did was drop in front of the net again for a shot about 2 seconds later.
Almost had a big clear mistake there, but Turbo and Jesse going to contest it. Works in the favor of Flying Dutchman. Flying Dutchman putting on an assault here. It looks like they're going to take their time with this one. Dogu puts another shot on net, threading the needle.
Dogu is seeing all the openings right now. He's got a good eye for all the little holes. A lot goes for the touch. I think he thought Vogan was going to contest it, and then Sniper was going to come up. A little bit of lack of communication. A lot probably either shouldn't have gone for the second touch or Sniper should have waited a little bit more. And Dogu saw the 2 players kind of clumping up, and he's like, I'm going to take it right now.
Jesse and a lot at the kickoff, but looks like Sniper is going to play this down far wide, rotating back out, taking the angle on it. Gets right by Dogu, ball centering up in the middle of this field. Jesse going to take a unique touch, plays it back into the corner, gets read by a lot. A lot plays it down in the field, pass back in the middle. A lot following it up. Good pass plays coming out of this Kapow team. Needs to control the possession. Dogu's going to come back flying through, seeing if he can take possession of it. And it looks like Flying Dutchman trying to set up yet another one in front of the net, but good touch. A lot has a 1v1 time with Dogu. Doesn't get the touch he wants, and Dogu's going to break this down. Starts to slow down a little bit, takes an interesting touch off the ball there. And Jesse following it up, playing this back into the side. Now we see some back and forth out of these 2 teams.
Kapow doesn't have the aggression they've had in the previous games. They're not as quick to the ball. They're getting a little more impatient in the opponent's half. We touched on a little earlier, sometimes just taking a shot to give it to the opponent isn't always the best option.
Jesse with the softest touch I've ever seen. Nobody there to follow it up.
He tried to just caress that over to the net there. But again, it's one of those situations.
Shot coming out from Flying Dutchman. Trying to save that, and shot by Kapow. My apologies. A lot had a shot on net there, and it was saved very well. Coming out, Vogan up top, read by a lot. Ball centering down in front of the net. Nobody there to follow it up. Somebody needs to get in front of that and take a shot.
I don't think they actually expected that pinch to go that much in the favor of Kapow. A lot went up for that, rotated his dominance. That little plank of wood was able to pinch around his car and get in front of the net. But those are hard to read even as a teammate. You never know how 50s are going to go no matter who's going for it.
Kapow taking advantage of the pop-up here. They need to put one on net, though. 35 seconds left. Dogu gets an interesting pinch. Vogan needs to rotate back. Sniper trying to read it. Vogan with a good touch on it. Gets this ball centered up in the midfield, but Turbo's up for the shot. Plays it back in and hits a lot. A lot plays it back in the middle. All 3 players on Flying Dutchman grouping up, trying to show some defense. They need to hold out for just a couple more seconds to get their next victory. Jesse trying to play it out. Vogan's going to come back. Vogan playing it down, gets contested immediately by Turbo. Kapow really putting on the pressure here to see if they can get one sneak in. Turbo plays it back over. Ball centered back into the middle. Dogu waiting for it already. Ball getting played out. Good touch. Just doesn't even need to put it on net. Just needs to waste some time. But with 3 seconds left, 1 second left, this ball's going to settle and give Flying Dutchman their second win. We got a 2-2 series.
Flying Dutchman is trying to recreate Gfinity as much as they can. I actually don't know the order of the wins. I wasn't able to keep an eye on every single match. I did catch bits here and there. I will say the Flying Dutchmen are making more opportunities, but Kapow they still have it. They're still doing a lot of the correct things, but they're getting a little impatient sometimes on offense. Right. They will give possession up sometimes when they really don't need to. And the Flying Dutchman is doing a good job of getting those, like we saw Jesse with that almost painfully gentle touch. Yeah. They're keeping control. They're taking their patience. Jesse's had a lot of patience in the corners, in the opponent's corners, which is hard to do when you know someone's going to contest it.
And the fact that he's had the ability to be so patient in those corners. I mean, he's literally waiting for him. He's cheating up very, very well. He's taking his time, and that's what's allowing them to set it up. He pops it up. You know, Vogan comes flying through and takes a pass in the middle, and it's just that constant rotation. The aggression that we're generally seeing out of Kapow just isn't there. They're really slowing down. It seems that Flying Dutchman has definitely controlled the pace of this game so far.
Yeah, and Kapow is doing a good job. You know, there's maybe 1 or 2 times I saw more than one player going for the same ball. Their communication's solid, but again, they're kind of letting the Flying Dutchman push a little bit too hard until holes are found.
Right.
And the idea is you want to just kind of prevent that and then counteract and push it back onto them and make them a little scared to approach.
Game 5. Let's see who can take the advantage point between these two teams in our series of 5 match. Sniper looks like he's going to be at the kickoff this time, getting in. Going up against Vogan yet again. Vogan's going to win that kickoff with a cheat by Jesse. Good job by Turbo, getting pushed out of the way by Jesse. Jesse not having any of it. Vogan taking the ball down, gets contested back into the middle. Ball coming through. Vogan has a shot now. Good read by Alot. Alot plays it down farther into the corner. Jesse going up, soft touch, not the biggest clear that he wanted. Takes a weird angle off that hit. Sniper trying to do something with it. Turbo and Vogan playing patty kick up top there. And Jesse trying to do some reads. Vogan getting in front of it. Ball's going to work in favor of Dogu. Dogu trying to get another touch and defended by this Kapow team.
Now the team's really settled into a position right now. They've both just been kind of attacking each other, trying to get each other on the back foot. It's looking like finally someone's going to buy some time. You know, you're always kind of waiting for that high touch where you have a little bit of time to retreat or go on offense. And that's usually something you don't want to force happen. You just kind of wait for it to happen. So until then, both teams hadn't really settled in on the
Shot coming out by Dogu. Dogu coming down with it. Ball getting pushed the other way. Sniper Kid trying to take these guys on 1v2. Has the help of Alot here. Alot's going to take his time, see if he can pass it. He gets another touch over one. Ball centering into the middle, but Jesse already up for it. Big clear coming up from Jesse. Looks like Flying Dutchman now going to try to take an attempt. And Jesse going to be the fun to follow it up again. Dogu waiting in the middle, gets contested again. These guys putting on some good pressure. Ball coming back, centering in front of the middle. Ball coming in to the side. Vogan playing it downfield. Turbo waiting for him. Turbo to Alot going back up, and Sniper deciding that he doesn't want any part of that.
Coming into game 5, these guys are coming out.
Oh, Dogu with a shot, good contest.
It's coming right back down. Are they going to be able to make something out of it? Just a little bit to the left. There's a good placement there on a defensive player, pushing into the corner, giving his team just a little bit more time to not have to block any more shots. The idea is even if you can break up the shots by a few seconds, it gives your time just that little bit more to rotate. At this high level of play, these guys can rotate quickly, but they can't rotate instantaneously.
That clear by Turbo was phenomenal, taking a rocket out of there. Sniper is sitting down, waiting for it, showing some patience, but it looks like Alot's going to be the one that takes the shot. Dogu waiting in the goal, gets put in by Turbo. Turbo to Alot. Alot with the shot on net. Oh, hits the crossbar just off the top and contested by Turbo yet again. Third rotation coming in through Sniper. Ball settling down, nobody there to take it. Looks like Vogan's going to take the advantage of it. Plays it back into the side, one team missing it. Turbo coming up, trying to play it out of Kapow's zone. Alot with yet another touch, definitely taking advantage of the mechanical play of using that upside down. Takes a shot and a good advantage for Sniper.
I was about to call Alot a koala. This guy's been upside down 80% of this game, but he does it so well and so quick. I don't know if I've ever really seen a player on a nearly ground aerial still manage to flip his car upside down and do it correctly. And he got a good pass to Sniper. Sniper was following shortly behind him. Not too close, not too far, in that kind of green position that you want to be in. But again, I really like seeing Alot be able to do this so successfully every single time, really.
Big kickoff working in the favor of Flying Dutchman. Ball gets pushed right back, though, by Kapow. Centered ball, dangerous spot, nobody hitting that. And it looks like Jesse's going to get lucky here playing that back in. Turbo rotating through. Jesse sitting there kind of being patient for it. He's doing the patience in that corner we were talking about in the wrong corner, and it leads to a goal for Kapow.
Yeah, you generally don't want to do patience in your own half. You want to, we've talked about it, you want to stop the shots from ever happening. You don't really ever want to have to defend a shot. Looks like they sat a little bit too far, a little bit too long. Turbo was able to put a shot in over a defensive player that was on all 4 wheels.
Kickoff yet again. Sniper and Jesse gets cheated up. These guys doing a very good job of cheating on the ball, giving themselves a chance here. Alot and Jesse contested up in the corner. Ball coming down. Big clear coming out from Kapow. Turbo already up in the air, waiting to make a play on it. Ball centering down on the side. Nobody there to follow it up. Dogu's going to take a clear and get demoed by Alot. Dogu trying to take a pass here with the help of Vogan. Vogan plays it out to Jesse. Jesse plays it back in the middle, and that ball is going to center down. That has got to be tough.
This was a little bit, it was hard to notice this, but it was when Sniper came out for this, Turbo Pulsa and Alot, I think, were up underneath it, and no one rotated back to net, which is where Vogan was actually able to sneak that in because both players had a rush to it. It's really hard to communicate, like, who's going to get this, who's going to go to net, and Vogan was actually able to notice that and sink it in.
Wogan, good follow-up, gets another follow-up here. Demo's coming out yet again between these two teams. Looks like they're showing some aggression. Turbo and Dogu works in the favor of Turbo. Turbo just trying to be a nuisance, and that big pinch working in favor of the Flying Dutchman. Ball centering down on the side of Kapow. A lot beating the first one there to meet it, gets contested immediately by Vogan. Vogan with a big clear down. Jesse trying to make a play, takes a little bit of patience to it. This might be a trouble with Jesse, is how slow he's actually playing on the ball now. Oh my goodness.
Putting it at 2-0, or putting him 2 up in this 5th game. Both these teams are really, really going for it. But I can't believe that it's actually still so close. Again, we've seen so many wild results coming out of both NA and EU. To actually see something really similar to what we saw earlier this week shows that these guys are being really consistent.
Good thing, consistency being a key factor. Turbo going up for it, just trying to keep the pressure down on the Flying Dutchman side, and they seem to be doing that very well this game. Jesse just needs to work on a clear a little bit bigger. Luckily for them, nobody's going to get that one, but played right back in a lot, centering it into the middle. Nobody there for the follow-up. Turbo having to rotate back quickly. Vogan now has a chance to take one of his own, takes another tap, beats one, beats two. Ball centering down, hit by Sniper. But Dogu going up to contest it. This ball settling down in the Kapow side, but yet a big clear. That's something that they're doing very well.
The clears are hard from both sides, and it's looking...
Oh my gosh, Jesse winning that contest.
Wow. Wow, I did not actually expect him to win that 50-50 as hard. The Octane showing what it does best. The giant hitbox, the powerful corners.
Oh my gosh, you see those bumps?
That was a lot of mess happening there. I can't believe Jesse actually kept his composure enough to put that shot on target, because his car was definitely moving around quite a bit.
Bumping everybody, doing everything on his own. Jesse looks like he's going to follow it up. Like, oh no, that ball's going to get passed out. Jesse almost ready for the stoppage there. Dogu going to take it. Vogan already up, has the ability to take it up. 35 seconds left. We got a demo coming out. Where's the third rotation? Not going to be done. Turbo's going to clear that one out. Back in the favor of Kapow. A lot going up. Ball centering down to the side. Gets beat, and Sniper sniping it in between two players. That was a real snipe.
This is a real snipe. It's not what you want to do when you're already 1 down with 30 seconds left. There's still a good chance for the Flying Dutchman to return, but Sniper, seeing that 2 players weren't going to reach there in time, he went up for it anyways, because even if both those players made it there, there's a good chance that 50-50 would have gone somewhere in his favor, somewhere in that net, or at least near the net, and his teammate figured out one of these days, guys.
Oh man, a lot. That's the thing with 19 seconds left, 5-2. That's a good place to be in.
They won't even let them reach for their band-aids before they put in the next goal. This is not looking so good. Looks like the Flying Dutchman. But again, whenever you're up, whenever you're down by even 1 in the last 30 seconds, you got to give it your all. You have to go for the shot. So whenever I see games that end in a really high-scoring game, I usually just kind of attribute some of that to those last 30-second drives that you have to do. You got to give it up. You're already down by 1. You're going to lose no matter how many you lose by. So you got to go for it. So some of these goals are just kind of sinking in due to that.
Yeah, Flying Dutchman, though, trying to do some really good pass plays here, trying to set up something. Just get one more shot in, but we got the Stadium counting it down. Shot on net. That ball's going to pass up. A Sniper could be nice. No, he's going to say no way and pass that out to the side. Good defensive play.
Not today. You're not padding your stats today. It looks like Kapow is able to reverse what we saw earlier this week, and they were able to take out the Flying Dutchman 3-2.
Very, very close games, though, between these two teams. Formulating some good defense, good offense on both sides. Flying Dutchman, though, I'm glad they came back with 2 of those games. That's got to feel good, too, going into the standings. But enough of us. Let's go get back to the analyst desk and see what these guys have to say.
Appreciate it, gentlemen. 3-2 victory for Kapow. Started off the day, RG winning 3-2, and if one we didn't broadcast, Flipside took down 0 effort, 5-0. But guys, what did you think of this one?
Yeah, this one, as Finable said, flipping the script from Gfinity earlier, really Kapow able to take it 3-2, making me look good with that prediction. So, and I gave it all to the Snapchat power of Turbo Pulse.
I agree with you.
but yeah, really very solid performance from Kapow. They did a great job, but I want to take a moment to talk about, there was people asking in chat, what is cheating? What does it mean when they say that? Well, there's a couple moments where you can cheat in a Rocket League. One is on the face-off. And it's really anywhere where there's a 50-50 ball. And a 50-50 ball means when both teams are going for it and it's not clear who's going to win the ball. Yes. Yeah. So when you cheat on a face-off, you creep up and you expect that your teammate is going to hit it to you or close to you, or it will stay dead in the mid. So you're playing where you think the ball is going to go. You're cheating. You're going there before it actually goes there because you think it's going to get there. Same thing on the walls. You'll see players cheat up into the mid out in front of the net because their player is on the wall. But then there's an enemy player on the wall as well, and it could go either way, but you have faith in your teammate that he's going to get it out. That's what cheating means.
And it could be dangerous. You don't want to be doing that all the time. You can catch people off guard from time to time, but if you're doing that all the time, you're going to find yourself committed. So it's something you want to deploy every once in a while.
Yep, you're right, because if you get out of position like that, you're playing in it, and if your teammate loses and you were wrong, then way out of position.
Yeah. Well, guys, let's take a look at these highlights. There's one thing we're not going to cheat you on. We're going to show you majority of these goals with Kapow. 3-2 victory, James.
Yeah, there were a lot a lot was awesome. He was the setup guy here. A lot of assists, but Sniper Kid, really the MVP, getting assists and goals out the wazoo. A lot of scoring from Pulsa, and a lot set him up.
Yeah, I like that 2 goals started off really quick off the beginning. It set the pace that this is going to be a very, very quick, fast-paced game. I did feel like it slowed down as it went through it, as teams started to just kind of throw the ball back and forth instead of getting up and getting aerial contests. And then obviously Flying Dutchman pulling back in the next 2 games, the 3rd and 4th game, to give themselves some victories. But the last match kind of fell apart as Kapow took them over.
Yeah, we saw before in the series where the Flying Dutchman had that huge upset versus We Dem Girls. Dogu was the guy for the Flying Dutchman. He had so many well-played shots, and the games that the Flying Dutchman did win, Dogu was a big part of that. So it's starting to seem, just based off what we've seen on the stream for RLCS, that when Dogu is hot, the Flying Dutchmen are hot.
Yeah, it wasn't even just the shots on it, it was the plays. As you said, he was starting up, he was getting great passes out to his teammates, and once he started doing that, his teammates were able to fall through with the momentum, and that's what got them those victories there.
One other match going on right now is Mocket and RG. They're all level. We'll let you know how that one turns out, but we're going to get ready for the next match here. We're going to get the lobby ready to go. It's going to be We Dem Girls taking on Zero Effort. Can Zero Effort get their first win of the day? We Dem Girls with their first match. Keep it locked right here to Twitch. We are back. It's time for match number 3. We got a good one coming up. It is We Dem Girls against Zero Effort. And while we were away, Mocket took care of RG by the score of 4-1. So even though we had a few matches going on, it's still flip side at the top of the table so far. They got 5 wins and 0 losses. But let's get to this We Dem Girls, Zero Effort, who obviously Zero Effort got 5-0.
Yeah, you can see here that actually coming into play here. Tinny, Cheerio, Killick, they're going to be the ones representing Zero Effort going up against We Dem Girls with Remco, Maestro, and Greasy. Very solid team. But flip side, those 5 wins came at the expense of Zero Effort. So Zero Effort is coming into this series without a win, and they're going to have to go up against the #1 ranked We Dem Girls squad. But don't let that #1 rank fool you, because We Dem Girls has been struggling as of late.
Yeah, We Dem Girls is the team that we've kind of been on this immortal status for a long time, wondering can they lose, and of late we've learned yes they can. They did in the qualifier to the Flying Dutchman and had to squeeze out a win against Crown and Jewels just to make it here. So them coming up, they have been on the down a little bit, and maybe Zero Effort, you know, they're one of those bubble teams that have managed to make it in. So we'll see what they can do. Maybe they'll be able to take a game off of We Dem Girls.
Yeah, they lost 0-3 to RG in the knockouts of Rocket Royale. So this is a big moment for them, especially with Flipside getting out ahead, 5 wins versus Zero Effort. It's going to be important for We Dem Girls to get the wins themselves, but Zero Effort on the other side, they have to start getting points.
Give us a quick prediction before we get down to the field.
I'm going to say that We Dem Girls will take this 4-1.
I'm going to be bold and go with the 5-0 for We Dem Girls.
Okay.
I'm feeling confident
All right,
in them
putting
right
them
now.
on tilt. Zero Effort. You're basically saying Zero Effort will have 0 wins after 2 matches.
They will need
this wave punk guy. You can't take him anywhere. Well, without further delay, you've heard from these guys. Let's go down to the experts. It is my favorite Canadian over there. What's going on? Brody in the beard.
Hey, what's going on? Thank you, Scott. Yes, we're a very tired bunch today, but EU never fails to give us the energy to get through these matches. They're always exciting and fast-paced, so I'm really excited to see this match going, especially when we got one of the top PR teams going on. But again, they mentioned they're starting to slack a little bit.
Yeah, I do want to mention, I do like the sound of Brody in the Beard.
Brody in the Beard.
Nice little sitcom we can make. I'm actually a little sad to see these guys go up against each other. These are both my boys. I love Zero Effort. A lot of the guys on there I've known for a while, and Weedham Girls as well. Their predictions I don't think are very far off, though. Weedham Girls is a very, very big powerhouse. Zero Effort has their times when they do show up very strongly, but they need to make sure it's today, because they just got, it's kind of defeating to lose 5-0, even if it is to a team like Flipside, which no one's really no one's caught that off guard by that, but it's still kind of defeating.
Yeah, now mentioning that you know these fellas, we see Tini, Cheerio, Kalik being on the roster. Do you think that's probably the strongest lineup, or?
They don't really have a strong lineup. I think it's really cool. Those guys tend to swap out each other a lot. I know Dave is the 4th guy on that roster. They actually play for the team. A lot of times if one of them's not feeling so great that day as far as Rocket League, they'll kind of take themselves out and get replaced by the other player.
All right, already into this match. We have the ball down into Weedham Girls zone, a shot. Coming out a little bit high, no one there to follow it up, but there is Kalik with a nice little soft touch of the Dominus to put that onto the zone. But Cheerio blocking that one to stay in. Still in the blue zone, we haven't left as of yet, only 20 seconds into the match, and a shot getting blocked out by Weedham Girls. Push to the side, they finally break out into Zero Effort zone. As they said about play, Remco in a very good spot to get that into the net, but Kalik with a good touch on that, pushes it to the side. Cheerio up on the wall, see if we can get a shot. That is almost on target, but Greasy didn't want that to go anywhere closer, so he gets a touch out. A shot from Zero Effort, Kalik almost on target. They're doing a very good job of pressuring already early in the game.
And to counter that as well, Weedham Girls' defensive plays are insane right now. They're making these Spider-Man wall touches, which is, when you hang up on that back wall and go for the defensive touch. They're making those look so simple. I think they made like 6 in a row. They just kept being right there. They're right where the ball is. They're predicting it so well, which is so hard to do. And that's usually something you don't want to do unless you're a pretty skilled player. And every time they are touching the ball, it's making some pretty good distance and a pretty solid clear.
Yeah, shot. Tinny not able to get to that, and Greasy drops the first one in this game so far.
Countering it well. Zero Effort wasn't able to get the clear they wanted. Kalik, I think he was aiming for the corner. He wanted that to bounce out as opposed to back into the middle. Greasy saw the bounce, read it easily, put it to the top of the net, which is what Weedham Girls does so well. These guys are so mechanically sound. They're very confident in their abilities, and I know that when they take shots, they are 100% sure of where that's usually going in.
Well, let's hope they don't get too confident for their own good and give up some easy goals for Zero Effort. So far, they're not doing so. This is an open net opportunity for Maestro. As he chips that one, can he get the second touch? Oh, and he does, Maestro.
There's very few opportunities I've seen Maestro miss these. You do not want to give Maestro any room to play. Like I said, you want to close this gap, and no one at Zero Effort was actually on defense to come and meet him at the middle. Kalik was in a tight position. His best bet was to hope that Maestro wouldn't get that touch or maybe try and body block it, but it's so hard to read those because he did pinch it off that top wall.
Those shots, again, very, very difficult to get from above the net, as you just mentioned, but Cheerio trying to get a shot of his own. Kalik to follow it up. That's going to bounce out from Maestro to carry down. He gives a pass off to Greasy. Greasy trying to squeeze that one by Tinny. Doesn't quite do so. Good stop from Cheerio. Throws that from going into their nets. Could have been a bad situation for them. Now Kalik trying to get a good defensive play started up as they make a move out of their zone. He now has possession. Good touch from Tinny, puts that out, but doesn't get a good second touch. Kalik now having to backtrack as Maestro challenged that one on Cheerio. Out front, Remco and Greasy with a nice easy touch back to midfield. Tinny there to connect with that. Octane stuffs it once again. Remco, last one back. Oh, Cheerio not able to get a good touch, and that's going to fly back into their own zone as Maestro tries to create an offensive opportunity. He wants another one. Wow, that would have been a great touch if he got it.
Would have been really close. A good solo play. Zero Effort's doing a good job of adapting what's happening here. They realized that they had a couple of, misfortunate goals going their half where they had to retreat quickly on defense. So they're leaving that third guy back a little bit longer now to make sure. Oh,
Tinny! Did he get that nose?
Tinny,
oh my goodness.
I'm pretty sure he did. I actually couldn't tell if he got up in time. Cheerio popped it up so high. Tinny getting up there, flipping his carbs down, getting the tip he needed. Oh, putting it into the ground.
Absolutely beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. Correct, my friend. That was nuts.
Yeah, Tinny showing off that, hey, we got mechanics as well. We're going to show you what's up. Now it's only a 1-goal deficit coming up just past the halfway mark on this game. Rempo's going to stuff that one, see if he can 1v1 or 1v2 this. He does, but it goes just a little bit far. Maestro going to try to clean up that one as he gets stuck in the zone. Kalik now making a move to get out of the zone. Greasy right over to Maestro. Maestro not reading that well, and now that gives Zero Effort an opportunity to stop this play from happening, but they don't do it quite well. Now Cheerio, the last person, good contest from him. Otherwise, that could have been a goal on Zero Effort, widening this lead for Remco Greasy.
Zero Effort is closing the defensive or the offensive opportunities of Weedham girls a bit more now.
Oh, Remco the redirect.
Never mind. they were having good defensive positionings. They were making sure they kept somebody in net just a little bit longer. But Maestro putting it just in front of the net. I think they all felt like, oh, this isn't going to make it. This won't make it. And then Remco getting up just as it peaks the post there. Like just as it fell in front of the net, Remco was there. And that's so hard to read. And it's actually like the best placement you can possibly do when redirecting a ball into the net.
Well, when you're playing the first place PR team, you can't underestimate where they can hit that ball from. And that's exactly why that went in. That's a couple goals now coming from right above that crossbar. Zero Effort's going to have to start watching out for those shots. Now Maestro, see if he can get a pass to Remco. Couldn't quite get the touch he wanted. That's going to be another opportunity for him as Remco tries to get another one of those just as it passes the post. But looks like Zero Effort getting a little bit smarter and stopping those from developing.
They're trying to slow the play down. They don't want Weedham girls taking as many shots. You know, we had a good explanation of what
cheating. Good pass, but Kalik couldn't finish it. Another opportunity. Tinny, oh, please. Yes, there it is.
There was a little bit of freak out moments there. They were like, no, no, no. They just kind of started jumping. Greasy lost the 50 there to Kalik. Tinny pushed it back into his teammate. Both Kalik and Cheerio just so desperate to put that in when they realized they had the open shot. But you have to do that against Weedham girls. As soon as you see an opportunity, you have to just do everything you can to put it in the net.
Someone has to be there to take it. Yeah. Absolutely correct. Kalik winning that kickoff. Deep into the zone, it's going to allow them to get some boost grabs. Cheerio with the contest. That could be out for Tinny as he gets a good touch on it, but he doesn't. Remco's now going to get that one off the wall. Challenged by Kalik. That's still going to fly towards their zone. Remco just trying to get a body on that while his teammates regroup and maybe get another offensive play started up. But they're going to have to backtrack, and that's going towards the net. Remco has no options in that situation.
Yeah, he was stuck in the worst position possible after the shot came out. I don't think he had to the cheer. I want to say it touched off of Remco. It did. It touched off of Remco's back end. And usually that would slow it down, but it hit in the perfect corner, kind of where his back left wheel was, and it just kind of kept the trajectory and moved it a bit, putting it out of the way of Remco. I think he tried to body block that. He wasn't able to retreat quick enough to turn around. And yeah, that worked really well for Zero Effort.
Greasy to Remco. Remco, now Maestro if he can get up quick enough, but he can't. Kalik's going to chase that one down. Doesn't quite get a jump in time as that flies back to their zone. Cheerio now keeping that to the side, Tinny with a good rotation on defense. There goes Kalik as well. He's in net. He's the last defender, but he's up a little bit too far, and Remco just lobs that one over.
Here we go, the demos. I believe we had a good demo. Remco, I can't tell if he demoed after he took the shot, and then he went for Kalik, but Kalik actually wasn't going to make it there anyways. But again, these body plays. Actually, Weedham Girls is pretty known. I remember watching a game where Greasy, they were up by a few goals, and he just actually started to circle around the entire field
take people out
and demo as many people as he could while taking all the big corner boosts, so no one had any boost. He was boost driving both teams while demoing as many opponents as he could. It was actually hilarious.
I mean, when you're up a few goals, why not try something new like that? Who knows? Right. That could be the new meta that every team tries out. That ball in front, Maestro with a good center. His teammates, Greasy ain't going to be able to follow that up. Let's even get a touch here. The pinch almost coming out from them, and this is going to go off the last defender to set a one more final goal. Get them up 5-3.
Zero Effort wanted to make that opportunity. You saw they all kind of got a little aggressive again. These last goals, I don't really take them too much to heart because Zero Effort had only a few more seconds to try and sink this in.
Well, the team stopped playing how they normally would in those last few seconds as they just try to sink a couple more goals, or if they're feeling confident, they want to get some style points, right?
Yeah.
Style points add some extra. I always say it's a half goal.
A little half goal.
If you get the style points.
Yeah, that's true. I guess it was 4.5 to 3. But what I did want to say Zero Effort was, no, sorry. We got a good definition of what cheating was. You guys got an idea when you kind of, it's the cherry pick position where you kind of cheat up and wait for a player to pass it to you. Weedham Girls does an insanely good job of that. It's actually what they almost constantly do, and they consistently do well. So just anyone watching, definitely watch the positioning of Weedham Girls because you'll definitely see them do that really successfully.
Now, it felt like a very close game, and it was a very close game. Shots were in favor, though, of Weedham Girls. Coming into the next match, we'll see if they can keep the momentum going, but Zero Effort did a very good job of adapting, as you mentioned, mid-game there, and kind of pulling forward and staying in momentum against Weedham Girls.
Yeah, it was tied 3-3 with probably just about a minute left, it seemed. There wasn't a lot left. You know, they were able to sneak those last 2 goals in the last minute or so. But again, Zero Effort did adapt. Yeah, like you're saying, like they made sure to kind of leave that last guy on defense just a little bit longer to stop them shots. To stop dem shots coming from Weedham Girls.
Dem shots. Dem shots. All right, we'll see how game 2 goes as we hit the Manfield Stadium. Crowd still cheering both teams on. We'll see who can get the first goal. 10 seconds into the match, nothing. Oh, Greasy almost with a shot. Maestro is going to capitalize on that mistake, that little chip, and he does. Wow, Maestro getting these double taps.
I told you, he rarely misses these. It's kind of insane. He reads them so well. He got up underneath that so far, and he just fluttered his boost, just waited. He knew he was going to hit that top post, got his car up underneath it. There's almost no stopping that guy when he's above your post. And he ended up getting a really fortunate touch when that play first started, getting up underneath it. But Zero Effort needs to make sure they get to those. If it's anywhere in that front giant square in front of that ball, or in front of their goal, they need to contest it.
Some great rotations coming out of Weedham Girls right now. They are playing super confident and super fast. This could prove to be very harsh for Zero Effort if they don't step up the pace. They are in the blue zone now. Let's see if they can start a play up. That's going to be a nice opportunity as Cheerio rolls it up the wall, but Greasy with a second touch off that keeps that in a really good spot actually for Remco as they head down to midfield. But Tinny steals that one. One defender left, and he gets it. His teammate is there. Oh no! Cheerio couldn't put it past the post.
He did a little bit of a mind game. He actually slowed down his car. He didn't go for the second flip. He used the bottom of his car for a very, very slow touch.
Remco with another one.
Seen that from the corner. Yeah, Remco pushed that in from the corner. Given the opportunity, he saw it. It looks like Cheerio went for boost. He probably should have gone a net there, but I get the discomfort of being in net against Weedham Girls with not a lot of boost. It's a terrifying situation, but you gotta weigh that. In the moment, you gotta weigh, like, is he gonna take this shot before I get back with that boost? Or should I at least try to take this save without any?
Oh, Greasy sinking another quick one. He liked how the other one felt, and he wanted another one.
He wanted just one more. These kickoff goals, again, and I mentioned it before, you always see a bit of a scramble on kickoff. People aren't waiting. They don't have the boost they want. They're not comfortable. And we see a lot of these teams taking advantage of that.
Yeah, it looks like Zero Effort having a little bit of trouble with these early kickoffs, but this could be a goal right off the bat for them. And Kalik, nice touch, says, all right, we're going to start winning these kickoffs.
It's been like 20 seconds. We've seen 3 goals going. What's going on? Kalik followed that up nicely off that sidewall. That's actually kind of tough to do. Good angle.
Maestro read it pretty well, just couldn't get in the way. I figure with the Octane he would have been, but a good little bounce touch from Kalik to put that one in. 2-goal deficit. Only a minute of gameplay has passed so far. We see 4 goals on the scoreboard. I wonder if we're going to get much more like this or if it's going to be very even coming up for the rest of this game. Cheerio off the wall. Nice touch. Kalik to follow it up. A good shot. That's going to allow his team to set up something as both defenders Maestro and Remco are up for that one. Out of position now, but they recover very quickly as Remco starts to carry it out. Nice little touch. Almost lobbing that over the last defender. Now his partner Greasy Meister out to set up a play. Good touch from Zero Effort to throw that right back down. If that was on target, could have been a goal, actually. Maybe want to get a little more accurate long shots.
And Weedham Girls got to be careful when they get those aggressions. They just left a net wide open. We had a hard clear coming out of Zero Effort. If that was a little bit more to the right, that would have been either a really, really hard save or probably a goal the way it looked.
Cheerio chipping that one up. Chip, Cheerio. As he doesn't get the follow-up on that, Tinny is going to try to set up a play for his teammates. Cheerio in a good spot for that, but Remco's going to stop that play from developing. Tinny, if he gets up, could maybe beat Maestro. Maestro, very quick to the air, touches that one to the side. Kalik with a good back rotation, gets that back out center, and now it looks like Zero Effort on a backtrack to get some boost, giving Weedham Girls a lot of room to set up a play. Remco with a shot, going to be just off the crossbar. Going to be followed up by teammate. Kalik waiting for the shot, maybe should have challenged that, because that just went off the crossbar as well.
I was actually talking to Greasy a little bit, and I was, I just kind of quizzing them, like what they feel good on, what they don't. And one of their strengths they know that they're good at, and they're not wrong in the slightest, is they are so quick in the air to the ball. And these are one of the teams that I see promisingly beat a lot of people to the ball in any matchup they're in.
Shot from Greasy. Cheerio. An easy stop on that one, sending that back to midfield. Remco high up in the air. Wants another touch, Remco. That would have been a great shot once again from him. Greasy putting the pressure on Cheerio and Tinny trying to move out as Kalik now good flip. Can he beat the last defender? No. Remco gets a good stuff on that. Tinny just keeping that at midfield, keeping it at bay while he allows Cheerio to set up a play in the corner. Touched off the wall and a shot. Very powerful. Kalik, luckily on a very good rotation, keeps that from going in. A minute 50 left in the match. 3-1 in favor of Weedham Girls. A drop down for Kalik. Can he get a good touch? He almost does. Still trying to push that out, challenging the ball. But Weedham Girls is going to get possession as they move that back down. Oh, a good redirect. Can Maestro finish it off? Tinny with a very good contest.
These guys are nuts. They're so fun to watch. But you're seeing both these teams actually adapt pretty well now. Weedham Girls is already a generally aggressive offensive team. And, Zero Effort right now knows they have to be aggressive because they're 2 goals down. So both teams are taking those quick counterattacks and those long shots. They're both adapting, noticing that they're dedicating the 3 players a little bit too quick sometimes, and they're trying to take advantage of it, which is cool to see both these teams reading that off of each other.
No, and I like to see, though, that even though they're putting on the pressure, as you mentioned, a minute of gameplay left, they have to get 2 more goals. This could be an opportunity, but Kalik couldn't get it. But they're still able to rotate back and stop any of these long shots that are coming out and these really good plays from Weedham Girls.
Yeah, Weedham Girls, knowing that they're almost always up there, there's always a player that's kind of cheating up. You can always see someone kind of waiting for that pass, and they still somehow manage to get someone back on defense. But it's because these guys are confident in each other. They know that as soon as they pass that up, they don't have to deal with the play for a bit, because it's probably getting a tip to the third player. They can rotate back, all sorts of stuff. There's a lot of technicality that goes into it, but you can tell that these guys trust each other.
Yeah, Weedham Girls just had a lot of good individual mechanical plays, but we still see Zero Effort being very, very good at reading their opponent's shot on net. Maestro can stop that, but I think that's what's keeping them in the match right now. Good touch from Tinny, but Remco trying to place that on the far side. Would have missed anyways, but Kleek was there to catch that one. Now up in the air, 10 seconds left. Not looking good for Zero Effort. They need 2 goals in 8 seconds, but they're in their own zone. This looks like it's probably going to be going to Weedham Girls in this second match. Zero Effort still putting up a very, very good fight, and I'm excited for what the next match is going to be.
Yeah, Zero Effort is not going down without a fight.
No.
They are doing their very, very best to make sure that they're keeping their own mentality and they're keeping the momentum as much as they can in their favor, even though they're not getting the wins right now.
No, even in that last few seconds there, when they knew it was over, they didn't give up fighting. Like, they didn't stop.
Yeah, they didn't give them the slightest.
Yeah, and again, if you look at the scoreboard quick here, the shots are actually fairly even between the two teams. So it's, as we said, like we're not getting a giving up notion yet from Zero Effort. Going into this next match, though, they have lost 2 in a row. Do you think they can pull back in the series and reverse sweep it?
I think they could, because towards the end of that game, they still showed that they were working together. They weren't caving in. They weren't like, a lot of times when you see a team down by like 2 or 3, they kind of just fall apart at the end of that match and have to kind of pick the pieces back up before they start the next game. But Zero Effort doesn't seem to be doing that. But again, I'm going to make a comment on it. Weedham Girls, in one of their last drives in that game, they had like a pass play on their own half, like in defense. Someone, I think Remco had to come across the net to clear it, or actually he put it to his own wall, and he had a teammate just sitting on the wall waiting for it, like he knew he was going to clear it there, who hit it up to a third player. It's good on Zero Effort for being able to read half of the stuff that Weedham Girls does, because even as someone watching from a bird's eye view, I'm having a tough time knowing where they're going to put it sometimes.
Well, and that's what I was mentioning last game. They're doing a very, very good job of reading their opponents. They're just not getting any of those plays started up themselves, but they are contesting and winning some of those contests against Weedham Girls.
Yeah.
So we'll see into this next match if they can pull it back. I'm sure we got some fans saying the reverse sweep will be coming. That'll be very exciting if it does. But into Zero Effort zone we go as Weedham Girls try to set up a play. That's already on net, and a quick early goal just from a defensive malfunction.
Maestro coming in, putting the shots on no matter where he is. Tinny goes up. Kilik and Cheerio both went for that second touch. A miscommunication. I think Kilik was already headed towards net, and he didn't think Cheerio was going to make it, so he turned around instead. In that case, he probably should have just continued to net. It would have been an easy save for him. But, you know, early on, there's still plenty of time for them to catch back up.
Well, that could have gone either way. Both of them could have been at fault, but it's just communication that it comes down to.
Very true,
That's
very
where
true.
they faulted. So we'll see if they can get that under ropes, under wraps, and get a play started themselves into Weedham Girls zone. Kalik trying to just psych out them by staying on the ball. Continuing with a good touch. Kalik way back. Bad placement on that clear, though. It's going to stay in their zone. Maestro almost winning that contest. Another one touch shot off the crossbar. Cheerio with a good idea to get up. Otherwise, that could have been a dangerous situation as the ball would have bounced right out front with no one to defend it. Maestro trying to set up another one off the backboard. There's an open net. Kalik left that open.
Kalik didn't have much of a chance there. He was sitting in the net, didn't have much to do. Cheerio went for the touch. He didn't have the strongest touch to the side. Tinny went for that, and Kalik was just stuck. There's no way he was going to turn it. I guess he could have made the attempt. But Greasy knew he had
Oh,
that.
yeah, and Greasy, again, beautiful placement. There was no more space between the post and that ball. Like, it was well put in there, right in the pocket. We'll see, though, if we can pull back from this. Another shot coming up from Weedham Girls. Only a minute in, 2 goals for Weedham Girls. Zero Effort needs to step this one up. Good touch from Kalik, and that's going to be a nice goal for themselves to be only 1 goal down.
Good to put this in with only a minute down, even though they were down by 2. It looked kind of bleak for a while, but Killy getting underneath that, landing underneath it, he really messed up the Weedham Girls' prediction. A lot of times, just those slight gentle touches are all it takes to throw off a really good player, because they know how it's going to bounce. They've got it all planned out in their head. They know the next 2 bounces the ball's going to take, and if you move that a tiny bit, they got to recalculate, and they're not going to be able to do it in time.
Well, you're right. It's just how precise these players are, and any little bit of movement with the ball can throw you off. But you got to watch out, especially when you're last defender. There is no room for mistakes, or we see a goal like that. Kalik with a chip out. Let's see if he can get another touch. He almost stuffed that one through the last 2 defenders, but Maestro's just going to toss that to the side while Remco and Greasy regroup. But Greasy out of position. If someone was up for that, that could have been a scoring opportunity as there's no one left in net. But they weren't. And now we're back into zero effort zone. Kalik doing a very good job of keeping the pressure on at the moment, keeping his team in the zone around midfield instead of having plays develop in front of their net.
Zero effort's getting their rotations back in. They're leaving someone back in net. They're always having somebody for those counter clears, but they got to make sure that they get the aggression on. With 1 point down with 3 minutes to go, they have to turn it around. But they also can't do what just happened there and have some defensive hiccups. They just need to make sure that they smoothly transition from defense to offense.
We got a couple bad touches coming out of zero effort, and that's what's keeping them in their own zone. Maestro with a nice little pinch out to midfield. Got a touch from Kalik to keep that from going in, but now that placement, oh my goodness, Cheerio barely able to give that out. They're struggling right now. They need to work on this rotation or else these shots are going to keep coming out from Weedham Girls. Here's another one. Kalik finally gets a good touch to send that back to midfield. Very scary situation for zero effort.
Weedham Girls just keeps putting on dem shots until there's nothing they can do about it. But zero effort kept their cool. They kept collecting. There were 1 or 2 times I think that they had a bit of a rotational error, but they were able to make up for it. Kalik seemingly in a good place, kind of noticing where he was going to have to take the shot. And it was a zero effort actually collected themselves pretty well for that situation.
Tinney with a touch out to midfield. Can he follow it up? Remco says no and gets the touch. Everyone's squeezing back. This is a bad spot. Maestro oh, and he does sneak it in. Not the way I thought it would go, but it's in regardless. This is not good.
Maestro, stop it. Just missed one of them. Kalik actually, it bounced off that awful corner spot above the net.
That was a weird angle.
Yeah, it was a bad angle. Kalik read the bounce pretty well, but it actually hit that awkward corner where it just dropped straight down. So he wasn't able to get the touch he needed. His players weren't in position for it. And then Maestro, apologies, above the net. You never want to deal with it.
No, and it just looks to be a little bit of crumpling up. Not enough speed on their rotations defensively, almost going in there, but Kalik pushes it to the side. I think that's where they're starting to fall apart. We'll see, though, if they can start to put some pressure offensively into their zone. You can't miss balls like that. A little bump coming from Greasy on Tinney. Looks like Cheerio tried to get one himself. Now they are on the attack. We'll see if they can keep this moving forward to get some more goals. Only 2 goals down, 1:40 left. Still very, very doable as long as they can stay on the attack. Good contest from Tinney on Maestro. He wins that one out, but there's no one there to follow it up. A little bit of a bad read from Kalik there as Remco just sits slowly. Maestro, you don't want a 1v1 with him. Remco, the pass plays.
Oh,
dirty.
Man, Weedham Girls still making sure that no matter how far they're in the lead, they're still going to keep it up. This pass play, Maestro passing it over to Remco. Remco tapping it into the net. Oh my God, so pretty.
That was gorgeous. Again, hopefully we'll see some more plays like that throughout the rest of the series today. But that's the best one I've seen so far in today's matches.
Yeah, definitely.
Remco just getting the second touch there for Greasy. Greasy leaves it on the ground. But Maestro pushes it up. Greasy in a good spot. Good tap out. Maestro going to challenge this one. Doesn't get the right read. But at least put a body on that. Kalik a little slow to get up to that, so he's going to lose the contest. It slowly rolls back towards their half of the midfield. Maestro with a weird touch. Greasy going to follow it up. Tinney, Kalik, and Cheerio on a good rotation, but they can't seem to get it out of their end as Maestro tries to set up a play for his teammates. 4-1, 1 minute left. 3 goals in a minute is a very difficult task for zero effort right now.
It very much is. And the scariest part of going against Weedham Girls is you want to put them in a place they're not comfortable in. They're very comfortable in offense, so you want to keep them in a defensive nature. You want to keep them in their half. But doing so usually is going to leave your net just a little bit vulnerable, and these guys can take shots from anywhere. So it's hard to really pinpoint their weaknesses and to force them into bad rotations or to force them onto defense when they'd rather be scoring. And zero effort, I'm hoping, they do it a little bit in the beginning of the game, and then once they get a few shots on them, they have to get a little more passive, a little more defensive. But I'm hoping that if they come out strong and get an early goal, they're able to keep that aggression on Weedham Girls and force them into the back position.
Very true, Remco. See if he can get a pass out to his teammate to get one more play started. Greasy grabbing some boosts. Throws that back in, but Tinney says no, denied. Throws it to the side. Cheerio, one last ditch effort to get another goal on the scoreboard. That's not going to happen as Weedham Girls throws it back to midfield. Ball still hasn't dropped, but 4-1 is most likely going to be the score as we finish off this game. Game 3 going to Weedham Girls. Are you surprised?
Not so much. Again, this is about exactly where everyone had predicted so far. I think zero effort still has an opportunity to make sure that they come back, to make sure that they put the aggression on, and to, I don't want to say redeem themselves because they're not playing poorly in the slightest, but Weedham Girls is just playing well.
Yeah, no, zero effort, still playing fairly strong, but by no means are they doing it very bad at all. I think the biggest issue why we saw a big difference in the score there was because of some defensive breakdowns. They just weren't communicating well while they're rotating in their own zone, and it just goals snuck by.
And we had mentioned that Weedham Girls was having a slight bit of difficulty earlier in the last kind of week and a half. You know, they didn't perform as well in the qualifiers as everyone expected. They did get knocked down in the losers bracket and had a really, really difficult game, or at least a difficult opponent going in, trying to qualify into this. And it was actually like 2 huge teams. It was them and Crown and Jewels, I believe it was. And that was an insane game to watch. But again, it seems like they're kind of keeping their cool. This is the Weedham Girls that I'm pretty much used to seeing. And they're getting the points that they need, and they're keeping their composure, and I like to see that.
Well, we have Maestro coming out very strong. We'll see if we can continue this into our 4th match and get some of those double taps that we like to see. I want to see some more passing plays, what we saw with Remco there. Absolutely beautiful.
They're always so pretty to watch. As any kind of beginner, intermediate, advanced player, we all love watching stuff like that. So by all means, please, boys, both teams, keep that up.
That's why I like already so early on into the day we're seeing plays like that. I am excited for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
As I said, EU always excites me, always gets that hype and energy going. Excited to see these matches. Now Greasy trying to set up a play for Maestro. Maestro already in there. It's going to go way to the side. Remco trying to set up another play. Almost an open net there. Last defender able to get a good clear as it rolls around. Weedham Girls zone. Tinny off the wall. Bad aerial there, sends him flying away. No contest there from Cheerio Kalik, the last defender. This is out front. Tinny needs to get a touch on this. He does. Very, very good touch to send that out. Kalik trying to get a redirect. Followed up by Tinny. That's on point, but Maestro sending that way back to midfield. Minute into play, we haven't seen any real shots on net yet, but both teams putting up a very good effort.
There's a good portion of Rocket League that's high risk, high reward, and the better you get, the less that risk is, and the reward still stays the same. But zero effort right now is coming out with that high risk, high reward mentality. They're putting themselves in good places, but they're making the crazy defensive touches they need. We saw Tinny come so far off that wall for that defensive touch, and if he didn't make that, it would have been a for sure goal for Weedham Girls.
Oh, 100%. Remco trying to set something for Greasy. Greasy challenges that one and wins it. Almost out to the center, but Kalik gets a touch. Maestro, let's see if he can do some fancy stuff. Good read on that, but a little bit wide to get an actual good touch on net. Remco with the challenge. Tinny to put it off the wall. Right back to Remco, though. Greasy doesn't win that one as Cheerio finally gets the ball moving, but that shot on net from Maestro. The placement, the power. First goal of this game.
I want to go back and see Maestro's accuracy right now, because most of his shots have made connects with the back of that net. He took it so hard from that right side. Tinny and Cheerio, I believe, are both in the corner, which left Kalik in the net, or Cheerio and Kalik could be opposite, switch positions of what I'm describing. I honestly don't remember, but the guy in net was kind of on the flat foot. Maestro saw it, slammed it in. I'm horrible with these names. My God, I'm just gonna stop talking.
Don't worry, the chat will call you out.
Oh yeah, they will. I can't wait to go look back and read it, guys. Thank you.
Maestro with a back touch, but Kalik's gonna take advantage of that misplay, almost rolling that up at Remco, taking advantage of that rolling ball to put it back to midfield. In a good spot is zero effort now to set up a play. They need to keep the pressure on. They're giving too much room to Greasy as he gets that out. Tinny just trying to do something, get a body on it. Kalik, the last defender. That could be a bad spot for the ball to drop. Tinny getting a little hesitant. Allows that ball to go in front of the net, and it's going to roll in. Greasy getting credit for that, even though he's nowhere to be seen.
This was a self-pass on accident here. Greasy actually puts it over to the corner. Cheerio caught himself in a bad position. He tried to make the flip, so at least he put some power on the hit that he needed. He actually been better off not flipping, because sometimes it absorbs a little more of the touch. But Cheerio just found it was just a bit of a wrong place, wrong time. And it got smacked right into his car, and he self-centered it.
Well, it looked like Tinny probably could have got it, but I'm sure he heard an "I got it" from a teammate and stopped, and that's what created the hesitation, resulting in a goal. Only 2 goals on the scoreboard, though. Still putting up a good fight. Good at touch from Remco to keep that away from their net. Their defensive rotations are super strong. I think you mentioned it before. And there's just no shots, really, being put on net by zero effort. Weedham Girls doing a very good job. Open net. Greasy reading that corner bounce. It's the final touch.
Greasy. It's so painful watching because I love both of these guys so much, Tinny and Greasy. All these guys. Greasy gets the touch just above it. Looked like he could have been hidden by the ball. I know me personally, if I'm ever close to the ball or there's someone that's close to it, that ball is massive compared to these cars. So when they get hidden, you never know exactly what kind of touch they're going to make. But that's why sometimes you got to be a little passive and either wait for it or force the touch before you get too close.
Well, that's why you got to set your camera angle to like +10 or something so you can see over the ball. Remco now going to try to get a pass out to Greasy. Greasy with a bump. Maybe tries to get a touch off his backside there, but he just goes for a boost steal instead. Starving, zero effort. allowing Weedham Girls to keep the push on one defender left. Remco, touch out to Maestro, open goal. And there's another one on the scoreboard.
These passing plays, they're getting there so quick, and they're not feeling scared to take the shot. I mean, look at this. Remco goes for the touch. He knows he doesn't have the shot. He just doesn't want an opposing player to clear it. And then Maestro's like, I'm sure it's going to drop right out of here. I know you got it, bro. They know each other so well, and they don't feel rushed in these situations.
They would do well in business meetings. The synergy is real. See if they can get another shot. Greasy. Oh, the blocks from Cheerio. And that's going to get pushed to the side as they try to create an offensive opportunity, get some goal scoring. Ball's in front of the net. Greasy now with a nice easy roll. Almost got a Remco. Remco trying to go for the turtle, the BM, but that ball doesn't get out to him. Now just a little bit of friendliness going from Remco and Cheerio in front of the net. Almost setting Cheerio out of the play. As Remco keeps his car on the ball, just kind of waiting it out. Good touch, good read there to keep that ball in the play. Minute 25 left in the match, 0 effort, not looking to be in a good spot. They're not getting any plays started up in the opponent's zone.
They're not really. Weedham Girls is doing a good job of keeping control of the ball. Their touches are either slow enough or gentle enough to where they'll get the next touch personally, or they're always towards an opposing player. And this is where the kind of cheating comes into play, because they're always giving it to themselves. They're not ever giving possession away. I mean, at times they clear it just to buy themselves time, but most of the time,
Greasy
this being one of them.
Easy open. I think that's 3 open nets in a row that we've seen for Weedham Girls goals.
Yeah, but to be fair, they're down by 5. 0 effort has to do everything in their power to just get a goal up, especially because you want to go into the next game with hopefully a goal under your belt, feeling pretty good, being like, all right, that last minute, we kept them on the back foot. We were able to get a goal in. If we can do that for the entirety of the next game, we might be able to eke a win out.
And that's the thing. It's so easy to tilt in this game because you could be up 3 goals or 4 goals and then get 3 scored on you, and it just feels like you're losing even though you're still winning. We've always said a very, very momentum-based game as Greasy sinks another one, going for a 7 goal, maybe we'll get an own goal, and we'll see some mythical numbers there.
Some mythical BMing. I'm sure they're going to go for it. I know Weedham Girls is a pretty playful team. Like I said, I've watched Greasy just see how many demos he can get in a single game in the middle of a competitive setting. I think it was either a Post-Up Premier League or even like an RLC match. I honestly couldn't tell you, but it was really funny to watch. But again, 0 effort. They have the skill, they have the talent, but Weedham Girls right now is doing what Weedham Girls does. They're keeping control of the ball like 80% of the time. So
there we go, that pass play.
That's what we like to see.
I love to see those plays coming out from Weedham Girls. Great pass.
Remco comes up the ball. And look at where he touched the ball. When Remco went for the pass to Maestro, he made sure to hit it on the under half, so it kept the ball up. A lot of times what people accidentally do when they come off the wall is they'll hit it on the top side of the ball, and it just slams it into the ground, and there's not much they can do. So he made sure to maintain the altitude of the ball, and Maestro just ran it so well. But again, I don't mean to keep talking about how good his shots are, but man, his shots are good.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That's for sure. Shot. Oh, finally, there's the Brazil.
There it is.
I'm sure the spam is going to be coming out, but there's the Brazil. I always love these. The 7-1, 16 seconds left. Cheerio with a touch. Remco couldn't quite get it.
Able to sink one in again. This is what you want to do at the end of a game when you're losing, pretty promisingly, when you're not doing so hot. You want to just kind of ramp up by the end of the game so you can go into the next game. The next game will be the final game of the series. So you want to go into that last game.
Oh, Maestro destroying that 7-1
with a score. But Weedham Girls is not going to let you do that because they're Weedham Girls and they want the last say apparently. And Maestro just wants to see how much he can pad his stats.
He's going. Yeah, he's the stat guy. He's just like, hey, stat guy, watch this. I'm gonna have a lot of work for you. Another touch from Tinney, and we're coming in the final 10 seconds left. Do you think they can come back from this? I mean, it's only 7 goals.
With 3 seconds left, the 0 effort really pumps it into the 18th gear. They might be able to pull it off.
The 18th gear. And there we go. That's another win under the belts of Weedham Girls, Maestro, Greasy, and Remco putting the pound on. Look at that. Going into the 5th game, I feel like we're going to see probably the same thing come out. I don't see much of a difference. I don't even know if we'll get a 4-1. I think it'll be a 5-0 probably.
It's looking like it'll be 5-0, but again, they got a little cocky towards the end, Weedham Girls, but even a cocky Weedham Girls still puts on a lot of shots. It's really interesting to see that Remco scored none of those 8 goals. It was split between his 2 teammates, Maestro and Greasy. And I don't know. I'm guessing a 5-0, but I want to have faith in my buddies on 0 effort.
I will say that I will give out to 0 effort their consistency. These last 2 games, they only had 2 shots on net. So there's a bullet point for them there.
Yeah.
But coming to this last one, do you think maybe I know you know the team. Do you think maybe Dave would have been a better option for this coming to this, or do you think they picked the right people for these in this matchup against Sweden girls?
It's hard to say. I've watched them play with multiple rosters, and they tend to perform pretty well. No one's really underperforming, which is usually the time they would probably feel like they need to swap out, is when someone's underperforming or not doing so well. And honestly, all zero effort, like they're getting beat by Weedham girls, but collectively they're still performing as a team and they're working together. So generally it's the times when you have to deal with someone that's just like not pulling their weight or they're really tilting is when you want that roster swap. So maybe not in this case.
Already a goal coming out from Greasy. The pass plays 9 seconds into this match. And we're already starting it off quick.
Weedham girls definitely wants to get the lead early on, especially after they had such a promising win last game. And again, Greasy, these guys just keep taking shots and it keeps going in. I don't know what to do about it.
They're in full swing right now, that's for sure. Going into their other matches for the rest of the day, they're probably going to be doing exactly what we're seeing right now. Maybe a little bit of adaptability in the first few matches against their new opponents, but I fully hope and expect to see this as the Weedham girls going into the rest of the matches. For today's shot to the far side, good placement from Maestro, but Cheerio with a nice easy roll. Oh no, Greasy missing the corner on that one. Tinny going to have an opportunity to move it out. Missed by Kalik. He's going to be in front of that Remco with that air control. Greasy trying to set up another play, but stopping that is Kalik off the wall. Maestro and Greasy just putting on the pressure. Remco almost winning that challenge, but back to Greasy. One defender left, Kalik. Can he get the touch? Oh my goodness! And there it is. No! All three attackers and almost missing that.
It's like a quadruple touch up here. Greasy Meister pinches on the wall. It hits his car like 3 times before it bounces down. Kalik wasn't ready for that. Maestro barely squeaked that in. He almost overshot it, thinking it was going to bounce a little bit higher, but he was able to slam it down into the ground just in time.
And it blows me away every time that this Weedham girls team, the mechanical skill they have is unreal. Their air control, how they can control that boost in the feathering is unreal. This is an opportunity though. Out front, tossed away by Maestro. He says, no, we want more goals ourselves as they run back down into zero effort zone. Greasy keeping the pressure on. Maestro back to Greasy. Remco waiting for a pass. Just circling like a shark. And here it comes down for him. Remco can't get the touch. And Maestro to follow it up, but Tinny throws it back to midfield. Kalik is there to connect with it. Remco throwing that back to his teammate. He knows someone is there, and they are. Greasy. The contest won by Kalik, though. This is up front of the net, but no pressure from Cheerio. And that's just going to roll back to midfield, allowing Weedham girls to put more pressure on into that orange zone.
Weedham girls are putting pressure hard on zero effort, and zero effort, they have solid rotations and they're looking for each other and they're passing it most of the time, but they're just a little bit too slow. They're making those gaps a little too big between the players, or they're taking a little bit too long to make.
Oh, that was a good play from Tinny there.
Mind game, Tinny. He so expected that cut in, and Tinny did actually nothing with it, which totally surprised.
Got a little bit of a turn, but didn't touch it.
Yeah, it's always nice when you see a little bit of jukes going on. But again, zero effort. They're just a little bit slower, and Weedham girls is being super fast right now. Make sure they're getting to that ball, making sure they're getting those goals.
Kalik almost squeezed one in there. Cheerio trying to get one up for him, but connected with that ball off the backboards. Greasy trying to get that read in the block, but Tinny gets it past him, back into the blue zone, followed by Kalik. Tinny in a good spot to get this, and Maestro doesn't touch it, but he does. Of course he does. Very good defense coming out of Weedham girls. And that's something that Zero Effort's going to have to start watching for. Expect them to make those Spider-Man hits and start trying to read them and connect with them, get ahead, one step ahead, and drop them into the net that way.
Exactly, yeah. You want to make sure that you can see what they're doing, accept they're going to do it, try and figure out what they're going to, like, you just got to start to read your opponents, right? I mean, it goes for any kind of game, any kind of sport. You want to start to adapt to what they can do. And Zero Effort's doing it positional-wise, but they're not doing it as much in a prediction sense and trying to touch the ball. But again, it is very tough to do in Rocket League. I mean, people can, it looks like you might do it, and mind games come into play and all sorts of stuff. They can do many different alterations of a touch. But yes, you're very right. Like, Zero Effort should probably do a little bit more to predict.
Well, that's where mix-ups come in. Once you realize that your opponents start reading you, you start to do some other stuff, as we said, mind games. Remco with a second touch. Maestro getting a little bit of a bump. Can't put another one in. Minute 40 left, already left in this match. This one going by very quick compared to the last one. A good touch over to Kalik. Can he connect? That would have been a great play. No, Tinny. Why? Did you miss that wide open net? And a demo coming out from Greasy on Cheerio going to allow them to set up a play.
A lot of times the more open the net it is, the easier it is to miss because now the pressure's on, right? When all of a sudden you're concentrating, you're like, I know I have to make it in this tiny little part of the net because everyone's there. You sit there and concentrate. But when there's no opposition at all in front of you, your brain's like, I don't have to concentrate, I have this. And then you're like, but wait, what if I miss this wide open shot? So he rushed it a bit, and he paid a bit for it.
Second guess yourself, and that's why tournament play is so much different than just playing in ranked or with buddies. There's a lot more on your mind, a lot more on the line. And Maestro gets the pinch for a third goal. 50 seconds left.
Again, getting there quick is exactly what Weedham Girls does so well. Remco gets the touch over to Maestro. Maestro's ready. Tinny actually made it to the ball in time, but Maestro actually dunked him. If Tinny didn't touch it, Maestro actually might not have made that in. So it was fortunate in the side of Maestro, but again, being there as quickly as he was, unreal.
Well, it almost like Maestro was trying to go for that. I mean, the way they're playing, and there's another one. But the way they're playing, I'm going to say that was intentional to get that pinch. They're just on fire, and they know what they're doing right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say because I wasn't able to see his takeoff. A lot of times you'll notice the way they take off if they're ready for the dunk or if they were just going for the shot. But again, once these guys are on fire, they're just going to keep sinking them in one after the other.
47 seconds left. 4-0 on the scoreboard in favor of Weedham Girls. Shots are 9. And there's one. Cheerio. I mean, if they keep doing that right off the kickoff, they could maybe pull this one back for a point in the series.
There's always a chance, 40 seconds left to get 3 more kickoff goals, in the next 20, 30 seconds. But again, I like seeing when teams do that, when they keep fighting. They've lost 4 of the 5 games, and it's looking like they might lose the 5th as well. But they haven't given up. They're not trying to FF. They're not trying to get out of here. They want to keep fighting.
We'll give them consolation. The shot-to-goal ratio is definitely in favor of Zero Effort right now. 2 shots on net, 1 goal. We have 9 or 10 for Weedham Girls with 4 goals. 26 seconds left. The pressure is going to be real from Zero Effort as they make a last-ditch effort. There's a goal. Pushes it right through. Now we only have a 2-goal differential.
Another one. I'm getting a little excited. My heart's starting to beat faster now. I'd like to see if we get a couple more of these quick goals.
Good dunk.
Weedham Girls, mess up a few more times. I want this to be exciting.
I'd love to see this last one go to an overtime. I would love to see it. I'm sure lots of people are rooting on Zero Effort now because they have not given up. They have played their hearts out these matches. Obviously, a few mistakes in the past few matches, but they're not giving up, and they're doing everything they can to get a point. As we mentioned, every point matters. If they can get a win here, this is going to be tough, though. 8 seconds left. Tinny playing a little bit too much time on that. No real play is going to develop. Kalik with a nice little chip, but it's going to get stopped by the last Weedham Girls defender as we come down to 0 seconds. The ball touches the ground, and that is a straight-up 5-0 for Weedham Girls. And look at that. Like, we had about 4 shots come out in the last minute of play from Zero Effort, and I would have liked to see that a little earlier on in the set.
Yeah, and it's hard to know if Weedham Girls maybe sat back a little bit again, knowing they were that far up in the last game. They didn't want to just keep putting them down. They did it in the 4th game, putting it up as high as they did. But I loved seeing Zero Effort fighting as hard as they did until the very, very end, and I'm curious to know what they saw over at the other desk.
Played with their hearts. They played well, and yeah, we'll see what the guys over at the desk have to say about that 5-0 from Weedham Girls.
Thanks, gentlemen. Weedham Girls. I'm not sure if they're dudes, chicks, or a cop, but nevertheless, Weedham Girls is good. And I tell you what, 0 effort, 0 intent. They have yet to win a game. My heart goes out for them. But, they played flip side and they played Weedham Girls.
Easy peasy for Mr. Greasy and the Weedham Girls crew. And good job predicting that 5-0. My streak over, guess the 4-1. But really, Weedham Girls came out in form. They were struggling as of late, but this is a huge result for them.
Yeah, there were 2 big takeaways that I saw on Weedham Girls. There was their speed of their offense. If they got onto the offense, you had about 3 seconds to get back onto defense, or they were going to be putting them in. They didn't have a lot of goals off of long offenses. If they weren't able to put in the counter plays or put in the defensive punishment, they weren't going to be scoring. But there was that, and then there was Remco to Maestro. The passes we saw from this guy were incredible. The aerial plays between the 2 of them, and then you combine that with the speed of offense I was just talking about, and that was just you couldn't deal with it,
Well, Wave, James, let's take a look at these highlights. It was an old-fashioned woodshed match as Weedham Girls.
Yeah,
5-0.
you see that first dunk there by Greasy on the post, just forcing it in. He had a couple of those where he just double-tapped it like so close to the wall and was able to get it on point. But again, as Wave said, the passes from Remco were phenomenal.
Yeah, you, like you said, Maestro, that playing off that backboard, he was so good at pinching things and putting him in just these places that you couldn't see. And like, how do you defend against it, right? When they're pinching it on the crossbar, sending it down into the goal, it's so difficult to find the way to get at that angle. Yeah, you can see like this pass play right here, that ball, oh, that's the prettiest passing I've seen in a long time.
And another thing, I saw Johnny Boy, who's an analyst in the EU region, he said it in chat, and I say it every opportunity I get, is why leave somebody out of the goal on a face-off? It makes no sense. And people will disagree on this. Like, I talked to Kronovi, and Kronovi's like, no, I go for boost. You know, and I don't understand it. It's why you just leave somebody in net, they get that first pad, they have 44 boosts, they can have all the boost they need to make the save or get that long clear for the counterattack. I don't understand why teams do not leave players in the net on the faceoff. We saw multiple faceoff goals in game 2 and one at the end there. So hopefully they just lit. But Weedham girls, they're so good, but even them, like they'll just.
What do you gain? You know, so you go on to pick up the boost, and now we're going to go on this amazing counterplay. And if there's a team that I would say, okay, I can see you counterplaying really well, it's Weedham girls. Like I was just saying, like their speed is incredible. But what do you gain if they shoot the ball straight at the goal? Now you have to get from the corner straight back in front of the goal, and now you got 100 boosts, but by the time you get back to goal, it's more like 65, and okay, great, now you have 20 more boosts to make a save, much harder than if you just sat there.
Yes, but I would say, though, with zero effort, they are 0-10, but I do want to highlight that we've seen this before in the RLC Pro League in NA with failure to launch. They had to play the #1 ranked team in NA and the #2 ranked team in NA with iBuyPower and Kings of Urban. They ended up making it to the playoffs. So zero effort in that same situation. I wouldn't count them out just yet. And then on the flip side, with Weedham girls, yes, they got this 5-0 versus zero effort, but how will they fare against the top tier teams like Flipside, which is the final match that we get to watch today?
Yeah, we got a little ways to go before that. Let me tell you two teams that are going to give maximum effort when we come back. Flipside versus Mocket, the top two teams on the bracket below the Weedham girls. So these guys are going to rock it out next. Don't go anywhere. It's the Rocket League Championship Series right here on Twitch. Welcome back. It is time for match number 4. I'm Scott Cole along with James Spot, Leaf down there on the end. And I'm telling you what, guys, we got a good one coming up. Flipside taking on Mocket. Mocket did win 4-1 over RG earlier in the day. And of course, Flipside 5-0 over zero effort. So guys, tell me about this one. This is going to be rough as we look at these rosters.
Yeah, these two teams are teams that we would expect to see to make it into the LAN final. You can see a veteran, Pashy, Cheerio, and Sicky. That is actually a different roster. I believe Cheerio will be Mystic instead, so it will be Pashy, Mystic, and Sicky versus Mike Rules, Marky Duda, and Cooksier of Flipside Tactics, a roster that has remained the same since I started watching and playing Rocket League way back when. And so those guys being able to stick around and play together for so long and stay at the top is something that's unusual in the Rocket League.
And that's what I've always wanted to see. I don't like when, personally, I don't like when teams are just like, oh, we didn't win, so let's break up and create a new team. I like to see teams work through their troubles, develop, adapt, and grow together. And that's what you've seen with Flipside. It's just these guys so mechanically. Cooks here, oh my goodness. And he's learned. He's gotten better in areas that he was weak before, and they've just continued to stay at the top.
Yeah, Mike Rules and Marky Duda, those guys, when they played the 2v2 tournaments, they don't lose. They are so good, but they're playing with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. They were the #1 team for so long, and now that they have been out of the #1 spot for like 5 weeks straight, people are starting to say that Flipside has lost their touch, and I know that's ignited a fire under Mike Rules. He's ready to prove everybody wrong.
Well, you know, checking in on chat here, and I mean, there is a lot of Flipside fans in there, so what's your prediction?
I'm going to have to say this one is a tough one, but I'm going to give it to Flipside Tactics 3-2 here. I think it's going to be close, but I think Flipside's going to take it.
I hate going second because I always seem like I'm jumping on the James Bond train, but I was going to say the same thing, 3-2 for Flipside. I expect them, as you said, just to come out super hot. They just want to prove they're at the top, and they belong there. I think we're going to see that today.
Well, chat, let us know what you think. It's going to be a close one. These are two great teams. Without further delay, let's go down to DFH Stadium with Wavepunk and Lawler. Guys, take it away.
Thanks, Scott. I'm Wavepunk, joined again by my good friend Lawler here. Get to do this again.
What's up?
Dude, Flipside, Mocket EU. Maybe one of my favorite matchups.
Yeah, probably one of the most exciting that we see. I know tons of people in chat are like, where's Flipside? When do we get to watch them? And
it's now.
And we've been waiting for it for this reason.
Yes.
So
we're going to see some really exciting games. I mean, one of the only teams in RLCS to actually win, just like iBuyPower, all their matches. So really exciting stuff.
Yeah, no, flip side, one of those great teams, just like they were talking about on the analyst desk, you know, constantly, consistently number 2, number 1 up in there. There's not many teams that can claim to have been like in the top 3 for as long as Flipside have, you know, and they stick together in a world where we have rosters that change a lot. Flipside's been kind of just this monolith of consistency.
Right, and that's the best part about this is with things being the number 2 and 3 teams with Market and Flipside, these guys coming in are gonna put on a show. I mean, these games are gonna be exciting. Expect this to probably go the full 5 to come down to that finalizer. It's one of those things with these two teams where you don't see like a tilt happen. They've been in the scene for so long. They've got so many competitive games under their belt to where that mentality, that mental game that we talk about isn't really a factor. These guys just play what they need to, and do what they need to do.
Absolutely. I'm going to put it to you. You said you'll think it'll come down to game 5. Who do you think takes that game 5?
Flipside.
You go with Flipside?
Got to give it to the Vets. Those guys, they've been at the top for so long. They just they know how to do it.
Yeah, no, it can so much with so many teams come down to how are they feeling this week. And it feels like Flipside's just that one team that's not that way. You know, there's teams that when they're feeling like it, they can beat Flipside, but when they're not feeling like it, Flipside takes that number 1 spot every time. So I am excited to see. I'll just for argument's sake, I'm gonna go with Market on this one, and we'll see what happens at the end.
Awesome. Well, my question to you then, before we get into this, who's your player to watch for?
You know, I think it'll come down. Let's talk about Pashy.
Okay.
Say if he shows up with his dunking game, with his 1v1 game, this is going to be an amazing match. We'll be getting into it right now. Going on to DFH Stadium, we'll have Market in the orange with Flipside in the blue. Who are we going to jump on board with first off?
I'm going to jump on board with Mike Rules because he does rule pretty hard. Everybody rocking that tag, but this boy is sitting back, showing some patience. I can't wait to see what he comes up with.
They're going to strike first here, pushing up under the offense. Nice block coming out from Mystic, keeping that ball from going in. Mike was really trying to shoot that one. They're keeping the ball up in the orange corner. Now a nice clear coming out from Pashy, putting it up to midfield. Now Pashy with an opportunity to dribble this one in through the air, off the backboard. Here's Mystic for the follow-up, and they're going to put it away.
Too easy for this team. Already coming in, asserting some dominance. Look at this play. Pashy passing it up, taking another aerial touch off the crossbar, and I think that really caught Mike Rose off top. But the follow-through with Mystic, just tough to defend against.
Yeah, Markey wasn't quite in position. That was such an aggressive offensive drive there. 1 point up right now, Market in this game number 1. Markey's driving on the wall along with Mystic. Mystic gets the touch, puts it out to midfield. Cooks her with a nice shot. Kind of a blown defensive rotation.
I wouldn't even say that. Mystic just with a poor clear. Going up on the wall here, needed to get that further out. The fact that it hit the ceiling there, mounts right back down, perfectly centered for Cooks here. Too easy for him.
4:34, not even out of the first minute. We've already had 2 goals scored, all tied up here at DFH. Kickoff decently neutral, going to go more on Flipside's favor. Oh, it feels backflip from Siki. That ball's going to go over to the other side of the field now. Mystic going to play it off the wall and follow it up, trying to push it through. Wins the 2v1, and now he's got a tear away onto the goal. Well done by Mystic.
Lots of back and forth already. These guys not allowing momentum to develop. I mean, being able to tie up the game and then come back and score immediately after is what you want to see out of these top tier teams. They don't allow any big leads to come from it.
Sure.
The problem is though is there's already too many goals. They need to minimize as many saves and just keep, as Gibbs says, shots to a minimum. You don't want anything on this net. Make sure you're containing possession and doing what you need to do to get this out of the way.
Absolutely, a very aggressive game coming out here early in game number 1. Mike Rule's going to pick up the pass at midfield. Make a nice shot on target, a little bit high. Siki's going to be able to push it over and back into the blues. There's been great aggression coming out from Market here early in game number 1. Cooks are back on defense. Is going to try and clear this one out. See if he can dribble this one around the wall. Playing the patience game, going to pass over to Mike. Great pass there from Cookser. Mike's shot going just a little wide. Mystic's able to re-angle that one out and away. Siki going to pick it up from goal and take it back and try to turn this into an offensive. Good rotation. Going off the backboard. Goes for the clear. Doesn't quite get the clear he wants. They're going to be able to keep the pressure up, though. He's going to try and make it cross again. Duda hanging back in goal. Oh, and he doesn't get the touch. Great dunk from Mystic.
Yeah, great read by Mystics coming in. And that's the big difference that you're seeing between these two teams. When the ball's on Market side, they've got 2 guys actually in defense waiting for the goal. As soon as that ball's getting rotated out. The difference, though, is when Market sees that, they're sending a player in to contest it because they know they still have one back. That's where this difference in goal scoring has been.
3:34 left to go. 2-goal lead for Market EU right now. And they are waiting to try and push this one back, playing the patience game. Siki's going to keep it up on the wall. Duda reads it well, sending it across the goal. Mystic in goal's going to be able to pop it up. Not the best of clears, though. If anyone's coming up from flip side, they don't challenge it. Let Siki have it. Now Pashy's able to push it over onto the blue. Mike with a nice midfield shot, going just wide. Mike's been taking a bunch of shots like that. They've all gone just a little off target, though.
Yeah, they've also been quite a bit of a softer touch, and that's okay. I mean, if he's got a teammate to follow it up, those shots have been placed beautifully, so at least he's putting them on the net. That's the important key factor.
Nice clear coming out from Mystic, keeping that ball out and alive, holding on to their lead here as we're approaching halftime. Mystic going to try and push it out. This has been a nice offensive coming out from Flipside right now. A nice touch from Marky, and he's going to weasel it into the top.
Marky going up high for this one. That ball get popped out by Mike, and he's just waiting for it. Unfortunately, Mike wasn't able to get it, but Marky there to follow it up and put it in. Pashy almost good effort, though. Real close.
Yeah, very, very close. Just a little slow to get up into that ball. Not a word we usually use to describe Market EU. And now it's only a 1-goal game as we are approaching halftime still. Ball flying all the way onto the orange side. Mystic last line of defense, buying his teammates time. Siki able to push this one back out. Now Mystic and Siki trying to drive it up. Cookser with a nice clear there. Keeping that one out and away. Going to try and get the retouch there. Doesn't get the touch he wants. Marky with another touch. Going to cross to the other side. A lot of contact happening right now, but no goals being scored off of it as Pashy tries to push it out. Mike shuts it down, keeping it back in the corner. Mystic pushing it out again. A lot of kind of ping pong happening just in this one corner. Mike with a carry though. Can he get it through? No,
save by Pashy.
What a save.
Stopped it by Cooks here. Oh my gosh, what a follow-up play between these two teams. Look at this, trying to carry it in himself, makes a good play, but Pashy reading that very well. Doesn't matter though when you have an offensive rotation coming in to pound that in.
Yeah, such a strong follow-up from Cookser there. You know, those making Pashy make the play, and then he punishes immediately because there's no one else there. Tie game right as we cross halftime. 2:12 left to go. Cookser's going to pick that one up, push it back out. Pashy's going to get most of that 1v1 in the air and send it over into the blue corner. Flipside needs to be moving out now. We'll see Mystic continuing to provide pressure for this Market squad. And then pushing this one out. Nice shot from Pashy. He's going to go off the crossbar. So close. Here's the follow-up from Siki into the cover. Oh, and Cookser, a wonderful defensive player, making a wonderful play there, keeping his team alive in this one. And now we see the ball moving on to orange.
These guys are transitioning very, very quickly. Actually caught me off guard on that one. This ball getting centered into that corner, gets played right back in immediately. And that's what you want to see. These guys are rotating very well and just keep putting them on net. Eventually one of them is going to get put in. And that's the exactly point what are we trying to do. But Marky throwing some style in. Yeah. Maybe you should focus on putting it on net instead.
Oh, Mystic trying to carry this one all by himself. Mike Rolls is going to shut that down, send it back. Nice touch from Cookser, pushing this ball all the way up into the orange, but they give them a lot of space there. Market all the time in the world to push it back out. Now we see the counter play from Marky. Oh my goodness.
I actually didn't get to see that one develop. I'm kind of curious to see how it happened. Okay, Marky playing over the top. That's got to be rough for Siki though. Just barely missing that touch on that wall. Those walls with the way that they're adjacent, sometimes when it hits it takes a unique angle that you're just not ready for, and it catching them off guard. The bigger thing is about being able to capitalize on the top of that with the opportunity they were given.
Flipside mounting an amazing comeback here in this game one. They were down by 2, and now they have a 1-goal lead. We'll see if they can hold on to it. Nice setup from Marky, blown by Siki though, and that shot is on net. Mike is very far back on defense. He's going to be able to push this one back out and up into the orange half. Mystic wins the aerial 1v1, pushing it back into the blue. Nice ping pong happening here. Cookser's going to win that 1v1, sending it all the way back into the orange now. Pashy hanging back in goal, waiting for this. Mike going to pass over to Cookser. Great team play, broken up by Siki there.
Yeah, Marky actually had the third follow-up and was able to get it, just didn't get the right touch, and sometimes that happens. At least they're formulating the right plan, doing what they need to do to get themselves the opportunity to make these shots, but they're getting shut down, and that's the thing. The fact that they've came back and Flipside actually over the top right now, I thought that Market from the start of this was going to take it.
I did too, but they have proven us wrong here. Oh, no, the touch. Cookser gets back into it. Well done keeping that out, but the follow-up from Pashy. Man, they're capitalizing on the mistakes.
No, they're capitalizing on the caster curse. Oh my gosh, we're so sorry, you guys. But it makes for an exciting game. 12 seconds left. Anybody has the opportunity to put one in still.
All tied up. We're going to have an amazing, aggressive, offensive here in the next 12 seconds, or we're going to be going to overtime. Such good teams. Are you not entertained, though? Is this not the match we promised you? Amazing teams playing at an amazingly close level. Final countdown here. Mike's going to push that over into the corner. He doesn't want anything happening right now. This ball's in a bad position. He just wants it to touch. There it's going to go, and we're going to have overtime.
Overtime in the first match. That's what we like to see. Who's going to come out strong between these two teams? No one knows. but if they keep playing this way, it's going to be a tough one to predict going on.
Cooks are going to pass that one out. Pesci coming up from the back, hitting off the backboard, and he's able to dunk it for himself.
It's what the benefit of being the first one there is. It allows you to lead into stuff like that. Taking the first hit here, catching that shot from Mike, just barely missing it, and following it up too. That's the big thing, making sure you follow up your shots, cutting off all angles, and putting it in there to give themselves the first win of this series.
Yep, common mistake you see coming out from newer players or intermediate, amateur level players is making the shot and then sitting back and watching it. Right. Like, oh, I want to see if this one goes in, They don't make that mistake. They're going to follow it up. Yeah, absolutely. We talked about before that, flip side, one of those really steady teams, but they can tend to lose when the other teams are bringing their A game. Market is clearly bringing their A game today, so flip side has their work cut out for them in this series.
But the issue is this is just the first game. Are they going to bring their A game continuously through the rest of this series? That's going to be the big difference between these two teams, is if they can show the consistency and come with that punishment. If they don't, Flipside can easily bring this back.
They absolutely can. That game was by no means a landslide. It was an amazingly close game. Yep. So much fun to watch. I can't wait. We've moved on to Manfield. Mocket's still in the orange. Flipside in the blue. Flipside's going to move up here. Mike rolls. Oh, it feels backflip. Man, he had the 1v1 opportunity.
Oh, no,
that ball's right for
that.
Oh, Siki going to whiff on the clear. I don't think he expected it to be that easy. And so he missed that one. Pesci now with an opportunity. Going to get pushed out. Man, you got to be feeling for Siki.
Yeah, those are the ones that you need to make. But that top angle with that corner, with the way that it drops straight down like that, is really tough to read sometimes.
Oh man, Siki couldn't touch that one either. It's the second one Siki's had an opportunity for but missed. That second one, not nearly as easy as the first, but still just as good an option here. Want to see Cookser coming up from the outside, trying to make that clear. There's Mystic, and able to push that one in.
Good read off of that stop here. Look at this contest. Gets in front of it, and then takes a shot right immediately after. Those are what Mystic is trying to set himself up for, and the fact that he's able to do it on his own just means that he's got two players behind him waiting in case he doesn't make it. Good offensive pressure.
4:24 left to go. Mocket strikes first again here in game number 2. Pesci going to back pass to Siki. Nice move. Going to be moving that one out now. Cooks are going to take a shot. Pesci gets a nice clear. My goodness, that was impressive. Mystic going to try and carry this one out now with Siki on the counter play. They're going to push it up into the corner. No one really back in goal right now. Mocket is going to be pushing this one around. Marky Dudon going up for that one. Going to miss that one now. Cookser needs to come out. Oh, and he gets tangled up on Mike. Everyone kind of getting tangled up on each other, and now we have a tearaway?
That was weird.
Yes.
Marky originally started up going up for a block. He didn't get it, and it might have thrown some people off, but Cookser just fighting through that group of friends and putting it in himself. Getting demoed, actually, in the meantime. It doesn't matter as long as you put it in the net.
Tying the game up. First minute, 2 goals again. Very aggressive team play. Very entertaining to watch. Marky's going to win the kickoff, send it over into Mocket territory. Mystic's going to pick up the second touch and push it back into blue. We're going to try and push this one around. Pesci hanging back, waiting patiently. Going to go off the backboard, but Marky's able to clear it out to the other side before anything comes up. Siki going to try and go up on the wall. Mikey going to pass to Marky here. Cookser going off the back wall. No one really following up for a dunk right now. There's Marky coming off the backfield. He's going to whiff on that one. Cookser's going to back pass to Mike. Puts it off the wall.
Let's get read by Pesci.
Yeah. Buying his teammate time to get back, but yeah, Pesci really striking well right there.
That's really smart play by Pesci. If he's able to read that, that could spell big trouble for this Flipside team. Luckily for them, they're able to get it out and clear it out.
Oh, that ball crossing close in front of the goal. Not going to be going in. 3:16 left to play. Still all tied up. Nice touch from Mike. Getting it over the head of 2. Now 3. If Marky can just re-angle that one. Not going to get the angle he wanted. And now Pesci with the counter opportunity. He's going to be driving this one up into the corner. Somehow getting it through that pile of players. He's popped it out to mid. Nobody touching it. Marky's able to push it out as no one came up from the backfield to put that one away. There's Mystic coming up, and oh, it's going to go in.
That's what happens when you leave Siki alone. Able to take that whole side on his own. Literally doing whatever he wants, plays that perfectly in. We don't really see those shots that much anymore played into the corner because teams on defense all have the aerial potential to knock it back out. But when you make small rotations and no one to contest it, it leaves stuff like that open.
Very neutral kickoff here, right as we're coming up on halftime. 1 goal, maybe 3-goal lead. 2-goal lead, excuse me. 2-goal lead right now for Mocket.
Pesci, what are you doing, man? Look at this. Completely mind games, hits on the brakes, and then beats another one. Showing some mechanical prowess. Pesci, that's why we called you out the player.
The fakes, man, he is a strong, strong player. It's very entertaining to watch him come out here in this game number 2. They have a 2-goal lead. Flip side, we've seen them come back from this hole just moments ago. We know that they have them in it, or they have it in them. We get the words all in the right order there. They make more sense then. Pashy passing that one up. Cooks are going to go up in the air, try to hit that one's going to whiff. Now Mike in the corner. All the players kind of in the corner right now. Marky needs to rotate back onto defense. Mike's going to carry this one out, pushing it up to the midfield. Siki puts it over into the corner, and now we have Cookser back in goal for flip side. Marky Dudop pushing this one up. Going to try and get it over one. Pashy and Mystic both on the wall, able to bully that one through. They got a nice offensive going here. Cookser's going to try and blow it. That ball lofted in midfield. Oh, and Mike whiffs on the aerial touch there. Not going to be able to push it out. This ball's still lofting here. A lot of whiffing coming out from this flip side squad at the moment.
Yeah, those side angles are really, really tough. Probably the thing I have the most issues with, especially when it's an inverted touch like that, making sure you get up on the wall, jumping and repositioning yourself, and then rotating your car to get the angle while boosting at it.
Yeah.
It's a lot of things going on in a split-second decision.
Yeah, very, very high-level technical play. Oh, the fake from Cookser. Mike goes for the shot, but it goes off the top of the crossbar. Pashy has kind of a tearaway. Marky's able to get in the way, keep that goal out. Now they're going to go back onto the offense. The ball pushing back into the blue now. We see Mystic trying to get a nice play off the wall. Couldn't get the touch he wanted. Marky's able to run interference, clear the ball to the other half of the field. Everyone's going to need to reset up here as Pashy takes a shot. This shot is decently on net. Mike is able to clear it, though, pushing it all the way back. Really strong defensive rotations coming out from this Mocket squad right now. We'll see if they're able to respond. All they need to do right now, though, is just keep the ball from going anywhere. They can just run this clock down. They'll have game 2.
On the flip side, Mike's actually playing really good defense, too. Yeah. He's been getting up and doing a lot of Spider-Man, actually showing some hesitation, too. He's been waiting patiently for those balls to come in, and when the ball hits that backboard, he then hits it with it and gets a huge clear out of it. It's allowing them to keep this pressure off for just a little bit, despite the score showing otherwise.
1 minute remaining. 2 goals needed on the side of flip side. Cookser sets that one up for Marky. It was cleared out by Pashy. That goal is on net, too. No one really back in a place they can get to it. Oh, Mike kind of bails. What? And the ball is not in?
How is it not in?
What is happening?
Are they going to get a... Okay.
I'm so confused. So Mike bails on the shot, and then all the Mocket players are sitting in front of the ball, and they're like, hey, that's a pretty ball. What happened?
He had a teammate there that he thought was going to get it. I think Cookser was back there, and he's like, okay, man, you got it. And they just both went the opposite way.
And there's a shot cutting the lead down to just 1.
I guess it works mind games.
I think the momentum is shifting right now.
Yeah, that's weird to see that stuff happen. But that was a really good pass coming out from Marky and Cookser. Marky played across field, Cookser playing back in. It's really tough stuff to defend. Words, man, words.
98 kilometers per hour up into the top of the goal. So quick you would have to be to get up and into that one. But they still do have the lead. Mocket does. 19 seconds. It's do or die time here in game number 2. Marky Dudog getting bullied into goal, and Mike Rule is not getting the aerial speed he wanted onto that ball. Cooks are going to get it past Pashy, though. No one there to follow up on the side of flip side. Final countdown. They need to score if they want to force overtime. Siki trying to carry that one nice and light.
These pass
final
plays
second.
developing.
Mystic just needs to kill this. That'll be the end of game 1 there. Oh, Pashy's keeping that one alive. Mike Rules is keeping that one alive. Nice touch from Cookster. That ball is on net. Pashy shuts it down. Game 2 going to Mocket as well.
Yeah, that was really tough. You saw what they were trying to do at the end there, and they had the possession of it. It was just a matter of the fact that there was nobody going to cheat up because they were afraid of where they're going to put it. And that's a tough read.
Right. Now, man, Cooks are really coming up very clutch for this flip side lineup with 5 shots, 2 goals, kind of doing all of the offensive work here. Do you think that is the other player supporting him, or is he just kind of solo playing this? Like, what have you been seeing out of this flip side?
It's a lot of team play, to be completely honest. These guys are doing very well as a group together. It's just the defense on Mocket's been very strong.
Yes.
I'm surprised they weren't putting away more goals, especially with that mishap we saw when Mike's just like, I'm going to go this way, and he goes the other way. So
he just bailed.
It's one of those things that with these way that they've been playing, Flipside's been actually doing a really good job. The pass plays that they're developing, you saw the capabilities that they've had where it's gone across field and then just slammed in. So one of those things that they definitely have the ability to do it. It's just they're getting so close, but they're not just quite there.
Yeah, just needing to kind of finish off their offensive drives. That's what currently has them in a 2-0 hole in this 5-game series. Game number 3, though, we've moved on to the Urban Central, the train station, where it all began. Flipside going to push that one back over into their corner, try to make a counterplay. Mystic off the wall, though. Wow.
Mechanical play right here. Watch this. So the ball gets played in. He's going to read this. Just gets an even better touch. Taking that off the wall and hit with the nose of his car. Spikes it into the goal. I don't care how good of rotations you are. You just don't expect that stuff.
Absolutely not. Nice shot coming out there from Mystic off the wall. Putting his team up again. We've seen Mocket take the lead in every game. And even when we saw Flipside mount that comeback in game 1. They eventually were able to put it away. Maka coming out very strong today. Mike Rule's going to pass over there. Marky's going to take a shot, going on to net. Pashy had all the time in the world to block that one, though. Marky with a follow-up. Siki with less time, still with a great clear, pushing that out. Strong defense coming out from Market.
Very good follow-up coming out from Flipside, but that's the thing. The defense seems to be the deciding factor. Maka not letting those easy goals in, and they're not even letting the difficult follow-ups go in either.
2 players up on the Spider-Man defensive positioning from Flipside. Not the best of positionings, but it's worked out for him so far. Marky passing up far to Mike. Not going to quite get there as Mystic intercepts Flipside. No, Flipside's the team name. Cookser coming up from the back.
Oh,
that
a
a lot
touch.
of really good rotations coming out on this offense. They have some great pressure. If Mike can get that one in, doesn't quite get the touch he wants. Marky can't come up from the back either. Now the ball's moving back onto the blue.
Yeah, good follow-up by Siki there. Or Siki, my apologies. That's the promise we've been trying to tell you about, is these guys, when they come in, not only are you following up shots, but you have to do the same thing on defense. Cut off an angle, get in the way, throw your body in the way. Otherwise, this Flipside team is going to punish you on it.
Oh, Mystic, is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? He's trying to weasel it through all the players. Oh, what a flip from Cookser, pushing that ball out. Oh, it was an intense moment there. Marky going to pass this one up, see if Mike can make another touch to pass off the back wall. Great pass, but Marky wasn't quite there.
I don't think Marky was even ready for that one. That ball came out really quick off that corner. I expect that it was going to pop up a little bit as well, and I think that third rotation, the guy way in back, was going to come in through, but it didn't work in that way. This ball is now being fought back in the middle, and that seems to be where a lot of this is done, except for there's some quick rotations or maybe a defensive breakdown here and there.
Mike Rule's going up, going to win the 50-50, sending it back over into the orange. Now Cookser back on defense, needs to pass it out. What a touch on the wall. Got a lot of speed just off the nose of his car. That ball is lofted very well right now. If anyone can get up and into that, Cookser goes for it, but Siki getting the block, able to keep that one out of goal. Mike Rule's now back on defense, going to push this one up into the air. Marky Dudog going to go for the second touch. Now Mike with a third touch. Bowling it through 2 players. Well done. They only got to beat Siki here, but Siki running the interference, buying his teammates time. Well done.
Siki has definitely been doing a good job of getting in the way, and that's something that's definitely underutilized and under-talked about. Most people don't recognize that stuff, but the fact that he's just being a nuisance, which would be irritating, every time we go to clear the ball, this guy's in the way and he's just stopping it, it's got to be frustrating, and that doesn't seem to be deterring them, but you can definitely notice it in the fact that it's still only a 1-0 game. These guys have definitely cleaned up their act. They're not letting these easy goals go in anymore. It's going to come down to small minor mistakes if they can take advantage of them.
Crossing halftime here. There's still just 1 goal on the side of Mockett, despite lots of pressure. Did Marky get it? There we go. There's the tie game.
Yeah, that ball just getting lofted straight up, and that's always a scary place for it to be. Mike, that's beautiful. Mike was actually the last guy back there, and the fact that he was able to sweep in and get another touch on it is what led to that goal.
Well, did you see Cookser? Cookser took Mystic and just shoved him out of goal. Just pushed him into the corner.
Team play. Very good team play.
Really well done there. All tied up now. 1:57 left to go. Anyone's game at this point. Marky coming up from the backfield, trying to push that one up. Nice shot from Cookser, going to go off the back wall. Pashy getting up and into touching it. Really good stuff. I like how Mockett is always up on that back wall. We've talked a lot in the past about how the backboard is such an important play to put the ball for offense. But when you have a player up on the back wall and they're able to just get any sort of touch on it, it completely changes the trajectory and blows the setup.
Yeah, you see some of these shots going, oh my God, you're
wow. Right as we're trying to transition, Marky's going to take the lead here. This is one of the first leads they've held in this series. They had a lead at one point in game 1, but he's going to beat Mystic there on the corner, putting it back in. 1:30 left to go. They got the game. They got the lead right now.
Yeah, pressure coming in. If they can keep that up, they have the ability to take this one and give themselves a game. So far out of the first 2, they haven't yet, and it's always been super close. Now they just need to hold on to the lead and try to pad it a little bit.
Marky coming off the back wall. 1:18 left to go. 1 point lead currently for Flipside. Man, Mike Rules with a Fields backflip. That's happened to him a couple times this match. We'll see if they were able to recover and push this back up. This ball just sitting in orange corner. No one really challenging it. There's Marky with a shot. Marky really coming up clutch for his team on offense right now. Putting that shot just a little wide, and now we see Mockett back on offense. Final minute happening right now. Mystic taking a shot on the goal. Marky is ready for it and able to cross it up. Mike, if you can just get a touch onto this. No, Siki beats it to him. He's going to be able to push this back over into the blue. Nice defensive setup right now for Flipside. Cookser hanging back in goal. Mike's not even going to let it get that close. Clear it out. Now Cookser coming up from the backfield, able to pass it up. See if Mike can get another touch on it. He does. What a touch from Mike. What a save from Pashy. Great offense, forcing great defensive plays.
That's the thing. It's hard to have good defense unless a good offense is coming at you. That's where we can show the respect out of these two teams. And they're definitely doing that. They're showing some patience, but they're not being afraid. And that's what's making these teams so good, is the hesitation is almost non-existent. They're making plays with intent, and that's what you need to see out of top plays and top-tier teams in order to give us, a really exciting game.
Final 11 seconds, final 10 seconds. Flipside is poised to take their first game in this series. Final countdown. Market is pushing this one up. If they can just get this ball in. Oh, it's going to bounce off the backboard. Nice touch from Mike, keeping this ball over in the corner. Really hard to get this ball out of the corner in the final seconds. Market all kind of out of position. This ball still rolling around on the wall, but we just need it to touch. Nice touch there from Mystic, setting it up for his teammates, but they're boost starved. That's going to be game 3. Going to Flipside.
Yeah, really smart play there, just spiking it down. Don't take any risk with it,
No.
especially what we see capability in the air with these teams. I would not want to risk it, especially against a team like Market.
I think if there is a time to break the unwritten rule of Rocket League of once the ball hits 0, once the clock hits 0, don't let the ball touch the ground. I think in this situation that's okay. Kill it if you're in the lead.
Right.
Take your win and go home.
This is Rocket League, not volleyball.
No,
Spike it. Put
not
it
at
down.
all. Yeah, that's right. Put it down. Put that down. End that thing. So yeah, really good stuff coming out from both teams. A much slower game in here in game 3. We'll see what happens as we move forward into game number 4. Yes, math is hard sometimes, even when it's just counting.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this stuff and the way that they've been playing. When you have a team like Market playing, I think the slower pace actually benefits Flipside. So it's good to see that they're able to transition and adapt to stuff like that as well, where they can slow down the pace and control it a little bit more. When the ball is moving so fast, you get players that really take advantage of those mind games like Passion, where he's just, okay, I'm going to stop and then cut it the other way, or I'm going to pop it over you. And for the teams like Flipside, being able to do that on their own pace and just have the entire game kind of like that, I think it really works in their favor.
Game number 4, currently on Beckwith Midnight, one of the darkest maps on the Rocket League lineup. We'll see what they're able to do. Nice touch there from Mystic. Oh, Mystic keeping it out of goal. It was Mike Rules with the shot. Mystic with an amazing save. Fantastic stuff coming out early from both these teams, and now Market is looking to push it over into the Flipside territory. Cookser has fallen back. He's going to whiff on that touch. Siki has an opportunity if he can just get the angle correct. Marky Duda, able to get the block. Shot was not quite on line, but my goodness, this aggression, they got to be feeling the heat.
God, these guys are coming out quick, and that's what you want to see. If they can keep this pressure up, they're going to put themselves in a very good position. But the fact that Flipside is answering with their own tactics, sorry you guys, that was terrible. I'll never do that again.
Flipside answering with their own tactics. I'm not going to lie, I've been sitting here trying to come up with a Market pun, and I'm coming up a little dry at the moment.
Just don't mock him, man.
Oh, God, you're so fast. You're so fast. Just get out. Go home. Mike with a shot on net. Anyone get back into that one? Nope, Pashy can't get there. First point going over to the Flipside.
Yeah, Pashy looked a little bit timid here sitting in the net. Almost confused to an extent. Like, the ball got a big clear, he had to rotate back, and he had the ability to make a play, just didn't get the angle that he wanted, and able to sneak one in.
Mike Rule's going to put his team up 1-0, 3:46 left to go here in game number 4. A lot of players kind of going back for the boost. Siki and Flipside, or Sleepy and Cooks are going back. The players put their team names.
Oh my gosh, what a save!
Pashy able to get in the way of that one, keep that one out. Now they have the counterplay opportunity. Mike needing to fall back very quickly here. Mystic going to try and play this one off the wall. What a touch was that? That was like a turtle wall thingy. I'm not even sure. That one doesn't have a name, right? Cook's corkscrewed 720. Anyways, they're pushing it back over onto Flipside's territory. Mike going to clear that one back over. A little bit of midfield, kind of low range, low level ping pong happening at the moment. Both teams kind of feeling each other out, looking for a hole.
Yeah, really smart play. These guys are reading each other very well. Passes are being set up, but they're checking to the ball, and that's the most important thing. They're trying to cut off the angles that are being set up by this Flipside team, and that's something that we got to give Market credit for. They're very aggressive, but they're smart when they're aggressive.
Oh, Pashy beating out 2 people there with a 1v1. Marky says that's enough and just demos him, sends him back to his own territory. Now Mystic picking up ball control. That ball is on net. Can anyone get up and into that one? Nope, man, that was a long shot.
Yeah, Mike having a rough time trying to read that one. 1v1 setting that up initially. With a 1v1, you generally want to have the ability to beat one person.
Yeah.
The fact that he was able to beat 2, force a clear, and then get that played back in right away is what kind of set that up, but generally Mike has the ability to save those.
All tied up here, closing in on halftime. That ball's out the crossbar. Here's a follow-up from Cookser, and they're going to take the lead.
Good response, coming in early on that one. Ball getting cleared in yet again. Very, very long clear. Hit the crossbar, and they were lucky for them because that would have otherwise went in. He wouldn't have had that save. But the follow-up able to put that back into the net and give them up just above, a little bit over halftime here. Good place to be in, but definitely far from being over.
Yeah, Flipside taking a lead. They can tie the series up with a win here on Beckwith Midnight. Mike Rules and Marky both back on defense right now. Mike is just cleared up into the sky. Now Cooks are going to be coming up and trying to shoot. That's a shot on net. Pesci's able to get back and into it. There wasn't all that much speed on it, leaving him all the time he needed to kind of move back onto defense. Now Mystic back on defense. Going to pick that one up. Pass up to Siki. Both Siki and Mystic up on the wall. Interesting positioning there. Pesci going to push it over onto the other side. Marky going to steal the midfield boost as Cookser pushes it up. Nice play here. If they can make this one cross, it's going to be crossing kind of wide. You could see Marky coming up from the backfield. Not going to get the touch. Oh, a tearaway. It's going to tie it up.
Yeah, there was actually a play by Siki there in the corner that I was afraid wasn't going to get cleared out, and that's what Mystic and Siki have been doing very, very good together, is despite the poor touches and some of the worst clears, their teammates been there immediately to follow it up and push it back out. Those big clears, though, it's weird because when you see plays like that develop, it's forcing this Maka team to pull in. But then the same thing happens to Flipside. Flipside pulls in and kind of takes that, it's not even a bait, it's just, it's almost lucky, but it's not. Like, it's weird to explain.
Yeah, no, it's just very, very, like, just the next echelon of mind game. See what they're able to do. All tied up here. 1:47 left to go. That's off the backboard. Cookser has an opportunity. That's going to be a really tight angle if he had been able to get that one. Mike going to go for a shot as well. Pesci wins the 1v1. Now with Marky Duda, he's going to go off the backboard again. No one really there to dunk, though. Mike's going to need to fall back as Cookser comes up from the backfield, keeping the pressure up, but no one's really there to help him out. Siki's able to take ball control, pushing it back. There's Mike with that critical Spider-Man defense there to blow that backboard pass. Marky and Cookser both kind of pinching that one away. Ball's bouncing around a lot in the Flipside half right now. Not really able to clear this one out. Marky setting that one up. Cookser needs to get up and push off to the side. Pesci going for the goalie demo, but there was just no one there to dunk it. Oh, here's an open goal, though. That goalie demo might have actually been pretty critical.
Yeah, demo coming into effect. For those that are unaware, there's roughly 2 to 3 seconds after a demo that you have takes to respawn. And when you have that advantage, Pesci literally just cherry picking it. He's just sitting there waiting for it. He's like, I'm open, man. Pick me, pick me.
That was actually really crazy. Pesci goes in, he gets the demo, and then just backs out and sits in front of goal and waits for Mystic to pass it to him. Really strong team play coming out there. Giving Maka the lead here in Game 4. They're poised to take the series 3 games at this point. Siki going to pass this one up. Marky's going to get the touch there. They're not done. Final minute of the game. We need to see Flipside scoring to force overtime. Now they're going to be pushing this back out. They have not been able to maintain ball control very much in this game. The ball spent a lot of time over on the blue side. They've been able to score a lot on counter plays. Siki pushing this one back up and out. Mystic going to try and keep that ball away. Cookser pushing it up. Now to Marky. Back to Cookser. Can they get this passing game going on? Not quite there. Pesci's going to take it from him. Marky goes for the interference. Ball still just kind of sitting and somehow makes its way back onto the blue. And Mystic's able to push it all the way back onto the wall. Nice team kind of passing there. Final 30 seconds. What does Flipside need to do right now?
They need to have a pass play get set up. They're taking too much time just putting the ball at the net. The rotations are there to keep the pressure up, but they don't have the rotations to make a goal. So they need to put one on pace like that and then have somebody follow that one up. If they can do that, they have a very good chance of putting it in with 10 seconds left.
Yeah, there had been a follow-up there. That was the last goalie they had. Final countdown here. Great clear coming out from Siki, just pushing that one all the way over. And if they can get this ball just a touch, that'll be the end of Game 4. This ball is looking, there's not a lot of air here, but Mike has an opportunity. Cookser's behind him. Oh, what a great touch there. Clearing that one out. Can Marky pass up to Cookser? Yeah, okay.
Oh my gosh, he saves it.
Man, this ball is still staying alive. I'm surprised with it going off the wall there. I expected that to be the one that killed it. But they're keeping this one up. Nice touch from, Mike kind of overshot it there and wasn't able to get the touch.
It was a good pass play backwards. It's just a little too far. I don't think they expected it. But good attempt, good attempt.
Absolutely. And it was interesting. We have like a lot more shots coming out from Flipside here than we did from Mocket, yet Mocket was able to take the lead.
Yeah, very, very good defining play. Able to come back after that loss, showing that they're still in this, and that's what you want to see. If these guys are going to come back in and do this kind of stuff, now's the time to do it. These games are supposed to be very, very close, and whoever comes out on top of this is going to give themselves a good opportunity when it comes to the standings at the end.
Game 5, Mocket has already taken the most games of the series with 3, but Flipside still going to be able to redeem themselves, pull this back to a 3-2 with a win here in Utopia. Mike Rule is driving this one up into the corner, push this one around. Nice touch from Cookser. My goodness, it was soft, but it was accurate.
And that's all that matters. If you have the ability to take a soft touch, why not? We're so used to seeing these power shots, but little chips like that, especially when the placement is that good, holy cow.
So good.
That's tough to defend just as much as one that's being screamed from half court.
Absolutely, that upper 90, the ideal, the kind of the sweet spot in the goal. Putting it right there. Flip side is up, and here comes the counter play from Pashy going off the crossbar. Cookser's able to push this one away, relieve that. Man, what a pinch there from Cookser. This ball is lofted up. Mike's going to try and get up into this one, put it off the backboard. Pashy's going to get to it first and push it back out. Good clears coming out from Maka EU right now. Going to put it over into the corner. Cookser going to keep it in the corner there. Marky coming out for the challenge, going to be patient. Mike Rules hanging back in goal. He's going to be able to be the one to push this one out. Now Marky, they're up on the counter play. Going to try and get it past Siki. Siki, like we've been talking about all series, great interference coming out for Siki, buying his teammates time to get back on defense.
Yeah, Pashy actually had a really good follow-up on that last one, too. As soon as he had that ball in the air, he chased it down and gave themselves a little bit of an extra. Oh, so close over the top.
This
oh, my
pressure.
God, another one.
Can they get it in? No, missed example. Oh, here comes the follow-up from Cookser, still off the backboard. That spent like 10 seconds in the box.
It doesn't matter, though, if you don't put it in.
No, it
That's
doesn't.
They had one back rotating, trying to get some boost. And it's fine. I mean, if you have those two people, sometimes boost and being able to consolidate and re-look at what's about to happen, and give yourself some time to build that up, that's fine. As long as you come back in with strength on the next one, it's just they need to get it out now, otherwise all of it was for nothing.
3:36 left to play, still 1-0 in favor of Flipside. Cookser's going to play that one. Nice backwards clear there up to Mike. Mike's not going to go for it. He's going to let Pashy take it, put it back onto the back wall. Marky Duda blowing the backboard pass. Well done. Now Mike with the ball control, pushing it up into the corner. Siki buying time again for his teammates. Going to also
dangerous.
clear the backboard pass there. It was a close one, but no one was there to dunk, and now Mystic pushing back up on the blue.
That's what I was talking about earlier, though. They put it in some very dangerous positions on this Maka team.
Yes.
But they always have a teammate to follow it up. They always have a teammate that's there to cover that position. And I don't know if that's something they practice or if it's just something they've gotten comfortable with where they're like, yeah, put it somewhere near us, we'll hit it.
Man, Siki's blocking game has just been so good. You know, the critical, when you have a counterplay happening, Siki's able to get up and just stop the ball, which buys his teammates who have just been up on offense time to move back onto defense, get in the rotation.
there's a defensive
Great
ball.
clear there, but no one there. Pashy coming up from the backfield. This ball's still sitting right in front of goal. Marky Duda finally able to push it away, but that was about the closest chance they've had all game.
Yeah, these small little things are what make these teams so good, especially with how close Flipside and Maka have both been playing in all of these games in the series so far. But those small bumps getting people out of the way, just the ability to recognize, hey, I need to set something up just in case. There's no intention for it other than the fact that what if? You got to cover those bases.
Just crossing halftime. Still only one goal scored. Oh no! Cookser with a critical mistake. Or not Cookser, sorry. Cookser's the guy who scored.
Yeah, Cookser had a great mistake happen.
The happy accidents.
Happy little accidents.
Right there.
Yeah, played it off the ball. Put it in the right position. It just, Siki was the first one up. He was supposed to save that. It just, that touch with the car. Those are scary ones because even if he would have angled his car the other way, he wasn't far enough in the goal to get the clear that he wanted.
For sure.
So it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Man, you got to feel bad for him on that one. You know that's got to be kind of a morale breaker. We'll see if they can bounce back. 1:56, plenty of time to score twice. Marky, though, going to try and set this one up. Mystic gets most of the touch.
Oh, good
Mike
touch by
with
Mike.
the read, though.
That's the thing that they need to do. If shots like this are going to give themselves that advantage, especially if they want to get a 3-2 out of this and get that second win for their standings, they need to take advantage of the mistakes that were just given to them. Keep padding this because if mistakes happen to you guys later, it's not going to be as big as a deal.
Yep, nope, looking good right now. Flipside looking very strong here in this Game 5. Hoping to try and make the series a little more even. Nice little error pass there. The ball lofted up in the orange corner. Siki going to whiff on the clear. Marky going to back pass here. Mike a little overshoots him there. Cookser coming out from goal, having to push this one back out. Now we see Maka with an opportunity to score. 1:30 left to go. They need 3. Nice shot from Cookser.
Oh, even better
Great
save
by Mystic, keeping that one out. Pashy going to cross this one over to Cookser. Oh, Marky Duda with another opportunity, but my goodness, the defense right now from Maka is insane.
Small mistakes have been their downfall so far this game, but if they keep playing like that, they're going to give themselves an opportunity. I know a lot of you don't think a minute is a lot of time, but if they make passes like that, oh my gosh.
So close, just going off the post. Pashy going to try and push this one back, bend to the other hair. There goes Siki pushing it back, trying to get something happening here. They got to make this happen right now. They need 3, only 1 minute, just like you said, Lawler. The minute is an age, in Rocket League time. So much can happen. Siki pushing that one to the midfield. Smike going to push that one all the way back over into the orange. Right now, flip side, they just want to keep this offensive pressure up. If they can keep this ball over in the orange half, they'll be able to walk home with the victory here. Cooks are going for the midfield block. Siki winning that one. It's going to be crossing around. See if he can get into the way of this one. Mike, though, in goal, able to clear that one out. And now we see the counterplay happening. Great read from Cookser. Mike Rill's going to follow this one up, try and get it off of Pashy's hit. That ball sitting right at midfield as Siki comes up. He takes a shot, putting it off the backboard. Here comes Pashy for the follow-up. Pashy kind of waits patiently, goes for the shot, doesn't get high enough. Here's Mystic with the follow-up. Cookser, last man on defense. He's going to come up clutch, pushing it back out. 15 seconds. You think the comeback's happening?
I hate to be mean, but no.
Yeah.
No, I think they're going to secure that second one, which is really good for them in the standings. But shots like that, if they keep floating them in, they didn't do a bad job. This difference, that 3-2, is a good determination, as well as it kind of expresses how close these games were, but not to the extent of what we saw. These games being way closer than what that 3-2 actually displays. They could have went either way in a lot of these.
Absolutely. Very, very evenly matched teams here with Maka and Flipside. Really cool to see this high-level play between these two teams. And I just, I kind of feel for Maka on the end there. You feel like they kind of, the score there at the end was not showing, like in that final game, the score was not quite indicative of their skill level.
Yeah, after about 5 games, I mean, some stuff does start to break down.
Yeah.
But the good thing that they can get away with this is, okay, we're up 3-2 on one of the top teams.
Yeah.
We can bring that, momentum into our next games. They can really carry that through. And when it comes down later in the bracket, there's going to be other teams that are really going to have to fight to get the same result.
We'll see what the analysts and Scott have to say over on the desk. Scott, back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Wave Punk, my friend from Texas. That was a good one. I mean, that lived up to the billing. I know on the other side, I thought maybe Flip was going to get it, no pun intended. But, Mocket stayed in there. But if you're looking at the top of the table, it's actually Kapow right now. But what did you guys think of that match?
Yeah, right now, that really is showing that these two teams are the top teams in EU. We can expect to see these guys in that online final. Every single game, a 1-goal game, except for that last one, the overtime game in game 1. So really awesome to see those guys come out and play. And Mystic, I felt, was the superstar for Mocket.
I liked it. Yeah, this is, as you said, top EU play. It's fast, aggressive, pressure heavy. And that's why we saw a lot of goals off the beginning of the first game. Both teams just going all out on it. I felt personally that F3 didn't really get to their full stride until the end there. We're used to seeing some great passing plays come out between these guys, and it just didn't really happen until they had that, the end of the 4th game when they had to get that tying up goal and they just couldn't. That's when we saw them full stride, but unfortunately at that point they're already down 3 games.
Well, let's take a look at these highlights here so you can see how it broke down. Mocket with a 3-2 win over Flipside.
Yeah, and really, like I was saying, Mystic, this guy, he literally scored the first goal for Mocket every single time or game in which they scored. He was a machine. Pashy also coming up huge with some really, really critical goals, especially the one that was forcing that overtime and that overtime goal. But then also just talk about some meltdowns on behalf of Mocket. This one right here, they just could not, their brains could not compute. It was like watching bots
went
play.
bot mode.
Yeah, exactly. So, and we saw a couple times where Mock missed some of those really easy goals. Fortunately for them, it didn't come back and haunt them. But really, I didn't even, Siki was kind of invisible from an offensive point of view. I don't think he did not score a single goal, but fortunately he had Mystic, the playmaker from Spectral, now teaming up to make this Mocket team really come out and shine. And Pashy, again, he had that insane dribble goal, the 1v3, and he's a 1v1 player. So seeing him bust that out against an entire team in Flipside too, they're like a super good team. To see him be able to get that was something special.
Yeah, and actually, I was going to bring it up as you saw there. F3 seemed to have a little bit of trouble on defense. They just started to leave some open holes, and Mocket took advantage early on in the games. Flipside started to pull back later in the games, but once again, a little bit too late. I think it's just a little bit of defensive blundering at the beginning of the matches caused a lead for Mocket, and it was hard to pull back for Flipside after that.
Well, the crazy thing right now is Kapow is at the top of the table. We're still waiting to get the score from RG and We Them Girls. Last time we checked, RG was in the lead.
RG.
So I'm telling you, we got 2 matches coming up still to broadcast. Next will be the Flying Dutchman taking on Precision Z. Then, of course, our final match of the day will be We Them Girls against Flipside Tactics. Don't go anywhere. Keep it locked. More group stage coming up on Twitch. Welcome back to the group stage of the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Scott Cole, joined by James Bott and Lawler.
Hey, how's it going?
Triple T's on the desk. You know it's good. You know we're getting close to the end. This is match number 5. Still have one more to go, but coming up next, we got Flying Dutchman taking on Precision Z. And really, this is a match for some people that are in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, you can see here, and Mikagishi, Dadu, Tequilas, the guys from Precision Z, they've had a rough start. They're sitting at 2-8 right now. And then we've got Vogan, Dogu, and Jesse. We saw them earlier today, the guys on the Flying Dutchman, which is a fantastic team name, by the way. But they lost a close one versus Kapow. But this series right here, big for both teams. Precision Z, they're in the point where they need to start getting games, especially against a team like the Flying Dutchman, who's one of those teams who's not a guaranteed lock for top 4. Both of these teams are trying to get that 4th spot.
Yeah.
So
I mean, on the flip side of that, the Flying Dutchman has been playing very well. The fact that they went 2-3 against Kapow is phenomenal. So I feel like Precision Z is really going to have to step it up if they want to take it. Because if Flying Dutchman keep playing the same way they have been, it's going to be all Flying Dutchman, in my opinion.
Yeah, the Flying Dutchman, 2-3 against Kapow, and then Precision Z, they lost 0-5 against Kapow. So that might be a little bit of an indicator that the Flying Dutchmen are probably the favorite for this matchup. Yeah.
Well, if you're going to call them the favorite, you might as well give us a score prediction. What's it going to be?
I want to say 3-2, but that's boring, right? Let's go 4-1 in favor of the Flying Dutchman.
You can't stop reading my mind, James. Sorry. You know what? Just to make it interesting, I'm going to say 3-2 in favor of Precision, if I can even say the name.
Precision Z.
Precision.
Like Dragon Ball
Precision
Z, but just
Z.
precision.
But more precise,
Precision
right?
Z, I think it is. If you want to get in the total European mindset. Well, that's enough of these two yokels. Let's get down to the professionals down on the field. It is Wave Punk, and the Beard is back. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Scott. I'm Wave Punk, joined by the Beard, and we are the professionals. And as the professionals, what are your thoughts on this? They're bad-mouthing Precision Z over there. They don't think that they can hail it to Flying Dutchman. What do you think about that?
I don't know if I can agree with those yokels over there.
Yo, those yokels, they don't know anything.
But I mean, again, Precision Z's had a little bit of a difficult run so far in this qualifier. But I defended them over at the desk earlier. I know they've done really well. I've really enjoyed watching them in the past. I got to cast their game a little earlier. They had, a tough time. Just a little bit of a rough battle. And Flying Dutchmen have been flying high. They have been doing really, really well. They have been coming out strong. In the qualifiers, they kicked it. They kicked it good. Yeah. So
it's been interesting. Precision Z has been a team I've been watching for a long time. Just like all the tournaments, the Gfinities and stuff that I've gotten to cast down through the years. Made it sound like Rocket League's been around for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
As long as I have been doing this, they've been around, and I've always enjoyed watching them. Mikagishi and Dadu, such a great dynamic duo. They're just the passes that they can make to each other. Seen some amazing stuff off the wall to dunk things right in front of the goal and stuff like that. Such crazy cool moments for these guys. And so, even when they're not playing and winning, they're still very entertaining to watch. And I'm really looking forward to casting these guys again.
They very much are. And I do have to say that I think in the qualifiers, that the Flying Dutchman knocked Precision Z into the loser bracket?
The Flying Dutchman knocked Weedham Girls in the losers bracket.
But I think in another game, I think they actually won 2-1, I believe. That's what my notes say. Sometimes my notes could be wrong. Usually not. I'm a pretty perfect human being, but sometimes my notes are incorrect.
I mean, we're the professionals, right? This is what we do. So give me a map count. Where do you think this one's going?
I got to go 3-2 Flying Dutchman, because they've been performing so well. I don't want to go against my boys Precision Z, but again, I'm just going off of the performance I've seen so far today.
I'm not gonna be a traitor to Precision Z. I'm gonna say 3-2 Precision Z. We'll see what happens here as we get into game number 1 on DFH. We're gonna have Precision Z in the orange with the Flying Dutchman in the blue. All the Precision Z players kind of stacked up over here in the corner. They're finally going to pinch it out, send it over onto the blue side. Vogan waiting for that. One's going to pass over to Jesse at midfield. Nice pass. Going to be moving this one up quickly here. Nice touch, though, from the Flying Dutchman. There's Mikagishi. That ball's on net, but there he goes. He's able to pinch it in on the second touch.
Mikagishi was going to punch himself after that one if he didn't make this in. He had a pretty good shot, but thankfully he was able to get the second touch. He wasn't able to get the rotation he really wanted on his car to get the exact angle he needed, but him and Dogu came together to unitedly put that ball into the net.
They combined their powers, put it in. So well done. Goal number 1 going in favor of Precision Z here. 4:34 left to go. Put it back into the orange corner. Duke tries to push it out. Nice cross from Jesse there. Here comes the, Vogan was so close to that one, but Tequila shuts it down.
They're putting on some good pressure. Both teams have some solid rotations, some good aggression. But again, it's a little too early to tell how these teams are settling because it's the first game against each other in the entire matchup.
Oh man, Vogan to Dogu right there. So close, but Dogu gonna get in the way of that one. Strong defense coming out from this Precision Z squad right now as they hold the lead with just 1 point. Need to see them get back on the offense and increasing that if they want to hold it up, because right now we're just seeing so much aggression coming out from the Flying Dutchman. Here comes Dogu and Jesse again. Jesse gonna rotate. Tequilas is gonna set this one up, flying it back. Vogan coming from the backfield, gonna put this off the backboard. We'll see if anyone can follow it up. No, Michigageshi's gonna blow that one, set it off onto the wall.
Monstrous touch from Mikigashi there above his own net. He really got a good angle on it. You know, again, we had a little bit of a ping, but you could really tell that he got a nice touch. Again, we've talked about Spider-Man saves quite a lot when you're hanging on those back walls and the risk they can be. But if you're a talented player, they're actually going to work in your favor most of the time, so long as you make sure your touch is strong.
Dogu pushing this one up into the corner, man. They're just bouncing it off this back corner 3 more times in a row. Vogan taking a shot that goes just off the post. Really close one there. Mikigashi coming out from goal. Tequila's now hanging back. Dogu gets the cross. Can Vogan get into this one? No, he's not going to get the touch. Now Mikigashi and Dodu both pushing up onto the wall. Jesse hanging back on defense for the Flying Dutchman is going to be able to rotate into the offensive position. Mikigashi on the wall. Keep that one over in the corner. Great touches from Mikigashi on the defense here.
The Flying Dutchmen have some solid offensive rotations right now. They're making sure to keep it in the opponent's half. They're sitting far back enough to where they can support each other, but right here,
that was a close one. Dogu not going for the touch. Vogan had to get up very quickly and was able to make the save there. Coming up on halftime here, the Flying Dutchmen have yet to score. We'll see if they're able to change that here in the second half. Vogan making that happen right now, trying to. Going to pass that one up. Now Jesse with ball control, going to try and get it past Tequila's. Tequila's is not to be fooled, though. Going to push that one all the way back over into the blue, and now Dodu with an opportunity. He gets it past Vogan. It's off the backboard. Where's Mikigashi? He must have been hanging back really far. At this point, he was not going to be able to go up for that one. We're going to see the ball moving back to kind of midfield. There's a shot from Dodu. Jesse going to put it off the crossbar. There's Mikigashi coming up from the back. Is going to be moving over and around. Oh, now Jesse ends up with ball control. Going to try and push it. Gets past one. Can't get it past Dodu, though.
Would have been great to see Jesse start shaking people. I know, those of you that don't know, Jesse's a very, very talented 1v1 player. So when it comes to those 1v1 plays, he will do very, very well. But right now, a scary position for them to be in. Both teams are trying to do heavy counterattacks, which is smart because they're both being kind of aggressive right now, and they're both just they both keep ending up in like 1v1 situations where they're retreating on defense.
Yeah, but it's really unfortunate for the Flying Dutchman. They've had some great counter plays that have just come down to not shooting on net. They would fool the goalie, have a shot, and go off the post. So they need to be able to capitalize. They need to have a little bit more accuracy if they want to be able to take it to this Precision Z squad. Mikigashi now passing this one up. 1:42 left to go. Still 1-0 in favor of Precision Z. Dogu going to put it off the corner. Tequila's going to be able to pass it up now. Vogan going to rotate back on the defense. Jesse currently in goal for the Flying Dutchman. You see them winning that 1v1 there. Mikigashi able to clear it back. Nice read, pushing it back into the blue. 1:26 left to go. And Jesse's going to try and pass this one up. Oh, he's going to whiff on that touch there. Vogan and Dogu both kind of stacked up on top of each other. Now Dodu with a tearaway if he can get into this one, and it's going to go in.
Unfortunate mishaps by the Flying Dutchman. The first miss, I think, by Jesse messed up his two players. Dogu and Vogan didn't really know exactly where to position themselves. They both kind of went up. Neither of them really dedicated to it. Sure. And it was just an easy shot for Dodu across the field.
1:16 left to go. 2 points in the favor of Precision Z here in game number 1 of the series of 5. Mikigashi bouncing that one off the wall. Very clever back pass to Dodu. He's going to be able to put that one all the way up onto the backboard. He's going to put it off the backboard again. Here comes Tequila's off the back. There's Mikigashi. Nice, just they're using the wall right now to keep this ball up and in the blue area. They haven't been able to put it on the net just yet, but at this point they don't really need to.
Yeah, they're 2 up. They need to be safe. Make sure they don't concede 2 goals because the Flying Dutchman can most definitely make them pay for it, as they are right now.
There they go. My goodness, this play, this is kind of a nice kind of just dual threat option here. You see Dogu and Jesse both coming up. Tequila has to make a decision, so he clears out Dogu. Jesse immediately picks up ball control, is able to push that one up and in. Great play there from the Flying Dutchman.
Tequila's actually was in the midfield trying to bump out one of the blue players, hoping it would work in his favor, and it actually did. It's hard to say if that messed up the rotations.
Oh, man, okay. Dogu was able to get back into that one. We almost had that critical going for boost kickoff situation. Glad the Flying Dutchman didn't get punished by that. 40 seconds left. They're only down by 1. They can easily come back into this. They can just get some offensive pressure going on here. Vogan and Dogu both trying to try and push this one up. Jesse hanging back in goal right now. He needs to get it to clear here. Doesn't get the clear he wants, and there's a touch from Dadu. Oh, but Vogan making the save, and now he needs to make the counter play. Mikageshi's going to read it well, keeping this ball up. They're keeping the pressure right now. Man, Dadu coming up. The pressure right now for Precision Z is overwhelming. This ball is still just sitting in front of the goal. They're running all the time off the clock, blowing any chance that the Flying Dutchman can come back into this. Finally, the ball is making itself back over onto the orange. Mikageshi's going to try and make the touch, kind of whiffs that one. We see no pressure right now from the Flying Dutchman. They have to be taking shots. There's a shot. Tequila's with the save. That might be the game changer. Mikageshi going to push it all the way into the corner. If it touches the ground, it's the end, and there we go. Man, what a game.
That was close. You mentioned there at the end that there was no pressure coming out of the Flying Dutchman, but at the same time, they had just come out of a heavy defensive situation where they didn't have a lot of boost. They weren't able to retreat. They were being probably boost starved for a little bit because of what these top tier teams do. So they did their best to make it there, but they just didn't have the speed to make it.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. The boost starving game, very a different kind of level of meta we don't talk about. Very even statistically across the board with these teams. No player like really stepping down from the team. I didn't really see a lot of mistakes, just a lot of great offense and a great, just capitalization. Teams playing well.
They were playing well. They were both being aggressive, and we saw a lot of counterattacks, which is always fun.
Yeah.
A lot of hyper-aggressive counterattacks. Precision Z, their attacks seemed to last a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Those guys did get 4, 5, 6, 7 draws on a single attack, and that's where they were able to sink just a few more than the Flying Dutchman. But again, close games. I see both of these teams being able to fight this all the way through the end.
I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes. We are now on Urban Central nighttime. Gorgeous arena we've got here. The Precision Z currently up 1-0 in the series. What does Mocket need to change? Not Mocket was last game. What does the Flying Dutchman need to change to take this game number 2?
Flying Dutchman needs consistency. They need to be careful about the whiffs that they have. There were a few whiffs that would have capitalized into a goal, that they would have given them a great opportunity. But again, it was just a little bit of inconsistency. They went up a little bit too early or maybe a little bit too late, and they missed a pass or a touch that would have given someone an opportunity. So they just need to make sure that they keep that consistency coming.
Flying Dutchman currently on offense, trying to shoot there. We're not able to make that one materialize. Dadu's going to try and win this one. Vogan going to be able to put it up on the crossbar. Tequila's going up for the interference. Mikageshi going up. Wonderful vector block there from Mikageshi. An amazing save coming out from Dadu. The defense coming up clutch right now, though they don't really want to be having to do that. They need to be pushing back up here on the offense. There goes the Precision Z. The offense that we just got to see last game, trying to push this one back up onto the blue. Dogu's going to get it past them and push it back over and on. He's got an opportunity right now. Just got to get it past Dadu, but no, Dadu with the saves. What clutch stuff coming out from this team right now.
Like you said, these saves are not the kind of places they want to put themselves in. They really don't want to be making these saves, but they're doing a great job of actually pulling it off. It's insane.
Yeah.
So far, we've seen like 3 or 4 just whiz-by saves. They just barely put their car in front of a lot of good timing that's necessary for that, and a lot of high-level skill.
See them back on the offense right now. Precision Z is threatening. Jesse gaining ball control, going to weasel it past Mikageshi there and push the ball all the way back into the orange corner. Dogu going to set this one up well. And there goes Dadu for the interference. Nice touch, passing out. See if Mikageshi can get onto that one. Tequila's nice shot there. Mikageshi getting the bully there. Dogu's shot's going to go high. Here comes Jesse for the follow-up. He gets the angle. Oh, but Dadu again. We're only 3:29 left in the game. Dadu already has a savior medal.
I would not be surprised if Flying Dutchman is about to just leave.
just
all these
done.
saves, they've been robbed so many shots. I feel so bad. A lot of really beautiful opportunities they've actually been able to take advantage of, but at the very last second they keep having to deal with the defender just whizzing on by, stopping them and just preventing that ball from going in.
This wall of China defense gets backed up by some offense, and there's Dadu going to score the first point.
Man, it's so upsetting seeing so many good shots coming out of the Flying Dutchman, and then Precision Z able to squeak this one out. Dadu taking it really high from the top. Looks like that might have been able to be blocked. It was kind of hard to tell why he went up so late for that. He could have been bumped or lack of boost. A lot of times it's not, we need a little more indicators, I would like sometimes, to know exactly what's going on with these players' minds. But
sure.
Hard to know without being in their comms.
3 minutes left in this game. 1 point lead for Precision Z, and they're threatening again. Dadu with a nice carry. Oh my goodness, 3 players of gold didn't matter.
It doesn't really matter. Dadu's a very, very talented player. Apparently we're mispronouncing something very, very horribly, and they really want to hear us call him Precision Z.
Precision Z.
Apologies, everybody, but it's not the way that we.
But this is America. I mean, it's maybe a European teams right now, but I'm so sorry. We can try and call him Precision Z from now on. That'll be some time to get used to. What a shot there from the Flying Dutchman. Bogan shot going just a little bit wide. Mikageshi back on defense right now. We'll see if Tequila's be able to push this one back up and out. Vogan gonna try and carry this one again, pushing it up on the wall. Mikageshi gonna meet him there, pushing it back into the blue. Jesse with a nice read, nice ping pong going on here. Both teams reading each other very well.
They're right now kind of meeting in the middle. They're being aggressive on each other. They're trying to stop players. They don't want to see if these guys, that touch off that top.
Close.
Yeah, they don't want to see anything actually materialize from either of these teams, because they know that it'll probably be a goal. Mikageshi just a little bit too far to the left.
Come on, Mikageshi, you can't miss those. That was an easy one. But we just had two very easy kind of free goals on both sides get missed. We'll see what these teams can kind of tighten up their play a little bit here. Right as we crossed over into halftime, Precision Z has a 2-0 lead. Tequila's hanging back in goal. And try and push this one up. Vogan and Dogu, open goal again. Nice touch from Mikageshi, pushing it off onto the corner. Dogu gonna try and run the interference. Tequila's back in goal. Last line of defense gonna be able to get that over all the players. Passing up to Mikageshi. Great team play here. Dogu hanging back on defense, gonna be able to get that one out and away. Dogu gonna put this off the back wall. See if he can pass it over into the midfield. Doesn't get the touch he wants. Just kind of waiting for the reads, and Vogan and Dogu kind of doing what they want there. Dogu gonna pass this one back up here. Nice try. Dodu went up for the Spider-Man clear, but did not get the touch he was hoping for. A little bit of whiffs coming out from both sides right now. Oh, and there's Mikageshi kind of setting that one up, but it actually probably threw Vogan off.
The play has slowed down a bit from both teams. You know, they're kind of feeling each other out. I'm actually curious, can we call him Tequila Zed? Or is he just still Tequila?
It'd be Tequila Zed.
Tequila Zed on Precision Zed. But yeah, no, both these teams are kind of, they've slowed down quite a bit. Looks like the
what a shot
just
from
as I say
Dogu. Sending that one in from the corner. Very well done. They only have one goal to make up now.
Just as I mentioned it, Dogu with a good angle from the side, utilizing the power of that Octane, putting it into the side of the net. Again, if you're a goalie, you got to be careful about staying planted on all four wheels, because it's hard to react. You got to try and either put yourself in a position to come at the ball, or in a position where you're already kind of boosting. But it is tough because these players are good and they'll place it wherever they want.
You got him, man. It's 1 minute remaining. This is the final moment. This ball is threatened. Where is the third player? He's not going to be anywhere. It was probably hanging back too far. They could have tied it up right there. Final minute of gameplay. Vogan's trying to continue to keep this pressure up. Cannot get the touch he wanted there. Tequila's going to bully this one up onto the wall. Jesse and Dogu both hanging back. Vogan hanging back. They're going to be able to clear that one up. Dodu pushing this one back onto the wall. Nice long-range clearing. Again, as we've been talking about all day, if Precision Z, they have the lead right now. If they can just kind of keep the offensive pressure up, they don't really have to score. There's a shot, though. That might be another point. Jesse able to get into that one. Well done there. The ball going to be lofted back out. Here comes Tequila's from the backfield. He shoots, and he's going to score.
A little bit of a mishap there on defense. But you kind of mentioned something about, you know, when you're already in the lead, what exactly do you do? Do you keep your offensive pressure that's been working? Yeah. Obviously it's been working because you've gotten a few goals in. Or do you maybe play a little more passive, or do you just go straight defense? I've asked a lot of players on a lot of teams, and it's kind of mixed, or they don't really know.
Right.
There's just kind of a mentality change. They don't really consciously change their play style, but they just understand, like, we're in the lead, we can't let them score.
Right.
But it's different when you're at 0-0, you're more like, we need to score and get in the lead. So it's really interesting, and I like seeing how different teams react to certain situations.
Mentality, a very big part of this game. Going into game number 3, it looks like Precision Z is going to be able to take this game as well, going up 2-0 in the series so far. People were doubting them before, but right now they're looking hot.
They're looking a lot hotter. They've definitely organized themselves a little bit more, and they seem to be making sure that they're not giving up possession unnecessarily.
We'll see what they're able to do moving forward. Is there a player on the Flying Dutchman who you feel like should be stepping up a little bit?
More just I want to see it. I know Jesse's an insanely good 1v1 player.
Yeah.
I've talked to him quite a bit. He hops in my chat once in a while and tells me how bad I am. But I'd like to see him maybe utilize that. Slow the play down. We saw him do it the first few times in the games we saw him earlier, and he was slowing down that ball in the opponent's corner, and he was making sure that he kept possession, drove it up the wall, did a lot of nice stuff. He didn't do that as much this time, and it might have been because Precision Z was putting the pressure on him. But I'd like to see a little more out of Jesse, just because it's fun to watch him.
Yeah, we have 9 shots to 4 shots. 9 shots from the Flying Dutchman. They had a lot of pressure, but like we were talking about at the beginning of this match, they've had some great opportunities, but then their inaccuracy kind of comes up and haunts them. And they're not able to put the shots onto net, and so that gives us the score we've got right now with Precision Z in the lead.
Yeah, especially after that first game with all those saves.
Yeah.
I would probably be pretty untilled after that. That was insane. Some insane saves coming out of Precision Z.
Yeah, man, props to them. Such a strong, I love watching strong defense. Precision Z really bringing it right now. Tequila's going to win the kickoff, but Dogu's going to get the most of that one and send it back over on things. We're still on Urban Central, but it's daytime now, and it's raining.
It is a weather change. It seems we've traveled a bit in time, but hopefully they'll play just as well.
tell you, this train station might be in Texas. Weather can change that quickly. In Texas, that place, man. If you don't like the weather, just hang around for 5 minutes. Dogu going to go up on the wall, try to set this one up for his teammate Jesse, who's hanging back in goal. Jesse's not able to get the touch. Dadu sends it off the back bar, but Bogan able to push this one back out. He's got an opportunity to put this one in. He's going to get it past Tequilas.
Bogan didn't waste any time putting that ball on target.
Sure.
The ball kind of went around, and he just kind of followed through with it.
Such a great counterplay there, straight out of his goal.
Definitely. Precision Dead probably thought it was going to bounce. They waited a little, got a little too patient, a little too complacent with that. And Bogan's like, nah, man, this is coming for you. Deal with it.
Jesse just going to try and push this one up. Right now, the Flying Dutchmen have a 1-0 lead. See if they can extend that here in game number 3. Jesse keeping that ball in the corner. Dogu goes a nice touch there, sending it out towards the goal. He's not going to have enough speed on it. Jesse, wow, Jesse got up fast, setting that ball up well. Bogan almost getting the touch there, but not able to put the dunk away. Really impressive stuff coming out from Flying Dutchmen right now. Their pressure, where was this pressure last game?
It seems like they just weren't gathered fully, and a lot of times when you're being put on pressure, it's hard for you to gather your thoughts when you convert from defense to offense. I realize it's a really tough time when teams are being put on defense hard by a very strong opposing team. It's kind of hard for them to transition to offense. And then even when they do get into offense, part of their mind is still getting ready to get on defense. So if they come out quick early, which they have, then I'm expecting to see a lot more offensive plays from them this game.
3:34 left to go, and still no real offensive moments for Precision Z yet in this game number 3. See what they can do right now. The ball just kind of sitting in their corner. No one really wanting to touch it. Everyone being very polite, waiting to kind of play it off of each other's read. That meant the ball was just sitting there. Finally, we're going to see this ball starting to move out. Mikageishi winning the 1v1, sending it up into the blue corner. Tequila's coming up as well. Tequila's going for the goalie zone there. Not getting the touch he wanted, though. And now we're going to see Dogu able to push this one up. He's gotten it past all the players. We see them having to fall back, very much playing on their back wheels right now. Literally having to make backward saves at the moment to do. As this ball is sitting right there. Can anyone get into it? Man, to do with a clutch hit there, sending it over into the corner. But, man, not the kind of defense you want to have to make.
Scary defensive plays there. There were two guys sitting in net, but thankfully a third player of Precision Z came and swept them off their feet, brought them to victory, able to stop that ball from going in.
Oh, man, that ball was lofted well. Dogu able to get up into that one. Dadu was very much on point. That probably would have gone in. Here's off the backboard again. Dadu playing up very, very close to the goal.
Very close, very quick, but the Flying Dutchman probably should have been up for that. It looks like Bogan was in net. He maybe should have followed it, but he saw Dogu fall down. Maybe they thought miscommunication issues.
For sure.
Dadu did get up for that quick. I do want to give him credit for it, but again, that shot was relatively savable from the Flying Dutchman.
All tied up here as we are approaching halftime. Precision Z is going to try and push this out again. Dadu coming off the ceiling there. Tequila's going to whiff that touch, and now Mikageishi is going to have to come out from goal to provide the pressure. This ball sitting in midfield, very much just hanging around the 50-yard line right now. Dadu able to push this one up. We got multiple players back on defense for the Flying Dutchman. Here goes Tequila shooting at the goal. Dogu is back. Here comes the follow-up from Mikageishi, and where is Dadu? No, he's not going to be able to get there before Dogu is able to push this one all the way back. Dadu had actually fallen all the way back onto defense for the Precision Z team. See them moving back now. Flying Dutchman trying to create some pressure. Oh, Tequila's had an opportunity. He started to follow a player into the air. Not quite sure what happened there. Dadu able to push this one out. Tequila's currently back in goal for Precision Z. As Dadu is able to push this one out, they're going to be moving up the far wall, trying to push this one around. Nice dribble there, getting around a couple different players, still sitting in the corner. Mikageishi sets this one up. We're seeing nice, just the ball's moving from one side to the other side, but they're keeping the balls very much on the walls, and no real shots are materializing right now.
They're not making insane plays, and the defense is doing a pretty good job of shutting down these wall plays. But to be fair, at this high level, wall plays aren't that insane. But what I do want to touch on, and I've actually seen it a lot, and we've been trying to find a way to show everybody. We talked a little bit about boost play and these high level plays. Boost starving is what these teams do. You essentially want to prevent your opponents from getting boost as much as you possibly can, so they can't jump in and get aerials, they can't contest balls. So you'll notice right now, Precision Z just came into the opposing half and actually took the boost. When they push it into the opponent's corner, they'll oftentimes just kind of snag that corner boost and then retreat, or snag the corner boost and then go for it. You just keep an eye, because I've seen both these teams do it pretty frequently. So watch when they put it into the opposing team's corner, how they just always kind of sneak away and steal the boost.
Right. That's a good strategy to, and like we've said, there's no real kind of good metric to watch that. Oh my goodness, Dogu with an opportunity, can't get it in. Tequila's keeping that ball out, not getting any medals for it, but man, great plays there. He's going to be able to get the counterplay here. We've been talking all day about counterplays versus offensive pressure or sieges, and maybe for the newer viewers out there, what's kind of the big difference there between offensive pressure and a counterplay?
So offensive pressure is generally when you just constantly have it in the opponent's half. You're keeping it there. You're taking shot after shot. You're forcing them into defensive maneuvers. You're forcing goals at a net.
What a shot! I talked to you about this beforehand. Dadu to Mikigashi. Watch this team play here. Up on the wall, up in front of the goal. Mikigashi just crossing it right there, and Dadu. That is the closest moment. There was no moment. If he had hit it any more before there, it would have just bounced back out. He hits it right at the last moment, putting it in. Now we see Precision Z with the lead.
Dadu did a great job of reading that, and again, this just shows these guys have played pretty frequently together. Dadu followed that pass oh so well. He knew exactly where his teammate was going to put it. He stayed up by the post. He wanted to make sure he was hitting that down into the net, because if he got a little bit too low, he might have pinched that into the ball.
Anyone going to get onto that? No, not quite. Great carry there from Dadu. Right now we have 10 seconds left, and the Flying Dutchman, they need to be able to take this game number 3 if they want to be able to take the series. At this point, the last countdown's happening. They need to score. That ball is lofted out there. Dadu's not going to touch that one. 3 games in a row here going to Precision Z.
Precision Z has come out much stronger this game than in the last series, and they've done a very good job of proving that they are the skilled player. And, again, I stand by what I've said by them. They have their off times, they have their on times, but when they're on, and it's really fun to watch.
Very much so. It's been really impressive watching these guys. Again, such an even game between these teams. And there was a time in the middle of the game there where maybe things kind of slowed down. Players were playing a little bit slower. They were just going for the reads. Like we were talking about the counterplay versus the siege. We kind of got cut off on that conversation. But yeah, like they're mixing things up. They're not just sticking to one strategy right now.
Yeah, and I like seeing players kind of utilize the counterplay. So to kind of finish up the thought, generally when you're doing a counterplay, you put yourself on defense and you wait for the offense to overcommit.
Yeah.
You wait for somebody to be out of position or for a goal to be open, and then you just go straight from defense to offense. You get a hard clear. You and another teammate go chasing after with a third kind of tailing behind, getting ready for that third touch if you need to take 1 or 2 more shots. And that's usually how counterplay advances. And usually that goes into an open net or a relatively open net, or maybe a one-on-one situation where both players are kind of retreating and they have to try and defend it. So that's the biggest difference between just being on straight offense and the counter plays.
Yeah, we do see we see teams like Weedham Girls, just such strong counter plays, always coming out and scoring. And if they don't score within that first 3 seconds, you actually have a pretty good chance that you're going to be able to hold off their onslaught, because they don't often play on that siege game. But then we have other teams like we've been seeing out of Precision Z here. They just pound that shot at you over and over again. But like we were saying before we went to the break, they've been mixing things up. We've been seeing a little bit of the counterplay, a little bit of the siege, kind of going back and forth, making for very entertaining games. Here we go into game 4 though. And what Flying Dutchman though, they are kind of on their back heels.
Already, it's in the first few seconds of the game. It's so hard to really tell how a team's playing.
I meant in the series.
Oh, in the series.
Down by,
yeah.
3.
Yeah, Flying Dutchman haven't put themselves in a pretty situation. They're down 3 in the series. Again, we do play all 5. Every single game does matter. It's not the place that they particularly want to be in, but I do want to mention they aren't the kind of guys to give up. They will keep fighting for it. There's a very good chance they can win these next 2 games. All these games have been within, 1 to 2 goals. They've been really, really close. So, again, these games are going to be just as exciting as the previous 3.
Yeah, and it's important to take as many games off of these teams that are kind of around your skill level, Flying Dutchman and Precision Z, kind of in that kind of middle group that we've been talking about. They're teams that can probably take a number of games off each other, and it's important to get those games because when you go up against the teams like Weedham Girls, you're going to be lucky to get one. To Dogu going with a shot, going off the backboard. Vogan came up from the back for the follow-up, but great interference from Mikigashi. He's going to keep that one away. Jesse is going to whiff on that touch and not be able to get there. Some nice defense coming out here from Precision Z, keeping this one out and away. Tequil's going to pass it out to the midfield. There goes the ball up. It's going to get through the defense there. It's going to be moving around. That was kind of a derpy moment there. There goes Dadu with a shot off the top of his car. Jesse making the save. Great stuff coming out from Precision Z. Here's another pressure. Here's the offensive pressure we've been talking about.
The offensive pressure, and it seems like, a lot of people will talk about trust, especially if you play a lot of solo standard. One of the hardest things to do is trust your teammates. But that goes both ways. A lot of times these high players trust their opponents to make the touch. And I've seen a lot of...
Oh, what a pass from Jesse to Vogan. That's going to put them up on the board.
We were actually on board with Vogan here. We could see him he saw Jesse up there and he kind of slowed down. He's like, you got it? Ah, yeah. And once he got it around Dadu, he came up for it. And again, there was a trust on defense. They trusted Dadu to make that touch, so they didn't fill that gap. And they actually left that gap in the goal, which is where Vogan was actually able to sneak that in.
1-0 in the favor of Flying Dutchman. 3:14 left to play, and they're going to clear it very hard over into the Precision Z half of the field. Dadu going up and just whiffing on that touch. Mikigashi hanging back in goal right now. Trying to push this one up and around. There goes Mikageshi from goal. Going to pass up to Tequila's. Nice touches there, but no one really to follow it up there. And the ball's going to end up back in Flying Dutchman's control. Jesse put it off the backboard. Great backboard play there. No one really able to finish it off, though. Dogan going to come off the wall. This is a good touch, good angle, but Mikageshi very much in the way on that one. Going to keep that one out. Dadu setting this one up very high right now. No one really going to be able to get it, but then that one, they're going to wait till it falls back down. There's Vogan with a shot on net. Mikageshi and Tequila's kind of pinching that one out. Send that one flying to the other side. Vogan gets a critical demo over on there. They would kind of relieve the moment where you can't have as many players moving up on offense. A little bit of kind of the mid-range ping pong happening again here. Just kind of feeling each other out, looking for those holes, looking for those counter plays.
Yeah, you see Precision Zed's a little bit more on the back foot right now. Again, being a goal down, they're a little more scared. They don't want that gap to get any bigger, because one goal, that can happen in literally 0 seconds. I mean, we've seen it happen with 0 seconds left on the clock. 2 goals, not possible. So they're being a little more timid now. They're sitting back. They don't want that spread any larger than it already is. But Flying Dutchmen are very determined to make sure that they are up by as many points as possible right now.
That was a scary moment right there. Vogan and Dogu moving up, very much a dynamic duo trying to score. This ball's going to fly all the way back over onto the Flying Dutchman half of the field. Dogan trying to win that 1v1. Ball sitting in midfield. Vogan gets it through. Tequila's last line of defense. Able to push it back over into the blue. Jesse getting a touch. Great read from Tequila's. And that shot is very close to being on net. Dadu couldn't quite get the touch. Pass from Mikageshi to Tequila's over to Dadu. Great interference from Jesse, pushing this one back. Great touch there from Mikageshi, clearing that one out. We'll see if they're able to do this. This is some great pressure. I'm saying great a little bit too much right now. Vogan, though, creating this pressure, though, for the Flying Dutchman.
Creating the pressure is a big thing, and making sure that your team is trusting you to create the pressure is another.
Oh, look at that carry.
Go for it, go for it!
Oh, so
no!
close.
I wanted to see it happen so bad. I completely lost my train of thought watching that happen. It could have been one of the prettiest goals we've seen yet today. But again, trusting your team to make the pressure is another big thing. It takes relief off of you.
There's Mikageshi coming over the top, still off the backboard. Can anyone get back up into this one? That was very much a good moment. If Mikageshi could have gotten the touch, the defense was completely blown. Final minute, and we're seeing Flying Dutchman with their first real chance to take a game off of Precision Zed.
Precision Zed feels the pressure, and you can see they're putting on the aggression hard. They're making opportunities, and
they do tie it up. They do it. They just like you said it. You called it.
A defensive mishap here, a little bit of misrotations. Jesse goes for the ball, and no one really fills his spot. Dogu's still following the ball. I do not know where Vogan was. I'm assuming maybe he got caught off, couldn't get the boost, but it was a pretty easy shot for Precision Zed there. Not much of a difficulty coasting that in.
Final minute of the game, all tied up, 1-1, 46 seconds left. Either team can take this in regulation. We'll see what can happen as they move this ball around. The ball very much over on the Flying Dutchman side of the field. Precision Zed trying to push this one up. Tequila's whiffing on that one. We'll see Dadu to Mikageshi. This pair, we've seen them pass stuff before. We'll see if they can keep it up here in the final 30 seconds. Another great play to do, crossing that ball. Tequila's hanging back on defense, not wanting to play too aggressive at this point. He's going to come up as Mikageshi rotates. And now we have Vogu and Dogan. Vogu and Dogan. I knew it was going to happen. I'm glad I made it all the way to Game 4 before that happened. Tequila's with a counter play here, trying to pinch that one out and away. Final countdown. Mikageshi playing it off the back of his car. It's still sitting right here by goal. Here comes Dadu trying to get the angle. What a tight angle. Can he put it? No! Tequila's almost there. And there's Mikageshi with another shot. Oh, wow. So close there at the end of regulation.
Precision Zed did not want overtime. They tried so hard to keep that out of overtime, but here we are, 1-1 into the 4th game. Let's see if Flying Dutchman can get that victory.
Oh, Mikageshi trying to carry that one to do. Oh, this was a good play. Some nice fakes coming out there. All of them committing up on the offense right now, and they really need to be falling back right now. Precision Z is not able to get off of that one. Vogue's going to probably play this one. Mikageshi hanging back, ready for the touch. Dadu going to play that one out. Dogu's hanging back, waiting for it. Able to push it back onto the wall. Try and push this one out. Tequila's whiffs. Now to Mikageshi. Back onto the back wall again. They've been able to keep the ball very much onto the blue side. Finally, we see Vogan pushing this one back over on to Precision Zed's half of the field. Dogu with a nice angle there. Mikageshi and goal coming up, passing up to Dadu. Nice team play there. That's an open goal. Vogan is rotated. Interesting position from Vogan there. Not sure what he's trying to do. Mikageshi trying to win the 1v1. Be a hero. Dogu's going to shut it down, say not today. Mikageshi bouncing it around. Oh, man, that was a good pass there. Dogu read it so well, though, before Tequila's could come up from the backfield. And here's Jesse with an opportunity. Great interference from Dadu. This ball is still on line. Vogan has an opportunity. No, Mikageshi shuts it down.
Both teams are so scared to get scored on right now. They're taking their offensive opportunities, but they're trying to take them as smart as they can. They'll see an opportunity, and the opportunity kind of fails. They drop back. They make sure they have the defense. They're trying to go for counters right now, which is a smart thing to do.
All three Flying Dutchman players are currently in the corner. This is a great opportunity. There's Mikageshi. Oh, he had the shot. It was so close on net. That could have been it right there. It didn't happen.
very, very close. But yeah, these guys are making sure they're taking their opportunities as smart as they can. They want the counter. They don't want to concede a silly goal. They know, I mean, this is a pretty intense overtime, but these guys are waiting for the opportunities and trying to make it as opposed to forcing it, which in an overtime opportunity isn't exactly, it's a pretty smart idea in certain situations.
We've seen overtime goals happen on kind of like own goal situations or just unfortunate circumstances, and they're always kind of anticlimactic. There's a shot from Tequilas. That's not going to be anticlimactic at all. Well done from him, beating out the defense, taking the lead.
He found the shot. He saw it. Vogan went for boost. No! Vogan! I bet you he's beating himself up about that. He does not want to see that happen. He saw his opportunity 100 times. I'm not trying to fault him too much on that, but it's just that all it takes is that 1 second of just not thinking hard enough, and you let it in.
Such a hard decision to know, do I hang in goal, or does my teammates have it? Do I have the time? And then when you make the bad decision, it's always hard. You always feel like you made the wrong one, but the thing, I don't think that, there was Jesse and Dogu who were up in front of him on the front lines. They had the opportunities to stop that ball as well, so I wouldn't pin this at all on Vogan. And it's a team game.
It's hard to say. I mean, trust comes into it, but at the same time, if his two players weren't in a place to get it, he needs to know to make sure he's in net as well. So it's really no one can be pinned on it. It's just a matter of like mass communications, making sure everyone's on the same page, which is so hard to do in such a fast-paced game like Rocket League, which is why it's so entertaining.
Yes.
Because you can see some high-level players do some really weird stuff because, like, just for half a second, they're not on the same page. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
What was that? And, like, all of a sudden, they're just not where they should be. Man, it's why I love this game.
It's been so much fun to watch. I'm excited to see what we're gonna have moving forward here into game number 5. We got Beckwith Midnight. Again, man, the weather just changing so much on these stadiums so quickly. Time of day, just spin that world around. We have the Flying Dutchman, who currently have not even taken a game off of Precision Z. Precision Z up 4 games right now.
I'm a little sad. I like the boys on Flying Dutchman. Really nice guys. But I've already defended Precision Z over on the desk and here at the booth. I'm very proud of both these teams have been able to give to offer, and all these games have been very close.
Did the desk call everything in favor of the Flying Dutchman? I think all their calls were in favor of the Flying Dutchman.
No, I think they were against Precision Z. For Precision Z. But
they were? Okay. Okay, cool. Well, good. Then they called some things right then. I'm not remembering it correctly then. The dude to try and pass this one up, pushing that one out. A lot of kind of just mid-range clearing going on right now. Jesse going to try and create some pressure, but no one's there to follow up. Tequila's able to push this one out. Actually kind of whiffs on that touch. Mikageshi had to make a save there as Vogan made a great shot. Mikageshi going to try and push this one up. 2 players sitting back in goal for Precision Z. Not the best situation. Jesse going to get a demo there, and Vogan coming up from the backfield just a little late.
Some of the bodying we haven't seen yet in these matches. We just saw Jesse go for a demo on the goalie.
What a touch from Mikageshi, putting that over the players, and Tequila shuts it back down.
No, he almost had it. Jesse was right there on the defense. I think he thought he was going to get it, but Mikageshi got there just before him and pitched it right around him, and there was no one in net to protect it. And there it goes, sink it in, 1-0.
It's a game of inches, a game of seconds. Mikageshi showing it right there. Just a split-second decision can be all the difference. Well done. And now we have the Flying Dutchman threatening, trying to bounce this one off the backboard. Tequila is able to take that one and push it back out, trying to go on the counterplay. Vogan shuts it down, sending it back on the backboard. Dudu going to clear that one out and away. Mikageshi currently hanging back in goal. He's going to clear that one. Great clear from Mikageshi, straight on to net. Dogu had read that one, though, and was able to fall back and clear that one up from being just kind of a nasty tearaway. Now the ball bouncing back around. Tequila's with ball control. Mikageshi falling back onto defense. It's just Tequila's and Dudu on this one. There's a cross, but no one's able to put it away.
There's a lot of control coming in at both teams, which I'd like to see. They're slowing the play down. They're bringing the ball on top. They're killing the ball. They're keeping it on the hoods of their cars and dribbling it a bit, which at the same time needs to be contested. These guys are giving each other a little bit too much room sometimes, and that's where they're able to carry it across the field. But so far, it really hasn't amounted to a whole lot. So maybe they're kind of realizing, like, oh, he's just going to carry it to the corner. I'll just let him do it and drag his boost over there. It's hard to say.
For sure.
There's a lot that's been going on, but I'm liking the slow play where these guys are kind of killing the ball and dragging it on their cars.
Jesse, be trying to shoot that one. Nice pass there, but great interference coming out from Mikageshi, keeping that one out. Dogu going to put this one back up on the wall. Dudu needs to make a save. He gets it out of the way, but here's the follow-up from Vogan, and they're going to tie it up.
Here we go. Flying Dutchman bringing it into town, keeping the aggression on. We get a good touch by Vogan, hits that perfect spot in the corner. That's a sweet spot. Jesse comes in, 50-50s, 2 players. We know who'd win in an arm wrestling because he just made sure to beat the 2 of them, and then Vogan coming in to sink it in.
Yeah, just putting the ball in. That's what really mattered there. Great stuff coming out from Flying Dutchman. They tie it up. see if they're able to continue this aggression here as we are approaching halftime. Dogu going to put this off the back wall. Jesse falling back for boost. They're actually going to leave Precision Z with ball control. Vogan going to miss that one as Tequila's going to drive this up, try and get it past Jesse. Passes it over to the far corner. Dogu going out. Jesse and Dogu both going out for this one as Vogan falls back into goal. Nice shot from Dogu. Going to be going just wide because of Dedu's save. Dedu has been playing like a monster on defense all series.
Dedu's been doing it. We've seen some really nasty saves from him. But yeah, I want to touch on a little tactic that people do. You know, we just saw kind of 2 players on the Flying Dutchman following a ball, which isn't, you know, people talk about like, oh, never have 2 people in the same spot. And there's some differing opinions on that. Like in most situations, like, yeah, you want to spread out, give yourself more options. But I've seen a lot of plays happen that are,
oh, here's an opportunity. Oh, wow. Vogan was able to get in the way of that one. That was impressive.
Vogan noticed that he might not win that 50-50, so he started heading there as soon as he realized what was happening. But again, a lot of times when you follow with 2 players, sometimes you can actually make some good opportunities. Some really light touches to each other. You can even bail each other out of certain situations if you realize like, oh, he's lost control, and you can kind of take it off their hood or do all sorts of stuff. So it really depends on the situation. Sending 2 players near a ball is never, it's not really inherently a good or bad choice, but it really depends on what's happening in the game when you do it.
All about the context. You know, in that situation, Jesse and Dogu were going up in the wall, but Vogan was falling back onto defense, so it was okay. It was all right for them to push that up if that's what they felt like they needed to do. So still tie game, 1:30 left to go. Dedu's going to try and clear this one out and away back into the corner. We'll see who is able to make stuff happen here. Vogan trying to make a shot. Nice touch from Tequila, putting that all the way back onto the blue. And now he's going to follow it up, wrap it around, see if they can make a setup happen here. Dedu and Vogan kind of both going up there. Now Mikageshi with a touch. What a touch! Getting that forward momentum on there. Tequila's not able to get the final follow through, but a great touch from Mikageshi. And Dedu's going to keep this pressure up. There's Jesse going to be passing this one out. Mikageshi coming from the backfield, very neutral 1v1 at that point. Tequila's going to play it off the wall. Final minute here. Who do you think is going to take it?
It's so hard to say. I'm really enjoying the Flying Dutchman's rotations right now. We saw all 3 of them kind of circulated on defense, and when the balls popped up, one went for the ball, one went for net, and one went to follow for the pass.
Perfect.
All in one. And it was actually like really awesome to see. I'm hoping that I can John Madden it one day and just kind of show you all the slow-mo.
Yeah.
But in general, yeah, I'm really liking their rotation, and I think they can pull it out.
Oh, what a setup from Dedu to Mikageshi. He's got it past one, just had to get it past Dogu, but Dogu says no, shuts it down, sends it back away. Now Tequila's coming out from goal. Dedu also came out from goal. Kind of a sloppy rotation there. This could be bad for Precision Z. Mikageshi actually is able to rotate all the way back. Flying Dutchman were not able to punish that mistake. Dogu going to try and push this one out. Here comes Tequila, is able to get that over Jesse, and he's got to run now if he can just get this up. Final 15 seconds. Anyone can take this. Mikageshi bouncing that one around, see if he can push this one out to Dedu. Oh no, Jesse has an opportunity if he can get the angle. He waits a little bit too long. Dogu came up from the backfield, was not able to get it past Dedu. Final countdown. We might have overtime again, and here comes Dedu again. It's up in the air still. It's going to go off the wall, and there's overtime.
Just die that off.
Yeah, it was just like, it might, it's not.
Both teams fighting for their lives right now. I think they both have a very, very good opportunity. This again, Precision Z. Precision Z. Look, he's already got it in my head. Precision Z in a good place with 4 victories already. All they have to do is try and sink this last one to get the precious 5-0. But the Flying Dutchmen have yet to give up in a single one of these matches.
Yeah, like we said at the beginning, every match counts. You know, even though they've already lost 4, winning that 1 is a big victory for the Flying Dutchman if they can just take that off of Precision Z right now. Right now they're having to play some defense. Vogan playing off the wall. Nice touch from Dedu. Jesse's able to get into the way of that one, keep it from scoring though. Ball's going to be popped in the midfield. Here comes Tequila's from the backfield. He's going to win the 1v1 with Jesse, sending it back. Dogu, man, great 1v1ing right now for Precision Z. Winning everything with his Flying Dutchman squad. Dogu's on the wall, going to try and set this one up. Nice touch. Here comes Mikageshi from the backfield. Able to clear that one all the way back into the blue, and now they're going to be on the counter play. Here comes Dedu, setting that one up. Tequila's going to be stealing some boost, falling back, ready to get a touch here. Beats Jesse. Here comes Mikageshi from the back. All this, man, they're making some like long-range rotations right now, but both teams playing cautious. Neither team wants to lose.
They don't want to lose. They know the next goal is it. They both want the win. Like we say, every single win counts. So even though they're 4 down right now, the Flying Dutchman would like to maybe at least get 1 to get the point up on their record. But again, these teams are being a little bit passive, which is not a bad idea when you're in overtime. You know, a single accidental pinch going towards your net could, you know, end the game.
It feels like they're kind of like they're pulling their punches. They're not as much, they're almost scared to shoot really hard and to really commit on the offense, because we've seen some good shots, but they've all been saved. They've all been well defended because everyone's playing more defensively. Jesse's trying to set this one up as Vogan hangs back in goal for the Flying Dutchman. Mikageshi going to get it past Jesse from wrapping around the corner. Now Dogu in goal, able to clear this one out and far away. Dedu into the corner, We have Tequila's hanging back in goal alongside Mikageshi. Mikageshi now going to be able to pick this one up. They're trying to push this one out. Dedu setting that one up. Tequila's going to pass this one up. Mikageshi has an opportunity, but Dogu able to shut it down. Such great long-range defense here. The ball's going to be bouncing around. Mikageshi, he had an opportunity. He thought Vogan was going to go for it. He didn't. Now Tequila's going to be able to pass it back over, buy his teammates some time to roll around. And my goodness, this is just such back and forth right now.
Both the teams are very, very timid. They do not want to overcommit, which again, in this situation, maybe one of them should just go for it. I think if one of them just puts 3 players up, they can definitely get the goal. I mean, right now I think they're all just hoping for like one nasty shot.
Oh my goodness, that was the closest one we've had so far. Jesse's putting that one on the net, but Tequila's able to get the save. This ball's still lofting very dangerously. 2 players whiff on that one, and Dogu has an opportunity. It's bouncing. Is it still? There we go. They're finally able to put it in.
It's exactly what they were hoping for. They just wanted one defensive mishap, but we got a double mishap there with Tequila's and Dadu both missing that. Doku almost didn't sink it in. I don't know if actually it looked like it did go in on its own anyways, but he did have a player coming in to reassure him that that ball was going to be in the net.
And you know the Flying Dutchmen have got to be feeling good about this match. They were able to finally take a game the very end, which is maybe the hardest game to take. You know, if you're going to take a game, that first game or, the second game or something like that, but when you've lost 4 games in a row to the same squad, to finally have the morale and the mentality to be able to come back into this and take a game off of these guys, that was really well done.
Precision Dead definitely pick up their pace.
Yeah.
And I hope we picked up our pace on their names.
Yeah.
I know I did it a few more times. I'm sorry, guys. We're doing our best. But yeah, they definitely picked up the pace. And I'm honestly really impressed with the way both of these guys played.
Yeah, they played very well. Let's see what the analysts thought over on the desk with Scott. Scott, what did you guys think?
Well, I tell you one thing, Wave. Zed is not dead. They go from 7th up to 4th or 5th place. And that's how big that last game is. When you talk about these game of 5, if they would have won that final game, they would have now be in 3rd place. So, I mean, every game counts. What do you guys think of this one?
It really was a surprise. I mean, I called 4-1, right?
I called 4-1, right?
But it was for the Flying Dutchman, so I really had that one wrong. But Precision Z came out and surprised me. Again, this 5-0, it's kind of a little bit deceptive because 4 out of 5 games were 1-goal games. So Precision Z, or Precision Z, I'm sorry, guys. Precision Z really came through in the clutch to keep their dreams alive, and now the Flying Dutchman in a very rough spot because Precision Z, the Flying Dutchman, those guys are fighting for that 4th slot in reality.
That puts a lot of unwanted pressure for Flying Dutchman. I mean, they came out really strong and showed some games against Kapow, but then when they come here and take only 1 game out of the 5, it puts them in a disadvantage later on. The games that they have coming up are not going to be easy. They don't really have, to be honest, in the EU, any easy games. Like, every team can come back and forth. So the fact that Precision Z was able to come out and make a huge play and really stick their advantage, it's got to feel good.
Well, let's check out the replays. It was some close ones. We had 2 overtime games, but before you know it, it's 4-1.
Yeah, and although Mikageshi opened up the scoring for Precision Z, it was the Dedu show. That guy was all over the field on offense and defense. He was on fire.
Yeah, everybody had their own part to play, but Dedu definitely had some major crucial moments that allowed him to get in there and score some goals. But even the small goals, like that one from Jesse, was so close. But the defense actually coming up for the failure against that team. I mean, Precision Z's defense, hands down, really saved them a lot against this Flying Dutchman team.
Yeah, because really the offense for Flying Dutchman was struggling, and it wasn't due to lack of shots. I mean, anyone who was paying attention to the scoreboard after every game, there were lots of shots by the Flying Dutchman. They just could not put anything in. And when the Flying Dutchman took down Weedem Girls, it was like Dogu was the guy who stepped up for them and scored a lot of goals. And then Vogan was there to support. But here, Vogan scored the majority of goals for the Flying Dutchman and really just more shots on net and good shots. And like we were talking about, it's quality over quantity a lot of the time. So unfortunate result for the Flying Dutchman, but Precision Z, super pumped to keep their dreams of making it to the online final alive.
It's got to feel really good. I mean, you saw some of those plays, and like you said, Dogu and Vogan, they worked so well together, and you just didn't see those goals that they had going in. I mean, the pass plays that we saw out of God, I can't even think of their name now.
But good passing plays.
Yeah, the good passing plays. They were setting up things very, very well. It's just they weren't making the shots that they normally were before against Weedem Girls. So the fact that they were able to shut that down, I mean, all the props for Precision Z.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lawler, James Bott. Now it's time for the marquee match. It's, Weedham Girls is going to take on F3. That's right, flip side. And this is part of the standings here. This is going to be a big match between these two. This is it. Don't go anywhere. We got the final match right here on Twitch. Keep it locked. Well, it's the final match of the weekend. Not the final match of the group stage. We'll still have a whole nother weekend to come. Scott Cole along with James Bott, and also we got Findable Carpet now joining us on the desk. And I'm telling you guys, this is a big match. I've been pretty much sitting here all day waiting for this one. Weedham Girls and Flipside.
Yeah, right now these teams are sitting in the top 4 spot, and right now trying to secure their spot to get into the online final. And you can see Flipside Tactics, guys we all know who've been around forever. Mike Rules, Marky Duda, Cooks here, going up against the Weedham Girls squad of Remco, Maestro, and Greasy. This matchup is going to be fantastic. And honestly, I'm expecting a 3-2, but I'm not sure which way it's going to go. We saw Flipside earlier in the week. They beat Mach twice. They beat them 3-1 in Gfinity and Rocket Royale. But then on this stage, they fell to Mach 3-2. So Weedham Girls looked very good versus Zero Effort. Both of these teams 5-0'd Zero Effort. We'll see which team's going to come out on top. Honestly, no idea.
A lot of it's going to come down to mentality, I feel like. A lot of it's going to go, they both know how terrifying each other is. And they both know they have to bring it right now. So they could easily kind of get freaked out or kind of get unconfident if they try to lose a game or two. But they seem to be doing a pretty good job even when they're down a game. They've been keeping up the pace. But this should be one of the more difficult matches for both of them in this group stage.
Yeah, both mentally tough.
Yeah.
Well, currently Weedham Girls is second, and Flipside is tied for third with Mocket. So with Kapow at the top with already 11 wins so far here in the group stage here in this first weekend, this is going to be a huge one. Quick prediction from you, James.
Oh, man. My predictions today started off pretty good and then started to go downhill. I'm going to say 3-2 to Flipside again.
I was actually going to go 3-2 Weedham Girls.
All right. Well,
so again,
right,
here we go.
Face it off.
Good luck.
Well, you've heard it here from these guys. The lobby's ready. I'm not going to stall any longer. Let's kick it over to Leaf and Lawler down at the stadium. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Scott. And being a Canadian, I've been at the butt of a lot of jokes this week, so I feel like a small victory had been won by hearing all of these guys say Zed the past few minutes. But yeah, no, this is going to be an exciting match. What a great way to top off the night.
Yeah, no better way than these two teams coming down to the finals. As the desk was saying, with the way that these two teams have played out, they're both top 4. Whoever can get that slight advantage, like if we see a 4-1, that is going to those standings are going to flip. Like it's going to make no sense with the distance that some of these teams have the ability to put themselves ahead of. If they can take an extra game off, I mean, everybody's saying 3-2. If they can sneak out a 4-1, things are going to go very much so in their favor. They're going to very much so solidify a chance to be in that top 4.
There are two factors really that I think are going to come into real play here. Is we have Flipside not playing the strongest that I've seen until the end of that last set that we watched a few games ago.
Right.
But Weedham Girls coming out super strong, but we also know they can be inconsistent. So those are two real factors between the two teams. What one do you think is going to be the strongest one coming into this match?
That's the tough thing, because Weedham Girls, their story has always been consistency. If they can come out and do exactly what we know they are capable of, how do you stop them? Like, if they come out and show the showcases of those pass plays that they were making earlier, you can't defend against that. Like, there's no way.
But we have the game loaded up for you guys. This is going to be an exciting next few matches as we got Weedham Girls and Flipside kicking it off to see if they could secure themselves some extra points, because it will come down to the wire when we hit our week 2 of round robins off the kickoff. Mike Rules already trying to set something up. And there's Marky Duda. We'll see if Cooks here can follow up. He cannot. It gets pushed out by Maestro. Weedham Girls now on the attack. Up in the air, but demoed Mike Rules. But Greasy taking opportunity of a little flip there from Weedham Girls, and it's in the net.
Marky having too much fun destroying Maestro and bumping Mike instead of rotating to the net. Two of those guys falling down that left-hand side. One of them needs to get in goal and give themselves some defense.
Demos can be great until you put yourself out of position, as Mike did right there. Quick early goal. It's a very good start for Flipside, or sorry, Weedham girls. See if Flipside can turn that around and get another goal themselves. Greasy in the air, out to Maestro. Great wide rotations, getting this ball back into the orange zone. We'll see, if Flipside can get the ball pushed out, they can't. Remco challenges that one, puts it right off the backboard. Maestro trying to get a touch. Greasy gets it instead. Cooks here with a good touch to push to the side. Remco challenging that one in the air, but now Mike has ball control, puts it out to Marky Duda from that contest. Marky with a good touch out front. Remco with an easy push to the side. Cooks here, nice challenge, keeps that in the zone.
I like Remco's way of applying pressure with this Weedham girls team. He recognizes
the touch!
Oh my gosh!
From Mike Rules off the backboard to tie this up.
Look at this play. Marky Duda flying through there, catching everybody's eye. Turns out he's not the bird you need to be paying attention to, and Mike Rules going to sneak that one over the top. Good mechanical play, good follow-up. We talked about that all day. Follow up your shots, even if they're not yours.
As a bird, because he was flying through the air. That was beautiful flying. That double touch to put them on the scoreboard. That was some style points extra, so they're actually up 1.5 on the scoreboard in my books. We got Cooks here now trying to set up another one. But Mike Rule is going to catch that push back from Weedham girls. Weedham girls now have control of the ball. Greasy already getting that cherry pick, but he can't connect. Maestro to keep the pressure on. Teammates following up behind. Marky Duda, good challenge on the wall. Mike is up, but drops down as Cooks here does some upside down flying. Now in front of their own net, Marky Duda, great passing, dangerous to push out in front of your own net, but it worked out. They knew what they were doing. Back down to Weedham girls zone. Mike Rules trying to set something up for his teammates, but Weedham girls back on the attack. That's in front of the net. Remco getting in position as Cooks here pushes it out. See if a contest comes out in the win from Greasy. Almost in that far side, and there is the finisher. Marky stuck on the post.
Man, getting cemented down there. You see Greasy trying to go up and make a save. Ball ends up getting out of his way and played near post, but that save initially not cleared out far enough. Remco able to follow it up for an easy goal, giving themselves the 1-2 in this game.
There we go, 3 minutes left in the match. 2-1 in favor of Weedham girls. Let's see if they can increase their lead coming in the next 3 minutes of play. Up the wall goes Greasy. Good touch on that to get past Marky. Also gets by Cooks here, but Cooks here getting a little feisty. But Greasy reciprocates with another touch of his own, getting 3 defenders almost blocked out, but Weedham girls not taking advantage, gets stuck back at midfield. Remco, good touch. The second one out front. That's a good opportunity, and Greasy finishes that with another dirty flying aerial.
Weedham girls with Weedham rotations, they should change their name to. These balls are flying perfectly in the corner and following it up, knowing those angles on those corners to where it's going to ricochet back into the middle. Those are the things you need to set up your team for, making those plays, but generally we don't see that anymore. Too many times do we have a teammate or somebody on the other side able to get an aerial up in the middle and knock those out, so they've been playing backboard. Glad to see that they're still able to go back to some of the roots of what we see in Rocket League with some of these aerials and capitalize on the opportunities given to themselves.
Well, what's really working out right now is they have, Cooks are going to try to get a second touch. Can he do it? He does! Oh, Marky takes it.
Got a little cheeky touch here. Good teamwork play. You see Kukusar and Marky going. Marky just stopping his boost, completely kills it and jumps up yet again immediately after to follow it up. Good recognition from Marky, seeing that his team had the higher ground.
And I think Cooks here actually had that one as well too. What a way to follow that ball, showing what Cooks here does best in the air. Marky Duda takes the point for that, but it doesn't matter. They have another goal in the net. Cooks here with the block. It's going to be pushed up by Remco. Cooks here back out. Can he follow it up? No, he's going to leave that for Marky. Marky with the pressure on the ball. We have Mike Rules, the last defender against Maestro. Cooks here missing that one. Greasy with the pass from Remco. And this is amazing teamwork coming out of the Weedham girls team.
Yeah, it's a really tough situation to be caught in. Beating one with that soft pass off to Greasy, and Greasy recognizing he needs to make a touch very quickly before the other player can react, and slams that one into the back of the goal.
That was actually really good. I thought Remco got the pass, but he just left it, kind of throwing off the defenders. It was a great play as Greasy finishes it up. 2 minutes left in this match. Mike Rules shot on net, but an easy save. Gets a chip back to midfield. Cooks here catching that one mid-air. This is what I like to see. Those far clears getting contested, and that's what shows you know what you're doing in the air. Stop those plays from developing. Mike Rules, last one back. That ball's going to get pushed by Maestro. Up the wall, not advantageous for Weedham girls as it goes back to midfield. Marky Duda takes control of that ball, wins the contest, puts into the corner, but Remco there to catch that with the Octane. The contest from Cooks here gets that flipped to the side. Maestro Good touch as he gets followed up by his teammate. Widom Girls trying to make an attack. They're still in ball possession. Maestro couldn't get to it in time. He's going to throw it instead.
Maestro.
Let's see if a play can start to develop for Flip Side. Marky Duda off the wall, but Remco with the touch. Easy peasy, he says. The demo coming right out. Remco couldn't finish that off out to his teammate. Would have been great to capitalize. Cooks here, pulling one of those famous wall aerials. Doesn't quite connect with it to put it in the back of the net. 1 minute of gameplay left in this match as Widom Girls sits up 2 goals on the scoreboard. Good defense from Flip Side. As we go back down to Widom Girls, they need to get some play started up. 40 seconds left. They have to break up these large rotations, and that's what's really doing good for Widom Girls at the moment.
Yeah, 35 seconds is not a whole lot of time when you're playing against teams like this. But on the complete opposite, we saw how back and forth these goals were initially. So there is definitely still a possibility. It's just, like you said, breaking up those rotations.
Wide open net. Greasy getting a demo to make sure that one pops in. 5-2. This is probably looking to be the end of it. I mean, miracles do happen. Miracles do happen, but this looks to be the end of it for Flip Side.
And 22 seconds is going to be really tough, especially if Widom Girls keeps playing like that. Some aggressive play, definitely utilizing the demo, something that I saw Greasy starting to do roughly about a month ago, and he's really made it a part of his repertoire, and it's a crucial part of his gameplay. I mean, you have somebody back on defense, and leaving a wide open net is even easier than some of these pass plays that these guys have been doing that just look so nice.
6 seconds left in the match. These teams are just going to scramble around the ball, see if they can get some extra points on the scoreboard for those stats for our stat dudes, but out front, Widom Girls trying to get another one. That's going to be the end of this one. Widom Girls taking it 5-2. Shots, 3 more in favor of Widom Girls. It was still a very good game from Flip Side, but as I mentioned before, they weren't playing to their full potential, and I think they're still going into it with the mentality they went with the last matches they were playing, and you can't do that when it's a new team.
No.
Widom Girls just stomping them.
Yeah, complacency will really hurt you in this game. You got to adapt and recognize who you're playing against. So Widom Girls definitely showing up in the first game very, very strong and representing themselves very well. I mean, you're talking 9 shots from the overall team, and 8 of those are coming from just 2 players. If you get that 3rd player coming in with Remco and he makes some plays too, that's crazy. The craziest thing that I saw, though, from the back is Maestro was actually taking a priority of the touches. He was the one that was moving up the field the most. Remco just kind of sat back and was that last resort, and that's fine. If you have the ability to do that and give yourself this big of a lead, keep doing it.
Oh, hey, why not? I mean, it's they still won, and it worked out. Just because he doesn't have much points, or many points, sorry, on the scoreboard, it doesn't mean he's not doing anything. The Widom Girls playing very strong, and I think the biggest thing is, yeah, they're super wide rotations. They're waiting. They know the Flip Side is going to connect with their aerials. If they get a clear, they know that's probably coming right back at them pretty powerfully. Wide rotations really helping with that. We'll see if Maestro can get a play started up in the air himself. Remco to follow it up. Now playing on the lead of this play. Maestro not able to connect. Marky Duda's going to lose that. Arrow contest. Cooks here the last defender. Remco tried to challenge him. Now he's stuck in the orange cave. We'll see if he can get out in time for a good rotation. Offensively, Mike Rules and Cooks here. Now with ball possession, we'll see if they get a play started, but they hesitate a little too much, and they give away ball possession. Maestro stops that. A rocket stopped by Remco. That could have been dangerous. Marky Duda stopping this blue flying ball, but the last
nice touch by Maestro.
Shot from Maestro.
Yeah, I was actually sitting on board with Maestro that entire time, kind of trying to read what he's doing, and the patience with this guy is unbelievable. Reading the field and surveying it to the best of his ability before he makes a decision. Despite that thought process going, he does it almost with 0 hesitation, and that's what makes him such a good player in this midfield.
Maestro up in the air, doing some crazy flips to try to recorrect himself. It looked good. It looked good, at least. Style points. But ball didn't go in the net. We'll see, though, if Flipside can do it. That's on target above the net, right off the crossbar. Marky Duda trying to finish that one up. Maestro, ball possession. Breezy following him up. Remco last in net as Cooks here tries to get a touch on that. Breezy passing up to Remco, but he gets a little bit of a late flip on that and misses it. Pass out to his teammates. Oh, man.
Oh, Greasy, that's dirty.
Remco with the finish. Look at that setup.
Crazy thing about that, too, Greasy's actually going to take off ball cam on this one to give himself a good angle and knowing where those cuts are. Usually, those that are 1v1 players and those that like to dribble will turn it off so they can see exactly where the sharp angle is going to hit the ball so they can pop it up to themselves. It makes some mechanical plays to kind of juke out the other players.
And the best part, too, is he doesn't have to focus on the shot because he knows a teammate is going to finish it up for him.
You know they're sneaking up ready to go.
Remco trying to get a contest win on that. but he doesn't. Mike Rules and flip side, getting that ball back out to midfield. Thrown right back, though, as again, stuck on a back rotation. A demo from Maestro on Cooks here. See if they can capitalize on this one. They can't. They're stuck in their own zone. Markey backing off on that, tried to get the boost, but he missed it. That could prove to be troublesome, keeping them on the offense. But Cooks here doing a very good, or sorry, Mike Rule's doing a very good job of keeping it in. Losing the contest there is flip side. Remco in a good spot to bully out Cooks here, but he leaves it alone, so Greasy can get up. Very smart play. Oh, and Remco, the save too.
Yeah, Flipside's trying to do something to break this up, and it just hasn't been successful yet. You see that Weedham Girls is literally just putting on all the pressure, and they have yet to do something to break up those rotations that are working so well for them. They need to find some way to get to the ball first and show their mechanical prowess that we know they have. I mean, this team's been around for so long, and their players are so good, but they're just getting overrun by what Weedham Girls wants to do. The pace game has just been unfavorable to them.
I think some of the issue coming from them staying a little bit too close to each other, and they're just getting surrounded. That's why they get stuck in their own zone quite often. We'll see if they can start a play up. They can't. Mike is trying to go for the boost. Markey now with control. This could be good. He knows how to 1v1 that ball, but Greasy steals that one out. The good pass from Maestro. No one to finish it up. Great redirect. Would have been a great play if it had finished in the back of the net. 2 minutes left in this match. 2 goals up for Weedham Girls. Team Flipside needs to come back. Shot on net. Mike Rules was ready for a drop down, but that goes up instead. Cooks here, trying this himself, the pass back. Markey Duda not able to connect with that. Now it has to somehow keep this ball in his possession as he backtracks with no one in net. He does with a shot from Maestro, and that was just unfortunate. Mike stuck on his own moving backwards, or Markey, sorry.
Yeah, Markey trying to make a play here, just gets beat up. That's the issue, is Cookser is trying to get up and make a play out of it, trying to get a nose on it. But when you have the high ground like that, you're able to push it down. Most aerials, you want to get that advantage. You don't want to aerial and boost up into the ball. You want to get above it and then work your way down, put some power on that shot, kind of like a meteor per se.
A meteor coming in.
Hey, that's what the shots they've been making, and they look like it.
Supersonic. Remco trying to roll that one up. Both Cooks here and Remco makes there. Maybe Remco tried to do that, mind gaming him out. We'll see if he can get a play started up. That's going to bounce around. Off the wall comes Markey Duda. Greasy up in there, following up with the second touch. Remco to catch it. They try to get that pinch, but that's going to go a little off the net. Cooks here, good touch. Following up is Mike Rules. That is on target with no one in net. Maestro barely able to get the nose on that one to keep it out, to keep this a shutout. Markey trying to stuff that one pass. We'll see if Remco can get this out.
Greasy really smart staying home on that play. You know, most people try to play the ball, and he just sat there waiting for it. And that's good patience. It's trusting in your teammates. It's good communication as well. Doing a lot of things here that make this team keep this unbreakable defense still intact. But with the way that he was playing, that ball could have went either way. And the fact that he was able to cut off one angle with a teammate and then stay at home is really, really good mechanical play, as well as just smart hindsight.
Remco played that one very smart off the wall, waited so he could get a touchdown, but they're still stuck in their zone. Remco now with another touch with his teammate. Ball rotating back towards the orange zone. Markey, good chuck out to Mike Rules. Mike Rules with a long shot. Markey Duda trying to finish it up. Oh my goodness! No. Oh, Maestro, why'd you have to do that? That was highlight reel material.
Yeah, using the bottom of his car to just slowly like get that ball to just completely stop and take all momentum down. It caught everybody off guard, but the rotations yet again coming in for the save. Maestro, you are not human.
10 seconds left in this match. 3 goals is going to be a very tough feat to pull out for Flipside as they're stuck in their own zone. 4 seconds left. Looking for one. Maestro going to deny that. And Markey finally getting one. And there it is. At least it wasn't a shutout.
That's what you want at the end of the game, though. Just something to come in and give you some confidence. It's like, all right, guys, we made one. Let's just carry this on. Let's keep our nerves down. So the mental game might be playing a role. I doubt it, though, with how experienced these teams are. But to be able to come in and score a goal at the end and be able to carry that on into the next match is going to play a role, I assume. It only helps.
Now look at, we have only one more shot, actually, in favor of Weedham Girls. So it is much closer when it comes to shots.
Definitely.
That's for sure.
And that's okay. I mean, it's just the rotations and the defense coming out from Maestro and the rest of the guys on Weedham Girls has been phenomenal. Being able to rotate back and make a save, especially some of those clutch ones. I thought that pancake kind of hit where it like hit the car and just dropped. And I thought it was going to carry in with the momentum. Man, that's got to be rough. Like, they're doing everything to put the ball in the net. It's just Weedham Girls keeps shutting them down over and over again.
it's honestly this strong rotate. Like they're just where they're supposed to be all the time. They're communicating so perfectly. They're never running over each other. Even if when they are, they're getting pinches that push the ball out and getting clears. So they can keep that up. I can almost see this being a 5-0 at this point, which is not anywhere near what we were expecting.
No,
but
if they keep playing like this, man, I don't doubt you one bit.
We'll see if they can flip that around as we jump into Urban Central with that nice background train going around. It's a beautiful train. Mike Rules trying to get this away from his net as he's the last defender. Good pinch. Squeezes that one away. Off the backboard, though, is Remco to finish it. Mike Rules reading that one. Maestro still trying to clean it up. Remco, can he get another touch? No. And sitting back is Greasy. Is the last defender, but there's no one in net right now, but no one on flip side to follow that one up as they still try to make an attack. Mike Rules passing off the backboard, trying to get a slow drop. Remco with a touch instead.
Greasy sat way far back on that offensive pressure, and that's the beauty of what they are doing. Is with those two players alone, they're able to control some pressure, some oh my goodness, Mike Rules.
Mike Rules dropping that in for the first goal. Look at that, carrying it from one side. The Cooks here in the, oh, he wanted the Batmobile, that's why he left. Mike Rules just finishing that off the roof. Good read off the roof there. But maybe that's the difference, the Batmobile. That'll be the deciding factor for flip side.
Either way, we're gonna hear him coming, which is great.
All right, let's see if they can get another one on the scoreboard. They are up now, finally in the series. Mike Rules going to catch that, leave that one on the ground, but doesn't get real good control of it as Marky Duda chases that one out. Cooks their last defender. A big Batmobile, not able to connect with it. Rolls it up the wall. Ball moving a little bit slow right now as Flipside tries to get a play started. They do push it into the other zone. Greasy drops that instead. Cooks here, challenges it. He gets another touch, puts it off the side wall. Remco with an easy clear, back to midfield. No shots coming out. Both teams kind of feeling it out right now. Looks like Flipside playing a little more timid. Maestro with a long shot, and that's a wide open net.
I don't know what Marky Duda was doing there. I don't know if he was trying to collect boost or not. Oh, we got demoed, that's why.
The critical demos.
Yet again, getting demoed, the respawn, having that downtime. He was their last man back. Really smart play yet again from We Dem Girls.
All right, let's see. Now we have a tied up game, 3 minutes left in this game. As Mike Rules gets another one. Maestro just kind of like doing a little bunny hop, nowhere near saving that one.
No, those are really tough. Typical play we see, especially a lot in 1v1s. Take the ball, especially with something like the Octane, and pop it up. From there, you then jump and boost towards it. You can either drag it, you can try to take a top, pop over the person. There's so many things that you can do in that situation. Or what guys have been doing even more often is not even going for it. They just take a little fake jump and mind game you.
Well, that's the tough one, is there's so much going through these players' heads when they get in a situation like that. Shot from Cooks here.
Oh, Maestro!
Maestro! Just barely keeping that one out of the net. Marky Duda's going to try to put another play on, though. Greasy loses that contest, and this is up in the air. Mike Rules. Let's see if Cooks here can finish this one off. Marky Duda's there instead. Greasy, easy push out to midfield, but Mike Rules keeping the pressure on. No one left in net. Mike Rules, all good. Greasy getting that demo to get that save. That was a very, very smart play.
Man, I told you about him making that a part of his general repertoire. He literally is like a search and destroy. He will find you and he will come for you and kill you if he gets the chance. Luckily for him that everybody's, it's all fun and games, but that's the thing. Like, he's putting that pressure on and it's working very, very well in his advantage because it's completely making this game lopsided when it comes to their pressure. I mean, they have two people that are able to control that upfield advantage with one player sitting really far back.
Mike Rules with the shot. Can Kusier finish this? Mike Rules now has the opportunity. The third. Marky Duda could not finish it up. That was a good team play, and those are the passes we need to start seeing out of Flipside if they want to take the remaining three matches left in this set.
2 minutes left and only being up by 1 against this We Dem Girls team. I know you need to add some more padding to it, but if they're going to keep bumping each other in the air here and make it one-on-one in the goal, they might have the ability to take some reads. Cooks are actually shutting him down completely, using that card to his advantage.
Mike Rules trying to get that. Maestro throws it to the side, leaving Greasy Meister to move that one back up. Another demo coming out. This could be off the backboard. Can it get followed up? Maestro's going to beat Cookser to that one. Good, smart play to push it to the side. They need to get out of their zone. They're getting stuck in the net, wide open net, and Mike Rules finishes it off for now a 3-1 lead, 1:30 left in the match.
Remco trying to read this ball, just bounced off that angle too quickly. Tried to make a Spider-Man jump off save and pounce it back out and clear it. Just didn't get the hit. It allowed this flip side team to capitalize on a goal. And look at them now, 3-1. This is exactly what they need to do and keep this up.
Greasy with a touch, that's on target, but Cooks here just barely flipping that one to the side. Hey, Marky Duda now back out to midfield, the shot on net. Cooks here, good read on the shot from Remco. Mike Rules, Marky Duda, Cooks here all lining up to get a play started. Can they do it? Mike Rules looking like he's got no boost, but he gets the steal right here. Now Greasy pushing that back to the corner. This could be a potential scoring opportunity for Cooks here. Didn't get the read properly. Marky Duda, the shot on net, also misses that second touch. Mike Rules sending that back out front. Maestro, the last defender, is going to catch that on his nose. Cooks here waited back, thinking it would be a long shot. And he has ball control now. Good, nice touch out to midfield. But no control for Flipside as they head back into their zone.
No, they've really been just a matter of taking advantage of the mistakes that have been coming from Weedham Girls, which you don't hear too often. That's great, though.
Off the backboard, no. Cooks here could not finish it off. Neither could Marky Duda. And that's going to be not another one in the net. But 30 seconds left. Weedham Girls have to start making a push if they want this 5-0 that we said could maybe happen. Maestro with a drop down. Remco couldn't finish it. 17 seconds left. 2 goals possible, just not likely. We'll see if Cooks here can push this into the net. Oh, Weedham Girls back to flip sides. But this ball is dying down now. Momentum is lost. Defender back. That looks to be it. A 3-1 win. This ball can touch for, almost gets the finish. There's the 3-1. Cooks here, Flipside. Cooks here is on the team Flipside. Team Flipside takes the win. They take their first win. It is now 2-1 in the match. 3-1, much better game. That's what I called is the passing plays. Like, they finally started to get them out. You got to get that ball moving back and forth. Can't just take shots on net because they're going to get blocked, especially by a team like Weedham Girls.
Right.
They can block easy shots on net. That's no problem. You got to get the passing plays to mix
I don't think the rotations were as clean from Weedham Girls that game either. They did the right things that they needed to score some of the goals, but they got stopped. Flipside's defense was showing up, but Flipside overall was actually controlling the entire pace of that game. They were the ones that were deciding where the ball was going to go, how fast, whatever they wanted to do. They really took control of that game and really took advantage of the defensive mistakes and the blunders that this Weedham Girls team was making.
Well, we'll see if this momentum shift can carry through for the remaining 3 games. Maestro tossing that up in the air. Can he finish it off? Almost gets that past Mike. Mike with a nice easy flip to the side as Cooks here chases that one down into the blue zone. Remco chucks that one over the net. Good call as he gets his teammates all rounded up as they try to make an attack on the offense. Cooks here, easy touch out to Marky Duda. Good passing plays here. Mike Rules, can he get another touch off the wall? He can't, but someone can get up for this. Marky's up. Greasy's going to beat him. Weedham Girls stuck back in their own zone. Looking to be a bad spot for that ball unless Remco can push it out. Good job from him. Maestro to finish it up. Right over Mike Rules. Remco can now get a play started maybe, but he gets bullied out by Flipside, and Cooks here takes that back to midfield.
That's totally okay for them to do that, especially when the ball's in that position. Play it back to mid. Hopefully you got a teammate there to follow it up, and it seemed to work out in their favor. They just got to be careful with this pressure that's going to come in from the Weedham Girls team, and luckily for them, Remco doesn't put that shot on net.
It was a good try at the placement, going for that far side bottom corner, but as you said, not on target. That allows them to move back into the blue zone on Weedham Girls' side. Mike Rules trying to set a play off the corner, doesn't get quite the right hit. Remco catches it anyways. Shot a little bit on net. Mike Rules on the right side of the net, and the finish by Marky Duda as he gets a bounce off that Weedham Girls defender.
Ball coming in here from Marky. Greasy tried to pass it out to the outside, just was a little too far up, so it didn't get the corner. And because of that, they had a teammate there on the flip side team able to push that back in. Still a tough pinch going in between those two players to give them a goal. 3:33 left here in the 4th match.
Sorry, I guess it didn't bounce off the defender. That was just our ping going cray-cray. Greasy up in the air, beats out the win on that one. Remco throwing that out to the side, but Marky Duda with an easy push up to Cooks here. Cooks here misses that one. That's going to the far side. Cooks here barely able to get a touch on that. Batmobile looking to doing them well as they're still up in this one, 1-0. 3 minutes left in this match. We'll see if Weedham Girls going to get a play started. They are starting to put some pressure on in the zone, but that redirect almost dropping in slowly into the net. Cooks here making his way back as the push from Weedham Girls starts up.
I like the fact that this Weedham girls team is going back to moving horizontally before vertically. They're trying to beat one player before trying to take everything in all at once. There's been big clears that they're just going back to the original. Play it downfield.
That is on target. Cooks here with the wall shot. No defender back for Weedham girls.
That was an interesting pop that he got over Greasy, but beating, oh my gosh, I can't believe he beat him to the ball there to get that goal. Still good placement, very good placement. Maybe that's why I picked Batman.
Uncharacteristically bad defense for Weedham girls there. I'm not sure, I couldn't see on the auto cam if there was maybe a bumping going on, but I suspect some foul play from flip side. Greasy Meister trying to get a shot on net, but he can't. His teammates are there to support him. The bump from Marky Duda stops that play, but Remco tries to finish it up. There's Maestro with a shot off the crossbar. Remco not able to get in time to finish that. They're still down 2 goals. Lots of time left in this match, though. Greasy to stop that push from Flipside. Trying to chase this one, at least get a body in the way. Scare out Flipside, the pass back to a teammate at midfield. Remco not in a good spot to hit it, so he drops it down, gets a boost. Very good boost stall there. Remco not able to challenge it. Greasy throwing that right over. Marky Duda and Cooks here, the last defenders back. Cooks here doing that little back and forth. He's angsty, moving forward. Mike Rules was there for a pass, but Greasy pushes it to the side. As we go back and forth, good plays coming up for both teams. A shot on net, and Remco leaves that one. He wasn't going to try to steal it. Could have been dangerous if he touched it.
I think he recognized that. He really, really wanted it. Greasy and Maestro, look at that pass play off the wall, straight to his teammate's hood of his car, and pinching that one with some precision into the back of the net. Beautiful play. That's what we expect out of Weedham girls.
Yeah, no, it's a very, very good pass. Drops right down on top of his car. Maestro's car, and we'll see if they can get another one. 1:40 left. Only a goal down. There is a shot. Maestro gets blocked out by Marky Duda. Flip side, now going to try. Sorry, Cooks are trying to carry this one out. The Batmobile isn't going to win out. Greasy shot on net. Wow, and Mike Rules misses that wall save.
Way to tie it up here. 2 goals back-to-back. Greasy high flying on that one and plays it in. Mike Rules tried to take a jump on it. Didn't get the spin that he wanted with that second touch and able to sneak one in.
Weedham girls not wanting to drop another game. They want as many points as possible. Ties this one up. Cooks here is going to roll that around the corner. 1 defender to beat. He doesn't know as Maestro gets the win. Puts it back to midfield. Mike trying to dribble that one in. Gets contested. Seeing it. No plays come out yet. Cooks here. Nice little touch off the ground. Almost gets a bounce shot. Wasn't high enough of a bounce. Marky Duda just pushing that to the side so he can get ball control. Going to leave that back for Cooks here as he rotates back. Mike Rules instead is going to be up as Cooks here was a little far forward. Maestro just putting some pressure on. Going there. Let's see if he can get a shot off. Leaves that one for Greasy, but that's going way wide. He's going to try to get the redirect. Kenny Maestro to follow it up. Almost there. 50 seconds left. We are in the last minute of play, tied up between these two beasts. They shot.
There it is.
Oh, and Mike.
Oh my
yes!
gosh, Mike Rules with a shot.
Look at that passing play. Absolutely incredible communication coming out of Flipside.
Look at that Batman flying through the air. Mike Rules following up with the Octane. Seeing those streaks through the air with those boosts, that you gotta be afraid of watching those guys fly in. Look at the pace of this game completely flip compared to what we saw in the first 2.
40 seconds left. Now, Weedham girls are down a goal. They need to put on the pressure. This is going to be uncomfortable as they have to put themselves into the opponent's zone a lot. Maestro, wow, good stop. That was very dangerous. Thankfully, Remco was behind him. Could have been rolling into his own net. But Greasy, now an opportunity. Can he get it? He does.
Oh my
Tying
God,
it up.
equalizer.
24 seconds left. These two are going at it.
We have got a game here, folks. Greasy making a beautiful play. Beats one, lands immediately, digs another touch to the inside, and gets a goal. What a phenomenal play out of this Weedham girls team.
24 seconds left, as I said, just before. It hasn't changed. We haven't kicked off, but now we have 3-3. We may see an overtime between these two as Flipside tries to get another win off Weedham girls to tie up the series, going to our Game 5 with an even score. No one making a play out front. Mike Rules gets a touch, and that's on target. Maestro barely getting the save. The pressure and the shot from Flipside. Can they do another one? The ball's still in the air, and we know they can keep it up. They're going to leave that one for overtime as they weren't in a very good rotation for offense. Here we go, overtime. Game 4.
Nothing
as a
crazy.
shot
Oh my God,
comes out from Mike
Maestro
Rules.
with the save. Oh my gosh, Maestro, my apologies. I expected something cheeky off the kickoff and that quick touch
Cooks
to play
here.
it in.
Can he get a pass? No one's ever followed up, but Remco pushes it to the side. Mike Rules now over to Marky Duda. Let's see if they can keep the pressure up as they have Weedham girls back in their own zone. This could be an opportunity. Markey, if he gets back in time, wasn't able to get up. Remco pushes it back to midfield. Maestro off the backboard, cooks her the last one back. They're going to wait for that pass from him, and then steal it back is Greasy. Maestro, can he get the shot? He does, and that's it. Weedham girls clinches this one back. They're like, no. We're going up in this series. Oh my goodness, what a good game.
Hey, Weedham girls giving us some hype in this 4th game. I hope you guys are awake now, because we sure are. Back and forth in the end, bringing it into overtime with a victory for Weedham girls, going up 3-1 so far in the series.
I was worried for Weedham girls there just a little bit as they started to go down. I'm like, oh, is Flipside going to start to gain momentum and pull back in this? They were getting great plays, and even at the end they were. We saw it went to overtime. I think this last match is going to be incredible.
Yeah, if these guys bring the hype that they just showed last game, this is going to be absolutely nuts. Let's get into it, Leaf, right away. Let's see what these guys can do. We might be missing a player. Hopefully he's coming back with a Batman himself.
Yeah, a little bit odd here. We'll see. Yeah, players are bouncing out, so we will probably remake these lobbies for you. Looks like Utopia. I actually love this map. I don't know what it is, but for some reason I just feel like I play a little bit better on it. I mean, I'm no good anyway, so I use any excuse I can. But yeah, no,
It's a pretty map.
Well, speaking of, while we get these players in here, what's your favorite map? Are they any of the Rocket Labs?
Out of all the Rocket Labs, actually my favorite is actually Double Goal. I really like Double Goal. But in standard maps, I think Utopia. I think it was the first map to come out that was a little bit different, and it was really, really well done, really well organized. But out of all of them, I mean, they're all good maps, man.
I love that the new maps really focus on different team aspects. You got, Underpass looking at really high-flying games. The people that do good at aerials are going to do very good at those. And then you have Double Goal, great for team plays, as you can throw that ball around. You got 2 goals to shoot at. And then you have the donut. The donut.
I just got remake, man.
Yeah.
Worst game to cast on, by the way, you guys. Those angles with the ball rotate. Oh, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
It's
even
really
with a free
hard.
camp, now that that's gone, you can't just set it in a set position and watch. It hurts your head so bad.
It's difficult. But then we also have Cosmic that just came into play. I love the little lips on the side. You stay in control of your car, but it adds a different element to the standard flat maps, right?
Right.
But yeah, coming into Utopia, we're getting these players in here. I'm not sure what was going on. Maybe we're all going to Batmobiles.
Maybe Weedham girls are going to turn into Weedham Mercs like they did last week. That'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think it'd be great to have a full Batmobile thing. That's one thing too. A lot of players, if they are newer to this, I know we're gonna have a lot of new spectators. Some of the cars have different hitboxes, mostly up to preference. I mean, maybe at top level it starts to play a little bit of a difference. But try them all out. Honestly, there are differences. Try them all out. Batmobile being a very long, flat car, you can block things a lot better. But yeah, we're having. So we almost got into it. We almost did it. They're just teasing us. Yeah. They're just teasing us.
You guys want the last game? They're like, nah, we're gonna tease them once again. We're gonna bring it back out. So those are kind of the curious things. I'm curious on if this is gonna play a role in the next game. I mean, this is a match that's going between these two teams, and despite that, you just don't know if situation between the two is gonna play a role with not carrying that momentum that they've had.
Yeah, with a break like this, maybe that's the mind games. Maybe Flipside's pulling some mind games out here. Let's keep disconnecting. Let's try this. That's some next level meta. Maybe that's where Rocket League's gonna get to.
I hope not, man. I really hope not. I'm sure these guys are excited for the 5th game just as we are. I mean, looking at the score between the two and the way that it's played out. With it being a 3-1, being able to clinch that last win for Flipside is going to be huge. They need to come out strong this game. They need to show just what they were able to do the previous game. I mean, they had the ability to tie it up and almost take it. Keep that going. I mean, you're so close.
All right, it looks like everything should finally be good. We're going to get down into this match. Hope you guys have definitely raised your hype levels up as we got a little bit teased there a couple times. Dropping down into Utopia. Bright, cheery map as a crowd gets the hype levels going for Game 5. We're started up at the neutral kickoff. Remco trying to get a quick early, tried to get that pinch actually. That was very smart. Stopped his boost and feathered it, almost getting a pinch off his teammate, but this ball's still going out front. Mike Rules tossing that one up in the air. We'll see if Marky Duda can get a shot on net. That's a long shot. Greasy dropping to the side. Good follow-up from Remco.
Yeah, really scary position for Greasy to be in. He's kind of wiggling back and forth, debating on which way he needs to go. But the fact that he's staying on his toes, is able to get up to the ball as quick as possible. But when you settle it down in front of the net, that's really scary stuff just
no.
like that.
Greasy almost got a backflip, but backflip guy just stopped him from doing anything, and he wasn't able to finish that one off. Now Maestro catches it, trying to get a play started, but Flipside's going to take advantage of this ball bouncing around. Maestro steals it right back. The mind games, look at that play coming out. That's going to be back to midfield. Doesn't really do anything for the team, but it was pretty cool. Now Marky Duda, trying to bring that one in himself. Now he's followed up by Seaman. The shot is on net, but Remco, easy shot out. Back off the crossbar. Remco's got to be careful as Marky Duda almost dropped that into the far corner. Wahada shots coming out of Flipside right now. Weedham girls on their heels.
Flipside showing the pressure that they were talking about. Maybe this is what they wanted. They had to do a quick little pep talk and say, let's bring them the heat. And they've been doing that just so far. The rotations, they're actually showing why they are still one of the top teams and one of the more consistent teams. They show up when it matters, and it definitely matters right now.
Ball sitting around that corner. Oh, this is an open net, but Maestro at a bad angle to put that in. Tries to at least keep ball control. Cooks here, stuffing that one. Killing all the dreams of that play, and the shot on Nuck, that's still out front, and Maestro cleans up the mess as he puts it right in the back of the net.
That'll happen from right here. Maestro trying to get up and actually beats this Flipside team to the ball, plays it on net, and then the rotations take care of the rest.
1-0 for Weedham girls as they try to get their 4th win of this match. 3 minutes left though, plenty of time for Flipside Tactics to come back. Maestro with a shot off the backboard. Mike Rules doesn't get the kill on that play. Cooks here instead does as he tries to make that back rotation. Markey with the shot, nowhere near an open net as Remco pushes that easy to midfield. Maestro off the backboard. Good clears coming out of Weedham girls, and that's super critical to getting them back into Flipside zone.
Yeah, huge pinch. Mike Rule's being really smart, rotating back to the net there, giving themselves some defense. You see how quickly this Weedham girls team has been to pressure, but the pass game coming out of Flipside has been just as good.
Shot on target. Remco over to Maestro. Maestro's going to get a clear on this one, excuse me. Greasy finishes it up with a shot on net, but a good rotation back as Mike Rule's carrying this ball in the air. Can he get the second touch? Oh, it's still going to go in. The mind games. The last defender getting psyched out.
Man, this ball getting popped up. This is what we talk about, following up the shot. The fact that he's able to put his car in front of it and just kind of talk the ball and ease it into the net and say, it's okay, buddy, we got this together. A beautiful shot. Really good follow-up, making sure he's blocking out all other options for this Weedham girls team.
Even I heard the out on that one. We'll see if Maestro can get a play. Mike Rules, easy push back to midfield. Greasy Meister, way up in the air. That play not really going anywhere. Very flaccid. We'll see. Maestro, he's going to go back from boost maybe. Let his teammates regroup as Greasy was still on the offense. Very smart play, just killing that ball. Stopping Flipside from getting a play started, but Cooks here now with a pop-up. Marky Duda, can he get it past Maestro? Over to Cooks here. This could be a goal. What a play! Beautiful, beautiful play coming out of Flipside.
It's like the ball was Mario just bouncing off of Goombas over and over again, just kept getting popped up. Cooks here getting up on it, and that follow-up, once again, knocking in a goal, giving them a point victory over this team. Hopefully they can hold on to it.
On the kickoff is Remco and Marky. Way up in the air. Marky with a shot on the far side. Maestro was ready for that. He saw that coming. He didn't go try to get boost. He was ready, but Maestro with a shot. Maybe should have tried to dribble. Seemed to get this passed out for his teammates. That's it. Oh, Remco
saved by
couldn't
Cooks
connect. Cooks here barely able to keep that one out. Maestro now with a touch. No real play coming out of that. That's going to get sent back by Marky Duda. Cooks here tried to get a play moving back into the blue zone, but now a shot on a wide open net, and it's finished off Mike, almost missing that one.
Has to be careful with that follow-up. Could have been dangerous with the way that that was played, but making sure that ball's going to go in, reading the touch off that post, putting it in the back of the net, securing the goal. Smart play.
There's 2 goals I've seen now come out of Flipside onto Weedham girls from a defensive blunder. They got to stop doing this if they want to stay in this game and pull away with a 4th win. Maestro over to Remco. The shot off the backboard. Maestro is up. Can he get the touch? Bad touch. Pushes that to the side. We'll see if Greasy can keep that on the play. He does. Out to Remco. Remco can't get the touch. Marky Duda now has control. Almost out to Mike Rules. Mike Rules moving back.
You look at Cooks here back here and showing the patience and the trust that he has in his teammates. Each time he goes to cheat on the ball, he's basically shadowing a player to make sure if they don't get the touch that they want, he's right there to hit it. but he has the faith that they're going to hit it. As soon as he sees a teammate go upward, he backs off. He doesn't get in their way. He lets them have their space to do what they need to do. Very good job coming out of the chemistry that we see from this Flipside team.
Nice little touch from Weedham Girls. Mike Rules is going to carry this. This could still be an opportunity, but Greasy is up to touch that one to the side. Remco, where they push out to mid. Oh, almost finished up by Maestro. Would have been an amazing play themselves. 30 seconds left. They need to get 2 goals. This could be an opportunity. Only one defender, but Mike is going to push that to the side. There's Remco, but he misses it, and that was unfortunate. Could have been the play they needed. Now Mike has control. Out to Cooks here. Cooks here. No one to follow it up. He's going to chase it himself. Greasy back out to the mid. Following that one up himself. Maestro is going to connect with it on the ground. Could be a play as he gets the read. He doesn't. Remco, they try to get one more, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to tie this one up. And that ball is probably going to die in just about a second as Flipside takes game 5 to tie up this series 3-2. Wait.
I don't know how you tie up the series 3-2.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, what? That's math. We've already worked out that I'm not good at math. I'm sorry. I just get so excited that
I'm sure
forget what I'm
Chat's going to rip you
about.
apart for that one.
Yeah,
but yes,
I'm done on that.
Flipside does not tie it up, but they give themselves another point.
Yes, they pull back. They don't lose out 4-1.
Yeah, good job with the casters calling it 3-2. It's just a matter of which way it was going to go. That's really helpful for Flipside, able to get that 1 point to bring them closer in these standings.
All right, that was our last match of the day. Thank you, guys. We're gonna talk to the analyst desk, see what they have to say. I'm sure they got a lot to talk about in that match. Scott, please finish this off for us.
Yes, sir. We got you a final match of the day, and it lived up to the billing. But tell you what, guys, they hit the point on the head here. Every win is big. You're going to see when we release the standings here in a minute. That was a big game.
Yeah, absolutely, and really big game. Weedham girls came out fighting. They've been a question mark. A lot of people counting them out, saying that they've lost their edge because they went on such a good spree, winning pretty much every tournament for a while, and then have started to trail off. But huge coming out against Flipside, getting the 3-2.
Yeah. Wait.
They tied it up 3-2, man. Brody was.
Wait. Was it which one? Oh wait, I'm the one that said it was Weedham Girls 3-2, right?
Dude.
All right, just make sure.
What?
But I do really want to bring up a really cool thing that a lot of people might not know. So the prequel to Rocket League came out in 2008, so it was a good while ago, and everyone from Flipside had played that game for many years, not just for a little bit, but for a good amount of time. Weedham Girls are all new guys. They all started with Rocket League, so it's like the new guys on the block
versus
the veterans, and then being able to take this in such a big stage, a 3-2 victory, is like, it really just, for all the players like you and me that have started with Rocket League and come up, like seeing that gap finally close, like it's so cool.
It is great. It was a statement game for Weedham Girls.
Definitely.
Yeah, and I mean, what more can you say? These girls are great. What's that? They're not girls? All right, let's roll the highlights here of this 3-2 win by Weedham Girls.
Yeah, you can see just right out of the gate, Greasy, Remco, the whole crew just on point. Their passing game was stellar.
They predict each other so well. I mean, I talked about it when I was casting them. They're always up for each other's stuff. They predict it so well. It's so hard to like deal with it. But then you see, again, Flipside was doing the same stuff right back at them. It was one of those situations like it's hard to know who's at fault because these guys just dominate each other so well when they're really on point.
Yeah, there were a few defensive misplays by Flipside, which did result in goals for Weedham Girls. But really, Weedham Girls just were so good about finishing all of their opportunities. They put a lot of goals in. We've seen games over this weekend, a lot of series where the games were like 2-1 or 1-1, 1-0. But Weedham Girls scored more than 3 goals pretty much every game.
Yeah, and they're quick on defense. We just watched like 2 or 3 saves that were barely on that net where one of the Weedham Girls players was actually able to scoop it back out. So their quick defense is I think, pretty key, especially against an aggressive team like Flipside.
Yeah, and that one really just a statement game for Weedham Girls because Flipside, they did have a very tough schedule today. They had to take, being the number 3 ranked team according to the community power rankings, having to take on the 2 teams ranked above them, Weedham Girls and Mocket. Definitely a struggle, but they did lose those series to Mocket and Weedham Girls, but still got 2 games, so they're in a good position moving into the final weekend of group stages.
Yeah.
Well, there's still some games to come up. Unfortunately, we won't be able to bring you, but one of the games I wanted to highlight here was Kapow against Weedham Girls. That's going to be coming up a little later on. So for yesterday and today, what were the two maybe surprises that we can take away from the last two 2 days of this group stage?
Well, for me, definitely seeing Kapow come out. Again, their strength of schedule, it was a lot easier this weekend compared to what it's going to be next weekend, but they're at the top right now. Glad to see that. We thought the top 4 in EU right now were the ones that were going to make it in. We talked about it on the DFH locker room podcast that we did. But right now, the order is all wonky. But so cool to see Kapow up there. And then for NA, a big surprise seeing Vex 12-8.
Vex,
killing it right now. In
Vex
the third
is killing,
spot.
and then again, Selfless, which was formerly Chemistry, which we had to figure out when everything first started. They did insanely well. Them 5-0ing Onslaught was just a massive,
and they're
massive
sitting
win for them.
just outside the top 4.
Yeah, so that's I think like the biggest for me, the biggest surprise in NA, the one that I'm really excited to see where their story ends up.
Well, I tell you what, guys. I mean, it's been a fun weekend. That I can say. Mother's Day weekend. I know, a lot of us were saying out there like, oh man, we gotta wake up this morning and make sure that we get out there and text or call our moms or any of that kind of stuff. But hey, it's Rocket League. I'm sorry, Mom. It's Rocket League.
No, happy Mother's Day, Mom. I love you.
Happy Mother's Day, Mom. I had to sneak it in there.
Got it. Sorry, hijack.
These guys are taking the high road. I'm trying to win some points out there for the whole community. They've been bagging on me the last 2 days. So, guys, when you come down to this weekend, it's just starting. This next weekend, that's really when the crunch time is going to happen because you're going to start to do the math and realize, okay, now we got to play. We may have to 5-0 a team to get into that top 4.
Yeah, there's going to be the make or break series. This one, teams could relax a little bit knowing that it's not all over. They still have next weekend, but next weekend is, like you're saying, it is going to be the crunch time, and people are going to have to show up and play because if you have one of those 0-win series like Onslaught had against Selfless, that could be it. That could be the entire tournament. All those hours, all that time spent and energy going through the RLCS, trying to make it to the online and eventually the LAN finals could be over.
And again, if every single game counts, Gibbs, as much as he loves talking about iBuyPower, he said iBuyPower loves to give up at least one game against any team, it doesn't matter. And they kind of, fulfilled his prophecy
a little bit
in the first weekend. So they need to make sure that if they need to, luckily they've been doing well, so I think they're in a comfortable place going to into the second week. But they need to make sure that they get the 5-0s when it's a time they deserve the 5-0, or when it's a team they really should be beating 5-0 more so.
If you're a team like Zero Effort, and you're at the bottom of the table, still have a whole nother weekend. What are you thinking? Like, what's got to be your mindset going into this next week?
Your mindset, if it is not, maybe you're not thinking you're going to make it into the online final, but right now they're going to try to fight for the seeding. So right now, it's the way that it works. You guys can go check it out. It's the RocketLeagueEsports.com. It breaks down how the RLCS works. Every one of these teams, they're fighting to eventually get to the LAN final, to fight for the lion's share of that prize pool. And so the points that they get based on their ranking here will play into their journey in trying to get to the LAN. This is the first qualifier. We've got a whole other qualifier, which is going to be all the same thing again. And so the teams are going to try to finish in the best spot they can to put themselves into position to get to the LAN.
Well, I got the updating standings right here. Kapow, Weedham Girls, Mocket, all with 11 wins. So, I mean, is that something you guys saw coming into this?
We talk about Europe being pretty even, right?
Yeah, Europe. Yeah, Europe's. We've already established that power rankings might as well be thrown out the window sometimes because you see people like RG and teams just all of a sudden stepping up. You have no idea where it's coming from.
I mean, I'm looking at them right now, and like the 1, 2, 3, 4 of the power rankings is the 1, 2, 3, 4 of the standings right now, but not in the order like you're saying. So all those teams so close together. In Europe, those top 4 teams so close, and even the 10th ranked teams can give the number 1 and 2 run for their money.
Well, we definitely want to thank those out there that have hung around with us all day in chat. We do this thing for you. Thank you so much to NZXT and Razor for being tremendous sponsors. All the guys at Twitch, our production crew, all the casters up here. We'll see you guys next Saturday, 3 Eastern. We'll be rocking out more of the group stage. We're out of here from the RLCS.